In the repair shop today, it's a team effort to revive a modern design classic.
Hold on. I can see it. That's it. Yeah, do that one next.
Who do you reckon's going to get to the end first?
Well, I think
I got my money on Jay.
Give me some of that.
Go.
And something to test the skills of antique photography expert Brenton.
It's a box of bits at the moment.
There's a lot of bits.
There's a lot of bits.
Excellent.
What do you reckon?
But first, the repair shop is about to take receipt of a very special item.
Hello, you all right?
yes, thank you.
Natalie Cummings from Shropshire is here with a very precious family heirloom that needs rescuing.
So what is this then?
It's a violin.
It's a violin, yeah?
Restorer John Dilworth is a violin specialist and has worked on some of the world's most valuable instruments.
It's in a pretty poor condition.
Oh, you've got a case within a case. It's a bit like pass the parcel. There we go. Wow. Yeah, that's seen better days.
Slight obvious problem there, yeah.
There is a bit, isn't there? So what's the story behind this then?
Well, the violin belonged to my grandfather, and it was passed to my aunt, who was sent to Auschwitz in 1939.
That's some history.
My Aunt Rosa was a very well-known violinist, and she was invited to play in the Berlin Philharmonic Orchestra in the mid-30s. Unfortunately, being Jewish, she was arrested, and they were all sent to Mauthausen concentration camp. And then in 1939, Auschwitz was opened, and she was immediately transported there. Because she played the violin, and she played very well indeed, that was her lifeline. She was able to be part of the women's orchestra in Auschwitz, which lulled the new intakes coming in to a false sense of security. This was what kept her alive for the whole of the war. Then she finally returned home to Leeds, and she died in 1947.
The violin then passed to Natalie's father, also a musician.
He didn't just use the violin as a means to making a living. He lived the violin. That was his life. And fortunately, I've got those memories. That's what the violin represents to me. I'm afraid it's just stayed in the attic all these years and never been played.
Well, this was, I'm sure, made in Germany towards the end of the 19th century. But this is rather alarming, isn't it?
I would think that damage probably occurred in the camps.
Oh, that's it, yes.
It was always there when my father played it.
This would not normally be like this. It would be.
No,
like
that's
right.
Yes,
that's
it'd be just like that.
So someone's repaired this then, is that correct?
It's a very crude repair, I'm afraid.
Yeah, that is, yes.
Well, kind of stating the obvious, what could we do for you then?
Well, it would just be so great if it could be restored. If it could be played again, it would be such a bonus. I think the violin's probably the most important thing in my life. And because of the history of the violin, if it's able to be played properly, it would just be an incredible memento to have. So just now have to be patient and wait and see what happens.
So, John, what are you going to do with this?
First job is to take the top off,
Okay.
open up the instrument so I can actually see what's going on underneath these horrible patches. This overhanging edge here means you can actually slide a knife in there. Once it's in pieces, I can plan my attack.
John's been restoring violins for decades, but even the most seasoned of craftsmen would feel apprehensive handling an instrument with such an incredible history.
This is where you find out whether it's going to be an easy job or a tricky one. You have to find out which way the wood is splitting, and if the wood is splitting in your favour, that's great. And when you hear those nice pops, that's the glue cracking, not the wood. OK, plan B, we're going to go around the other way, attack from the other side.
You're winning. Yes, you're winning.
There it goes. Hang on.
I can't look.
I can't look either.
You can't look.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. It's finally given way. And we can see inside. Oh, my goodness me.
What's that then?
It's got a signature.
That's good then, isn't it?
That is wonderful. This is the chap who made it. Geigenmacher in Dresden, 1883, so we weren't far out with the date.
That's cool, man.
That's very, very cool. And this, actually, this little hole here, there's a lot more original wood surviving underneath that patch than I feared.
Okay.
So we can take that off,
Yeah.
fill that hole. But if this repair was actually done in the prison camp, I'd rather keep this piece and just fix it so that it's,
Make it look good.
it fits better.
What's this? Just a bit of fluff?
Well, that is known in the trade as the mouse.
The mouse?
The mouse, yeah. And that's just accumulated bow hair and all sorts of things, odds and ends. And some people collect them, and when they make a new violin, they'll put that inside just for luck.
Next into the repair shop, another item steeped in European history.
Hey,
Hi
you
there.
gents. I'm Phil.
Will, hi there, Brennan.
Nice to meet you.
Hi, Phil Brenton. Nice to meet you.
Phil Jones has brought in a piece of his family history for Will and antique photography expert Brenton West.
So, what's in the box?
This is my great-granddad's old plate camera that he used during the First World War. And as you can see, it's a bit worse for wear.
It looks more like a box of wood.
It's a box of bits.
Just a box
It's
of
a box of bits
Box
at
of
the
bits.
moment.
There's a lot of bits.
There's a lot of bits.
What do you reckon? So, this is a half-plate camera. It looks like a Houghton Victo. It's a good camera. It's a good mahogany brass camera from the turn of the last century, so 1900, 1910, something like that.
Yeah, well, according to my mother, my great-granddad used to take pictures for the War Department during World War One. He was that's his belt buckle off his military belt.
That's nice.
He was in the, I think it was the South Staffordshire Regiment. There's a Staffordshire knot on there. That went through World War One with him.
Really?
Yeah, the Battle of Hill 62 at Ypres. And
So this has actually seen the trenches?
oh yeah.
Really?
It's been in the trenches.
Wow.
So, if that's been to northern France, it's in good condition.
Well,
Yeah.
isn't it? I would like, in an ideal world, to use it again. If not, just to have it displayed properly.
Do you have any other members of the family who are keen photographers?
Yeah, it seems to have been passed on down the line. My grandfather, he was a very keen photographer. He started off with his box brownies. My mother, she would photograph everything and anything.
It's in the blood, then?
Yes.
Yeah.
So this would mean quite a lot to have this restored, then?
Oh, good God, yeah. It'd mean the world. Basically, my mother's dead, my great-grandfather's dead, my grandfather's dead. I would just love to have it back in working order, getting it working again, just in memory of them, really.
Lovely.
Okay.
Well, we'll get cracking with that, and we'll give you a call once it's ready.
Brilliant.
Excellent.
Thanks for coming down.
Yeah.
Thanks very much.
Nice to meet
Nice
you.
to meet you.
Cheers.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Getting my great-grandfather's camera repaired, it's more for me mother. My mother loved him, and she loved the camera.
Brenton's been overhauling antique cameras for more than a decade. But this 110-year-old example is really going to test him.
So we're going to be taking the bellows from this camera carefully so that we can have a pattern for remaking them. There we go. That's the front of the bellows off. These bellows are made from cloth and paper. The old glue is quite brittle, so it's easy to chip off. There we go. So that's the bellows. Got holes in them everywhere, and if you hold them up to the light, they probably leak light like a sieve, which is not very good for photography.
This is a big job, and if Brenton's going to get it all done, he needs help. The camera's leather strap will be down to master saddle maker Susie Fletcher.
Yeah. All right, what you've got
The
here?
slight problem with the leather strap, it's looking a bit tired, and I don't know whether we need to replace it.
How old is this?
110-ish years old.
Really?
something like that.
I feel that we can just give it a good clean and feed of conditioner, put some life back into the fibres. Can I take it with me?
Yes, of course, thank you.
Perfect, thanks.
Over on his workbench, John is cooking up a plan to revitalise Natalie's beloved violin.
This is my mother-in-law's old bain-marie. Been in her family for generations. This is the hot melted glue.
The violin's long and arduous life, including spending the war in a concentration camp, has taken its toll. And in the past, has been repaired by whatever means were available.
This rib that is, I believe, donated to the violin while it was in the prison camp from another instrument. I would like to keep this as part of the violin now, you know, because it's part of its history. And I've put these little studs in place so that we've got something to glue it to. This is the first time I've done this particular job in my life, but then that's the thing with restoration. The fun of it is working out how to do it, because they're never the same twice, really. That's lovely. Just got a nice little bead of glue oozing out around the edges that tells me that that's sitting very comfortably. That's great. That's that rib fixed. This side hasn't gone quite so smoothly, but needs a bit of remedial work, but it's okay.
We fixed it yet? How are we doing? And what are you doing over there? You cooking soup or something then?
That's my glue.
Oh, that's your glue.
All the major surgery is done.
Major surgery? That sounds a bit drastic.
Well, it was. I mean, this was in fairly sad shape. This rib here that was sprung open, I refitted that, and then this hole that was here, we've filled that with a patch.
So that's a bit like what a dentist would do, like, it's like filling.
Oh, don't talk to me about a dentist.
I'll come back and see you again, all right?
Yeah, OK.
While the body recovers from its structural surgery, John turns his attention to repairing the damage to the top.
The whole thing's resonating nicely.
Before the two parts can be married back together again.
I say, once we start gluing, we're committed. And we want a good, strong joint here, especially at the neck. That's what determines everything about the instrument. And we do the same at the bottom end, and then we can just work all the way around, spread the glue carefully on all the gluing surfaces. The same tool to get it open and to put it back again.
Once glued, John clamps the violin together to let it set. But it won't be until he's completed the restoration that he'll find out if his repairs have also restored the violin's voice.
If you get any stage of this wrong, it'll compromise the sound. Getting everything in the correct alignment, getting all the tensions even, all adds up in the end to giving the instrument the right voice, the right sound.
While John finishes gluing the delicate instrument, a somewhat larger item is on its way into the repair shop.
Hello. Hi.
Chris and Tim have brought something that's even got Will and Steve scratching their heads.
Right.
What have we got? I'll take the heavy bit.
Oh, I can just about manage the beats. Right.
It's a screen that was designed by a bloke called Alvar Aalto, who's Finnish, but obviously it's seen better days.
This sort of furniture is really in vogue now. It's really funny, like fashion and music. Furniture sort of just seems to go full circle and comes back into fashion again.
So it stands on its end,
Yes.
and you have to have it obviously in a sort of snake. Good word, So to keep it from falling over.
Yeah, so you can hide things behind it, you can divide a room with it. I mean, you could do that tantalising French fan dancer, dance about behind it and get changed behind it if you want to.
I've got even just Steve doing that.
I'm guessing more of a room divider kind of thing, or hiding your big TV or something.
Yes.
It's articulated and it's wired together.
So there's wires running through the whole of it from one end to the other, and this is broken off.
Yes. Yeah.
Is there anything else that's broken?
There's a piece of damage on one of the ends.
On one of the end pieces, it just snapped off.
Oh, I think I've just found the broken piece here.
There it is, yeah.
Right. Whereabouts did you get it from?
Well, it's not ours.
OK.
It's our daughter Rosie's. When Rosie was a student in London about 13 years ago, there was a chap throwing it out and it was on the pavement. And she asked the chap if she could take it. So he said, well, you can have it for £6. And being a student, you know, £6 was a lot of money, but she gave it to him because she just loved it. And they've just moved into the first property that they've bought because they've got a baby now, Dylan. Oh, it's fantastic. And I know this sounds a little bit soppy as well, but now she's got Dylan, it's a thing that's part of them and their home and Dylan's future. And to make it so it will last and it won't degenerate into a pile of firewood, you know, it'll just be fab for her. For Rosie, it means that she'll have that lovely thing that she's loved all these years and she'll be able to use it.
And you know what? I think it'll probably turn into a family heirloom.
Yeah.
Because it's going to last for 1,000 years.
Yeah.
Because this is going to look beautiful. When it's
Really nice, really nice.
I want to stand it up, just have a look at it.
Should we stand it up?
Come on then.
Come on then. Quick break in here. We'll get that in there.
Your end down.
My end down?
Yeah. It's very tight in places.
Really tight. And I got a feeling that the wire itself might be too rigid and might need to be straightened out. But the only way to do that is to lay it flat on its back and stretch it out.
Right, let's get it over to your bench.
Slide it on.
The screen was created by Finnish architect and designer Alvar Aalto, considered by many as the pioneer of 20th century modern architecture and design. Like the screen, early examples of his furniture are now highly sought after, although usually when in slightly better condition.
Ready?
All right. That is really stiff wire, isn't it?
Really stiff wire.
It's no wonder it's pulling through. On that end there,
it's really,
the end
really
section,
tight.
it's actually ripping through this section, isn't it?
Yeah. In theory, the screen should have been stored and sort of rolled up, whereas it's actually been stored as like a flake. So I think the wire has sort of seized up in different angles, making it near impossible for it to be flattened out. My thoughts, I'm going to replace this wire completely.
Yeah.
Would you be able to recommend a suitable wire?
I think a woven steel wire would be better in it.
OK, what I'll do is I'm going to try to force this flat. It's going to break in places, but if you could order or get me some wire, I can make a start on the woodwork and then take it from there.
OK, I'll get that sorted for you.
Thanks, Steve.
Over on his workbench, Brendan's about to make a new screen for the World War I camera.
This is a clear piece of glass, and what I've got to do is I've got to grind one side of it to make it opaque.
It needs to be opaque because this screen, the equivalent of a viewfinder, is what the image is projected onto when taking a picture.
I put the valve grinding paste on the glass, a little bit of lubrication, and then you just start to make circular motions. So this process takes about half an hour, and while you're grinding, every now and again you're checking the glass. So if you look at that, you can see that it's ground there, it's ground there, but it hasn't ground there. So I've got to keep grinding that glass away. And you can actually hear it, you can feel it in your hand. It's like sand, very fine sand. You can actually feel it grinding the glass. And that's looking quite good as soon as that's dried off. Looks pretty good to me. Yeah, that's good. Excellent. So that goes in there. Perfect.
To make sure the light hits Brendan's newly created plate correctly, his next job is to get the mechanism working.
So I've just cleaned this shutter up, and it hasn't been shot for probably 100 years, and I'm now going to try cocking it and seeing if it works. That's a good sign. So the next thing to do now is to fire it and see if we're going to get an activation, and brilliantly we do. Wow.
John's been waiting for the repairs to dry on the violin.
I've just taken the clamps off. The glue's nice and dry now. But the next thing to do is the fingerboard. And this, I think, is very moving, really. You can actually see fingerprints in it. And to think that was happening in the prison camp and all through the long history of the violin. But unfortunately, that's all got to be smoothed out to make it playable. Doing it with as much respect as possible and make sure that it's as absolutely as good a job as we can manage. It's quite an emotional thing, getting rid of the last traces of the family that have owned it. It's now ready to play on for another 100 years or more.
Also striving to preserve the historical integrity of his piece, Brenton is restoring the external fittings of the camera. All made of brass, they've corroded over time.
So that's polished that with an abrasive which is quite coarse. I'm now going to put a different wheel on there, and if you use a finer polish, it makes the shine beautiful at the end.
With the brass elements shining again, Brenton wants to keep them that way, so he's applying a lacquer.
It will fade down a bit, but it won't go green, and it'll save the owner having to worry about polishing it.
Meanwhile, having finished her work on the leather camera strap, Susie is working on a secret project for the camera's owner, Phil.
He also brought a belt buckle that belonged to his relative that he'd had in the war. And we thought it'd be a nice idea as a surprise to make the belt buckle up into a usable belt for him. What I'm doing here is staining the edge of the leather. And the key is not to drip the edge stain down.
Outside the workshop, Will's gone back to basics to rejuvenate the wood on the 20th century designer screen.
You're doing all this by hand?
So much sanding.
It's taking ages, isn't it?
So much sanding.
Why are you doing it by hand?
So the electric sander is really good for getting, sort of covering wide, flat spaces, but there's so many recesses here that you almost have to sort of use your fingers to get out all of the old polish and the old dirt, so...
OK, you're going to take off too much with the electric sander.
Take off too much with the electric sander. So even though I've got a lovely brand new sander to use, I'm actually having to resort to old school techniques.
It's going to look great, isn't it?
Yeah, it's going to look really good. But the thing is, just when I finish one side, I think, oh, brilliant, that's finished. Then I turn it over and I realise I've got the other side to do, so... Anyway, I'm getting there.
Soon be done.
Soon be done.
Good, good.
Finally, having sanded 82 slats 3 times each side, and polishing and varnishing those 82 slats each side, Will can now turn his attention to the broken piece.
I found some pine, which sort of matches pretty closely to the piece that I need, so I'm just working out a way to join both pieces together.
So far, all Will has to show for his long hours of labour are 82 individual strips of finely polished pine. Now comes the task of transforming them back into a 20th century Nordic design classic.
You ready?
Have you got the wire?
I have, look, what I've done. Soldered
Amazing.
on one end, the other end's obviously free, so you can put it through the holes. Let's give it a whirl.
Now, let me just get this right. Steve, you're going to feed his wire through this?
Yeah.
All right, let's see this out.
Let us begin. Hold on, I've got to find this hole first.
Well, that's the big one. Come on, I'm in the lead.
This is a race.
Hold on. I can see it, but that's it. Yeah, do that one next.
That's it.
Look, just push it.
It's not as easy as just pushing it all the way through.
I guarantee you it is, mate. That's it.
OK, Steve, it's not a race. You're not going to win anything.
I'm just doing it. I just...
Who do you reckon's going to get to the end first? Well, I think I got my money on Jay.
Give me some of that.
Go. Thanks for taking over, Jay.
You're more than welcome, sir. You're more than welcome. That's it. Oh, whoa, we've missed one. Missed 2.
Why don't you have some sort of rhythm going, like heave-ho or something, then you could do it in time.
I totally agree with you. At the beginning, we didn't have a rhythm, but now we're like the Commodores.
Steve, come on, you can do it. A bit faster. You've got to the end. Neck and neck, then neck and neck, then neck and neck.
No, Steve's got it. Look.
Yay!
There you are. I'll let him win.
Antique photography expert Brenton has been overhauling a century-old camera. He's refurbished all the components. Now all he has to do is build a working camera from them.
So it's a bit of a jigsaw puzzle. I've just start at the bottom and work my way up. I've just got to tighten these up and that'll be locked in place forever.
How you doing, Brendan? How you getting on?
Yeah, good. Just sticking the bellows on this camera.
OK.
And
so stick it on there and there.
Yeah, so this is contact adhesive, so we have to let that dry.
So why are you sticking it on there? What's that going to create?
So the bellows creates a light-free zone.
Right.
OK, the lens goes on the front.
OK.
The film goes on the back.
Yeah.
And no light can get into that area which you use for focusing the camera by moving it backwards and forwards.
I'm with you. And then obviously you've got a film in the back where it projects onto.
Yeah, so it projects onto this ground glass screen. We can look through.
Yeah.
And see the picture on there.
Yeah.
And then you expose the film.
All right, so it's going to be working then, isn't it?
I hope so, yeah.
What? You know so? Are you going to try it out?
Well, I'm hopefully going to take a picture of you lot.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. All of the guys in here.
All right, well, you best stick that together then.
OK,
yeah?
I will do.
I'll let you crack on.
Phil's going to be here soon, so I better try and see if I get this lens to fit. So I've replaced this bottom bar, and it's just a little bit tight in there. Oh, there we go. I didn't think that was going to fit for a minute. Yeah, that's good.
The 100-year-old camera is rebuilt, but will it work?
Guys, we're going to take a picture. You ready?
Luckily, there's a motley crew of models available to test it on.
So just there you want us,
Brilliant, yeah? If you could just line up.
We'll line up along here.
Line up along there. What a pretty bunch.
Does it stay very still?
You will have to keep quite still, yeah, please.
Should we pose?
You look beautiful. You don't have to do anything for a second. OK, you ready, guys?
Yeah.
OK, 3, 2, 1. Oh, fingers crossed, that's it.
Yes.
Thank you.
But as this camera was snapping 100 years before the selfie, the picture will need to be developed before the results of Brenton's labours are revealed.
You got that photo, yeah?
Yeah.
Keep it. Oh, guys, have a look at this. Come see this photo.
What have you got?
That looks old time, isn't it?
Oh, look at that.
Oh, wow, that is absolutely brilliant.
It's amazing.
That's what an old lens makes you look old-fashioned.
Well, you all look quite old-fashioned with Dom's big beard and apron. He looks like he's something from another time. But me, I just look like I'm a time traveller compared to you guys. Like, how can someone in those times have such white teeth?
Or such knobbly knees.
Knobbly knees? Yeah. You've done an amazing job on that. That was literally a box of bits, right?
A box of bits, yeah. Now it's all put back together and a functional camera.
So, Phil's coming in a minute, isn't he?
Yeah, he's coming soon, yeah.
So we need to get this over to your bench.
OK.
And ready to show him what you've done.
OK.
Good job.
Phil Jones came to the repair shop, longing to take pictures with his great-grandfather's camera.
The dreams of taking a photograph with it. My hopes were dashed, really. I thought there's no way on earth this is going to work again. If they've done anything with that, I'm going to be amazed.
Nice one.
To have this camera repaired, it's going to mean the world to me. It's one of the last ties to the family that we've got. We're running out of family. I would like to have something left as a reminder.
How are we doing, Phil?
Mr. Blazer.
You all right?
Yeah.
Let's go.
Brenton, nice to see you again.
Nice to see you.
What was it like when you dropped it off?
Oh, it's a box of bits.
So, would you like to have a look?
I would, yeah.
OK. So there is your camera, sir.
Oh, my God. Wow. It is absolutely amazing. That's brilliant.
Have a look.
Yeah. I don't want to drop it.
And it all works. The shutter works, everything works on it.
That's amazing. Absolutely amazing. I can't believe you did it.
Glad you like it.
Thank you very much, sir.
No problem at all.
Very much.
So how's it feel to have it all restored and working?
I'm lost for words. I did not think it'd be done. I was expecting a phone call saying, look, we had a go.
But you're forgetting where you've come to. This is the repair shop, mate. Yeah?
Yeah.
We can't give you that phone call.
Working as well. Oh, I'm amazed.
And where are you going to have it? Once she goes back home, where's it going to be? Pride of place, or is it going to be in another box?
It's going to be used. Yeah. When it's not in use, it's going to take pride of place on the shelf. I don't care what the wife says. It's going on.
It's going on the shelf.
It's going on the shelf in the living room.
And we've got one more little thing for you.
What's that?
Well, when you came in, you left us a belt buckle.
I said to the missus when I left here, you know, I said, I left all my photographs. And, oh, my God!
Susie had the idea of making a belt for you. So
wow!
So that's your buckle, and that's Susie's belt she made you.
That's beautiful. Thank you very much.
Brilliant.
Oh, bless you.
Brenton, thanks for everything. The belt, the camera.
Been a pleasure.
Chuffed a bit.
Pleasure. I'm
Chuffed a bit.
glad you're pleased. It's been really, really good.
I'm amazed. I feel totally shell-shocked. I'm just amazed at what the work they've done. I did not think it could ever turn out that good.
Well done, you, eh?
Yeah.
Hey?
Happy customer?
Very happy customer.
Good, good.
And the belt was a nice touch. I do like that.
And when I saw this belt, I got a bit emotional, but this is something I'm going to treasure. I'm going to keep it forever.
The repair shop is rediscovering history by renovating precious heirlooms. Legacies brought back to life by skilled artisans. Will and Steve have reached a crucial stage with the classic mid-century screen.
Righty-ho, here we go.
Tightening the wires that keep the 82 individual slats together.
So if I pull this tight, if I'm just tensioning...
Too tight, and the screen won't be flexible enough to stand up. Too loose, and the screen will simply fall over.
That should be it. Is that in?
Yeah.
Perfect. That's good.
Oh, that's good, yeah. Now we can tension it even more the other side with the key.
Yeah, but not too much tension. You keep putting too much of this tension on, and it's causing some tension with me.
Don't worry about it, my boy.
You're making me feel tense.
I'm sorry.
Right, let's get round to the other side. Gosh. Keep that. You don't have to go wild.
I do.
The final wires are tightened.
So we're going to stand it upright.
Yeah.
OK, moment of truth.
Moment of truth.
Do you know it's all going to go like this?
It's not going to, Steve, especially with that tension you've been putting on it. I'm really happy with that.
That's fantastic.
It's great, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Really?
Steve?
Yes?
I don't know if you can see anything. Yeah?
Chris and Tim are back, this time with the screen's owner, their daughter, Rosie. She managed to bag this design classic as a resourceful student, but it was looking its age. Dulled wood and wiring that had warped and twisted, leaving the screen unusable.
I'm a little bit excited, but also a bit nervous because it wasn't in the best condition. I know it wasn't. So, yeah, it's just full of trepidation, really.
Hi, Will.
See you.
Rosie.
Nice to meet you, Rosie. Please come in.
Hello.
Hiya.
So, Rosie, I've heard a lot about you and your screen. Have you ever had a chance to actually use it?
No, already very surprised to see that you've got something flat underneath
well, you know.
a red sheet.
So have you never had it stood up?
You know, it just didn't fold out very well. It wasn't really doing its job.
Well, it's done now. Would you like to have a look?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Oh my God, look at that.
Look.
No.
Come and have a look. Come on.
It's not the same one, is it?
And it's all fixed, look. So all bits missing, bits coming.
I'm in shock.
Should we stand it up? Shall we?
Yeah.
Yeah, ready?
Oh, look at that. Oh, I can't believe that. Look at it. It's undulating at last.
It's flexible. I can't believe it. It looks amazing.
So are you going to use it now?
Yes, please.
Yes.
Yes. I think that would be very nice. We've just bought our own place, finally. It's taken a long time, and this is star of the show, really, I think.
I really like it, and I too have just bought my first place, and I think this would look great in my new flat. Are you willing to sell it to me?
Absolutely
For a fiver?
not.
No.
So happy for you. That's wonderful.
I can't believe that I managed to get hold of something as beautiful as this. Just never ever imagined that it'd ever look like that, so I'm really thrilled. It's such a transformation.
I can't believe what an amazing job they've done of it. It just looks wonderful, really fantastic.
It's a thing of beauty, like it was when it was made originally.
Over at John's desk, he's fine-tuning Natalie's violin, which survived the war in a concentration camp with her Aunt Rosa, before being played professionally by her father.
And that looks nice, John.
Hello, Jay.
You all right? How you getting on?
Well, it's job done.
So have you finished then? It's completely
no
done?
more to do, just need someone to play.
Can I touch it, yeah?
Please do, yeah. The usual thing, by the neck and the end pin there,
I've been watching you.
All right.
I see how you picked it up, like that.
That's it, yeah.
You've done a brilliant job here, John.
Well, thank you.
It's nice, superb. So the main thing is this violin going to sound as good as when Natalie remembers her dad playing it?
Well, I would hope it sounded a lot better. I mean, when her father was playing it, it was still in that very, very damaged condition as it had come from the camp.
Right. But the problem I've got, though, John, is you say that you're not going to play in front of anybody. So how are we going to hear this, then?
Well, luckily, I do know a few people in the biz, you know.
Oh, you should do, yeah.
Who's a dab hand with the old bow.
OK.
And he's going to come along, and it should sound as well as it's ever done.
So the last thing to do is put the mass in.
Yes, yeah, I guess so. This little ball of fluff had been gradually building up over the 100-odd years since it was made, and so it seems appropriate to pop it back in. In you go, back home. There. The mouse has gone home. Yeah, and the violin is finished.
John's labour of love is complete. The violin has been passed down the family line, sustaining knocks and patches throughout its turbulent history, and in recent years had fallen into total disrepair. But John's biggest test remains. Has he got the violin looking and sounding as Natalie remembers?
It's been part of my life for a very long time, but it's just been through so much. It's a pity it can't speak for itself.
Hello, Natalie.
Hello.
How you doing?
All right, thank you. Nice to see you.
Likewise. You come for your violin?
Yes, please.
John, Natalie's here.
Hello, John.
Natalie. Lovely to see you.
Yes, and you?
So, Natalie, before we open this, how are you feeling?
Oh, apprehensive. And I'm very excited, really, to see what it looks like.
John, over to you.
There it is.
Wow.
All in one piece again.
Oh, it looks lovely, doesn't it?
Yes, we've put all the bits and pieces back in.
Those parts there.
That was the main challenge. I've kept the pieces that were put in.
What a wonderful job.
When was the last time you heard it played?
Well, before my father died, which he died in 1983 or 4.
Yeah, so what do you remember most fondly of your dad's playing?
He loved the Hungarian music, the Zigani violin music, that kind of thing.
So we do have someone who can play it. Chris, if you don't mind.
The honour of playing the violin for the first time since Natalie's father falls to one of the country's leading violinists. John has drafted in Christian Garrick, who has also composed a special piece in honour of Natalie and her family.
I think this is just the man to play your fiddle for you.
It'll be a great pleasure. It's very exciting.
That's wonderful. Absolutely wonderful.
What is that song? It's a wee song which I imagined today reading a bit of your history, and I thought we'd call it Rosa's Wishing Waltz.
Oh, can't believe it. Thank you so much. It is wonderful. It is wonderful. I don't have words to say.
I'm beside myself. You know, the history of this violin, I'm grateful to be a part of it.
It's just incredible that you've been able to restore it as you have, so thank you so much.
I'm very pleased to have been able to help.
Thank you for playing. That was wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. I just feel overwhelmed. I didn't realise it would be restored to how I remember it being played 30 years ago. And it was just beautiful, the melody, the tone. I was suddenly transported back. I could see my father playing. It was beautiful, beautiful.
In the repair shop today, a risky fix for Steve as he renovates an 85-year-old steamroller.
The whole tank could rupture, and then boiling hot water could spurt everywhere.
So it could blow up.
Yeah.
And the delicate art of cutting glass. With master craftsman Matt.
Just felt that go, and my fingers it's all going to come apart. It's all breaking.
Hello.
The first visitor today is Jane Moore.
What do we have here?
With something for saddle maker Susie Fletcher. Jane's dropping off some design classics, a gift from her mother.
So, tell me about these then. Where have they come from?
Well, probably about 35 years ago, my uncle found them in the street, dumped with a load of rubbish.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely, in Kensington, Liverpool.
OK.
And Mum loved them, and he gave them to my mum, who had them for years. They are Les Arcs chairs that were designed for a very exclusive French ski lodge.
Yeah.
But as you can see, they've been a little bit loved and well used.
Yeah, they've been well used.
And much in need of a bit of a restoration.
So where have you been storing them?
In the attic.
Oh.
Yeah.
And because they're not, you can't sit on them anymore.
My husband is ex-military and he's health and safety dad. Oh. So when I sat on them, he heard it go.
Right.
So he said they either go in the skip or they go away in the attic. And I'd fought with him a few times to keep them from the skip.
Right.
And so this is the ideal opportunity and compromise. Really would love to have them back in some kind of loved condition.
So does your mum know you're going to get these restored?
Yeah, Mum, over the last 8 years, has been on a dementia journey, so she's in a nursing home now. She'd be delighted that we're restoring them.
OK.
Because they brought her joy.
Yeah.
They certainly brought us a lot of joy in our home.
Yeah.
I just think having them back to their former glory, I think she'd be made up to think that something that one of her treasures was being restored. The leather's gone dry, the stitching obviously is gone. They need love and need to bring back to as much of a pristine
get all
condition.
this paint off.
Some things are best left to the experts.
Yeah, well, that's Susie. She is the expert. What do you reckon, Susie?
very excited to get going on them, actually. I think resew all the seams.
Okay.
And all of them are in a similar state, so it's going to take a little while to get them all finished, get them back into regular use.
Does that sound all right?
Sounds perfect.
Thank you for bringing these along.
Pleasure.
All right?
Thank you very much.
Thanks so much,
Lovely to meet
Jane.
you.
Nice to meet you.
Okay.
Mum has dementia now and is at the point where her memory isn't there at all. So for one of her treasures that she's brought home, restore that little piece of her, would be lovely to have it back again.
These are nice, aren't they?
They are.
Eh?
Really, really
And these
nice.
are being thrown away.
I find that really amazing that anyone would think about throwing something so beautiful away. And the leather itself,
Yeah.
I mean, you just know it's got quality about it.
I like the design. The design is quite cool. Simple, but classic.
It's extremely simple.
OK, so it's not going to get done here. Got to get it to your bench.
Yep.
You take that one.
Brilliant.
And I'll have these two.
Super.
OK?
These distinctive chairs were created in the 1960s and used to furnish the stylish Les Arcs ski resort in France. The chair is heralded as an important example of modernist design and is highly prized when in good condition.
The nice thing about a project like this is you have to figure out how it was all put together, so you do the reverse to take it all apart. And my feeling is the last thing they did was rivet the leather on, so it's the first place I'm going to start. Then I'll remove all of the stitching because all has to be replaced. You can see how rotten the thread is, and it's just popping out. The next step, what I'm going to do is to start oiling the leather, wiping it on, and you can instantly see how the leather's beginning to darken down. Leather is like your skin, so it needs to be moisturized regularly. The thing is with aged leather, if it's been stored somewhere and not regularly conditioned and cleaned, it will dry out just through the heat. And also, if it's in a damp area, it can grow mold. The next step, once this has been absorbed, is to put on the leather conditioner. And the conditioner is more of a grease. I'm going to leave it to sit overnight, let the oil sink in. So tomorrow it'll be a lot more malleable, so I can start really putting it back together.
Next into the workshop is German-born engineer Dieter, with a precious family heirloom that may test the skills of horologist Steve Fletcher.
Hi, Dieter. I'm Steve.
Hi, Steve. Nice to meet you.
Come over here.
Thank you.
Right, what have we got?
We got a steamroller.
Oh, right. Oh, that's fantastic.
Here it is. And we need these ones too.
What wonderful looking piece. Tell me a bit about it.
Well, this has been in our family for about 85 years. It was given to my dad when he was probably 12 years old.
Oh, right, OK.
Yeah. And, you know, he's given that to me when I was about 18 years old. He was an engineer, and I was going to study engineering, and so he felt that was right to give it to me.
Yes.
Rather than giving to any of my three brothers. My intention actually is now to do exactly the same. I've got three kids, and my son is an engineer too, which makes me proud, and I'd like to give it to him. Just as a gesture as well, you know, how proud I am for what he's achieved.
That's lovely.
But the last time I've seen it in operation has been in the 70s.
OK. Did you play with it often? Well, if you were given it when you were 18, you probably did.
Yeah, I didn't play very much with it, but I treasured it, and it's travelled around with me. I've lived in so many countries, and each time this came with us. So.
OK. Did you ever think about having a go at getting it working yourself?
No, I didn't. I didn't really, you know, this is almost more fine mechanic. That's not really what I did. So.
OK, right.
So I'm not sure that I've got the right skill set to do this myself.
OK.
So you can just open this down here, it pops out. And actually the fuel, it used to run on liquid fuel that you put in there.
Yeah.
But then my dad and a colleague, they just converted this must have been in the 60s, so it can be used now with solid fuel.
Oh, that's fantastic. What a good idea. Very well done. So makes it a lot easier, a lot safer, actually.
It does make it safer.
What would you like me to do with it?
I'd really would love you to polish this, you know. I'm not sure if you can, but if you can, you know, that would be really nice, yes.
So you say that it's going to go on to your son?
Yes.
So it'd be nice for him to see it actually working.
It would be fantastic, because he has never seen it working.
Yeah.
He's seen it sitting there, but he hasn't seen it working, no.
OK. This is a lovely piece, and I look forward to getting it working for you and polished up.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye now.
Bye-bye.
The steamroller was made by German toy manufacturer Bing, the largest toy company in the world in the early 20th century. It was best known for its model trains and steam engines.
This is going to be quite an interesting project. I'm really pleased that Dieter has said that he'd like to see it polished up, because there's some soldering that I need to do to it. It's been soldered and repaired in the past, because there's quite a lot of solder has run down onto the main tank there. I'm really not sure at the moment about the main mechanics, but once I've taken it apart and looked at all that, I'll be able to then tell what sort of condition it's in.
So how are you getting on with Dieter's steamroller?
No, I'm just about to start taking it apart, and I thought what I'd do is actually take apart the pressure release valve just to see whether that works, because if that doesn't work, then I've got to sort that out first.
So how come we can't just burn it and start it working?
If I didn't test it and it didn't work, the whole tank could rupture, and then boiling hot water could spurt everywhere.
So if you tested it and you put the water in, it could blow up?
Yeah, absolutely.
So you've got to check it's working before you do that, so you don't blow it up.
It is the most important thing on a steam engine.
Let me know if you need any help, but I know you've probably got it covered anyway, ain't you?
Yeah.
Yeah? Cool.
Jay has some other projects to check up on in the workshop. Leather expert Susie has already spent hours treating the scarred and parched leather of the 3 designer chairs.
How you doing?
Hello.
Having fun?
I am. I'm really having fun here. It's one of my most favourite things to do. I'm absolutely thrilled with how this has come out, because I wasn't sure if I'd be able to get them
Cool.
gone.
So it's brought a smile to your face.
It really has brought a smile to my face. And now it's not like cardboard. You feel that. It's just beautiful.
Yeah. It's like leather now, isn't it?
It is like leather. So that's the seat, and this is the back.
Oh, this hasn't
So
been
this
worked on.
hasn't been worked on at all.
Wow.
You feel how dry that is. So it just shows that you can bring leather back to life.
OK.
Yeah.
So I can have a go. I can start one level on this, yeah?
Absolutely.
All right.
Yep, yep. The key is once you've got the water on your cloth,
Yeah.
don't make it too wet.
Yeah.
So rinse it out. This is warm water.
Warm water, yeah.
You're going to rub it onto the saddle soap block,
Yeah.
and then you're going to go over very quickly, quick, and then start a circular motion, because we don't want to get any lines.
So like I'm waxing a car then?
Like you're waxing a car.
OK.
Yeah.
Is that all right to squeeze that out?
Rub it on the block. And now you're going to whiz.
Whiz, whiz, whiz. And
Oh,
boom, boom, boom.
go.
OK.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You're doing a great job there.
Told you. I've been watching you.
And it smells really nice, doesn't it?
It smells... There's a soap I used to use back in the 70s that smelled just like that. No, seriously.
Maybe you just had saddle soap.
Probably did. I was poor, you know. And my skin was quite rough those days.
Like leather.
Like leather. Needed softening up. Oh. So what do I do? How do I know I've got enough on there?
Well,
that to me looks all right.
it's looking really nice. We're going to be aiming to get it down to this tone. We're going to let it sit and dry, and then do another coat.
OK.
Yeah.
Well, I can leave you with that then.
Yes, you can.
Thank
I
you for
hope
letting
you
me do-
enjoyed yourself.
I did, immensely. All right.
See ya.
See you later.
Bye-bye.
Right. Whoosh.
With the leather panels now nourished, and as soft as butter, Susie can begin restitching them. She then tackles the rusted chrome frames.
They're in pretty good condition considering the age of them. I can simply clean them up with oil and some wire wool. In putting on this oil and letting it sink in, it just helps to lift all the little rusty spots up. And I use a wire wool that I also soak in the oil, and it's a case of just rubbing it over, not putting too much force on it. Make sure that there's no chance of scratching any of the chrome work at all. With chrome of this age, I'm not entirely sure how it's going to behave, so I don't want to be too aggressive with it.
This careful abrasion must be repeated on all 3 frames.
This particular frame, I've got some significant rusty spots and also some paint. And I feel that this is going to take many application of the oil and gently rubbing over and apply the oil again. I'm quietly confident it's going to come up beautifully. However, famous last words.
A new visitor to the repair shop, Canadian-born Truja Barkham, who now lives in Suffolk.
Hi there.
Truja has brought along a very delicate item in need of some expert restoration from master craftsman Matt Nichols.
I'm Matt.
Hi, I'm Truja.
Right, nice to meet you, Truja. Wow, so what have we got here?
So this is my father's stained glass window.
Wow, so this is a beautiful piece.
It's been a bit beaten up, unfortunately, on a move from house. It's quite broken everywhere, but it's very special. So I'm hoping you'll fix it.
Can you tell me a bit about the history of it?
My dad was a merchant seaman in the Dutch Royal Navy way back when, just after the war. So he was very keen on boats, as am I.
Yeah, so what inspired your dad to start making stained glass?
We used to live in a house in the city, and it had beautiful views over downtown Calgary. But on the side and at the back, it overlooked other houses, and my dad didn't like that. And so he went and took a leaded glass window making course and made it this huge window to cover up this view so that he didn't have to look at the neighbour's house anymore. And then he really got the bug, and he would make many, many, many stained glass windows, So by the time he died in 1988, the house was covered in stained glass windows and everywhere.
I can really picture that. It's just really colourful, lovely view.
I just love it. Dad and I did a bit of the piece together, picked the colours way back when. I remember him drawing this, and I really liked it because of the boats. And so we did the colours together. And
I mean, the colours that you chose are really vibrant, really nice.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure when you've got natural light coming from it.
Yeah, it is very pretty. And all of his work was really vibrant, I think he was inspired by his travelling around the world when he was young.
Yeah, all right. I mean, when I kind of first look at it and hearing the story, I really want to keep as much of it as possible, you know? You and your father had a hand in making it, choosing the colours, so I want to leave as much as I can.
Lovely.
There are obviously quite a few kind of missing bits.
Yes.
You know, around there, and this sail...
The sail has definitely... I don't know if you can get replacement glass for that bit, so that could all be still one piece.
I see what I can do with that. So, whereabouts is this going to go?
So we have a cottage in Suffolk. And it has an annex, which is actually where my mum stays when she comes to visit. And she's actually over at the moment. So what we're hoping is we can kind of surprise her and put this glass window up in the annex so she can wake up every morning and look at it.
That's brilliant.
I think for her to see a piece of my dad's work kind of living and breathing in my house will mean a lot to her. And it's quite emotional, really, because when I look at it, I just remember how happy he was when he was making them. I'd like it to look like Daddy's stained glass window again.
Leave it with me and I'll see what I can do.
Excellent.
I'm so proud of my dad. When Matt said it was a beautiful piece of work, I mean, it's always just been Dad's work. It's vibrant and beautiful and a little bit quirky. And I'm really looking forward to it coming back to life.
Matt wants to salvage as much of the original lead work as possible. That means reshaping any bent metal to safely hold the glass in place.
As to, I'm going to check that my glass is going to fit. I think it will. Yeah. Right. In order to push this lead that way again, I think I'm going to try and take some of this putty out. But you can really see how the lid's like moving around and the glass is moving around. But there's definitely a lot of play in it. It's not a quick process. And that's one of the things is that quite often with jobs like this, it looks fairly simple. You can only see a couple of cracks, but actually it takes quite a long time to get it done.
If Matt can't get the original lead to bend back into place, he'll have to re-lead from scratch.
Right, so let's have another look. So in order to get this in, I'm going to actually cut a tiny bit of the glass out. There we go, a tiny bit out. Yeah. So hopefully it's more likely to go in. Very close, isn't it? There we go. To be honest, that was the most difficult part there. Now I can push it back like that, so it's nice and comfortable in there. And then you roll down the edge of the lead like that.
Over on Steve's workbench, he's getting to grips with a 1930s toy steamroller that hasn't worked for around 40 years. The first thing he needs to do is check the engine's safety valve.
The nut that holds the spring seems to be quite loose. That adjusts the tension on it. And this is supposed to then just slip straight out. It's absolutely corroded up. So I'm going to try tapping it in the vise to see if I can just release it now. That's come out very well. I've got to clean it all up, make sure that it slides really easily, and also I've got to put a new rubber washer in there, which will, when that springs down, it will then form a seal, and then the steam won't release unless it's too high a pressure, and then it will release.
Now Steve's eased up the valve, he must carefully clean the engine and the rest of the steamroller's components. After several hours of cleaning and reassembling, the steamroller is finally ready for a trial run.
I'm just about to test the steamroller now. I hope it's going to work. I'm sure Dieter hopes it's going to work as well. I've just filled it with water. I'm going to put 2 of these wax or paraffin tablets that burn, and going to light it up. This hasn't worked for donkey's years, so it's quite interesting to see whether it's going to work now. I hope it will. I've cleaned all the mechanical parts, and the piston was completely seized up. So I'm sure that was one of the reasons why it wasn't working. I can hear some steam, so that's the whistle here. Oh, yeah.
While the whistle's working, the steam seems no closer to making the steamroller move.
I've blown the burner out. I think it should have started going there, so I'm going to let it cool down, and I'm going to take it apart again and have a look and see why it wasn't turning. But there was certainly enough pressure there built up to run it. I'm hoping it's something simple. I don't know what it is at the moment without taking it apart.
Susie has been restoring 3 well-loved but well-worn 1960s design icons. Now the leather panels are rejuvenated and the chrome frames shining, she can begin to rebuild the chairs.
Hey, Jay,
Hello.
are you free?
I'm always free for you, girl.
Is there a chance you could come and help me with this job, please?
OK.
What I've got to do is to rivet these tags on around this chair. So would you be kind enough to hold it? Lovely.
Next, the leather seat panels must be secured to the frames.
So the key here is not to move the chair.
No, I just moved it, didn't I?
Are you up for this?
I'm very up for this.
Are you? If we don't get this right, when you sit on it...
I was going to break.
It'll break. All right, let's have a look and see what we've got going on underside. Looking good. That's the idea.
So then it's just doing all the rest now?
Yeah. Do you want to have a go?
Of course.
Of course.
How do I know when it's done?
Just another hit.
Bit up.
Yeah. We'll work on your hammering skills later, shall we?
But look, it's secure. That's the main thing.
That is absolutely secure.
What about you got to test it out? Can you sit on it?
Go ahead.
All right.
Gently, though.
OK.
Just don't jump on it.
No, I'll just sit on it. Here we go. Oh. Yeah, that's all right.
I needed somebody to test it. I wasn't sure that anyone would want to.
Owner Jane is back to see the chairs that mean so much to her and her mother, who has dementia.
A little bit apprehensive because they were in quite a state of disrepair and they really needed lots of love. So I just can't wait to see what they look like. For me, doing this is all part of keeping Mum's memory alive. She's here, her memory's not. So I really can't wait to see that these chairs are a real lasting memory for me, for Mum, and for those times.
Hello. Good to see you.
So excited. I'm a bit nervous, I'm a bit excited.
Yeah?
Why are you nervous?
Just hoping that they come through as well as I expected.
There's no pressure there.
No pressure at all.
Well, shall we?
Shall we? You ready?
I'd love to.
All right.
Wow. They just look brand new. That is amazing. Stunned at how different they look and how amazing, because they really were in a very, very sorry state. My mum would be over the moon, and Mum is in a nursing home now for dementia. That means she won't recognise. I hope she'll recognise them, but I know that the restored ones should be absolutely tickle pink, so they're back in use.
Bless you. Come here, Kel.
You'll make me cry.
Oh. No, it's good to see. It's good.
She will be absolutely overjoyed.
Yeah?
And I promised I wouldn't cry.
You're going to take these to see, so she can see them, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. And, more than anything else, for me, it's about her treasures. It's something that I'll always keep and always have because it's part of her. Thank you so much. I want a little hug, I think.
Oh, bless.
Thank you. Oh,
thank you. I'm pleased that you feel so deeply about the chairs.
Yeah.
It makes what I was able to do worth that much more for you.
It's incredible. It really is.
What a lucky find.
Absolutely.
So what we'll do is we'll get them all wrapped up and into the car, really, isn't it? Is that cool? Thank you for bringing these in.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I can't thank you enough.
Such a pleasure.
When I saw the chairs revealed, the significance of the chairs was brought back to life. and Mum is the last surviving member of her family now. So it's that kind of legacy living on, of that passing it forward. Restore treasures and enjoy them, and then the fun memories that go along with them.
Susie might have delivered her repair back safe and sound, but Matt is all at sea with the stained glass window. He's attempting to replace the broken sail.
One of the issues I've got with this is I don't actually have the exact colour for the sail. So I've got another piece of glass here, which is a fairly good match, but it's a very good match for the inner part like there, but it's not a good match for that. However, if I put 2 layers of this on, like that, I've got pretty much an exact match, which is absolutely perfect. It involves widening the lead as much as I can, just to accommodate 2 bits of glass. As Shuja and her father both came up with the colour scheme to this and the design, this is one part that I really, really want to get right. I can really imagine Shuja watching her father cut, and I learned from my father as well, so I've definitely got a similar experience to her. So I've scored the top of it, and tapping underneath just really releases it, and it causes the crack to go through the whole of the glass. So I'm just doing this to the underside of it, and I think that's gone all the way through, so I'm just gonna, yeah, there we go. It's all gonna come apart. It's all broken. Just gonna take this bit, and hopefully it's all gonna slot in after all of this. Yeah, just checking, kind of the top there. Yeah, that looks perfect. There we go. All right, fantastic. So now time to cut the next bit.
Decorative glass dates back to ancient Rome. In the Middle Ages, the church adopted stained glass windows to allow those who couldn't read to learn the stories of the Bible.
There we go. I felt that. Just felt that go in my fingers. There we go. The second piece, hopefully, it's going to be all right. I'm a bit concerned because when you're kind of pushing glass that's got a thin end to it, you're always worried about breaking it. So here, I'm just going to roll the lead over. Very happy with the way it's come out.
So far, Matt has used the original lead, but now he's tackling the most damaged area.
What's glaringly obvious with this is that the outside lead is just that little bit too mangled for me to be able to fit some glass in and reuse it, unfortunately. So what I'm doing is I've cut this off and I'm gradually slotting in the pieces again using the template, and there we go. The next stage is going to be the soldering.
By applying a molten alloy to the join, it heats and melds the leading together again. This method has hardly changed since the 12th century.
There we go, happy with that.
Once the larger repairs are carried out, Matt can turn his attention to the small fixes, pieces of glass that he wants to preserve rather than replace.
I'm just strapping this. The process of strapping is covering up a crack. So I'm just holding it down. Just going to hopefully carefully tack it on like that. Wait for that to set, which it has. I'll just go on the next bit. There we go. Looks like it's always been there.
Across the workshop, Steve has been struggling to get the vintage toy steamroller moving. After some careful tweaking, he's ready to try firing it up again.
This is the second test of the steamroller, and I'm hoping it's going to work this time. I've tightened and adjusted some of the seals and valves, And I've come outside because it does make a lot of smoke and steam.
This time the engine flickers into life, but not for long.
I'm trying to work out at the moment why, when I spin it, it will start going, and it'll start going really quickly, and then it slows down again. I think what's happening is that it builds up a head of steam, runs and uses up that energy, and then that dissipates, and then it slows down and stops again.
An hour of tinkering later, Steve comes to a difficult realization. This 85-year-old mechanism is no longer powerful enough to move the toy.
I probably could get this going, but it means taking all the old parts off and renewing them, and I'm not happy about that. I think it's more important to keep this in original condition, and because it looks lovely like this, and I'd be really, really happy to have this up on my shelf.
The steamroller has passed down the owner's family line for 85 years. And with plans to keep passing it on, Dieter is back to collect his treasured heirloom.
Hello, Steve.
How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Good.
And how are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
Good.
I've really enjoyed working on your steamroller, and let's have a look at it.
Well, wow. Wow, you've done some magic with it.
Thank you.
It is, you know, when I first came, you said, well, you're trying to maintain the aging of it,
yes,
that you can see, and you've done that.
Thank you.
But it's fantastic, you know. I don't know how you've done it, but yes.
What would your father think of this now, and you looking after it the way that you've looked at it?
I think, you know, he would be really, really proud that, you know, this is... that I looked after it, and that I'm also trying to pass it on, that I want to pass it on to my son to kind of create this tradition. I do hope, you know, I can only say I do hope he will treasure it as much as I did and my dad did.
So I have worked on the mechanical part of this, and I have fired it up a few times.
Okay.
We've had a few issues with it, though.
Really?
It does run to an extent.
Yeah.
But doesn't actually drive along. But this spins around.
Yeah. At the end of the day, this was, you know, I mean, it was intended to be fired up, and you know, I mean, I would be fine with us trying to fire it up and see what happens. I'm really up for it. Is this?
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. I'll get all the bits and pieces out.
Okay.
And,
okay.
This most important. This is a fireproof.
All right. Yes.
Pad.
So.
Right, I'm going to turn it around like that so that I can spin the flywheel once it gets up to steam. When was the last time you saw it fired up?
It's probably, you know, if I say it's 40 years, you know, I feel I'm too old, but, you know, it probably is. I do remember that smell. I do remember that smell. It's something, you know, it stays with you. Hey! That's fantastic. That is really fantastic.
Isn't that amazing?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. God.
I'm going to blow it out now because I don't want it to do any more damage.
No. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Thank you. That's really good. You've done a brilliant job. Thank you very much. It's been much, much better than I could ever imagine. I mean, more than an icing on the cake, of course, was to see it fired up again and see it actually, you know, back in operation. I didn't really expect it because I was too worried that it might not be able to do this anymore. He brought this back to life, and hopefully we can keep it like this. Fantastic.
Stained glass craftsman Matt has been overhauling a nautical window steeped in family history. The glass has all been cemented into place, and Matt is giving the piece a final polish.
I'm absolutely ecstatic how this has come out. Just the vibrancy of colour is so bright and happy and kind of joyous. It's really magical, actually. Glass it's a fantastic medium to be working with.
The finished window has attracted the attention of fellow expert Lucia.
Hi, Lucia.
Is it finished?
All right, yeah, it is.
Oh, my
really happy
goodness,
with it. I'll go and turn the light on. Ooh,
Matt, it's really beautiful.
it really is, isn't it?
Yeah, it sort of sings, really.
I
Song of
know.
the sea. We've got a bit of Macintosh going on here, haven't we? With all
Yeah,
these
it is a
little
bit,
squares.
yeah.
But that is absolutely fantastic. There's a
Yeah.
lot of movement in it, isn't there?
Well, it's kind of like a story, isn't it, I guess? It's got
Which
the...
is what I love about this
Yeah.
whole thing, really.
Yeah.
Everything we do, there's a story to it, one
Yeah.
way or the other. I just love this workshop because of that.
The window is carefully transported to Suffolk, where Truja is awaiting its arrival.
Today is a particularly poignant day for us to look at the restored window. It's the anniversary of my mum and dad's wedding, but also very sadly the anniversary of my dad's death. So it's a pretty special day in many ways and a very sad day, but I'm hoping for both my mum and I it'll mean so much more to be able to look at dad's work again, looking beautiful.
Truja has kept the restoration a complete secret from her mum, Ruth.
It's a very different day to what I was expecting, so I have no idea what she's planned. What is she gonna get?
I don't know.
You're not in on this either, eh? Oh my goodness. What have you got?
This is the big secret. So, Mummy.
What is it?
They fixed Daddy's window.
Wow. Unbelievable. Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Look at it. Oh my gosh.
Isn't that incredible?
Oh, it looks beautiful.
It doesn't it? Wow, look at that.
Isn't that beautiful?
Isn't that gorgeous? We were married for 35 years. To have this as a legacy for my husband, you know, it was a broken piece, and now it's a beautifully restored piece of stained glass done by my husband. And I get to see it on my wedding anniversary. Amazing.
I can't believe it's happened on this day because it feels like I'm giving you something to celebrate rather than feel really sad
Right.
about. Love you.
Love you too. Thank you.
Grandpa's work, Caldy.
Yeah.
What do you think?
It's really good.
Isn't it amazing? What could be a really, really sad, hard day for her, I think has turned into quite a celebration of my dad's life and particularly his work. And it was just so lovely to see her face light up. She's so pleased, and I think she feels like Dad's right next to her at the moment.
What a legacy, eh?
Shall we see it in its final home? Here we go. Wow.
Wow, look at that.
Oh, and look how it fits just perfectly.
Perfect, look. Look how the light shines through it. Isn't that beautiful? I hope somehow your dad knows.
I'm sure he does.
In the repair shop today, time stands still for clockmaker Steve as his repair goes awry.
Oh. That's really, really, really bad. That's a real problem.
And a badly damaged painting tests Lucia to the limit.
This is a big job. I've got a lot of work cut out with this one. It's quite a big tear.
First into the repair shop today are Cherith and Simon Haythornthwaite. They're here with a fragile heirloom in need of some serious attention from silversmith and metals expert Brenton West.
Hello, how are we doing?
I'm fine, thanks. Cherry.
Cherry.
Hi, I'm Brenton.
Okay. So what have we got in the bag? It's a packed lunch?
This is a mirror that was given to me when I was 8 by my nana, who gave me it saying that her auntie was a nurse, and she knew I wanted to be a nurse at 8.
Right.
So I got the mirror. But then when I was 10, I broke the mirror, and I daren't tell her. And unfortunately, when I qualified as a nurse, which is the whole reason I got it, my nan died, so she never knew it was broken. So in a way, I'm glad she didn't know, but now's my chance to get it repaired.
So you kept it secret that it was broken?
I never told anybody that it was broken.
Oh, you never told anybody?
No.
What about your mum? Your mum must know.
My mum never knew. I had the heart to tell anybody.
It just sort of went missing, did it, under the bed or something?
It was safe.
Yeah.
It was safe.
It was safe?
It was safe.
So how did you feel when you broke it then?
Heartbroken.
It's not something you can just nip out and get another one off from the shop, is it?
No.
So the painting on the back, is that anything to do with the family, or is that...
I've no idea. My nana told me these stories that it was her auntie's sister, who was a nurse, who was given it, so it was very old then.
Right.
So I've no idea. I did try to research the name on the...
And what did you learn from that?
I couldn't even read it, to be honest.
Oh, right. OK. There's someone's signature on there, isn't it?
Yeah.
And you can see it's an old mirror there, can't you? Look at that. The handle is really thin for the weight, so I think you were unlucky, and I think it would have broken anyway, because it's just such a fine thing. It's probably more of a decorative object than something you'd be using every morning and swinging about the place. But it will certainly give this a go and get that looking like a mirror with a handle again.
Or usable, because when was the last time you used it? Was it 10 years?
When I was 10. So that would have been a while ago.
Couple of days.
Very clever, very clever.
So once we've repaired this, what's going to happen with the mirror?
My daughter is a nurse, so it'd be really lovely to pass it on to her as a nurse.
So you've kept the nursing in the family then?
Yeah.
All right, you can do it?
I think so. I'm hoping that this is brass. It looks like brass. If it's brass, it's easy to solder back together. If it's white metal, when you heat it up, it melts. It just disappears into a pile of...
No.
So I've got to establish that this is brass before I put a flame anywhere near it, which I'll obviously do.
It won't damage the painting.
I'll have to get the painting out of there. It would damage the painting, yes.
You made me nervous now.
No, the painting went in there, so it's got to come out, hasn't it?
So, leave it with us, and we'll get it sorted. Is that all right?
Wonderful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for bringing it in. It's a beautiful piece, isn't it? Have you ever taken a painting out before?
Out of a mirror?
Like this, yeah.
Not as such.
Oh, it's a nice one, though.
It is nice.
I can't believe she's kept it a secret.
I know. I'd have had to come clean, I think. I'd have got caught.
No, I would have felt guilty as well. I probably would have kept a secret.
I'd have got caught.
Would you?
Yeah.
Before he can start to repair the handle, Brenton needs to establish what kind of metal he's dealing with.
If this is white metal, which is a sort of cast zinc, if you heat it up, it just melts and just disappears, so this would have to be glued. I'm hoping it's brass because it'll make it a much better repair. If it's gold underneath, then we know it's brass. If it's white underneath, then we have to start to worry. And it certainly looks gold-coloured to me. I'm quite happy that that is a piece of brass. The difficult bit is going to be getting the painting out and the mirror out, because I cannot heat this up with those in there because they'll just break.
Next to arrive at the repair shop is Joanna Edwards from Hampshire.
Hello, I'm Steve.
I'm Joanna.
Hiya.
It's a bit heavy, I'm afraid.
OK, that's all right.
She's hoping that horologist Steve Fletcher can repair a treasured timepiece that's had a rather puzzling mishap.
Right, I'll lift the bits and pieces out.
Yes, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Pieces.
Gosh, this really is falling apart, isn't it?
Yes.
Right. This is a very nice clock.
Thank you.
Why is it in this condition now?
I woke up one morning at 6 o'clock, the most horrendous crash, and it was going bing, 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 bing. And I thought, oh my God, jumped out of bed, rushed down, and there was my clock on a tile floor.
Oh gosh.
Smashed to pieces. The glass had all gone. It had a glass front, it had a glass back. Completely smashed. I burst into tears, needless to say. And we tried to sort of put it together, but obviously the glass was completely smashed. And it sort of got going again, but it wouldn't keep good time.
Right, OK. How did it fall down?
Well, it was on this chest, and my husband came rushing down. He looked at the top of the chest, and there was some dust. I'm not a very good housekeeper. And he saw this little wiggly line going across the dust that the feet had made. And we looked at him and thought, there must have been an earth tremor.
Oh.
The other alternative is that we have a family poltergeist. Well, it's been known to do various funny things in my family. And it did belong to my grandparents. Maybe they were trying to tell me something.
It must be the first poltergeist-damaged clock that I've seen.
Well...
I mean, this dates back to around about the sort of late 18th century.
Right, OK.
And it's beautifully made. And made by this very important maker, Josiah Emery.
Yes.
Of London. Very good maker, really good maker.
Right.
So it is a very nice clock. What's the history of this clock?
Well, I know it belonged to my grandmother, because I remember it in their dining room when I was a small child. And then my mother inherited it, and for years it was in their house. She loved the tick of it, and I feel a bit the same. To walk into the house and hear this nice, solid tick made me feel secure.
Yeah, it's very important, isn't it?
I feel the tick of a clock is the heartbeat of a house.
Absolutely. So how long has the heartbeat not been beating?
Rather a long time, I'm afraid. I think it was about 8 years. A long time. And I would like to hear it again.
Right, OK. Well, if you'd like to leave it with me, we'll get it all working as it should be, and then we'll give you your heartbeat back.
That would be just so wonderful.
Thank you very much for bringing it in. It's a wonderful piece. I'm going to really enjoy doing this.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
OK, bye-bye.
All right, bye-bye now.
When I woke up that morning and heard the crash and found the clock on the floor, I was devastated. I burst into tears. It was the shock and also the loss. I was the custodian of this clock, and I felt I'd let the family down in a funny sort of way. You know, there it was, mine, come down all these generations, and I'd broken it. So I shall be very happy when it ticks again.
There are a few issues that I can see. The mechanism itself, I would say, needs a thorough good overhaul. I can see there's bits of rust around the pivots, which means that they will be worn. The dial is a lovely, lovely dial. It's nice to see enamel dial. Kirsten will be able to make a nice job of that. The case is in quite a sorry state, so Will's got his work cut out on this one. But it's going to be an absolute pleasure to work on, so I can't wait to get started. That should just come out now. There we go. I'll just stand that down there. Right, we've got this nice verge escapement here. This is what gives it the characteristic tick, the heartbeat that Joanne was talking about. The dial might not be original, but the mechanism is all original. It is a genuine Josiah Emery. I'll know more once I take it apart.
Josiah Emery was a renowned clockmaker in the 18th century. His visionary work was widely admired. He even made timepieces for King George III. On prestigious clocks such as this, it was common for preceding horologists to document their work.
I can see on here some repair marks. There's May 1976. There's another mark, 1914. There's 1888 and November 17. So that's either 100 years or 200 years ago. I've just seen something on here that makes me more or less convinced that this is not the mechanism that started life with that dial. And that is that on this hour wheel, we've got a date wheel. And there's nowhere on this dial for a date. That's not a terrible thing. It's just a part of its life. So the next step is to start stripping the mechanism down. And hopefully I won't find too much wear there.
Many of the items that arrive through the doors of the repair shop are examples of outstanding craftsmanship in need of an expert eye. Next to arrive is a work of art that might stretch painting conservator Lucia's highly honed talents.
Hello. Hello. Mr. Guthrie, Mrs. Guthrie.
Yeah, I'm Neil.
I'm Lucia. Hi, Paintings Conservatory. You have a painting for us today.
I do indeed.
Lovely. Okay. Ooh, ooh.
There, you have it.
Wow, it's damaged, very damaged.
It is.
A very large tear. What happened to this? Dare you tell me?
I do dare tell you. It hangs on the wall very close to where I sit. I have a modified chair because I'm quite arthritic, and it has a latch that makes it recline, and the latch keeps slipping. The chair goes into the lampshade, the shade goes into the picture, and I'm sitting there going...
Oh, no. What can you tell me about the painting?
Well, it's...
Fog on the Thames, I can see it's called.
Yeah, it's Edwin Fletcher, we think about 1900.
Well, it's quite beautiful. 1900, yeah, that sort of figures from the technique. And it's the Thames.
It is the Thames, yes. And obviously, it's a pea super. Now, I don't know whether you've ever experienced a pea super.
I haven't, but I have heard of them.
I have experienced a pea super, and they're horrible.
Really?
They are horrible. And this is just it. This is what it looks like. It really is. It's that colour.
Greeny,
It's
yellowy,
greeny, yellowy, and it smells. And there's presumably one of the crew rowing out to his ship.
How wonderful. Oh, and it's signed as well.
Yeah, E.
E.
Fletcher.
Fletcher. Where did you get the painting from?
My dad bought it. We saw it in a shop in Folkestone about 1960. It'd been in my parents' house from the 60s right through until my mum had to go into an old folks' home.
Yeah.
And she gave it to me then, so I've had it for, what, 20 years, something like that?
So there's a long family history there.
Absolutely.
And it means a lot to
Certainly does.
you. Yeah.
Mm.
Why did you like it? Is it something that you're
It's so
familiar with?
atmospheric.
Oh,
Look,
really?
just look at it. Just look at it. I mean, you can actually hear those oars creaking, can't you?
And is
I
this
can.
because you've lived through a pea super? You know what it's like?
It's not really that. I mean, I was a sailor for a long time, so it does help.
Really?
Yes.
Oh.
Not a big ship sailor, a little boat sailor.
Yeah. It's quite a big tear.
Yeah.
It's going to be quite difficult to repair that. This flaking was obviously going on before the tear. Do you know why that happened?
I suspect because my dad will have put an electric heater in the...
Okay.
Underneath where it went.
And that causes the canvas to expand and contract, and this is why you get the flaking. In terms of progress on what we need to do, I will start by protecting this damaged paint, and then I'll treat the tear. The process is less is more. Oh, it's wonderful. I'm quite excited to be starting on this.
Good. I'm looking forward to seeing it.
Oh, great. Well, if you're happy to leave it with me, I'll get on with it.
I certainly am. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm feeling quite excited, really, because this has been something I've wanted to have repaired for a while now. It'll mean an awful lot, really, to see it back to what it should be.
Just to get it back on the wall, because it hasn't been there for over a year now. And we've missed it. We've missed it an awful lot.
I've got a lot of work cut out with this one. It's quite a big tear. This is heat damage. There's a lot of little tiny blisters of paint. Most damage is done by humans. The best thing you can do if you've got a painting, hang it on the wall. Keep it away from heat, so over no radiators or fires, no lights anywhere near them, no direct sunlight. This is a big job. We'll see. We'll see if I can get it back into plane and fixed.
Clockmaker Steve has taken on an 18th century clock with an impressive pedigree. It took a tumble and as a result needs extensive repairs to its mechanism, casing and dial. This is most certainly not a solo project.
You're bringing me a gift,
I am,
Steve?
yes.
Oh, wow, goodness.
First port of call is ceramic restorer Kirsten.
What do you think of that then?
It's lovely. It actually feels really lovely as well, doesn't it?
Yeah. These big cracks around here are really unsightly.
They are, aren't they? I would suggest actually a coloured film on that.
Okay, that would be great.
Yeah, I could do that.
Okay, brilliant.
Yeah,
I'll
lovely.
leave it to your wonders.
All right. Thanks.
Will, thought you weren't very busy, so...
Here's trouble.
I've got a little job here for you.
What on earth has happened there?
Yeah. So it's either an earthquake or a poltergeist.
Right, well, it
Quickly.
must have been a really angry one because this looks absolutely battered.
It is in such poor condition.
Oh my gosh, so it's not actually just the outside, it's structurally,
Yeah.
it's really wobbly.
Absolutely.
What a mess.
It is a mess, and really, it's a very big job and quite a challenge, so...
Leave it with me.
OK, cool.
Cheers, Steve.
Cheers.
This is a huge job. There are massive cracks going inside the structure there. Scratches to the veneer, missing veneer, loose veneer. And that's it, he says. There's lots of work to be doing, though. Lots of work needing to be done.
Now, Steve can address the area that took the majority of the impact. The frame that held the clock's glass, known as the bezel.
So at the moment, I'm just trying to figure out the best way of straightening the dents in this bezel. It's not quite circular. There's a few little bumps. I need to get a glass fitted into this bezel, and the glass will be circular, so this needs to be circular. The way that the glass fits in, they'll heat the bezel up so it expands, and then they'll pop the glass in, and then as it contracts, it then holds the glass tight. So I've got to make a perfect circle. Not sure how I'm going to do that at the moment. I'm just scoring a circle so that it'll give me something to work on. It's a long way out.
Metals expert Brenton is working on an old hand mirror with a broken handle. But before he can piece it back together, he needs to take it all apart.
Now I've established this is brass, and I need to get this lovely porcelain thing out of here because I cannot heat this up. If I can lean against the porcelain to open it up, I should be able to burnish it back down again afterwards. It is quite loose now, so I think I'm going to give a little go and see if that'll pop out of there. There we go, look at that. Oh, it's even got some nice writing on there. It's got in script Madame de Grégy, which is obviously a French name.
Some extra digging reveals that the name on the porcelain is also the subject of the portrait. The Marquise de Créquy was an 18th century aristocrat and woman of letters who wrote about court life from the reign of Louis XIV through to Napoleon. Now that the Marquise is safely out of harm's way, Brenton can reattach the broken handle.
I've got to get this lined up so that when I solder this is at the right angle, it's not moved that way or that way. This is a solder that's mixed with flux already, so that all you've got to do is heat it up and the silver will run. the silver solder will run into the joint and hopefully it'll all stick together. So what I'm going to do, I'll put my solder paste on the joint. I'm just going to heat it up till the solder paste melts. Important to heat it evenly so that you don't heat one bit up more than the rest of it and make it twist or go out of shape. Fingers crossed, that's done. Right, I've soldered this back on here now, it's nice and strong. And this bit here is brass, this bit was gold leafed. So I'm now going to apply some size to this and then some gold leaf to it.
Size is a type of adhesive used to attach gold leaf to a surface. Once the liquid is applied, it has to be left until it becomes tacky.
Got a sheet of gold leaf there. I'm going to put this mirror down on the gold leaf and pick it up like that. I'm going to turn it over and then with a brush I'm going to very gently work this into the mirror. So we need to be really gentle with the gold leaf because it's so thin and it breaks really, really easily. So we're just really gently dabbing it on and it will stick to the size where the size is, and wherever there isn't any size the gold leaf just falls away. So what I'm doing is with this brush I'm just gently pushing the gold leaf onto the sized area and the gold leaf is sticking where I want it to.
Freshly gilded, the mirror is ready to be pieced back together again.
Oh wow, it's gone in, so that's brilliant, the mirror's in. So what I could do now is, with the burnishing tool, I've got to go round the edge of this bezel, just burnishing it over so the mirror can't pop out again.
Across the workshop, Lucia is having to delve deep into her conservator's box of tricks to tackle the heat damage and badly ripped piece super painting.
I'm securing the paint along the edges of the very long tear that we saw. I'm using isinglass. It looks like plastic. It's actually fish glue. I buy the sturgeon swim bladder and shred it, and it has to soak, and then you cook it and soak it and cook it and strain it. Anyway, when it's finished, it's a semi-transparent film. I then can heat that up in warm water and it becomes a glue, a very light glue, but it's strong enough for the job in hand, and it's very compatible with the adhesive that's been used to prepare the canvas originally. I'm using a heated spatula at quite a low temperature. The idea is that the warmness of the glue starts to soften that lifting paint, and hopefully the lifting paint will flatten and reattach itself to the canvas. The adhesive also softens the threads that have been stretched, so I'll be able to push those back through to the back of the tear. This is a piece of nylon gossamer, so the patch goes over the tear. It's a very light patch, but actually very strong, so it will hold the tear together.
With so much work to do to bring the painting up to repair shop standard, Lucia is calling in reinforcements.
Steve, could you have a look at this frame for me, please? It's a very tight fit, really tight. I was just wondering if I could maybe take a little bit more off the rebate.
Just about 1 millimetre?
Yeah. I mean, it's a fractional amount, but it makes all the difference to it being a tailor-made fit as opposed to just jamming the painting in.
OK, yeah, no, I can do that.
Fantastic.
And you want it 1 millimetre all the way around?
Yes, as exact as that, which I know you can do. You have the skills.
OK, all right, yeah.
Great.
Leave it with me.
Thank you. Teamwork. Love it.
For the next stage of the painting's revival, Lucia turns to another of her own talents. The heat damage and tear are fixed, filled and dry. She must now paint her own repairs to blend in seamlessly with the original artist's work.
I'm just doing the first stage of retouching, and what I'm doing is knocking out the white filler that I put in. So I'm putting in basically a base coat, and I'm actually using watercolour. The artist palette is actually a fairly narrow palette of colours. So the colour mix for this palette will be earth colours. There's a lot of yellow ochre in here, a lot of lead white, probably some burnt umbers in here. This bluey, greeny colour down here will be Prussian blue and yellow ochre. There's actually no green in here. So what I'm actually doing with the base coat is very basic, mixing up a yellow ochre with a little bit of titanium white just to make it a shade lighter. You really are working with the painter and working out how they've worked. It's really fantastic to be able to do that. Where the tear is, it's a little bit difficult to sort of match it exactly. It's going to take quite a bit of work retouching and going over until it virtually disappears.
Steve is using a three-pronged attack to get a beloved but badly damaged clock back in business.
I'm very happy the way that that's worked out, actually. That would be good for a good number of years until the next poltergeist comes along.
This is an almighty task, and with the 200-year-old mechanism completely dismantled, there's no turning back now.
This clock's come up really well. I've put it in the clock cleaning fluid and taken it out, and then I've scrubbed up every individual piece. I do like to see a clock like this looking bright and shiny, the way that it would have been when it was brand new. I've popped a new mainspring into the barrel, and I've got a new line to pop on as well.
The new line is a steel cord which transfers power from the mainspring to the clock's wheels.
So I've now got Joanne's clock ticking and striking beautifully. Oh, good. Is that my dial?
It is.
Oh,
did
fantastic.
you see me frantically polishing?
I did, yeah. Well done.
It's very nearly done, actually.
Oh, that is brilliant.
Yeah, OK.
Good, good.
How's that?
Such a good job.
OK. All
Thank you
yours.
so much.
You're
Brilliant.
welcome.
Good.
OK.
The clock's multiple components are starting to come together. Steve is now just waiting for one essential item.
Hey, Stevie. I've got something for you.
Oh, good. I hope that's what I think it is.
Have you been good?
I've been very good as usual. Right.
There you go.
Yeah, I think it's the bracket clock bezel and glass.
Ah, OK.
Had a new glass made for it. Fantastic it is. Look at that. Oh. Oh.
Oh, Steve.
Oh, blow. That's really, really, really bad. That's a real problem. Yeah, it's got a bit of stress in one side and just cracked. That is really disappointing. We've got to get the clock done in a couple of days.
Right, I'm going to leave you to sort that out then, I think.
Thank you.
OK.
OK. They've made a very, very good job of it. It's a very skillful job. Unfortunately, there's a stress crack in here. I don't think there was any poltergeist shenanigans going on. I think it was just a shame that it was just a stress crack, that's all. The biggest problem is this glass takes a good couple of days to get made, sent back. So time is of the essence. It would be really disappointing if we can't get it done. So I'm a bit concerned, actually.
After hours of painstaking fine brushwork, a repaired and revived painting of a Thames Pea Super is beginning to emerge from the fog.
So how are you getting on with Neil's painting?
Hi, Jay.
You all
yeah,
right?
yeah, good. It's a long process. This is a very bad tear.
But you fixed that. Look at that.
I've actually just patched it.
You put a patch on the
Yeah,
back.
you can see it. It's sealed onto that tear to hold it together.
And then this bit. What's going on here then? There's quite a lot of damage, though.
A lot of
isn't there?
damage. Somebody has had a go at retouching.
Right.
And in actual fact, this white here, it's a bit difficult to see in this light, but this white here is actually the sun coming through. this murkiness, this smog of the pea super, and that was actually covered up. So it's a lot more there's a lot more going on in that area, and then it's more yellow, and then it sort of goes into this gloaming here, this darkness.
So that's where you can see all this fog.
Yeah.
You can see the ship behind that as well.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, that's quite cool, man. You've got a fair bit to do, haven't you?
Yeah, quite a bit to do.
So you're going to get rid of all of this, like blend it all in, like you do. You're going to work your magic on it.
Try. This is a daylight light. You can see it casts a light across the surface of the painting. So that's why this is all really pronounced, because this light is picking it up.
Okay.
So you're seeing it in a very
So when you take that away, I won't see all of that.
Well, you probably see some of it.
Right. Well, I'm going to leave you.
I'm not a wizardess.
All right.
At the metalwork bench, Brenton is returning the ceramic portrait to the delicate brass hand mirror.
Rubbing this bezel down, this brass bezel down around the porcelain, you have to be really, really careful, because if you slip off it, the porcelain could easily crack or be really badly scratched. So it's essential just to be really, really careful when you do this. Just really slowly and patiently, because if you're too quick at it, you'll break the job. So that's Madame de Grégy sealed back into her frame. Oh, I'm really happy. This has come out really well, and it's back to its original self again.
The mirror had been hidden away, unused for decades. Restored to its former glory, it's now ready to be reunited with its owner, Cherith, and her husband, Simon.
Hi.
Hi. All right. So remind me what you brought me.
I brought you a porcelain mirror with a handle that I broke when I was 10, that nobody ever knew about.
Well, we've had a little go at it, and we're pretty pleased with what's happened. I hope you are as well.
Oh, my Lord. Oh, wow. Gosh, it looks so different. I'm frightened of picking it up now with the handle. It's like bringing back memories when I was 10. It's absolutely beautiful. You forget what it looks like whole, because I've looked at it for so many years in pieces.
And so what would your grandmother think now?
Oh, I looked after it really well. It's gorgeous.
We haven't got to hide it anymore, have you? No more secrets. No more secrets. Brilliant. I'm really pleased that you're pleased.
Oh, wow. You've done such a wonderful job.
Thank you.
I'm glad she never knew that it was broken.
She knows now.
She does know now. Yeah. I think she'll be pleased now that we've got it fixed.
Yeah. We like to put smiles on people's faces. That's good.
Oh, you certainly did that. Thank
Good.
you ever
No
so
problem at all. OK. There you go. Thank you.
Absolutely thrilled with the mirror. Quite nostalgic. It's been in that box broken for 40 years, well, more than 40 years. And then today, I just feel so happy that it's fixed and I don't have to keep this secret anymore. It's also nice as well knowing that it's repaired and that it will go to the next nurse in our family.
Lucia's giving a final once-over to her restoration of the damaged painting. But before it can be returned, there's still one piece missing.
Have you nearly finished?
Oh, hi, Steve. Yes, I have.
Right, frame's all done.
Great.
And
Look.
I've lined it as well.
Oh, fantastic. Brilliant.
How's that?
Yeah, that saved me a job. That's great. Let's see if it fits. Look at that.
Yeah,
See
yeah.
how tight a fit it is now. Hardly any space. So I've now got to fit it into here to hold it in because Neil is due.
I look forward to seeing it finished.
Okay.
With the painting now back snug in its frame, it's ready to take pride of place in the home of its owners, Neil and Viv.
Hello. Hello. Lucia, got some visitors here?
Hi, Viv. Lovely to see you again. Welcome back.
Nice
Hi,
to
Neil.
see you.
Nice to see you.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you ready?
Oh, my goodness.
Oh! Stunning.
My goodness.
Beautiful.
Can I take a closer look?
You may.
I am absolutely stunned at how that is repaired. I just can't see it. I mean, I was expecting to see some sort of a dent there or something.
Well, in actual fact, when I'd done the moisture treatment and pulled all the threads of the canvas together, it all kind of went back together again really well. It's had a surface clean.
I like the rowing boat now.
It's just so much clearer.
It is so much clearer.
Yeah,
And the oar and the little waves that come in there.
Yeah. There's quite a lot of detail in here with the figure, and this chap's got a tricorn hat. I guess that makes him the captain.
So he's the captain?
It's obviously his rowing boat, I think. He's rowing.
So he's the captain of this rowing boat?
I guess so.
OK. So where's it going to sit in the house when it goes back?
We're arguing about that because if I put it back in the same place, there's a possibility that it might get the same rip again.
No. So who won the argument then? Where is it going? Oh, you don't say no more. So where is it going then?
It's going back in its original spot. The painting is on the wall. There should be no problem whatsoever.
Right.
OK. I think when you hang it back up at home, you have to make sure that it's not near any lamps. Keep it on a fairly cool wall. No sort of spotlights on it, nothing like that.
No, some subdued lighting.
Well, it's a great painting. Hope you enjoy it for years to come.
Yeah.
I've missed it.
I can't say thank you enough.
Yeah, I've really missed it. We've done a wonderful job.
Well, thank you. Well, I'll wrap this up for you, and you can take it away.
They're cool?
Wow.
All right. No problem.
Lucia's done a brilliant job, you know, really has. It's the family history come back to life.
Now it's been cleaned, you can see a lot more in the picture than you ever could before. Really, really pleased.
I'm really thrilled, I really am. It's better than I hoped it would be, and I can't wait to get it home.
The repair shop squad has joined forces to rescue a notable timepiece. The beloved clock is nearing the end of its long road to recovery.
Hey. Oh, doesn't that look good?
It's really good, isn't it?
Are you pleased with it?
I'm really pleased with it. Another labour of love, but I think it's worth it. And it looks good. That sounds good.
Yeah.
So your task now is to get that in there, and then another happy customer.
Hopefully. Oh, where's the back door?
What back door?
Come on.
The back door.
They're going to be here in a moment.
Door.
They really are going to be here in a moment.
Back door's on my bench. Nearly finished, Steve.
Seriously?
Nearly there.
OK.
Just one final push to get this distinguished piece ready for collection, starting with the much-anticipated replacement glass.
I'm now going to fit the bezel on, and hopefully it'll be all OK now, if I can find the right hole. Someone was just looking down on me just then. Thank you. Good. OK, let's pop it into the case.
We've got door and screws.
Good. OK, do you want a hand putting it on?
Yes, brilliant. It's like the last final piece of teamwork.
Yeah.
Take that.
If I hold the back door and then
I'll just take
you...
it.
There's a screwdriver for you.
Thank you.
Go on. OK.
Piece it.
Yay!
And not a moment too soon, Joanna is back, ready for the familiar tick of her dear old clock.
I've really missed the heartbeat of the house. I'm very excited to see the clock. It's a long time since I saw it looking even respectable, so it'll be wonderful.
Hi, Joanna.
Hello.
Nice to see you
It's
again.
lovely to see you. And I'm really looking forward to seeing that.
Right, OK. You ready?
Yes?
I won't keep you in suspense
No,
any
please
longer.
don't.
Right. There we go.
Wow. That's amazing. That's incredible. Look at that. Oh, my friend. I shall be very pleased to have her back. Really lovely. Thank you so, so much.
You're very, very welcome. It's been a real pleasure to do.
Sounds wonderful. That's the sound I want. Thank you very much.
It is just a lovely sounding tick.
I think so.
And Will's done an awful lot to this case.
Somebody's done an awful lot to all of it.
Will, can you come over?
It is amazing.
Pleased?
Delighted. More than delighted.
I almost want Steve to take it all apart again on the inside so you can see the amazing job that he's done. It looks beautiful inside.
Can I have a look?
Yes, of course. Let me just swivel it around for you.
Oh, gosh. Wow. Goodness me. That's fantastic. It means a tremendous amount to me. Me personally, for the rest of my lifetime, but also the fact that I can now pass it on with pride. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you both very much.
Thank you very much.
Right.
Really, really pleased. Thank you. When I first saw it, I was just elated and proud and almost felt like crying because it just looked so beautiful. I don't think it's ever looked so good, certainly not in my lifetime. It's a really elegant piece now, and I feel very proud, actually. It means everything to have it looking like that. It's an old friend being given a really, really good facelift. And I feel my house has got its heartbeat back now.
In the repair shop today, a much-loved toy lies in tatters.
That is quite serious, isn't it?
Yeah.
So how are you going to fix this? You've got no reference. There's nothing there.
And Brenton's search for some precious metal leads him to a fellow expert's stash.
Have you got any bigger diameter brass bar? That might be the piece. Failing that, that might be the piece. That is the piece. I can turn it down from that.
First to arrive at the repair shop clutching a cherished possession are Roger and Francis Livet.
Hello, how are we doing?
Well, how about yourself?
I'm very good, actually.
Good. I'm Roger.
I'm Jay.
Jay, nice to see you. And you're Francis.
They've brought with them a piece of wartime history that survived against the odds.
A music box, a rather battered music box.
OK, I know just...
There it is.
Steve, we've got a music box here, mate.
This job calls for the skills of music box maestro Steve Kember.
Steve's the man.
Yeah, Steve is the man.
Steve, nice to see you. Nice to see you.
Hello.
This poor fella was involved in a bomb in September 1940.
Hold on, let's rewind it a minute. What do you mean involved in a bomb?
He was in a house near Beckenham that in 1940 a bomb landed on the house. This was in there as well, hence this damage. Like all things in the Second World War, you were either lucky or unlucky. My grandmother, her two sons and an aunt were in the house at the time.
The bomb destroyed the family home, killing everyone inside. Fortunately, Roger's mum, Charlotte, wasn't in the house at the time. She had moved out a few years earlier after getting married.
That's my grandfather. That's my grandmother. That's John. That's Philip. And that's me mum. The family she grew up with, the family she expected to see for years and years, had been taken away from her in just one afternoon. It was something that hurt mum all her life.
The family music box was one of the only possessions to survive the fatal blast.
The music box was kept up in the loft. And then sometime in 1956, 57, somewhere around there, it did come down and it was played, and it was fascinating to me. The memory of it being played is still very vivid. I can still see that music box in the bay window of Mum and Dad's house. But it was played for literally just 2 or 3 days and then put back again. And I believe that was because it hurt Mum too much to see it there. There in that music box, I have something that they have touched, they have listened to, it does bring a connection to a family which I wish I had known, but I'm afraid I never did. So this means a hell of a lot to me.
I can understand just the history to it. What would you like us to do to this?
If possible, I'd like you to make sure that's safe to play. What worries me more than anything else is it hasn't been looked at or serviced ever. Obviously, the glass bit.
Yeah.
I haven't got the other bit of that. If possible, if you could make the lid fit again, that would be absolutely fantastic.
Okay.
But one thing I do ask, can we leave as much of the scars and bruises as possible? Because I think that's part of it.
Yeah.
To me, that
and that's part of your family history,
yes,
right
that's
there.
the
I'm
history
so
of
pleased
it.
you said that, because it's sort of a monument to what happened,
Yes.
and you don't want to sort of
Certainly not.
remove its history.
Well, it's things that they would have touched, and you know, if you make it too clean, they wouldn't have touched it.
Yeah.
And that's
they won't be
what I
there
like.
anymore.
No.
The approach I would take, if it were mine, was I would do the best job possible on the mechanism.
Please, yes.
It ought to be restored back to how it was, so that the performance is as good as it can be.
that'd be great,
If,
yeah.
if that's acceptable to you.
Please,
and
yes.
And the outside, the approach is more of one of conservation
Yes.
rather than
I certainly don't want to
restoration.
Yes. Thank you very, very
Is that
much.
all right?
If you could do that, that would be absolutely
We will
brilliant.
do.
That'd be fantastic.
Yeah?
Yeah. If that's possible, that would be fantastic.
It's very possible. It's in safe hands.
Jay,
Sir?
thank you very much indeed.
No, thank you
That's
for
lovely.
bringing it along. Thank you, bud.
Thank you.
All right.
And Steve, thank you very much.
This is quite profound, really. This is a symbol of one of the most sort of horrific events in the 20th century. So we've got to take care of it, really.
This is like family history that's
I
in
know.
here. So I'm going to take the big bit.
Yeah.
You take the little bit.
Yeah, don't trip.
I won't trip at all. Get over to your desk,
Okay,
yeah?
let's go.
Right.
The music box in its current state is battered, it's beaten up, but it's part of the family. To get it so that it works, but still has the same patina, for the want of a better word, would be absolutely fantastic.
In order to determine the extent of the damage and which bits are missing, Steve will have to first dismantle the entire mechanism.
So how we do?
We're making progress. We've got the mechanism just here. It looks pretty dreadful, to be honest, but don't worry, a lot of that is just dirt and grime.
Yeah, but you've taken all of that out of there, yeah?
I've taken, no. I've just taken that out of there. And these parts here,
You're showing off again, ain't you?
yeah,
All right.
are from my graveyard. And all these parts came from the same village that this was made in. The
Okay.
tune indicator, that's the original hand
Right.
that was on there.
Yeah.
And I found a replacement. I've replaced it with an original one. You get a better solution to the problem if you replace it with an old part rather than making
Make
a
it brand new,
replacement.
yeah.
If we have a quick look at the cone,
Cool, blimey. There's a bit of fluff in between them
there's a
two
bit of
there.
fluff. We'll deal with the fluff.
All right, cool.
We've got the equipment. We have the
Right.
technology to deal with the fluff.
I like your thinking.
Some of the items that enter the repair shop haven't just been handed down through generations. They've been lovingly crafted by a family member. Jonathan Tukes has a handmade heirloom for the attention of silversmith and metals expert Brenton.
Hello there.
Oh, hello.
I'm Brenton.
Hi, I'm Jonathan.
Nice to meet you. What have you brought me?
I've brought you some tongs from a set of fire irons that were made by my great-grandfather in his foundry in the Black Country.
So your grandfather made these?
My great-grandfather made these.
Made these?
And they've been in our family ever since.
They're really old then?
About 1880. In Dudley, in this time, there were lots of places making this. My great-grandfather had the foundry, but even his grandfather had a foundry on the same site.
Okay.
And we know that's been going since at least 1829.
The family foundry?
The family foundry.
Right. Wow.
Yes.
These are fabulous.
Yeah. But unfortunately, the hinge has come apart. It's very annoying because when I put them out on my fireplace,
They fall to
they
bits, of
fall
course,
a
of
little
course.
jolt and they'll fall apart.
And these are brass?
These are solid brass.
Yes.
This has an iron or metal core. Yes.
And are these all the parts?
These are all the parts of the tongs.
Well, because it's brass, it's quite soft.
Yes.
And it will wear out in time, unfortunately.
Yes, and that's
I'm
what's
sure
happened.
when these were made, they weren't expecting them to last that long, so they've done really, really well.
Yes.
And the fact you've still got this is brilliant.
These fire tongs mean a lot to me because they were made by my great-grandfather, but our family's manufacturing history goes back to at least 1829. It'd be nice to have them in their proper state.
They need a new thread cutting on there, so I'll have to remove that and probably put a new piece of brass in there. And then they need a matching thread in there so that will screw together. Quite complicated, so I'm going to go and give it a go and see what happens.
Outside in the metal workshop, Brenton sets about his task.
So what I've got to do with these is replace the thread in here.
Brenton's got a stash of threaded brass rods in his toolkit, so he tries them for size.
No, that's going to be too small. I've got a bigger bit here. So should do it. Nope, that's too small as well. So these two bits I've got are no use. So I'm going to need to get some brass from somewhere.
First port of call is clockmaker Steve, with his collection of odds, ends and offcuts.
Steve, you know the fire tongs that I'm repairing?
Yeah.
I brought some brass from my toolbox, but they're too small. Have you got any bigger diameter brass?
Do you want a thread?
I can make the thread.
You don't want a big thread?
You got a big thread?
Actually, no, I haven't.
Oh, right. I'll make my own then. Oh, here we go.
How big?
That might be the piece. That might be the piece. Failing that, that might be the piece. That is the piece. I can turn it down from that. If I could borrow those two,
yeah, of course you can.
And I'll probably have about an inch of one of them. That'd be brilliant. Thank you very much.
Okey-doke.
Thanks, Steve.
Brass successfully scavenged, Brenton must now cut it down to size.
So I've got my piece of brass in the lathe. It's just over 8.5 millimetres. I've got to make it 7.9 millimetres to fit, so I've got to turn a bit off it to make it a bit smaller.
Steve Kember is rescuing a music box that miraculously survived a World War II bomb during the Blitz.
I'll give this a bit of a rinse.
He's giving the entire mechanism a complete overhaul.
Having never actually restored a music box that's been bombed before, I'm quite happy with that.
Meanwhile, Jay assigns the task of repairing the music box case to furniture restorer Will.
Hey there, Will. Got a little present for you.
An actual present?
Of course not, it's a job. So, it's a music box. It's been in the war, and the family's house got bombed.
So this damage is from the bombing?
Yeah, from the bombing.
Gosh.
Steve's working on the actual mechanism in there.
Okay.
What we need you to do is fix that.
So it's missing a piece, and you don't have the missing piece?
Don't have the missing piece.
Okay.
And then inside here, we've got this glass, if you can repair that. What Roger wants is not to be fully restored. There's a lot of history in there, and he doesn't want to lose it.
Don't want to lose it.
So the worst thing you could do is get rid of all those scratches.
Okay. So it's a sympathetic restoration due to the situation.
But it's even more sympathetic in the sense that we don't want any of this to go.
Okay.
No damage to be hidden. The damage is to be celebrated. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yeah, that makes
Cool.
sense.
All right, I'll leave it with you.
Next to arrive, Anne Bailey and her grandson Elliot. They have brought in an old friend who met with an unfortunate accident. They're hoping he can be revived by soft toy restorers Amanda and Julie.
So, what have you got for us? We have something from my childhood. Right. And oh, look at that.
Oh, dear. Bit of stuffing there. So when did this happen?
I'm fairly sure that he was damaged by my Irish setters. The setters were puppies. Yeah, that's what they do. Silly things.
We see it all the time. So can you tell us a little bit more about him?
Yes, of course. I was given him by a person called Artefacts, who was a comedian who lived in our village. And he went go, 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 go into my pram. And I went,
yeah, as you would.
As you would. And I screamed and screamed and screamed, because I was only about one. And he said, oh, I don't think she likes me. So he went away, and a couple of weeks later, he came back with this and gave it to me with the hope that I wouldn't scream at him again.
Yeah. And did you?
No, I don't think I did.
Oh, that's nice. Fantastic.
Oh,
And does he have a name?
No, he doesn't.
Oh, dear.
No,
we like to name them all, you know. I think it's time to think of a name.
Yes, maybe we should.
Well, he's absolutely lovely. He's going to be quite a challenge.
Yes.
Can I just see, I think where your thumb is, yeah, I've noticed there's a wire sticking out here. Do you remember whether he used to stand? Or
just wondering. Can't remember.
Yeah, I just wondering, this is part of what would have been like an internal sort of skeleton that we might find some more bits. We'll investigate and see what's going on in there, so that's not a problem. We've worked on similar lambs, which were made by a British company called Merrythought. But we haven't seen one exactly like this.
He certainly shows signs of being a quality toy.
Yeah.
We can tell that because he's made in quite a number of pieces. Every piece that is made is another sort of process in his manufacture. A cheaper toy or lamb in this case would have been literally two-sided, really. But he shows all the signs of something of better quality. And I would say we're looking at sort of late 30s, perhaps early 40s. I mean, once we get well into the war years, the manufacture of toys was not important.
Yeah, we should be able to sort him out for you.
That would be wonderful.
No, you're welcome. Of course he can have a buttercup. Yes, that's not a problem.
I remember him having a yellow buttercup in his mouth.
But the main thing you want is to see him with a body.
Absolutely, yes. He needs to be cuddled again.
Absolutely. Thanks for bringing him in. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye. There's something missing.
Definitely. We can do it.
Yeah, we can. We've got enough there to go on. I think that we can rebuild him.
We will.
Right, go on. Come on then. I'll bring his hoof. Okay.
Emotionally, it's very important to me because it takes me back to my very young childhood in a tiny village in Oxfordshire. The lamb has never left my side. I've always had it with me, and it's very precious. It would be great to get it back into the state that it was when I had it when I was a little girl.
Okay. We've now got time to have a look at him.
Yeah.
What do you think? Well,
Now, that is quite serious, isn't it?
yeah.
So how are you going to fix this? You've got no reference. There's nothing there.
We have got a bit of a clue in that we've got, if we turn him this way, so there's a tummy panel here.
Right.
Okay, that's still intact. From here, we can see how fat the body was.
Okay.
If we just hold him up,
That would have dropped down a bit.
The style of this era, his head would have been up here.
Right.
And he would have been quite short in the body and very long in the leg.
So
we're kind of looking
So
at
where would the
sort of
body be?
that.
Would it be about there?
Yeah.
You know you could rebuild that. Like,
Yeah. But we've got, there's a lot of work here because it isn't just about doing that. We've got to completely dismantle him.
This seam here will undo all of this, and the tail and the head will come off.
Right. Yeah.
And I will work on making a new pattern so that we can rebuild his body.
Okay.
And also, I don't know if you can see here, Jay, there's a little piece of wire here. It's suggesting to us that he had a wire frame. His owner doesn't remember that.
Okay.
Certainly, these sort of toys from this era were very often wired, but it would have helped them to stand and have their heads held high.
So you're going to get that wire to attach to all the other
We'll
frames?
probably
'Cause
replace
that's quite
that.
dangerous,
Yeah,
isn't it?
that will come out
Okay,
and we'll
cool.
replace it.
So this is going to take quite a while to do, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very
So the whole
intricate,
room-
this one.
I'm going to be off to do some painting.
All right.
Thanks,
Cheers,
See
Jay.
you later.
Bye.
Outside, Brenton's made his brass screw for the 140-year-old fire tongs. He now needs to create a new thread so that he can attach them together again.
So I've got my tap, which is larger than the hole we've got in here. So we'll cut this thread in here.
In order to get his cutting tool far enough into the piece, he must remove the brass plate that sits on the back of the screw.
It will make my life a lot easier if I can get the back plate off here. It means I can drill all the way through, and then it'll be easier for me to cut the thread. So I'm just going to try and lever that off. Brilliant. OK, that's got that off there. So I'm really pleased I managed to get this plate off here. I'm going to start cutting the larger thread in this piece. And this brass cuts really nicely. It's nice and soft. You go half a turn forward and then you go half a turn back. So I'm just going to solder this plate that we took off earlier back on now that I've cut the thread. So we're just applying a gentle bit of heat to this. I'm really happy that's soldered really nicely. That plate is now stuck back onto the handle of the tongs, how it originally was. We've got to polish this up, and this bit is now finished.
Back inside the workshop, Steve has reached a critical point in the repair of the bomb-damaged music box. He's given all the components a thorough clean. Now he needs to get it singing again.
We're getting serious now. This is the cylinder. It's had all the oil removed. Now, we've prepared the clockwork mechanism, and that's all good. If we have a look along the pins on the cylinder, there are a significant number of them that are bent. That one's bent forward, and so the timing of the note will be wrong. It will be late. If they're either bent to the right or to the left, we'll end up with some gibberish. And these deficiencies can be heard, and they'll drive the owner a little bit crazy after a while, or they'll be slightly underwhelmed by the final result. It is very likely that some of these will snap, but you don't have to worry about that because you can lose sort of, say, up to 5% of these pins, and it won't noticeably degrade the music. It's much better to have a note that's missing than it is playing badly or in the wrong place.
While Steve continues the painstaking process of straightening the 8,000 pins, Will is tackling the section of the box's lid lost in the bomb blast.
I've actually salvaged the straw front, which was going in a skip, and I think that this would be perfect if I can cut a section out of there and splice it onto the front of this. However, when you look at it like that, you can actually see that the top is actually slightly domed. You can actually see the gap in the outsides, which is going to be a bit of a problem for me because the only bit that I have to replace it is flat.
That's pretty well finished for the pin straightening part of the procedure. Now we're going to produce some music. We'll give it a go and we'll see what we got. Give it a wind. Well, as you can hear, it's not that great. We're playing a bit of one tune and a bit of the other. The cylinder is clearly not aligned properly with the tips of the comb.
The cylinder's pins play the notes of 10 different tunes, but if they're not perfectly in line with the teeth of the comb they strike, the chosen tune will be either incomplete or jumbled up with another.
Let's have another go. Oh, that's lovely. We got gibberish now. Imagine somebody playing the piano and somebody sneaks up and shifts the piano one key width to the left or the right, so you're playing all the wrong notes in all the right places, and that's what we got here.
Fortunately, over on the carpentry bench, Will's having more luck shaping the new wood to match the original section.
It might look like I'm being quite forceful with this plane. However, there's a lot of excess wood that needs to be shaved down. And if I just used a file or sandpaper, I'd be there for days. So the pressure is really on. I don't want to do any more damage to the original top, but I need to almost shave so close that I get a nice, even surface with the new piece of wood. I'm about to veneer the top of the box. Usually when restoring a piece of furniture, I like to make it look as good as it did before it had any damage. But with this, I'm going to try to preserve the fact that the front of the lid had been lost in the explosion. So even though I will be veneering this bit here, I probably won't put the stringing around the sides. This veneer has an adhesive on the other side. So when you run over it with a warm iron, it heats up the glue on the other side and it will soften, and as it cools, it will set again, thus gluing the veneer to the surface.
Back outside in the metalwork area, Brenton wants to get the components of the antique fire tools gleaming before he puts the pieces back together.
All that's left for me to do now is just to polish this handle up where I've been soldering, and then we can give it back to Jonathan. And as you can see, that comes up really nicely, so I've just got to work on the rest of this handle, get all of these marks off here that are a result of me heating it up, and then it'll be fine to give back to Jonathan. It's the moment of truth. Let's see if it goes together, and more importantly, stays together. Right. I think Jonathan will be very pleased with that. That is like new.
The tongs have been in Jonathan's family for 140 years, but they haven't been working for the last 40. Now he's back to reclaim a piece of his family's manufacturing past.
Jonathan.
Yeah, hello again, Brenton.
Nice to see you.
I'm hoping you've got something nice to show me.
Do you remember what you gave me?
I certainly remember what I gave you, which was a pair of fire tongs. They were rather sadly in 2 bits.
It was a pair, wasn't it?
Well, it was a pair because it was 2 bits, and I'm really interested to know whether you've been able to fix them for me.
Well, would you like to see them?
I'd love to see how.
Well, let's reveal what you've got under here.
My goodness, they're a lot more shiny than they were before, and they look to be in one piece. Dare I see if they open and shut?
You may.
I may, right. They haven't fallen apart, which is lovely. They open and shut. That's really good. I'm really keen to know how you've actually done the fixing.
OK, well, if you want to take it apart for me.
If I take it apart, right. Well, this is the knob that unscrews.
Correct.
And you've somehow put a lovely new brass thread on that.
I've drilled the old thread out.
Yes.
And cut a new thread into it. This back bit came off, luckily, because then I could put my tap right through to do the thread. I then soldered that back on, and then
it all screws together again.
Polished it all up. Yeah.
That's exactly what I was hoping you'd be able to do, something like that.
OK, well, they're back to new again.
That's really good. I'm really pleased.
Good.
Yes, I really am. It's so nice to have it working rather than just as something that clatters to the floor every time you touch it.
I'm glad you're really pleased with them.
Yeah, thank you ever so much, Brenton. Thank you.
OK. Bye-bye.
Seeing these fire tongs restored has made me feel closer to my grandfather, who of course I knew, and my great-grandfather, who I didn't know. If they're looking down on us, they'd be pleased that the memory is kept alive, I'm sure.
soft toy restorers Julie and Amanda are trying to rescue a childhood treasure. With a large portion of the lamb missing, the duo must rely on their years of experience to fill in the gaps.
We had 3 hooves and I had to make one. I'm hoping you won't be able to tell which is the one that I had to make.
At the moment, I am making the pieces that I need for the body out of felt. I've made myself a pattern, so I've now got the body filled in. So I know now, you know, what shape his body was, the insides of the legs and the tummy panel. Making them out of felt initially for 2 reasons. One, because I want to sort of do a dummy run, just to make sure that I've got everything in proportion. And 2, because I'm going to use this felt to line the pieces, because we have sourced some fabulous fabric, but it is a little bit just a tad stretchy. So the felt is going to support it and give it a bit of stability.
But all of Amanda and Julie's hard work will be in vain unless they can work out a way to get this little lamb back on his feet again.
It looks a little bit crude, but he's going to have like an internal wired frame that's kind of bendable along his back here and up into his head to support his head, and that will allow the legs and things to be moved around a little bit. Little hoops.
He's actually going to be quite tall.
So we're quite excited now. We've got to that stage where, you know, we can actually start rebuilding him.
Now it's a case of completing the jigsaw puzzle. All of the lamb's existing pieces are stitched back together, ready to be joined by the brand new tummy section.
We've had to make things worse before we got better, and there really wasn't a lot of him to go on. So now we're at this stage, it's much more exciting for us. So it really is just a case now of us stitching away and getting him back into one piece.
Yeah, and hopefully Anne will be thrilled. He'll still be cuddly.
Yep.
Hold on, look, I can see sewing going on, and I said I've been practising my buttons.
That's fine, we've got a job for you.
Oh, is
We've
it?
been saving a job for you.
You can turn this leg, OK?
What do you mean, turn it inside out?
Well, it already is, so now we want to go through
so
it.
that it looks like this.
Like that? So like pulling my socks on?
Yeah. There you go.
So now the frame goes into...
Yeah. The legs. That'll go down inside there.
Now it looks like a proper lamb.
To look like a lamb, isn't it?
I think that's quite cool.
We're getting there. This is kind of where we're at.
So you know what? I did have my doubts.
Yeah, we
but,
know you did.
Yeah, you've got it all under control now, look.
Yeah,
That's not a problem. Oh, but this... Oh, yeah, you've missed a bit. What about the leg?
Yeah.
You're going to put it on?
Going on round here.
All right, OK. All right, that's cool.
You're welcome.
Meanwhile, Steve is fine-tuning the misfiring music box.
Got that one.
He spent hours meticulously making microscopic adjustments.
That's it.
Now it's back on song. Steve can replace any missing parts with spares from his personal collection of pre-loved music boxes, including a zither.
It's of a type that would have been fitted originally. It was even made in the same area.
The zither alters the musical tone of the box. It applies a hollow tube of tissue paper to the teeth of the comb, damping the sound and producing a plucked string effect.
This fits on the back. Oh, God. It's like a badly behaved child. It won't do what I want it to do. But we'll get there eventually. Right. So we've added our special effect. Let's see. Yeah, I'm happy with that. Yeah, that's all right, actually. As far as zithers go, I think that's quite successful.
Over on Julie and Amanda's workbench, the once disembodied toy lamb is being brought back to life.
We need to get on and get the stuffing in because he's looking a bit starved at the moment.
You have to kind of build it up. It's a bit like a brick wall, really. You can't start at the top and work down. That's better.
There we go.
To this shape now. got these? Yeah.
That's where it's got to go. Yeah. Really pleased with how he's turning out. Finishing touch will be his buttercup, which we'll put back in his mouth, and we might even put a bow on him.
There you go. We'll leave it at the back because I think it looks nice on him, don't you?
It's been decades since Anne saw her childhood playmate in fine fettle.
Its front end and its back end were absolutely fine, except that it had lost its buttercup, I think, out of its mouth. But the middle section was totally and utterly just a bit of rag. It was looking very sorry for itself, so to be able to have it back to its original wonderful state will be super. Hello. Lovely to see you. Come on over. Oh, thank you. Oh, and this must be it, is it? Yeah. Oh, wonderful.
Are you ready to go for it?
Yeah. Oh, wow, he's fantastic. Even with the blue ribbon.
Absolutely, look at him.
Oh, wonderful. It's almost real, isn't it?
Yes, he does, yeah.
That is absolutely amazing. I just can't believe that you've managed to match the... Oh, you are an absolute
Give him a
puppy.
cuddle. Give him a... There you go. That's nice.
You're an absolute love. Even with your buttercup. Wow.
Oh, yeah, he's got his new buttercup.
New buttercup. And his little hooves, because one of the hooves was missing, wasn't it?
It was, yes. We just
Totally
turn
and
him
utterly.
over. We were able to take a pattern from one of the original ones. We covered the other three, took the pattern off the original ones and made you a new one, so they all match nicely now.
No, that's super, because, you know, one foot missing was rather sad, wasn't it?
Yeah, he wasn't standing well, was he?
But he has got a wire frame in
Had
him
he?
now.
Oh.
He would have had with the
Right.
research that we did and that style and that era.
Right.
But the frame that's in him is not so rigid that you won't be able to pose him a little bit. I mean,
Right.
obviously with care.
Yeah, I will. Yes, I shall look after him lovingly this time. Oh, and you've cleaned him too.
Yeah, oh gosh, yeah, every piece was cleaned. Every single piece of him, we had to completely dismantle him and then work out, you know, the proportions of how his body would have been and everything. So, yes, and all of his original pieces are lined to strengthen them.
Munching buttercups. Perhaps we should have called him Buttercup.
There you go. We were wondering about a name.
Yes. Perhaps you can be a Buttercup.
Oh, well, there you go. He's all yours.
Oh, wonderful.
Do enjoy him. And he's got a good few more years in him now.
He has, yes. I mean, he's the last 74 years. So
We'll do
he's
another 74.
Yeah, another 74.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
There you
Wonderful.
go.
Thank you so much.
It's our pleasure.
That's Woo.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. I feel elated that he's got 4 little feet and a rubby tummy, and he's got a middle. And the buttercup is just like the crowning glory. It brings back childhood memories with my lamb.
Music box fanatic Steve is lovingly restoring a precious piece of family history. Crafting alongside him on the woodwork is Will, whose remit was to restore the case while retaining traces of its turbulent past.
Stevie.
Ah,
For you.
lovely.
This is a strange one for me because I'm used to...
You're used to precision craftsmanship, aren't you?
Exactly.
I think this is as they specified. So we got some of its original.
Some of its original
character, and he
Yeah.
can. He's got a link with the event that
had taken
caused
place.
it.
Yeah, exactly.
Excellent. So that's good.
You look like you've done a great job with that.
Well, I have. I hope.
It looks great. I hope it's going to sound great.
It'll sing to us.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, I'll leave you to put that in.
Thank you very much.
All right, matey.
Yeah. Cheers. Bye. Right. Let's see. That's it. Well, rather splendid, I think. Let's hope that Roger likes it, and it'll be around to tell the story of his family for many generations to come.
This music box is the only link Roger has to the part of his family he never knew. But will it look and sound just as he remembers it when he was a child.
It was in a very bad state. The lid was broken, the outside was scarred, and certainly the mechanism had the best part of 70 years' worth of dirt all over it. So I'm really looking forward to seeing it. I can't tell you how much I'm looking forward to it.
Hello. Nice to see you again.
Oh, it's good to see you.
Great to see you.
And you.
Hi, Steve.
Are you as nervous as me?
Yes.
Probably.
Oh, right, OK.
Probably more. Oh.
Anyway, are you ready?
Yeah.
Yeah. Gee, look at that.
It's reborn.
That is absolutely fantastic. That is gorgeous. Am I allowed to have a quick peek inside?
Yes, carry on. It's yours.
Oh, I can't believe it's the same thing. Look how clean that is. Phenomenal.
It's beautiful.
Well, it has to be clean and sparkly so it performs as it was originally intended and as your relatives once enjoyed it.
Yeah. Oh, look, it's got that on there. I didn't realise. It's got a pointer. And so that denotes which tune is playing.
That's right.
Now then, is it going to...
You know what to do, don't you?
Can I just...
Yeah.
Here we go. And that is brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. What's this bit there, Steve?
That's a zither. We didn't have that when you brought it in.
That's right.
Yeah.
So this is a product of my graveyard in the workshop. Basically, it's a gantry that supports a roll of tissue paper to give a particular musical effect.
Oh, okay. This is a brilliant job, Steve. You really have done a fantastic job.
Thank you very
on
much.
that. Can you imagine 1905 people sitting around the fireplace with this playing in the background?
That sort of brings a connection with your family, does it? The
Very
fact
much
that
so.
they had this
Yes.
and you have it. Because of what we've done here, your family now will be hearing the same music as your family then. It's not a recording.
It is the actual.
This is the actual sound that your family then heard. So it's quite an interesting thought, isn't it?
That is a very good thought. I tell you what, Steve, one of the things I wanted more than anything else was not to change it too much, because the scars, the damage, the bits and pieces, that's part of its history to me. I had hoped that it would look like this, but this is actually way beyond my expectation. It is fabulous.
I'm pleased you're happy with the finish and the result.
I'm happy. It's brilliant. Thank you.
Thank you too.
I think you might have to drive because I'm going to be looking at this.
All right then.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very much.
Right.
Thanks
See
for
you.
the privilege of working on it. Thank you.
This is something I've anticipated a long, long time. And I don't think anything prepared me quite for what I saw. It was an emotional moment. It's something that binds you to the people who've gone before. If Mum was here now, knowing that we're all listening to something that she listened to when she was a little, 5 or 6 years of age, that will just bring a big smile to her face. As indeed it's going to bring a big smile to my face too.
In the repair shop today, Steve has set a unique challenge.
Do you know what? I've never seen a pipe like this. I've never repaired a pipe.
Yeah.
I've repaired a lot of things, but not a pipe.
While Kirsten pieces together a historical artifact with a dark story to tell.
3 legions of Roman soldiers were actually massacred. It was a turning point in history.
But first, Corrie Evans has turned to the repair shop for help with a faded relic from her childhood. She's hoping that Jay and gramophone guru Tim Weeks can jump-start it back to life.
Hello, you must be Corrie.
Hello.
You all right?
Yeah.
Hi, Corrie. I'm Tim. Pleased to meet you.
And you?
So this is your baby, yeah?
Yeah.
Can I have a look?
Yeah?
So what is it then?
It's a Dalek.
It's a Dalek.
It's a Dalek and a record player.
Dalek and a record player.
Ah.
And a broken old radio.
So hold on, why'd you call it a Dalek?
Well, it looked like a Dalek when I was little, and that's why I bought it. I wanted a Dalek. I couldn't have one. It had the records in here, but they've gone.
Ah, yeah.
I had the laughing policeman and
The laughing
It was the only one I liked.
Okay. How long have you had this?
I bought it when I was 5 in an auction.
5 years old
Yeah.
in an auction?
Yeah. Well, I bought it, but my dad paid
At
for
5
it.
years old?
I was in the auction. I was having it.
Okay, I get you.
And I think, because I was little and I liked this, nobody bidded against me, so I got it.
Okay.
And it wouldn't have been much.
What you've got here, actually, was quite interesting. It's the changeover period between the wind-up gramophone that you had to put needles in and the beginning of electronic reproduction.
Oh.
This sort of thing only lasted for a short time because quite soon afterwards, of course, they went over to 33s and 45s. It's a curious historical anomaly, this, which will need mending.
Yeah, it's a bit battered.
Yes.
So when was the last time this was working then?
I think it was just before I left home, so when I was about 15 or 16, and I love it.
Yeah.
It's my sister and me just lying on the floor listening to the laughing policeman over and over and over again, and we've probably ruined all those needles.
Right.
Laughing with my sisters, and she's not with us anymore, so just to have this with my kids laughing at it would be great. It'd be really funny.
The other thing I do notice is that the lid here seems to have a lot of, well, I imagine those are wine. That looks like ink on the top. Did you ever?
It's for aspidistras. There was always an aspidistra on it. Always.
Yeah. It is an immutable law of physics that anything that is flat will be used as a shelf.
Yeah.
What do you want us to do to this? What would you like us to do?
I'd like to get that bit working.
Which is the record player?
Record player.
Okay, right.
If the radio can work, that's lovely. One of my fins is broken, that one. That's me doing that one every day.
Oh, that one that's loose?
Yeah, since I was 5, I've done that. Every day I walk past it. I don't mind about the scratches and the battered, because it's been much loved.
This, by the way, I've just found inside there. I know what that is. What that is it's actually what they call the cursor.
Yeah.
It's the thing that's supposed to be inside there, sliding up and down to tell you what station it's on. Putting a new one of those on. That's going to be real fun.
Well, no, we could definitely get it going. Can't we, Tim? Talk to me.
We can do it. Yeah.
Thank you. The simpleness of it, we're going to get working. So thank you for bringing
Short
it.
answer is we can get it working.
Right.
Nice to meet you, Gary. Thank you.
Bye.
You take care.
If you can get that working, I'll be totally shocked. I think I have trashed it. But this is why 5-year-olds shouldn't have wooden things like that, maybe.
So, what do you reckon, Tim? What's got to be done?
What's got to be done is pretty well everything.
Okay.
But I think in order, I think we'll have the motor out, make sure it actually runs.
Get that working.
Yes, if we can actually get the turntable spinning, I'll feel a lot happier. Then we'll get the amplifier and tuner out of here. I have to take all these knobs off the front. That should come out the back of the cabinet then.
Okay.
And then if we got time when we've done all that, I'd like to take the hinge out the bottom here and take the dents out of it so that that actually shuts flush into there.
So just a little bit of work?
Yeah,
yeah.
Right. Oh, we have a 10-minute job.
Okay.
10-minute job.
Let's get this over to your bench then.
Rightio.
All right.
Tim will need to draw on all of his 50 years of gramophone experience to get this one up and running again. The main concern with ancient electrical devices is that the old components and wiring can pose a serious fire risk. So Tim must proceed with caution.
I think what we need to do first here is get the electric motor running. And the electric motor is, of course, this bit here. What I'll have to do first is take the main winding out of there, see if we can get it to turn smoothly. It's probably just gummed in place by a lot of old oil and grease that's gone hard, set like toffee around it will have done. So we need to clean all that lot off, re-lubricate it, and then, bit of luck and a following wind, we'll have the thing spinning. Before we do anything else, let's de-grot, to use the technical term, get it spinning nice and freely, and then the acid test is we put some current across it and see whether she goes.
The repair shop has seen some unusual items pass through its doors. And the next arrival is no exception. It's been brought here by 85-year-old Lisking Jellings and her granddaughter, Kate.
Hello, ladies. How are we doing? So what have we got here then?
My great-grandfather's pipe.
Okay. Well, this looks like a job for Steve. Steve, if you don't mind joining me.
Hello.
Hi.
Clockmaker Steve is no pipe specialist, but he's always up for a challenge.
Do you know what? I've never seen a pipe like this. I've never repaired a pipe.
Yeah.
I've repaired a lot of things, but not a pipe.
So how long has it been in the family then?
Oh, it's been in the family since...
Well, we estimated something like 140 years.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, gosh.
It depends when he bought it. We don't know when he bought the pipe.
The Meshkan pipe, it takes an enormous amount of tobacco. And it is blocked. I can't blow through it.
Okay.
But
Ornate pipes like this first came into use in the 18th century. The bowl is carved from a porous white mineral called meerschaum, or sepiolite, found in abundance in the Black Sea region. The more they are smoked, the more the white bowls are stained a golden brown by the tobacco.
Have you ever seen this pipe being used?
no, I haven't. But my mother says when she was 5, she used to be with her grandfather a lot. She told me that he used to sit in his rocking chair. This bowl was resting on a stool by his feet. And he just sat and the smoke whirled around him. He had been a very busy businessman. He'd been mayor of the town. He had done a lot of good work. And I would like to do it in his honor, too, that it isn't just a wreck in a drawer.
Yes. Where was he mayor?
Skien in Norway.
All right, OK.
I have got Norwegian parents.
So it's quite an important piece to
It
you
is.
from
me.
Yes, from a family point of view.
Yes.
So what could we do for you then?
One day I came and it had collapsed. This had fallen off. And this had always been worn, the flexible bit.
I'll probably have to dissect this slightly to have a look and see exactly how it was made. And then try and replicate that.
If we got this fully working and unblocked again down there, what would it mean?
What would we do? We'd have a party.
Oh, you would have
a party.
And this
Yeah.
is quite classy.
Do you smoke, Steve? Do you
No,
smoke?
I don't.
Oh, I was going to offer you the first smoke.
He might take it up. You never know.
I'll get it over to my bench now.
I'm delighted that they have accepted it and that they will repair it. It means a lot to me. I know it would mean an incredible amount to my mother.
This is a really nice pipe. Some lovely, lovely silver mounts to it. These are beautiful. It is really well blocked. I'm not sure how I'm going to get to the blockage, actually, because I can see down both ends. So the blockage is in the part I can't see. Once it's all polished up and I've polished all the silver up, I think it'll look really nice. I think this is the real difficult part. There's a spring that's in pretty poor condition here. I'll probably have to make a new spring.
The leatherwork on the pipe is also in a sorry state.
Lex, what are you doing?
So Steve's roped in his sister and master saddle maker, Susie, for some assistance.
That's connected to that, like that. Yep.
Okay.
And then at this top end, it's got this flexible piece that goes in there, like that.
Right.
And then that goes in there like that.
Okay.
The part connecting the mouthpiece to the stem is a flexible hose, constructed from a leather-bound spring.
See that leather inside there? Actually, what I've done is I've cut a piece off here. You see, so the spring goes in the middle,
Right.
and then there's 3 layers of leather. That is leather, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
This spring is so old and rusty, and the leather so worn, that the only solution is to build a new section from scratch.
Leather's a lovely material to show.
Yeah.
And we can certainly stain it to this colour. I think the leather on the outside would look very pretty because it'll be pigskin that I'll use.
Oh,
so
right,
it has
okay.
a grain to it.
Yeah, yeah.
So there's your texture, and I'm assuming they're not going to be smoking it, are they?
Well, they say not.
Oh, really? We'll see.
Yeah.
Okay, and you can do this spring. You can remake the spring.
Yeah, I got some piano wire on the way. Then it shouldn't be too difficult, should it?
Oh, piece of cake.
Oh, really?
Gramophone whiz Tim Weeks is up to his eyes with an ancient radio that's been loved to death.
One little drop of oil in there.
The turntable motor is first on his restoration hit list.
That's what we want. That was jammed up solid. Now it's spinning like a top. So what we now have to do is put this cap back onto here, tighten it up with the right size spanner, 4BA spanner, very old-fashioned size, very old-fashioned motor. And then we're in with a fighting chance and we've actually got this motor running. That sits on that spindle there. That, in turn, the other side of that wheel, presses on the underside of this. Now let's see what happens. I'm hoping that when I move this arm over and there'll be a click and this turntable will start to spin. If that doesn't happen, I think I'll leave the building and see if I can get a job on the dust carts. Here we go. You beauty. You beauty. That is exactly what I was hoping for. Now for the fun bit, which is to get the tuner amplifier out of the cabinet and see if we can get that to work.
Many of the objects receiving the experts' TLC are simply suffering the ravages of time. But for some, the workshop becomes an antiquities A&E. Brenda and Norman Jenner have brought in a much-loved family heirloom, which has met with an unfortunate accident.
That's a big pot in there.
It is a big
Certainly
pot.
is.
It is a big pot.
Oh, right, OK.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow. Absolutely fabulous, isn't it? Really exciting piece, actually. You know, how long have you had it? Where did it come from?
Well, the history of it, my earliest memory of it was when I was probably about 3 years old.
Oh, golly.
And it sat in my Nana Norfolk's house in Benfleet in Essex. I just saw this jug at the end of the hallway and I was just attracted to it. It was absolutely beautiful. It took pride of place in her house. When Nana died, Mum inherited the vase and that sat in various rooms in her house.
So this has been with you all your life, really?
Yes, I've known it all my life.
And it made obviously a big impression when you were very, very young.
It was one of those things. I don't have any photos of it, and unfortunately, we don't have many photos of Nana. So the memories that this jug brings back is us as children, and you know, it just
wonderful.
Brings back lots and lots of happy memories.
What have we got here? Presumably the
These are the broken bits.
Right.
That's part of the lip.
How did it break?
Well, it stood in the bay window of our house, and unfortunately one Christmas we were taking down the Christmas decorations and poor Norman stepped off the ladder, knocked the speaker, which knocked into the vase, which went on the floor.
That's just, yeah, I feel for you, I really do.
So how long ago was that? How many Christmases?
Oh, it must be getting on for about 15 odd years
Oh,
ago.
really?
Yeah.
So let's see what you've got here then, if I could have a look. So we've got that obviously...
That does fit on there.
There we go,
Yeah.
lovely. OK, so we've got that, which is great. What do you think your Nana would think if...
Oh, I think she'd be very, very, very proud and very pleased to see it back all in one piece again.
I think it's a really lovely, interesting piece, and I would certainly love to restore it. If you're happy to leave it with us, and I'll get on with it.
Okay,
lovely.
thank you very much.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you.
I think my initial concern really is whether all the pieces are here, and I'm just trying to sort of, like a jigsaw, just get a rough sort of outline of what's actually here and what I'm going to have to make up. For me, the worst case scenario is if there's going to be an area missing with a lot of detail in it that I'm then going to have to model up. As you can see, it's absolutely covered in decorations, so I'm hoping that everything's here, but if it's not, I'll just have to deal with it.
Meanwhile, Tim's fixed the turntable on the gramophone. Next, he's turning his attention to the radio.
So what should now happen, all being well, that the whole thing will lift clear and we can take the tuner amp out of the case. And there we are. What's interesting is that it gives one of the stations here as the BBC Light programme. And what that tells us is that this is in fact made after the war rather than before it. I'd assume this was pre-war, about 1937-38. I would say now this must be post-war. And I'll tell you how we know that, because the Light programme didn't come into being until 1946, I think it was.
But pre or post-war, reattaching the stray tuning cursor is going to be a bit of a battle. Fortunately, Tim's armed with a secret weapon.
I've been able to find the instructions and the diagram for how it's done on this particular set. This was published in a trade magazine in 1949. And the instructions, in case you want to try this yourselves, go like this. Pass one end into the drive wheel through the hole K, make a small loop into it, wind it clockwise around the fixing boss inside and fix the loop with the screw D. Drop pulley N, and with the free wire, wind 3 3/4 turns anti-clockwise into the lounge outer channel. Winding towards the rear of the channel, running off at T to the pulley M. Following that, are we? It's great fun. Absolutely great fun. And any suggestion that one might use bad language at a time like this is totally not the case. All we need to do now, heat the soldering iron up and fix it into place.
Steve and Susie are steaming ahead with the restoration of the elderly meerschaum pipe.
I'm just about to make a new spring for the pipe. I'm not sure how much length I need, but I've got 3 meters of hard wire. It's always surprising how much wire you need to make a small spring. And that's the spring. I'll tidy up the ends now, and then Susie's going to cover that with the leather, and the pipe should have its new springy top to it. Right, here we go. Made the spring.
Oh, look at that. That's very impressive.
Thank you very much.
Cool. Yep.
Okay, I look forward to seeing it.
Yeah, okay. All right, thanks so much.
Susie's first job is to wrap and glue layers of leather around the spring, ready to be stitched.
I've got 3 layers of pigskin on here, so I'm sewing the seam to lock all the leathers together.
Next, some staining.
I've just done a test spot on a leftover piece of pigskin just to see how it's going to come out. Looks really nice.
Susie's leather work is done. Now it's back over to Steve to reassemble the pipe.
Oh, that looks fantastic.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's great. I'll have to get it all together then, and then get you to smoke it. All right.
All right, thanks.
Over in the ceramic section of the workshop, Kirsten is discovering some more hidden secrets within the 19th century German picture.
You can see where someone else has restored it. In the past, it's got this old sort of glue squodging out. So it's obviously been in the wars a bit.
These old repairs need to be carefully undone and each piece painstakingly cleaned in readiness for the main restoration.
They are all coming apart really quite nicely now. I've got most of these pieces apart, and I'm in the process of just cleaning off the old adhesive from the edges.
So how's my ceramic queen doing?
Hello, you.
All right?
Yeah, good actually. Thank you.
What's happening there? Look at that.
Oh, yeah, okay. That's quite interesting. I think it's probably a crack that appeared, a firing crack. So it's actually in the manufacture of the piece. It's a really big piece and it's got so much stuff sort of added to it that it probably happened in the manufacture. And you can hear when you tap it, it sounds good. It's got a really nice sort of ring to it. And that means that actually it's
not busted?
No.
So what are you going to do with this now then? You're going to...
So I'm taking off the old restoration and I'm going to give this a really good clean using the steam cleaner that I've got there. Actually, that's the sort of thing you quite like doing.
I would love to do that, actually, but I know you won't let me.
No, I won't. It's really satisfying, this.
I know, it would be.
So I'm just going to try and remove any excess dirt. So it's great for getting in all these sort of nooks and crannies and detail.
Lifting the dirt, you can see it, because compared to there...
Yeah, it's great, isn't it?
Wow.
Tim has his hands full with the dilapidated gramophone. He's reattached the cursor for the radio. Now it's time to find out if the whole system will come back to life.
We've now got all the major component parts sorted, I think, and ready to go. The deck connected to the tuner amp. The speaker's over here, so we'll need to link that up to the output from the amp. Now for the really interesting bit. We plug it in, see if it all goes. So they're both plugged in like so. Well, that wasn't supposed to happen. Not quite sure what's wrong there?
You all right?
Just check. Seem to have plunged the place into darkness.
I think you have.
Yes.
All right. So what have you done? You've just plugged that in?
Well, I've plugged the radio, plugged the tuner amplifier part of it in. That was fine.
Yeah.
That was fine. Plugged the deck in.
Okay.
And suddenly all the lights went out.
Yeah. So is it unplugged? Everything's unplugged?
Everything's unplugged now.
Okay.
So if we can reset the fuses, there's a reasonable chance we can work out what's actually gone wrong. I think maybe there's a little short out going on inside here. And they're staying on. That's a good sign.
That is a good sign.
That is a good sign. Yeah. Don't quite know what's happening there. I'll just take this apart and see if we've got a short in there before we risk it again.
Power restored, the workshop is back in full swing. Steve's managed to remove the blockage from the meerschaum pipe. And after a thorough polish, he can put the ancient puffer back together.
There we are, all finished, ready to smoke. Oh, it's a bit dusty. Absolutely beautiful. I mean, it's wonderfully made. The threads on these wooden parts are absolutely fantastic. The way everything goes together, this stick tube that goes into the taper of the silver bit just fits so well. I mean, everything is beautifully made on this pipe.
Liskin and Kate are back at the repair shop. ready to be reunited with their precious family heirloom.
I think we're looking forward to seeing it whole, aren't we?
Yes.
Back in one piece.
And to see it, I think it is a beautiful pipe. And I would like to see it in its full glory.
Hi.
Hello.
How are you? Come and have a seat.
A bit lonely.
Oh. Thank you. Now then.
Right, you looking forward to this moment?
Yes, very much. I didn't sleep last night.
Oh, really? OK. Let's,
Abracadabra.
take this off.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, yeah. How marvellous.
Oh my gosh, that's amazing. Look at that.
Beautiful.
OK.
Look how shiny it is.
It hasn't been like that for years.
Right.
Now, wait a minute. I'm going to blow. You...
You can hear it.
That's marvellous. Marvellous.
Oh, so good. You've done an amazing job.
Thank you. This end here, you remember what it was like?
I do.
OK. So I've made a new coiled spring to go inside it because the old coil spring was rusty and all bent up.
Yeah.
And then Susie has covered it with pigskin.
Yeah. It's beautiful.
That's what it looked like before.
You see
Much better.
You see what a miracle you've done. You don't know how many years I've been trying to get it repaired.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Right. You said that this piece had fallen off of
Yes.
this main wooden pipe.
It had.
Now, it's actually meant to come off.
Is it?
So it pushes on really tight
really?
and stays on. That's so
that's
you can clean it
interesting.
out.
Oh, so it was meant to be apart. That's interesting, because we thought it was
We thought
one
it was
whole.
part of the collapse.
No, I'm absolutely sure it's for the cleaning of it. When do you think it was last in this condition?
Oh, gosh. I reckon over 100 years it probably hasn't looked like this.
That's true. Yes. When it was brand new, I should think.
Yeah, better than you this is.
I can't believe it. You have been marvellous. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I was quite moved, actually, but I'm good at hiding it. It is better than I ever thought it could be. He's done a wonderful job. Really wonderful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It looks amazing.
The whole family, they have got strict instructions that I'll haunt them if they sell it.
Ceramics expert Kirsten has cleaned the 19th century German pitcher and removed all the old glue from the broken pieces. Now she can focus on putting it all back together again.
The adhesive that I'm using is quite a strong epoxy resin, so hopefully it should hold. It's really important to assess the pieces that you've got, and I normally actually do like a sort of dummy run before I actually start sort of using any adhesive. If you get things in the wrong order, actually lock pieces out, so you maybe get 3 or 4, 5 bits together, and then you suddenly find that there's a little piece that actually you can't fit in.
Keeping the neck in place with tape, Kirsten moves on to the smaller pieces. The glue is now dry, and the fix seems to have held. But several smaller pieces were lost when the pitcher was knocked over. Fortunately, Kirsten is a dab hand with specialist modelling clays.
So how you doing, Kez? Oh, you come along in there.
Thank you. I'm glad you can see the difference. Do you know what? I'm actually really, really pleased with this. I was just working on it a few moments ago and thinking, you know, this was just in pieces. Like, it was so, I was so anxious about putting it together because it's so heavy. There's such big sort of pieces, like on the handle and stuff. I was working on it, sort of moving it round, and actually it's stable, it's solid. It's I'm really delighted with the way it's gone back together. Yeah.
So see on here then, yeah? These pictures that are here, you've got people with like, they guy looks like a bear.
Yeah.
It's like he's wearing a bear's hat or something.
Yeah, there's quite a few of them on here, actually. So, actually, we've done a little bit of research on this, and in fact, it is depicting a massacre in the Teutoburg forest in Germany.
OK.
So, this piece is from northwest Germany.
Right.
It's very sort of typical. The actual clay used and the type of ceramic is very typical to that area. The massacre itself is actually quite interesting. It was a point in history where the Romans were actually sort of coming up through Europe.
OK.
And they had a leader who was called Herman the German.
Right. Was it?
Yeah.
You're not joking?
No, I'm not
Herman
joking.
the German.
Herman the German.
OK.
And the Romans thought that he was, you know, loyal to them, and they were coming up through Germany, and he led the Roman legions into a massacre in the Teutoburg forest. It was actually sort of a turning point in history, because up until that point, the Romans had been, you know, everyone thought that they were invincible.
Right.
And at this point, where 3 legions of Roman soldiers were actually massacred, you know, it sort of...
Because of what Herman the German did?
Herman the German.
The last time Tim plugged in the gramophone, he blew a fuse. He's hoping for more luck second time round.
You're taking the turntable off?
We've taken the turntable off.
Yeah.
I've had the cover off of there.
OK.
The wiring in there seems to be OK. It's only 2 wires, just come to a couple of terminals.
Yeah.
So I can't, for the life of me, see anything wiring-wise wrong with it.
OK.
So I think the only thing to do is plug it in and see
if it goes.
See what happens.
OK.
So, you ready for this?
Yeah, I am. That's it.
That's the bit I just plugged in when all the lights went out.
All right.
Now, the other bit, of course, is to turn the tuner on and see if it all... See what happens when we do that. There we are.
That's good.
And the valve's lighting up. We've got it all going.
So, you've got it all sorted. You blew the fuse, but I'm happy, yeah?
Yeah. I'm never going to forget about blowing that fuse out.
Neither am I.
No.
All right?
Righto.
OK, Tim.
Here we go.
Meanwhile, Kirsten has been repairing a damaged 19th century German jug. Now she's successfully reassembled all of the broken pieces. She can start the delicate process of repairing the firing crack.
It's quite vulnerable as it is at the moment, because it's actually sticking out, and it could easily get sort of knocked or broken. So someone else has actually filled it at some point just with something like plaster. I'm not quite sure what it is. And I've removed that. And I'm going to make up a coloured fill just out of a 2-part adhesive, adding some pigment. And I'm just going to run that in here to actually try and mimic the glaze that's there. It's quite handy, really. This is so incredibly busy that the eye sort of isn't naturally drawn to this crack at all. But I think that the colour filling is blending in quite nicely and supporting and hiding the firing crack.
With the firing crack fixed, Kirsten can put the finishing touches to the paintwork.
I've brought the blue picture outside, actually for a couple of reasons. The main one being that actually I'm in the process of painting it, and this glaze is very shiny and it's reflecting light, and it was making it quite difficult inside to see these dark sort of colours, these dark blues. So I brought it out here, and actually the light is so much better, and I'm going to just try and finish it off outside.
With the help of the natural daylight, the end of the restoration is in sight. And just in the nick of time, as Brenda and Norman have returned to see what magic she's been able to work.
Oh, we're feeling really excited, aren't we? We've been waiting such a long time, and been just waiting for that phone call, so very exciting day.
Hey. Hello.
Hi, lovely to see you. Hi.
Good to see you.
Come in. Can you remember what the blue picture was like when you brought it in?
Yes, it was in several pieces, and the neck was in 2 halves, and the handle, I think, was in 3
It was.
bits, yes. I didn't think you'd ever be able to put that together again, but looks like you may have.
Right, well, I won't keep you waiting any longer. I shall reveal your piece.
That's incredible.
That is just how I remember it. It's brought back my childhood. I'm 3 years old again.
Oh, really?
Yeah, seeing it and oh gosh, that is so good. And the handle's all in one piece too. Lovely. We never saw that like that, did we? Because that was in 2 pieces, and there was a bit missing, wasn't there?
There was, yes. I made up a part of that. Was that always missing then, that bit?
No, I don't think so. I think that probably
went up the Hoover.
Possibly, yes.
quite a few bits went up the Hoover, but we kept the biggest bits. Yeah.
I'm not sure I've actually got a box big enough for it to fit in. Have you?
Yeah, we've brought a big sleeping bag.
Oh, have you? OK.
We haven't got a box big enough.
OK.
Oh, just feeling over the moon. It's just beyond how I imagined that it would be. I've got 4 grandchildren, and I'm looking forward to them seeing it for the first time, because they've never seen it. And then at Christmas, it's going to have the Christmas decorations in like Mum did and Nana before her. So it's a lot of history that's just come back to life, isn't it, today?
Nice, it's a nice piece of the family coming back home, basically.
Yes, it is, yes.
Tim's huge undertaking with the antique gramophone is almost over. All of the separate parts are back in working order. He's even fixed the sticking record drawer. And furniture restorer Will has erased all evidence of the old stains from the top of the cabinet.
Of course, it's a bit heavier now than when we put it up.
Time to put this piece of audio history back together again.
And there we are.
The last time Corrie saw her dear old gramophone, it was in a sorry state, without a record to its name. It's accompanied her throughout most of her life, and for over 30 of those years, it's been silent.
Ha-ha!
Hello. How are
Corrie, you all right?
Yes, thank you.
Good.
How are you?
Good to see you again.
You ready, Tim?
Okay, yeah, let's do the thing.
Oh, it's shiny.
There we are.
Thank you. Oh, and you fixed my things. Thank you. Oh, it looks so much better.
It does, doesn't it?
Yes.
Oh, look, it's lit up and everything. It's never lit up.
Yep.
Oh, it's got the thing.
And what's more, it goes up and down.
Oh,
when you
my
turn
gosh.
the knob like it's supposed to.
Oh, and the door shuts.
And the door shuts, yes. That was my bit of furniture restoration, the top. Do have a look at, because this is Will's masterpiece.
He's managed to do it. And he's got the rings out.
He's got the rings out.
And the watermark.
So seeing it in this state, does it bring back any childhood memories?
Oh, yeah, this is how it was. It was shiny. I don't think I've listened to it since I was about 10.
You haven't listened to it since you was 10?
Oh, that.
Well, we can rectify that, can't we,
Sounds to
Tim?
me like a cue to put a record on. And here's one I prepared earlier.
And for Corrie and her late sister, there was one track that was always a firm favourite.
See, I'm just going to laugh now. That'll be...
You said it's the one you wanted.
See, that's it now. I'm just going to laugh
When I took this drawer out,
You found my record.
no, what I found was worse than that, a load of broken bits of record. in there. And some
You don't
are
know
not-
what it is?
I don't know what it is. It's all in broken bits. I know. I had a thought. We all had a thought. If you like, you can take this record with you.
There you go.
All right?
Is that all
It's a
right?
present from
thank you so
present from
much.
the repair shop.
Oh, brilliant. Now I can get the kids to listen to it.
Yeah, you can do that. Just make sure you don't break this one.
Yeah, I'll be careful with that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Cheers, come on. Thanks.
Oh, it's lovely. He's done such a lovely job. It just took me straight back to when my sister and I were on the floor laughing. And it's so lovely to have those memories of when we were kids. We had an amazing childhood, and just to be taken back there was so special. And that record is so funny. I think it's going to be worn out. I'm going to play it over and over again and drive everybody mad.
In the repair shop today, Will has his work cut out with an antique table.
There are some jobs that you think is a really good idea, and then halfway through you just think,
Why did I start?
oh my gosh.
While Julie and Amanda attempt to breathe new life into a precious 50-year-old cuddly toy.
We've been waiting for this for a long time.
But first, the repair shop is taking delivery of a real collector's item, belonging to Betty Raymond and her son, Michael.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm Steve. Hi. Hello. I know you can't shake my hand. Pop it on the table here,
Thank you.
whatever it is. What have we got here?
Okay, this is an antique steam gunboat that my parents found some years ago.
Oh, my word. This is something special. This is fantastic. After the rudder. That's good. Oh, we've got a cannon and another cannon.
I found it on the beach at Goring by Sea in 1952.
Right.
There was just that part protruding from the sand. So my husband said, don't touch it, don't touch it. It'll go bang. But I stayed with it, and I eventually, that was what came out from the sand. It was absolutely buried.
I think the thing that really I find quite amusing about this story is my father standing back and saying to my mother, you dig it up, I'll stand back here safely.
And I suppose you didn't know where it come from?
No idea. How it came to be buried in the sea at Goring, I don't know. That's another story which we shall never know.
Have you researched the history?
We tried. My husband wrote to the address that's on the stern of the boat, but we never got a reply. So we just assumed that during the war years it could have been lost. We just didn't know.
And have you ever had it working?
Yes.
Oh, you have?
Yes.
And have you sailed it?
Yes. In the boating lake in Poole Park.
Oh, right.
Michael was 2 at the time, and we took it down and had it going.
And does it go very fast?
It chugs its way around. It's not slow, but it moves.
My earliest memory is of it being in my father's study, just sitting there. I think although we had promises to go and run it, we never did in the end.
Would you like to see it running?
I'd love to see it running, yes.
Are you confident that it would float?
That's another matter.
After my husband died, I'd had it for a few years, and I passed it over to Michael to look after, and then take it to his son and to keep it in the family.
Yes.
Because it's such an unusual piece of history.
Absolutely. So I'm going to really enjoy this project. And when you come back and have a look at it, I hope that it's going to be running and working and looking great.
Wonderful. That'll be great.
Okay, thank you very much for coming in.
Thanks very much.
Built by French toy makers Radiguet and Messiaen, this steam-powered battleship is at least 125 years old. But the years of being buried under a Sussex beach have clearly taken their toll. The first thing Steve needs to do is strip off all the components and find out if the boat is seaworthy.
Steve, I heard you need a bucket.
I did.
Full of water?
I do, yeah.
Why?
I'll just fill it with water to see if it's watertight. And basically what I need you to do is just put your finger over that hole there.
OK.
You got your finger in the right...
I've got it in the... It's down. Look, I'm going to show you. It's there.
That's the right one, yeah.
Right.
OK.
Fill her up.
Right, yeah.
So what we're looking for, we don't want to see water coming out, do we?
No, that'd be bad news.
I don't think it's coming out, is it?
Right, I think that's enough. How's that looking?
That's all right, actually. There's no water in the bucket, is there?
Lift that up. You can't see anything seeping.
Nothing.
That's absolutely brilliant. Good. If you can stay there for about half an hour and just...
The repair shop takes in all manner of artifacts steeped in family history, but not many of them span 4 generations. Mark and Carol Bentley have brought along a much-loved 200-year-old heirloom, which they hope the team can restore to its former glory.
Will, we've got a table.
Lovely table.
Thank you.
Looks like it's standing up on all 3 legs, so...
Just about. If we leave it too much longer, I think we'll have pieces rather than a complete table.
I see. Where did you get it from?
It came from my mother, before her, my grandmother, and before her, my great-great-grandmother.
It was 20 years ago that Mark's mother died, so this is her anniversary year, which we thought would be ideal to get that done for as well. Then it will go to our niece or her children, so it'll carry on through
the
mother's side of the family.
They're just building up the pressure for me to do an amazing job. I was thinking. So this looks like a triangular top, but I presume these...
Yeah, these come up.
Looks like rosewood to me. The thing with rosewood is it's quite a dark wood, but as time goes on, it really lightens and it sort of goes to this really nice blonde colour, which looks lovely, but if you have to sort of patch a piece or sand a piece, it goes straight back down to that dark wood again. So it's really tricky to then patch certain areas.
Oh.
Really tricky. And it looks like we're missing a massive patch of veneer from the inside.
That's the most serious problem.
Plant pot?
Very likely.
Lovely. Well, if you leave that with us, we will let you know when it's ready to be picked up.
Great.
Thank you very much for coming in.
Thanks, Will.
Cheers, thanks.
Thank you.
To get a clear view of the beautiful veneered top, we'll first deep cleanse the table, which reveals a challenging issue.
You can actually see where everything is quite light, but there are areas where it's quite dark. And the only way to make that light again is to bleach it out. So bleaching isn't really my favourite task. It's something I'd use sort of as a last resort.
He may not be a fan of bleaching, but in this case, Will decides it's his best bet.
So right now I'm putting on the first bleach. What that does is it soaks into the wood and actually makes it look a lot darker. And once that's dried in about 20 minutes, half an hour, then you put on bleach B, and then that turns it lighter.
A few hours later, and the gamble has paid off.
So I'm really pleased with this. I used the bleach. The bleach has worked. I know that this looks really bleached out and a lot lighter than the table for now. However, once I neutralise this with a bit of water and white vinegar, you'll see it's not actually too far off, is it? That looks pretty good. I've actually surprised myself in a way. So what I'll do now is neutralise the rest of the veneer, and then I can work out what part I'm going to use for the table.
But with a 200-year-old wooden piece like this, even a seemingly straightforward job has hidden problems.
Kirsten?
Yeah?
Do you mind having a look at something for me?
Yeah, sure thing.
Thanks. I'm not sure what to do. I was originally going to just patch this damaged area here.
Yeah.
But looking at the outside panels and the rest of the veneer here, that looks really clear, that looks lovely.
It's really lovely, yeah.
Whereas this all looks quite mottled and grey.
I can see something there as well. Yeah.
It is pretty bad, isn't it?
It is.
I mean, it's really unsightly, and I just think that I sort of owe it to the family to have this table looking, you know, the best that it can be.
So, what are the options then?
Instead of patching it there,
Yeah.
I am considering on patching it there. So taking it right up to that line of inlay.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, that's pretty drastic.
Stay with me.
Seems like quite a big job to me. I don't know.
There are some jobs that you think is a really good idea, and then halfway through you just think,
Why did I start?
oh my gosh.
The possessions we treasure most are often those that represent a connection to loved ones. Next to arrive at the repair shop is Jill Padmore, with an adored childhood friend in need of some serious TLC from soft toy restorers Julie and Amanda.
This is Panda. I had Panda when I was 1. My father bought me Panda. As you can see, he's been well loved and well cherished over the years. In a sorry state at the moment.
Oh, he's lovely.
Isn't he sweet? Sadly, my father died when I was 9, and
So he's very precious to you for that reason.
yeah, he's very precious because after Dad died, I found it really hard to talk to anyone about him. He was extremely patient. I was a sort of child who liked to do his hair, have a comb over, I remember, and I used to, and once I was really long, so I used to plait it, and he was so patient. Life sort of went from colour to black and white when he died, so didn't really come to terms with my father's death for probably about 20 years.
Wow.
But Panda, throughout that time when I couldn't talk about him, he was always there. We didn't have to have a conversation. He was there. He was my connection. I knew that my father, who loved me, had bought me the Panda, and meant that we had sort of this unspoken bond, and that he could be my go-to bear.
Absolutely. So he knows everything.
He knows everything, and there's a lot of tears shed on him. He's a very special Panda. Deserves to be looking beautiful again.
I've noticed he's still got his little label on his side here, made in England. So he's a good
English
British
bear.
panda,
Which is lovely, yes. You may notice the worst of the damage is actually in the black.
Yeah.
The fabric, we've seen this quite a bit, and we believe it's the dyeing process.
Oh, really?
Weakens the fabric,
Oh.
but the white always seems to say a little bit
That's interesting.
longer.
Wow. He's
But
lost his
obviously-
tongue.
Yes, do you have a little red tongue?
He had a little red
there?
tongue, yeah. We had tea parties, you see, so I think obviously during a tea party he must have lost his tongue.
Enough that he can sit up, possibly?
Yeah, well, he never
So
did
can
sit up
hold-
by himself.
Oh, right.
He always had to be
Okay.
propped up. He got dressed up a lot as well, which probably why his arms are coming off. So he's naked at the moment. It's not usual for Panda.
A
Bear bear.
A bear bear.
He's one of the few things I've kept from childhood, and I just want to be able to, cuddle and love him again, and
Absolutely, we understand.
and pass him on to my son as well.
You need him strengthened, really,
Strengthened,
and
yeah.
everything, don't you?
Yeah, and some patchwork going on here.
Also, just want to reassure you that we won't change his look or his character. He will still be the Panda that you remember.
Do you want to give him a hug?
I do.
I thought you did.
Oh,
We'll look after him.
He'll be fine.
Don't worry, we will look after him.
Thank you.
Come on, Panda. You're with us now for a little while. Okay.
Thank you very much.
No, you're more than welcome.
It's sad to see a bear that has fallen into so much disrepair, just through love, really. I feel as though I'm sort of honouring Dad's memory, really, and being able to pass him on to my own son is, is very special.
Well, they're very special.
He is a
Panda.
very special
Come on,
Panda.
buddy.
Well, where are we going to start?
Cleaning-wise, that I wouldn't want to attempt to clean him unless we separate black from white.
Just in case. We don't want the colour bleeding into him.
No, absolutely not.
And then we can line it all and he'll be stronger.
Absolutely.
So come on, better get on with it then.
Definitely.
Back at his bench, Will has made a bold decision about the rosewood table.
So I finally decided to replace the entire triangular veneered section in the middle, and I think it will look a lot better replacing that whole piece of veneer rather than just sort of patching it on the inside. So I'm going to take a giant leap and remove the veneer on the inside. I have a funny feeling this is going to take me quite a while.
Veneer of this age can be especially stubborn to remove, but Will's got a trick up his sleeve. He's decided to gently steam each section of the veneer through a wet towel for about 30 seconds at a time.
Mate, this is going to be amazing. So the iron is melting and softening the glue underneath the veneer, and actually making it a lot easier, as you can see, to almost releases the veneer from the surface of the wood. But this is a risk of me damaging the surrounding area, which is what I don't want to do. So I end up having to replace the entire top, which I don't want to do. And you can sort of just roll it up like that. Right, I am happy to see the back of that process.
Now, Will can begin to apply the rosewood veneers he bleached earlier. He needs to fit them seamlessly into the table's surface.
This is it. This is, everything else had been slightly stressful, but I think this is the point where, almost the point of no return. I will use my scalpel blade and carefully cut out the width that I need on the veneer to match up with the edges here. Measure 50 times and cut once. I'm prepared. I am prepared. It's going to pay off. It's going to pay off. It's really tricky because if I cut everything symmetrically, it definitely wouldn't fit. So I'm actually having to sort of partly use my imagination and partly kind of just go with the feel of the tabletop. What I'll do now is put some glue on the back and then clamp it down and make sure that clamp is super tight because I don't want any air pockets or pockets of loose glue. Sweet.
Meanwhile, Julie and Amanda are getting started on Jill's precious panda. The first step is to carefully unpick this distinguished old friend and remove all of his stuffing.
You can do it?
Okay. No going back, as they say.
Nope. I wonder what Jill would think if she could see this. Oh no.
It has to be done though, doesn't it?
I know.
That's the thing.
It's quite a painstaking process because we literally do it a stitch at a time.
Yeah, but it should suddenly just go. I always think it's lovely when you first do undo seams that you see the fur as it would have been, because that's the bit tucked inside. Yeah. Just that last little bit.
Nearly there.
Yay.
There we go.
Okay. So there he is.
2 pieces. Here we go. This is a quick, easy job. Well, there you go. I believe that all came out of him, would you? No.
Bare innards. Good job. Back to the unpicking then.
Yeah. I'll get these
There you
ears
go.
off. Thank you.
Steve is painstakingly reviving the 19th century toy battleship that was discovered on a beach 65 years ago.
So what I'm doing at the moment is I'm just cleaning off the verdigris that fortunately is not deep into the brass. Sometimes if it's really severe, digs into the brass. I've already cleaned up one cannon. That's what it looked like before. It's come up quite nice. I've got to repair the rudder on here. So that's got to fix on there. I've just seen on here, the back here, there's a little tube with a hole in it. Obviously that had a mast for a flag that came off there. Maybe a French flag or something. Feels quite sort of, it doesn't feel smooth. I think the whole thing might need stripping out and cleaning, because I think that should be smooth.
So you're getting on with the other bits then?
Yeah, good. So I've made a new mast for it.
Okay.
To match the other mast there.
What's all these bits? Is this the steam engine then? What's that?
Right, this is the actual main burner. So you put methylated spirits in there and you've got 3 flames coming up, which sits under here and it heats up the tank.
Come on.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. This is the piston. So the steam drives this piston, which goes up and down like that, and actually turns this flywheel, which is attached to the propeller.
How cool is that?
Yeah, really good.
So have you worked on one of these before?
Never on a steamboat.
So how come you know all of that? That's how that works then?
I've worked on toy boats before. I've always messed around with toys and things like that as a lad.
Right.
And used to play with steam engines and things, so I know about them.
Oh, man.
So yeah, this piston is the really important piece. That was full of sand and grit. That piston wasn't going up and down like that. It was really gritty and not. But now I've cleaned it all out and it's as smooth as anything. So it's a matter of just putting everything back on now and firing it up.
As Jay oversees repairs across the workshop, he's keen to find out if Will's big gamble on the rosewood table veneer has paid off.
This is like Christmas. Come on.
You do that side, I do the same.
I'll let you do the last one, yeah? Ooh, that looks nice.
Look at that.
That is nice.
Oh, and it's flat.
Well, the thing for me is that is perfect. It's lined up. You've done good, man.
Well, it's close.
The only thing is, that goes in like that, doesn't it?
Yeah, roughly.
But then we're still going to have that bit missing in the middle.
I can patch that.
Can you?
If I can do that, I can patch that.
All right, I'll leave you to it then.
Yeah?
All right.
Before the precious toy battleship is relaunched, Steve needs to be confident that its steam engine still works. After all, it's been out of action for almost 70 years.
So you're going to wait for it to get a pressure?
Yeah.
And then that steam should go through?
Yeah, I've got Dom's welding mask here, so once it gets to a certain sort of heat, I'm going to put on... actually, I'm going to do it now.
Yes, please.
Right.
So what's going to happen now? That steam there is travelling to there.
Yeah.
And it'll go down that pipe, right? And turn there.
Oh, did you see that?
Yeah, I saw it.
Come on. You can see it's got some energy there.
What's stopping it, do you reckon, then, Steve? Or would that be inside there, or is it that mechanism? Which one do you think it is, Steve?
I'm not sure.
No? Because obviously it should go, shouldn't it?
Yeah, it's almost there. It's almost going. Right. What I'm going to do, I'm going to loosen up the propeller end, because that might be causing too much friction.
Right. So that's to work harder.
Yeah.
Cool. So we're going to get this back inside, lube it up, and then it's all good to go.
Well, not lube it up, do some proper adjustments to it.
Proper adjustments then. Yeah. All right. Come on then.
Okay.
Over on Julie and Amanda's workbench, emergency surgery is being carried out on the threadbare 50-year-old panda. They've separated each of its furry components.
We have now lined all the body and the arms and legs.
I will put some stuffing into this head. Julie will get his tummy panel into place and finish putting his paw pads in. So that will go on there. Tummy panel will go on here. We see pandas right back from early bear making. I'd say as early as the 20s. This one came from the 1960s, and I would say around the 60s they became really popular because they started bringing them into the UK. So I think they had pandas at London Zoo, and of course all the children wanted a panda. So it's quite nice to see one that's survived the fact that he's been played with so much, you know, that he's still in reasonable condition.
He is.
Now that I've got more stuffing behind there, there's a bit more substance to his muzzle, I'm going to be able to stitch his little nose into place, and his tongue will be going there. This is how he would have originally looked. So I'm really pleased with how that's looking, and he'll be ready to pop it back on onto his body when Julie's finished. That's if she catches up.
It stops faffing.
Yeah, she's good at faffing. We took note when we dismantled him that the label was upside down and it has to be put back in the right place.
Which side was it? Whenever we've turned something inside out and we're having to re-put it back together again, there's always that moment where you think, have I got it round the right way?
We are making sure that it goes back exactly as it was, so that she can, you know, it's how she remembers it, and that's important. Inside out and upside down, so the writing is going to be facing up towards his face, and it's going to go in here.
We've reached a tricky stage now of matching the black with the white. We have this area here around the edge of the fabric, which quite delightfully is as his fur would have been. However, if we don't match this properly, that's going to show, and it's just not going to look right if it shows.
White fluffy armpits are not a good look.
No, it won't be quite right. Once I have stitched all the way to the top here, that will be effectively the stitching complete, and then I'll be able to turn it through and check that I did actually get it lined up. It's kind of a bit exciting. Just doing the last couple of stitches here.
She's got her smug mode look on. She's definitely confident.
I'm a bit scared to look now you're making such a thing. Oh.
Look at that.
Look.
And the label's
Ta-da!
back
It's
in,
the
upside
right
down.
way.
Oh, well done.
Panda isn't the only repair shop project that's well on its way to being fixed. Will's made good headway on a much-loved 200-year-old rosewood table handed down through 4 generations. But his work isn't done quite yet.
Whilst I was dismantling this tabletop, I realised that one of the panels sat prouder than the actual triangular surface. I thought that it was actually warped and curved, but instead I realised some of these hinges are actually bent. So I thought, why not take them off, get them into a clamp, and see if I can clamp them flat. Now it's almost perfect, that's pretty flat. So if I compare that to a hinge that I haven't actually flattened out yet, you can see the massive difference there. Hopefully they should all be just as easy to flatten out.
Once the hinges are back in place and the table reassembled, Will and Jay add some finishing touches.
A little nervous and anxious and very eager to see what the result's going to be on the table.
Mark and Carol's table had extensive water damage, and the joints and hinges were all in need of Will's expert attention.
Coming up here, we were talking about what Will might have done, so it's going to be really good to see what's coming out of it and what it's going to look like when it's finished. I'm quite excited about it. Hi, Will. Nice to see you again.
Okay, Will.
Nice to see you. Nice
All
to
right.
see you. This was a pleasure to work on.
Good.
Slight bit of a nightmare at times. But would you like to have a look?
Yes, please.
Yes.
Oh, look at that. Well, that's fabulous.
That's beautiful.
You have done a brilliant job, Will.
I just wish my mother was still around to see that, or my grandmother as well. Like me, they'd be lost for words. Just didn't believe it would be, well, look that good. But
Are you sure this is our table, Will?
but the inlay is just, it
really pops
it
out
really
there.
comes
It
out there.
really
It was so
comes
dark
out, yeah.
before.
Fabulous. I can't believe that.
So how does it feel to see it like this?
It's just, it's amazing. It's beautiful.
It was a pleasure to work on. It was a pleasure to work on. It was a pleasure to work on.
I really owe you for that. Thank you. Thank
If
you.
you're ever down our way, you're welcome for a coffee anytime.
Thank you. I might hold you to that.
I'm stunned by what Will's done with the table. I mean, when he took that blanket off and we looked at the inlay, I got very emotional.
It's just brought it back to life. It's as though it's just come out of the showroom. It's amazing, really. And it just brings back so many memories, good memories of my mother and my grandmother. It's just really nice to see that connection again, but know it's saved for the future. The story doesn't finish here. It's 4 generations and counting. Yeah.
Clockwork expert Steve has been engaged in an epic struggle with a vintage toy battleship. He's painstakingly cleaned up all of the components. And although the boat's steam engine works, it's so far refused to actually turn the propeller.
So it's going to work this time?
Do you know what? I'm confident this time.
So do you know why it didn't work?
Yeah, the whole hull was slightly bent.
Right.
Which meant that the actual propeller shaft wasn't quite in line and it was binding.
So what can I do then?
We need to fill up the that little vessel with the methylated spirits.
All right.
Maybe not all of it.
Not all of it?
I think that'll do.
Yeah? OK, over there.
Right. You ready?
I'll put my goggles on.
OK.
I do trust you. This looks promising.
There we go. So, got to wait for it to warm up now.
It's like waiting for the kettle to boil.
Well, it didn't take long last time, did it?
No, it didn't. OK. Oh. It's coming out. That's a good sign. Come on, man! Hey! Boy! Wow, that's fast, isn't it?
It is fast, yeah.
I don't need these now. Oh, blimey.
Feel the air.
Oh, wow. So in the water, that would just go like that, wouldn't it? It'd go like a rocket.
Oh, that's the point. Yeah, it might go really
It'd go too fast.
Yeah. No, I like that.
Now, that is amazing how it's working like that.
Yeah. I'm chuffed a bit.
You should be, man. Well done. That's a good job. But how do you stop it? There must be a way to stop it. Like... OK, cool. Can we test this out on the water?
Well, that's the second trial.
All right. Michael's going to be well chuffed with that.
Really?
No, well done.
The conditions on the local duck pond are perfect for a vintage toy steamboat's relaunching ceremony. Betty and Michael are returning to see how Steve has got on with the restoration of their much-loved family heirloom.
We're feeling really excited, aren't we? It's just really looking forward to seeing what the results are.
2 years old when we took it on the boat in Poole Park.
To see it running on water would be absolutely spectacular. I think that would really be the icing on the cake.
Hello, Betty.
Hello.
Hey, Michael.
How you doing, Michael?
Good to see you.
You all right?
Yeah.
Hey.
Hello, you all right? I'm really excited to see this, I must say. I appreciate your work.
You're excited. Well, so I don't know if you've been as excited as Steve. He was like a little boy in a sweet shop and a toy shop. I've never seen him this excited. So we're going to show them?
Yep, okay. So, there we
Oh,
go.
wow. Look at that.
I haven't polished it all up. I didn't want it gleaming. This is just how I'd like it if it was mine.
Absolutely, no, I think that's absolutely the right decision.
Would have overdone it and taken away its antiquity.
Exactly, yeah, absolutely.
It's just amazing. It's brilliant. It's really brought it back to life.
Is this exactly how you remember it when you dug it out of the sea?
Yes.
Yeah.
Flag.
Apart from the flag.
Oh, yes, I popped the flag on for you, and I've made another mast for the...
That's brilliant. Thank you.
Yeah,
Oh, that's...
So what would your husband think of it now?
He would be absolutely thrilled to bits and beside himself. To see it as it is now, he would have absolutely been out of his world. He would love to have seen it.
Well, I'm going to fire it up now. Once it's heated up, I'll launch it on the
Are you all going to launch it? You're not going to let Michael launch it?
I don't want you to fall in.
Oh, you don't want to fall in? All right.
Take a nice bit of pleasure away from you.
Yes, it will, actually.
Well, we've got the rest of the lads coming from the workshop now.
There we go. Right, I'm going to put it in the water now. Sure, Steve.
Yes. Brilliant. Look. That's great.
Thank you.
Oh, it's fantastic. I was just blown away. To see it just chug off from his hands, it really was amazing. It really was.
Look at them, they're like two little schoolboys, aren't they? Proper made up.
It took me back to the time when it was first put on the water, and I could see a husband and Michael sort of just enjoying seeing the boat go through the water. That was pleasure untold. Immediately go back to that time, remembering. And that's one of the most precious things there is, remembering.
Back in the workshop, the repair of the old toy panda is almost finished. There's just one thing missing.
So, Julie's done a lovely job on the body. So it's my job now to marry up head with said body. This can be a little tricky at times. I have to be careful at this point that I get the head on straight. Vintage fabrics do stretch over a period of time. Now we've stabilised this by lining it, etc. But we still have to make sure that as we put it on, we're not going to get any, head to one side or, not fitting in properly. Otherwise, he's going to have a crick in his neck for forever. Pulling it in nice and tight. How are you doing? Look, just the last couple.
Oh, well done.
There he is, all ready for his bow.
Yeah, it's really good. I love doing this because
Get the bow on him.
it's our finishing touch, isn't it?
Absolutely. It's the final test to see if he's done. The one thing Jill said was he never was able to sit up on his own. We know we've got it right if he falls
can't.
over.
Right, okay.
Okay, you ready?
Yep.
Ready, steady.
Perfect.
Look at that.
With her son Edward, Jill is back at the repair shop, ready to be reunited with the precious bear that her late father gave her 50 years ago.
I've been looking forward to this day for so long. Panda just brings all the good memories back of a childhood with Dad. It does mean a lot to me. Can't wait for you to meet him properly.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
How are you feeling?
Nervous, excited.
So you must be Edward, who's going to eventually own Panda Bear?
Yes.
And can you remember what he looked like?
Bit messed up.
He had big holes all over him. He had a red tongue that was missing when I brought him in.
So if he had a red tongue and no holes, you'd be happy?
I'd be extremely happy. I would be over the moon.
Good. So are we ready?
We've been waiting for this for a long time.
Go on then. Ready? There you go. Take him.
Oh my goodness me. Oh my goodness me. He's perfect. He looks just like that.
Bless you.
Thank you so much.
You more than welcome. It's a pleasure. Of course, I'm going as well.
He looks better than I remembered. He looks better than I remembered. Just feeling that plumpness of him, and he's looking at his snout and his shiny eyes. Look at that. You can still see all his age is still there. Look.
Yep.
I quite like that. I quite like. It's his second lease of life, isn't it? And
Absolutely.
You don't want. I didn't want him to look like.
No.
This is. We've all got our marks of time, haven't we? And this is Panda's.
Part of its history.
It's beautiful.
So now he looks like that. Does it take you back?
It does.
Just lovely that the connection you have with him and your father, it's just like that link that you're always going to have every time you've got Panda.
It is, because you go through a process when you're grieving, and as I said, he feels like he's probably the last jigsaw in the healing process, you know, for all these years.
So we took special care as well with the label. Here it is. Because we noticed when you brought him in it was upside down, so we've replaced it upside down, exactly as it was.
I'm so grateful to you. Talented
It's
people.
an absolute pleasure. It really was. It was an honour to be able to do it for you because he's so precious.
And thank you for trusting him with us.
And I'm so grateful to you. Thank you for everything.
You're welcome. Oh, definitely.
The repair shop of dreams. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Oh,
Thank you.
Come on, you. Come on. They've just given me a piece of my childhood back. Linked to my dad now that I've got for, hopefully, for the rest of my life, so.
It's the last piece of the jigsaw.
Yeah, last piece of the jigsaw. I knew they were the people to do it for me, and I'm so very grateful.
In the repair shop today, Steve gets to grips with a favourite childhood toy.
There we go. Sounds a bit like a fire engine or a doorbell. It's quite a magical piece, really.
And Kirsten takes on an oriental artifact with an unusual history.
It can be used for bloodletting as a sort of medical practice for treating all sorts of various illnesses.
Yeah, that is a bit grim.
First to arrive at the repair shop, a very special delivery, all the way from deepest Dorset.
That's it. Oh, that's close. Oh, that's very close, isn't it? That's very close. Oh, here we go. That's it, that's about it. God blimey. How we doing, sir?
John Felsted and Kevin Oakley have brought a little piece of local history that's seen better days.
This looks heavy.
That's it, boys. That's it, boys.
Come on. yeah, I got it.
Okay.
So now I've got my breath back. What is it we've got here?
You've got the village sign from a little village in Dorset called Winterbourne, Stickland.
So how come we've got the village sign? Why is this thing so important?
This was crafted by the whole village. Reg Lomax, who was a baker,
A baker?
He was a baker.
Right.
He was a very good cake decorator, so he designed all this in plasticine. And then they decided amongst themselves who would carve what. We have a local engineering works that made the ironwork. We've got a man that makes ceramics,
Yeah.
so he made that.
Loads of people have come together to make this sign.
Yeah. And it depicts various parts of the village.
Yeah, I was about to say, it's quite interesting how you've got different things going on here, with the gloves and the clock.
That's the mill house.
And there's a church.
Depicts the church, yeah.
So on the other side, there's a different picture.
Yes, there's different pictures, yeah.
Does this mean that we're going to have to turn this over to look at the other side?
Well, I've just got my breath back. I'm not too sure about turning it over. Up, there we go. Oh, wow.
Actually, can we have a look at the other side again?
Now, this side looks in a lot better condition.
One faces north, one faces south, and I think you'll find this faces south.
This is spelled differently?
Sticker Lane, yep.
Right.
And a very old name. Winterburn Stickerland.
And then they've got a date down here. What's this?
1988, that's the date it was unveiled.
Do you have any pictures?
We do have pictures.
Oh, this is quality. Oh, I get it now. That's why we've got the post. So this would sit right on top of that. So it needs a good support, because this is very heavy.
It is heavy.
Yeah.
The main problem with the post, of course, is the crack all down through the middle.
Yeah.
It would be very nice to see it put back to its original condition.
Yeah. Simple. We can do that, can't we?
I think this is going to be much like how it was put together in the beginning, a big team effort by the repair shop.
Yeah.
If anything, my only concern would be the post. That's probably solid oak, and looking at that split, it'd be a shame to do all of this work, put it back, and then this just...
I can't disagree with that.
Yeah.
So I think the best thing to do would be to replace the entire post. Exactly. So I think, Jay, you might have to stretch the budget with this one and look deep into that old wallet of yours.
Well, it's a bit dusty. I haven't found it for a couple of months, but yeah, I'm sure I can stretch. Gentlemen, it's been a pleasure.
It's a pleasure, and it's a pleasure.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure.
All right?
Thank you.
You guys take care now. That's a nice story, isn't it?
Lovely story.
OK, so this is you?
It's not all me. I think we can get Kirsten onto the ceramic part.
Yeah.
Maybe Dom on the metal, and I'll tackle this wood.
First port of call is metalworker Dom.
God, this is heavy.
OK, be careful, because that's ceramic.
OK. What is this?
It is the top of a village sign, but I need your help to take this apart.
The thing is, this is all the same steel frame. The only way, really, would be to take it completely apart, break it into sort of the 5-6 pieces.
That works well for me. So much easier for me to clean all the individual panels separately, rather than having this humongous sign on my bench.
I can take the metal part out and leave you with just the wood.
Fantastic. Well, I'll leave you to get that metal
I'll get this off, yep.
separate, and let me know when the bits are separate, and I can...
I'll run it in. No worries.
Top man. Thanks, Dom.
Many of the items that arrive in the repair shop are faded old toys that stir happy memories. Mervyn Granshaw is hoping that the team can rescue his favourite boyhood possession.
How we doing?
Very well indeed, thank you. Nice to meet you.
What is it we've got here?
This is a Dennis fire engine. They made most of the world's fire engines for probably 100 years.
Right.
And during the Second World War, my father, who was a cabinet maker, he knew this gentleman who worked in the factory, who was a skilled metal worker, and he made this model during his spare time as a hobby. He gave it to my father. My father's name was Dennis. If you look on the side of the bonnet, either side, you'll see it's not only a Dennis fire engine from the Dennis fire engine factory,
but it's made for Dennis.
Made for Dennis, my father. And so he came home with it one day and gave it to me as a toy.
And you used to play with this?
Oh, yeah, that was my favourite toy.
So what did it used to do then? Like, you say you played with it, you just push it up and down, or does it do stuff?
No. How it works is this. If you operate this one on the side, they can go up as far as you want. And then this one here will rotate it anywhere you want it to go.
Yeah.
When it's working and all the strings are functional, there's another little lever here, and when you rotate it, the ladders will extend all the way up. So you have a triple-length ladder. It also had headlights at the front, operated by this switch, a little interior light for the driver, and also underneath there is a bell.
So this is a one-off, isn't it? There's no other vehicle like this anywhere in the world, is there?
Not at all. This is the only one.
I think this is all going to clean up beautifully, actually, and look absolutely cracking when we've got it all up together, working, lights on, ladder working, and everything as it should be.
So, Steve, you should be able to fix this. You used to be a fireman, didn't you?
I did, yeah. I was a fireman for 30 years, retained fireman. Yeah, just waiting for a call when I was working on clocks. And, yeah, I'd learned to drive fire engines on a Dennis.
So you know how to work this, then?
Yeah.
So what you would like us to do with this is get it up to full working condition?
Yes. I've now got a granddaughter, and it would just be lovely if it was as it was when I was little.
Well, thank you for bringing it in.
Not at all.
And we'll let you know as soon as we've done it.
Thank you very much. Nice to meet you. Thank you.
You take care.
Bye-bye now.
It's so special. I can't do anything other than try and get it restored. It was such fun. You could play endless games because obviously it would run from room to room. I could elevate the ladder and it could reach almost anything that I could reach as a child. And so we played all sorts of games, not only with firemen running up, but soldiers running up and all sorts of things. It was terrific. And I'd love to be able to hand it over in the same condition that I had it.
There's quite a lot to be done on this, actually, apart from cleaning it up. I mean, it will clean up really well. There's a lot of brass on here that will polish up nice and look great. I've got to work out how the ladder's extended with all the ropes and everything. And also the electrics inside I need to sort out as well, because the two lights, there's the one there that I've got to refix in there. I'd like all that to work as well. The bell is in quite a state, and I'm not sure yet how that rings. When you work on a piece like this that obviously has been made by someone that knows what they're doing, it's an honour to work on it, actually, and I try and put myself in the mindset of that person and think, you know, how can I get it back to how they would have liked to have seen it, you know, when it was new.
At the back of the workshop, Will's getting to grips with the Dorset Village sign, built by the residents themselves 30 years ago.
I am beginning to clean off the old varnish. It smells quite damp and it sort of feels quite damp, so I don't want to start scraping it with anything too abrasive because I don't want to start ruining the wood behind. So I'm using this dental tool. It's really fine and really small. Something actually really satisfying about this. Peeling back the years, you can actually see some areas where whoever had carved this before have left tiny imperfections and scratches and things. And if I went over this with sandpaper, I might have lost that. So it's quite nice to see a bit of the maker's mark. The more time I spend cleaning this, the more time I actually appreciate the time and the effort that's gone into carving it.
But now it's the repair shop team which is putting in the hard graft. Kirsten is running her eye over the once colourful ceramic country landscape, which has been growing greener with every passing season.
This side has obviously borne the brunt of the weather, and it's got quite a lot of algae and stuff growing on it. So I'm just going to give it a little bit of a clean, and I'm just going to try some water on a cotton wool swab and see how that does. Actually, that's coming off really, really well. So hopefully this is just going to be quite a quick clean. I'm finding a really lovely plaque under here. I love this kind of craft style pottery. I'm seeing sky and sort of fields and a river. It's rather lovely.
The team in the workshop is accustomed to working with prized pieces from all over the globe. And this morning, Jane Martin has arrived with precious cargo.
Hello, what a beautiful place this is. There we go, thank you.
An ancient artifact from the Far East.
So, what do we have
Here we
next?
are. Well, we've got a ceramic plate, and it fell off a shelf, and now it's in these pieces, and I
Did I hear ceramic?
shattered.
Yes, I was about to call you over.
Hello, I'm cherished.
I hope you can help, because
have a look.
It was bought by my grandfather in the 1880s. He was a very cultivated man. It was already broken at the bottom here. You'll perhaps find the ancient glue, and the tragedy, it fell off the shelf to the ground, and I was shattered, and I want to hand it on to the next generation.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's why it means a lot, you know, to have it made good again. I would love to know if you, you know, what was it for, and is it Japanese or Chinese?
Actually, I think it is Japanese.
Why would you say more Japanese than Chinese?
Well, just the Amari ware is quite typically Japanese. How long have you had this?
I've known the plate all my life.
Right,
It was in my father's house, you know, inherited from his father who bought it. And then it was now in my house, and this has happened under my watch, as it were. And I do feel simply dreadful.
Do you happen to know if all the pieces
I was
are
about
here?
to ask the same question.
Yes, that's all I have. These are a
They
bit
seem to have
tiny.
broken into relatively large pieces, which is quite handy, whereas if you have lots of small pieces, it makes it a lot harder.
Do you know, Kirsten, it is really, aesthetics mean a lot to me, and I just love things that are beautiful. And as William Morris said, and I'm sure you all know, keep only those things in your house which are either beautiful or useful.
Well, I know Kirsten would do a fantastic job.
Yes, thank you
Lovely.
very
Thank
much
you.
again.
Okay,
Bye-bye.
bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
I've known it all my life. I love it a lot, and it makes me think of my grandfather who bought it. I'm a great believer in keeping things in the same family over the generations, and this might be a way to do just that.
You think you're up for the challenge?
Always up for the
Always up for the challenge.
I think initially I'd just like to actually see if all the pieces are actually here.
Well, I was going to make it a bit tricky for you, so just take a piece away.
Yeah, that old chestnut.
Would you like some help with it back to your table?
Do you mind?
Thank
you.
Imari porcelain was first produced in Japan in the 17th century. The hand-painted depictions of flora and fauna in blues, reds and golds are highly sought after when they're in one piece.
I've just realised that I think I've got a whole corner missing here. So I think I'm going to have to make up this piece here. So that's going to be interesting. OK, that's a shame, actually. I was really hoping that most of it was there, but anyway, I'm sure I'll tackle it.
Across the workshop, Steve is rebooting a one-of-a-kind fire engine. It was made during the Second World War and was a fully functioning replica of the real thing.
We've got the turntable ladder device there. There's obviously coming from some device from the Dennis factory. Got the switch unit there that goes on top. That looks a lot better now. And I've got to paint the railings of this ladder section before I polish it up, because I don't want any polish to get onto the railings before I polish it, because the paint won't take.
The three extending ladders have been out of action for decades. All Steve's technical expertise is required here.
I'm repairing the ladder at the moment, and it's got an issue with it, because this hole here where the string goes through is actually cut a little slot just in the hole there, and that's actually making the string that goes through it bind. So it was no wonder that the ladder wouldn't raise. So I've actually made a bush that I'm going to put in there, and I've rounded either end so that the string will slide through it nicely, and that should rectify the problem forever. So,
how are we getting on with Mervyn's fireman?
Yeah, it's coming on really well.
What are you doing?
Cleaning up the wheels now. Yeah, I've done the other ones. Quite interesting. They've all got different number of wheel nuts. There's 4, 6, and on the other side There's 2 on the front there and 6 on the back.
So why is that? Why do they do that?
I think they just used what was available and just carried on.
So, is it cleaned up? You're taking all the ladders off and everything. The wood looks amazing.
Yeah, it's come out really well. Kirsten's going to paint the wheel arches and this front bit here. So the whole thing's going to look great. I've cleaned all this up.
Oh, that looks special now, doesn't it? Hey?
Yeah.
Like
so it's all going to look like that. I've taken off all the brass mounts. They're all going to polish up beautifully as well.
Oh, all right. So what can I do then? Is it ready to go?
Yeah, if you can take this over to Kirsten.
All right, no problem.
Got it?
Yeah, I've got it.
And the ladder, she's got to take that as well. She's going to paint the rails of that.
Sorry, mate.
Yep.
Got it.
OK, cheers.
No problem.
Hello, you.
You all right?
Oh, you brought me a toy.
Yeah. Let's have a little play around with this.
Oh, wow. My goodness.
Well, Steve's working on the mechanism. If you don't mind, need this bit painted in the cream.
Uh-huh. Yep.
And then green on that bit.
Right.
Red, 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 and red.
OK.
Is that cool?
Yeah, that's fine. Leave it with me. That'd be great.
All right.
Outside, the village sign's metalwork is getting some special attention from Dom.
Before this frame goes off to be powder coated and painted, I just need to do a tiny repair on this side. I've had to cut this tab off to get the wood out intact, so we're just going to weld that back on.
But one piece of the sign is beyond rescue, the old oak post, leaving Will with the task of carving a new one from scratch. Although the huge lump of new timber is putting up some stiff resistance.
This oak is so solid and the grain is going in so many different directions. With carving down the edge here, it's been really hard not to spit out the wood. When you're chiseling, there's always a chance that the blade finds the grain of the wood and it follows it, so you have bits of wood spitting off. Once you've spit it, you can't really go back. So I've had to sort of carve it from different directions.
Back on Steve's bench, there's been a slight hitch with the fire engine.
I wanted to put the original bell back on, so I put a screw in there, and the screw came through and actually broke a coil, one of the wires on the coil there. So what I've had to do is take a lot of the coil off, solder it up, and then put it back again. And it should. There we go. Sounds a bit like a fire engine or a doorbell.
Steve, I've got something for you.
Ooh, good. Oh, excellent. Good, good, good. That's brilliant. That means I can get on with the rest.
OK.
That's lovely. Thank
All
you.
right, you're welcome.
Oh, that looks so much better. That's a good green.
Yeah, it took a couple of goes, but got there in the end.
Thank you so much. So I've got to a stage now where I've rebuilt the headlights. I'm also popping another switch in as well, which is, funnily enough, a doorbell switch for the bell. Before, it was all wired into one switch, so the lights would come on and the bell would go on and the bell would be going continuously. So for Mervyn's sanity, that will be pressed and then the bell will go at that point only, as opposed to going all the time and driving them insane. So, yeah, just ready to put it all back together again now. Quite a magical piece, really.
Kirsten is preparing to put together all of the broken pieces of the antique Japanese porcelain.
I just want to see if I can get this animal glue off this old adhesive. Yeah, that's coming off quite nicely, actually. It's quite satisfying. It's really important to make sure that all the exposed sort of break edges are really, really clean. Any old adhesive is removed, and if you just have one of them that's out of alignment, it actually can put the whole piece out of alignment. So one join's wrong, it then sort of goes on to the next join, and actually you just don't get a very good bond. It's actually coming off quite easily. I'll still steam clean it.
With the Victorian glue removed, this porcelain jigsaw puzzle can begin to be pieced back together.
So I think I'm going to try and make it into sort of 2 large sections and then join the 2 pieces together. So it needs really, really thorough mixing, this adhesive. You basically have to mix it for as long as you can bear to mix it, and then mix it a bit more. I'm just going to put the tape on now. There we go. And hopefully that way I'll get a really good, tight stick. It's almost whole again. I'm just pulling some of these joins a little bit tighter together with the tape, because now the bowl is actually supported, gravity is actually pulling it all together. I can make those little adjustments. I'm quite pleased with the way that's gone together, actually.
But this puzzle is missing a piece, which Kirsten is going to have to rebuild using a ceramic resin.
As it's such a large area, I'm going to support the area with some dental wax and then actually fill on top of that.
Kirsten must draw on all her years of experience to replicate the centuries-old porcelain.
I'm just hoping that I can actually get the translucency and the colour right. It's always quite difficult with something like this. I start off with some white pigment, a cerulean blue, and just take a few tiny grains of pigment, pop them to the side there. So hopefully that's the sort of blue colour. So I'm going to add in some yellow ochre, and immediately you can see that that gives it the sort of the warmth. Try it out on a small area. It's quite difficult when you do a fill that's this big and this deep. You've got to make allowances for the light actually coming through from the back to the front. And as I get more and more fill actually into this and it gets deeper and deeper, I might have to make adjustments. But it's just a case of trial and error, actually.
After overcoming his carving issues with the village sign, Will's discovered another problem with the new wood that's left him a little stumped.
So the post is made out of oak, which is naturally quite light, but everything else has been carved in mahogany, which is quite dark. So I'm going to use this stain here to give it an overall colour to match the original mahogany. Only problem with that is there is so much wood here that needs staining and polishing, and I could really do with another pair of hands.
Luckily, Dom's on hand to help save the day.
This is all looking good.
It's looking really good. It just needs to be stained and polished.
Good.
I say just needs to be stained and polished. There's so much wood. So I was thinking I need an apprentice.
Right, OK, yeah. Happy to help.
Yeah,
bring it on.
Okay.
Yeah, no worries.
I'll go first.
Go on, yeah, I'm waiting.
So what I'm doing is I'm applying it to the surface, then using the tissue to sort of blend it in. Because if you go on too heavy, then it almost looks like it's just been painted.
Yeah, you don't want to lose all this nice grain,
no,
do we?
and then if you rub it in, you can still see that it's the mahogany, and you can see still see the grain of the wood.
Lovely. OK, I think I can do that. Shall I start on this bit?
You sure can.
Can I stipple this, or what do you want to do? Just...
See? Natural.
How am I doing?
Yeah, good. You got the job.
Don't know what all the fuss is about.
Kirsten has got the Japanese porcelain bowl back in one piece again, including the missing part that she's lovingly recreated. The prominent cutout section on the rim is a clue to the bowl's original purpose.
Now, what is that, anyway?
It's actually primarily, I think, probably a barber's bowl, but equally it can be used for bloodletting.
Which is what? What's a bloodletting bowl?
In ancient times, they would basically bleed you.
It's actually used as a sort of medical practice for treating all sorts of various illnesses.
Yeah.
But you offer it up to the neck and presumably do whatever you're going to do.
Sounds a bit Sweeney Todd to me.
Yeah. I was going to demonstrate, but I don't know if it's bad luck. I just put a curse on myself. But I think that I'm going to hold it with two hands.
Yes.
If you're having a shave,
Yeah.
Right.
and then if you're letting, then it's more like something like that.
Yeah. And barbers obviously have sharp knives, and I think that they actually assisted in bloodletting. And bloodletting, I think, is used for centuries.
Yeah, that is a bit grim.
Yeah.
What more do you need to do to this?
So I've just been colour filling it here and sort of various places where there's kind of on the base. I'm just actually sanding back at the moment, and then I'm going to polish it and then paint it, and that's it. I'm back in a bit.
All right, I will do. I'll hold you to that.
All right. Thanks, Will.
That's all right.
Back outside, Dom's putting the village sign back together. Repair shop foreman Jay's helping to make sure this project is completed on time for the village.
I heard there's some varnishing that I need to do around here.
Absolutely. This is definitely a job for you. Will showed me how to do all the varnishing and it was fairly straightforward, to be honest. So.
Hold on, you've done all the varnishing of this already?
Yep, stained it, varnished all of this. I've painted the end of the post black, because that's the bit that's going to be in the ground.
That's got to be kind of like waterproof then, yeah?
Because that was the problem on the original post. That's where it went rotten.
Right. You want this varnished?
Yes, this is the last piece. That's the stuff brush there. That'd be great if you don't mind.
No problem.
Don't want any runs in that? No.
Of course not. Me get runs? Are you taking the mickey?
No, I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare.
Because you've got to remember, it's loads of craftsmen that actually took part in this in the village.
Spent a long time making it, yeah. Need to do them justice, don't we? Come on, Jay, do you want me to finish up? You must have better things to do, no?
I want to do this.
OK, I understand.
Yeah? Every now and again, I like to get on the tools.
Yeah, well, I'm grateful for the help. It looks really good.
Yeah, it does.
It's been fun.
And that's it. Done.
Once the varnish is dry, all that remains is to carefully piece the jigsaw back together before the sign can be restored to pride of place on the village green.
No, that's the workbench. Stop.
Done.
Are we there?
We're almost there, yeah. We just need to attach this last piece, which is the ceramic bit, which is very fragile. And then
really fragile.
Just pop it on the post, and then it's done.
OK, cool. So you don't need my help. I should go.
Well,
do you know what? You're such a strapping, strong young man.
Well,
we thought we could do with some of that strength. That's the vision we need.
That's it.
You sure this is the right way around, Dom?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Should have the spanner there as well. Yeah.
One more. For good luck. There you go.
Thank you.
I think Dom's done a good job on this, Jay.
He's done a blinding job. I don't know what you was doing.
Me?
This is all in,
I've
mate.
been advising. Just advising.
Brilliant.
Next thing,
Pop
yeah,
it
Jay.
on that now.
This post?
Yeah, if you just bring it over for us.
He's sweating. Look at his face. We're trying to pretend he's not heavy.
This is easy, mate.
Go on.
Twist it. There we are.
Up. Good.
There you go.
Got it?
Whack it in.
Got a hammer? Yeah?
Yeah. Done.
Oh, look.
Look at that. Right, boys. 1, 2, 3. Go on.
What are you doing? Come on.
Come on, man.
Put your back into it, man.
Oh. Look at it. It looks amazing.
What do you think, Jay? You happy?
You've done a brilliant job.
Thank you.
Well done.
Thank you very much.
Well done.
Now all that's left to do is return the sign to Dorset and the two villagers who brought it to the repair shop, John and Kevin.
It was in a bit of a sorry state. all green and mildew on the top. I don't think they'll ever get it back as good as the original sign. I don't think that's possible. So I'm anxious to see it now to see really what they have done.
John, Kevin and some of the other locals are gathering for the sign's grand unveiling. Back on the village green where it was first erected 30 years ago.
Welcome everybody to this special unveiling of the refurbished village sign. Without further ado, I'd like to invite Kevin and John to unveil the sign. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
This is actually wonderful because the sign is part of the history of the village, and you can see the results of what's been going on.
I made the medallions at the top, and I think it looks fit for another 50 years.
They've done a top job. It's almost like it was new, but aged beautifully. I thought the bottom post was the original post, but I understand that it's been replaced. It's just wonderful, absolutely wonderful.
It's just incredible.
I don't know how they've actually done all this. Every little nook and cranny has been picked out. I think it's as good as the day it was put up here.
When this venture was first put to me, I was apprehensive of how it was all going to turn out. And I'm really, really pleased that it's turned out great. So thank you.
Back at the repair shop, Kirsten has been slowly but surely piecing together the much-loved Japanese bowl.
This, for me, is the most enjoyable part. I've done all the coloured fills, and it's now just putting on this decoration. It's really lovely if you look at sort of the way it's originally been painted. It's very, very loose, very sort of free-flowing. So I'm going to try and mimic that when I apply the decoration now. It's quite nerve-wracking. I do have to keep a very, very steady hand, and I generally don't breathe when I do it. So.
Now owner Jane is back to see if the bowl that holds so many memories can be returned to pride of place at home.
It does mean a lot, this plate, because I've lived with it all my life. So this is the moment of great excitement. I can't wait to see it.
Hello, Jane.
Hello.
How you doing? You all right?
OK, thank you, yes.
Come on, let's go meet Kirsten.
Hi, Jane. Lovely to see you again.
Hi, me too. The moment I've been waiting for.
So, the last time you saw it was in about 12 pieces,
It was
wasn't it?
it was awful and ghastly, and a tale of woe as ever there was.
There you are.
I am blown over completely. I'm so delighted. I can't mean not normally lost for words, but I am. The talent and the sheer skill. Do you know what, Kirsten? I tried to mend an egg cup and I made a complete mess of it, so I'm just amazed at this. It's better than it was before.
Oh, I can't
it
believe
sparkles, it really does. When I think of that Victorian glue, because that was where the original crack was, but now it's beautiful. Where it fell from was one of these modern wall decorations divided into squares.
Right.
And I was hoping to put it back in a square on blue tack or something, but what do you think that was what happened before?
What I would recommend
I'll
is,
take your recommendation.
is to get one of those stands, so you can just sort of have it up like that
That's
and
right,
actually
in
see
its
this.
stand. Yes.
Absolutely.
A ruin has been made good again to enjoy a much treasured, lovely plate that I know I'm not. She's brilliant. She's just the very best person. I'm so pleased in every way. So thank you ever so much.
You're welcome. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Well, I was blown away, absolutely astounded at the skill of her work. And when you put your finger round the edge of the bowl, you don't feel any cracks whatsoever. So I'm delighted. And I know my family will be too. And it'll go on to the next generation.
Former fireman Steve is giving a treasured toy fire engine a complete overhaul to bring it back into service.
So I've cleaned up the ladders, cleaned up these brass runners, so the ladders are sliding beautifully now. Really pleased with it all. So I've just got to put the turntable on. It's working well, I think. Yep. And it's just a matter of putting the ladder on now. Final bit. It's all strung. I think I'll tie the rope on once it's in situ. I think that might be easier. So at this stage, I'm really hoping that the ladder extends all right. If it doesn't, then back to the drawing board. This is great. I'm relieved, absolutely relieved. Good, all done.
The engine's very proud owner, Mervyn, is back to collect his favourite old toy.
I am feeling a little bit anxious today because I remember just how fine it was when I was young. It's been like a little bit of conscience on the shelf for about 30 years, you know, slowly getting dustier. And I hope he's been able to wind the clock back.
Hello, Mervyn.
Hello, Steve.
How are you?
It's like going to the doctor, isn't it? I'm a bit anxious, Doctor. I hope you're going to treat me well.
What are you expecting?
It needed a lot of love and care and attention. And my fingers, everything's crossed.
OK, well, let me unveil it.
Gosh. Oh, my gosh, I don't even... Wow! Steve, that is amazing. How on earth have you done that? Oh, my little fire extinguisher. I don't think the branch or the little platform ever looked that shiny. So actually, I think it's better than it was. Whew. Amazing. Amazing. That fire extinguisher was never that brassy either.
I've made a couple of modifications. One of the main ones is that there was just the one switch that I'm assuming switched the lights on and the bell.
Yes.
And I thought for your sanity or anyone else's sanity, I would just have the bell on a push button.
Brilliant.
And the switch there for the lights.
Can I play with it? We'll do the lights first, because I think you should put the lights on first. Astonishing. They haven't glowed. Oh, there's one. Do you know, I don't even remember. We didn't talk about that one. I don't remember that one at all.
Yep, it was there.
Amazing. Can I go for the bell now?
Yes, you can.
Yes, perfect. That's so nice. Can I do the ladder?
Of course you can.
What we have to do here, well, you will know this now, but I knew it. And you've done all the little wires as well. Oh, just amazing. Isn't it amazing?
It is.
As a former fireman, I'm going to have a struggle getting this out of the building, aren't I? I realise this.
It's a few years now since I went up one of these for real.
Amazing. Oh, I've got to go do this. See? Fantastic. Beautiful.
Do you know what? I've learned how to use it whilst repairing it and restoring it. But you then just did all the actions as if you used it yesterday. You knew absolutely naturally how to do everything.
Muscle memory from childhood, isn't it? Obviously. Yeah. This is winding the clock back considerably.
That's lovely to have memories like that.
Yeah. Yeah, and you brought them back to life. It's beautiful. Stephen, thank you. That is amazing.
Very, very welcome.
That's just astonishing, just astonishing. It is better than when I had it. It must now look like it did when the chap originally made it in the dentist factory. It's fantastic. It's quite an interesting memory, isn't it? You have these things tucked away, some things you can remember, words of a song or something, and suddenly somebody shows you something and it just seems to unlock a room of memories. So it's fantastic. It's great.
In the repair shop today, Steve is stumped by a precious wartime clock.
I'm just too nervous that it's going to actually end in tears.
And Dom comes unstuck with some heavy metal.
I've come so far. We're so close now to just getting it completely apart. I can't leave it. I've got to try and get it off.
But first in the repair shop, actress Anne Marriott has brought a fragile reminder of her late husband.
Hello. You all right? I'll take that for you. Okay. Glass. Matt?
The man for this job is resident stained glass craftsman Matt Nichols.
Hi there, I'm Matt.
Matt, hello.
All right. Look at this then.
What are we opening here?
These are pieces of glass that my husband rescued from an old music hall theatre, the old Bedford, when it was being sort of finally demolished. These pieces, I guess, must have come perhaps from like in between the auditorium and say the bar at the back.
Right, yeah.
Just sort of to indicate to people where their seats were.
Oh, that goes in there?
Yeah, the orchestra, and I think
right, and this one's boxes.
the posh seats, I guess.
The posh
actually.
seats, OK.
The Bedford Theatre opened in Camden, North London in 1899 and was a much-loved variety theatre until it closed in 1959. It lay derelict for 10 years before finally being demolished.
Your husband rescued them?
He did. His great interest was theatre, and he produced theatre programmes and published a theatre magazine. I have a vision in my mind of him sort of, you know, stumbling over fallen masonry, discovering these dusty objects, fishing them out, and realising the treasures they are. Must have fallen in love with them, really. Sadly, after his death, they'd spent years wrapped in newspaper and up in an attic.
What do you reckon, Matt? Can you do something with these?
I can indeed. I mean, it's nice when you look at this one that there's no broken glass. This one's obviously part of a bigger window, so you can see that all of the lead's been cut at the joints there. So from a kind of restoration point of view, I think this one's going to be the easiest one.
When these are fully restored, where are they going to live?
Well, I think they're going to live in my front room. Because if they were sitting in a frame in front of the window, then I'd walk into the front room and that would feel very much like the other home, which is when you walk into the theatre, that's what it feels like as well. It feels like home.
It kind of feels like you're always going to have the theatre there in the house with you.
Most
when you've got
definitely.
These up.
I think that's the ideal thing, actually. It would just be fabulous. I don't know how possible that is, but...
Anything is possible. So if you leave them with us, Matt was definitely going to work his magic and restore them back to their former glory.
That would be absolutely wonderful. Thanks a bunch.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah, Jenny, thanks very much, Adam. Brilliant.
Take care now.
Lots of actors will tell you, I think, one of the favourite theatres to walk into are those Victorian theatres. And these pieces of glass are what you see in just these theatres. So to have them looking the way they're supposed to look, well, it would have been wonderful if that could have happened while Sean was alive, because if we would go to the theatre together, then we'd be admiring the same sorts of things in these sorts of buildings, actually.
Now, that's a nice story, isn't it?
That's a really nice story. It's kind of taken from the theatre.
Yeah.
Her husband was in the theatre.
Yeah.
She's in the theatre.
Yeah.
And now the theatre's going to be in her house. It's fantastic.
So you're going to bring them right back up to date, spruce them up.
Yeah, absolutely.
And make them look good, yeah?
Yeah, I am indeed, yeah.
OK. What we need to do, take them over to your bench now.
Yeah, all right.
Come there.
A rubbing is the first step in any stained glass restoration. It acts as a template to ensure that when the window is dismantled, each piece of glass is returned to the correct place. In this project, Matt's hoping it will help him to recreate the entire broken window.
So with this one, obviously, I'm going to remake it like this, all intact, and put a different lead on the outside. And for this one, instead of just keeping it this shape, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use these bits of outside glass here as a gauge, and I'm going to cut new pieces so that this orchestra piece is also going to have a beautiful surround for it.
Family heirlooms are special for many reasons, and some of them have extraordinary stories to tell. Tom Ridgway and his father Tony have brought along a particularly treasured possession that is steeped in history.
Hi, I'm Steve.
Tom.
Hi, Tom.
Tony.
Tony.
They're hoping that horologist Steve will answer their Mayday call.
Here we are.
Right, what have we got?
Propeller clock.
Yes.
I think there's a little bit of woodwork that needs doing on this as well. Will, have a look at this.
That's really cool.
The propeller means a lot to us as a family because it was the propeller from my father's aeroplane which he crash landed after being shot down in the First World War.
That's incredible.
That's amazing.
Yeah, he was in the Leicestershire Regiment to start with, and then when the Flying Corps started, he volunteered immediately for the Flying Corps.
Not a lot of people would have survived crash landing an aircraft
No, I mean,
in
he
those
was
days.
quite badly injured, apparently.
And did he talk much of the days of flying?
Never. Never.
Really?
Don't think many people did. I've got his medals and then his wings.
That's amazing.
It is. Do you know what aircraft it came from?
Sopwith Pup, which is a biplane they used in the First World War.
How did you manage to get it back?
The ground crew sort of got hold of it from his aeroplane.
Yeah.
And fashioned the...
Made this for him.
What a great story.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, it is.
So it must mean quite a lot to you to have it sort of, to keep it in the family and...
Well, it does, particularly with the history of it, you know.
Yeah.
Because I look after it now and then pass it on to my son.
Fantastic.
In due time, and then hopefully on through the family for many generations to come.
That's lovely. Now tell me about the clock. What's wrong with it?
It doesn't work, that's it.
How long has it been stopped?
I don't know, I'm afraid. But a long, long time.
Well, we're going to make it into a working clock again. I think what I'd like to do is to take the electric mechanism out, scrap that, and then put a quartz movement in, a battery quartz movement in, be safer and look better. You won't know any different from the front.
No.
Were the hands and the dial exactly the same as it is now?
They're the originals as far as I can remember.
We'll polish the case up.
I mean, it seems to be in pretty decent nick.
Yes.
And I actually quite like the finish on there now, and I don't think that you'd want to sort of polish it up too much.
Too much.
Not too much.
He won't sand all the writing off.
No, because again, it's to the sort of plane that he was flying. So yes, needs to be kept.
And we'll fix the base so that it's tight and won't wobble.
That'll be great. Yep.
Okay.
Brilliant.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
It'll be wonderful to get it looking really, really nice. Yeah, we've been in the family for decades, and so yes, it'd be nice to have it all working again. Quite exciting, actually.
Great bit of history behind that.
I know. It's a pretty cool clock, isn't it?
It is. I mean, you think that if Tony's father had been killed, then all of the generations wouldn't be here. It's such an important piece to them.
To know what that's been through, it's quite nice that they managed to salvage that.
Absolutely fantastic. I think we can improve this quite a lot. I think the dial, I think we can improve on that.
Oh yeah, the split in the front.
Yeah. The dings on the base. You can't really do too much about that, can you?
Well, I can give it a go, but I could do with a good old clean, for sure.
Yeah.
Steve's first job is to remove the outdated electrical mechanism from the clock and replace it with a quartz one. Battery powered, a piece of crystal quartz produces a regular electric pulse that keeps the time.
I'm just going to pop the movement out now. I just need to snip the wire off. That's the easy bit. And this should just push out. It's a bit tight. It's completely bunged up. And I think that's quite dangerous. It's mainly electric. It's been soldered badly here and here, so that could be shock danger or fire danger. So it's a good job we're taking it out, putting a quartz movement in it. I'm actually thinking now that the dial is plastic and the staining might clean up. You'll still see the actual crack, but it'll clean up and look much nicer. Now that I've taken that part out, I can give the case to Will. Will, would you like to come over and take this case?
Oh, have you already taken it out?
Yep, didn't take long at all.
That's quick.
There we go. Careful that base doesn't fall off.
OK, here.
Yeah, do that.
Lovely. Brilliant.
OK.
I'll get on it. Thanks, Steve. It's really unsteady on its legs. So what I have here is hoof glue, and it's called hoof glue for a reason, because it's made from hoofs. It's pretty much like what I would use to glue back most antique furniture. And it's probably the best thing to use on an old piece like this as well. It should be sturdy enough to sit on the mantelpiece for another 100 years.
Stained glass restorer Matt is in the midst of repairing two treasured windows rescued from a demolished Victorian theatre.
So we've got the drawing here. I'm just taking the outside lead off. I'm just teasing this out. There we go. When you're taking apart the window, putting it onto here, and it's very important to make sure they go on immediately. You don't want to mix anything up at all. You could have what seems to be two symmetrical triangles, one on each side, but when it comes to actually making the window, chances are they might be slightly off. The angles might be slightly different. I mean, this window is very old and hasn't been remade. The cement that's in between the glass and the lead, which goes all the way around, you can see here it's just very powdery and it's just flaking off like that. And that just means when you're taking it apart, it's actually fairly easy.
The difficulty will come in building a replica of the original window.
What are you up to now?
Hi there, Steve.
Looks like you're wrecking a piece of
it does, doesn't it? Well, these are the original pieces that came in. One of them was fully intact, whereas the other one, you can see here that there was just the central section and none of the outer part to it. So these I actually salvaged about 5 or 6 years ago.
All right,
so
okay.
This is all original Victorian glass.
Yeah.
And it's gonna be the best match I can get for the tints for this piece. So.
Oh, right. So you're cannibalising these bits
from the stuff I salvaged, which is the same tint to match that.
The same.
Yeah, it's really good. That's one of the main problems with restoration, is it's actually getting the right colour glass.
It's spot on.
It's really good.
Yeah, that was lucky or.
Lucky. Well, yeah.
Do you have loads and loads and loads of bits of old glass like this?
I've probably got too much, maybe.
Yeah.
But you know, at some point, yeah, you might use them.
So all of that's missing.
All of that is missing, yeah.
Oh, gosh.
So I've set myself quite a big job.
Many of the items that pass through the doors of the repair shop are reminders not just of family history, but of working life.
Right. OK, cool. If you follow me in.
I will do.
Right. Dom, I think I've got one for you, mate.
Maggie Collis has brought in a highly unusual piece of equipment that's been in her family for over 100 years.
And there it is.
All right, so I've gathered it's heavy and it's metal.
And it's very rusty.
sounds perfect for me.
So please tell me, what is this?
It's a shoe stretcher.
A shoe stretcher?
If you've got a pair of shoes you really like and your feet are just not quite right for the shoes, you can stretch the shoes and then you can wear them.
Right.
The shoe goes on there and then the
That
back
turns.
turns and that alters this. And
these
alter...
push these in and out. It's a clever thing.
Yeah, it is a clever thing. It's very clever.
It was my father's and his father's before him. They had a shoe repairing shop.
So where was this shop then? Where did they have
It was in a place called Southall in Middlesex.
Okay.
I have in here a photo of the original shop. That's my father, boy. That's his father.
Yeah.
And that's the shop from the front from about 1919, I would say.
And why do you want to get this restored then? Why do you want it, like, done up now?
It's such a reminder of my childhood because I used to work in the shop from the age of about 6. I used to do all the change and the money and what for people.
Yeah.
And then as I got to be about 8 or 9, I used to paint the soles of the shoes so that they looked OK before they went.
Yeah.
And from then on, I just served in the shop.
So you remember this in the shop then?
Oh, absolutely, yes.
Yeah. Cool. When did it close down then, the shop?
It closed down about 30 years ago when my mother died. And somehow I think this was put into the shed.
Explains the rust.
And yes, and I just came across it and thought, no, I remember this from when I was young. It made me a bit tearful, really, because I hadn't seen it for so long.
Yeah.
And it just sort of brought back all my childhood. And it's the only thing I've got left, really, of my father's whole lifestyle.
Well, don't worry.
You'll look after it.
We'll look after it, exactly.
So what would you like us to do with this then?
Make it work. As I've got older, the feet have got wider and the
Right.
shoes have stayed the same, so I'd really like to be able to stretch the shoes to fit my feet.
OK.
Make it work again.
And I have a lot of elderly friends who may well need to use it as well.
So, Don, what do you reckon?
It's good. I mean, the 30-odd years in the shed has taken its toll, but...
That's a very kind way of putting it.
But it's all there. It's just all seized up and rusted and... Yeah. I think we can definitely save it.
Cool.
Just depends how far you want to go, really, with the paint, things like that. Do you want to preserve some of the history of this old flaky paint, or would you rather see it clean and as it was?
If it was painted red, it would be fantastic because it would just be as it was. Just as I remember it through all those years, really.
So, if you leave it with us, Donald's going to work his magic on it, and as soon as he's done it and got it looking red again, we'll get back to you.
Oh, that'd be wonderful.
Is that right?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you.
I'm really surprised that something can be done with it because it's in such a sorry state at the moment. It's a huge memory jerker for me. It reminds me of my mother, my father, and all the many hours we spent working in the shop and having lots of fun as well as work. It means a lot to me.
You can be able to get this working.
You save all the good jobs for me, don't you, Jay?
I should do. This is proper seized up.
It's really seized up. We need to loosen up all of the seized up, rusty parts. We need to try and break them all free. I think we've got to go all the way and get it looking like it did back then.
You sound quite confident about this.
You know, I think we're in a good place with it all being fairly complete.
Cool. I'm happy with that.
No problem.
All right, mate.
Thanks, Jay.
Metalworker Dom is used to dealing with seized-up machinery, but this shoemaker's gadget has been rusting for over 30 years and could really test his metal.
We've just dunked it in this pot of gunge here, just to try and remove the rust. Once that's happened, we can take it apart. This is not strawberry smoothie in here. It's actually a mix of automatic gearbox fluid and acetone, mixed 50-50. It's a bit of an old sort of farmer's trick from back in the day. Just working it in with a brush, with a stiff brush, working it into all the little areas. There's lots of little small bolts and bits we need to free up. Under this red paint, which is obviously a new addition, we can see here there's beautiful black, original black paint with some gold, really nice gold hand pinstriping. Now it's raised the question of, do we paint it red, as Maggie remembered, her father painting it, or do we go back to the original black with the gold pinstriping as it would have been from new originally? I'm not sure at the moment. I'm going to leave it in overnight, come back in the morning and see what the results are.
The repair shop team is working on a much-loved clock, embedded in an aircraft propeller. Woodwork expert Will has taken on the job of reviving the mahogany case.
In this jar, I have a secret concoction that I've made up to clean off waxy surfaces and dirty surfaces. Look at that, decades of dirt on there. You can see already, it's a lot clearer. You can actually see the lettering a lot better. Once I've done that, then I can give it a bit of a polish with a natural shellac polish, which is what you use for French polishing furniture. What you can't do is put shellac polish on a dirty surface. If there's any wax or any dirt, you might see a reaction or it won't stick to the surface. So the best thing to do, always make sure that the surface is clean.
While Will continues his clean-up operation, Steve has a rather grimy dial on his hands. He's hoping Kirsten might be able to help get it sparkling again.
Right. Bit of advice. It's a one-piece plastic dial. It's had some pretty dirty oil in the back there on the mechanism, and it's just stained that. I'd love to just dip it in some detergent and wash it off, but I can't because I'm concerned that I'll take the numerals off.
Yeah. Have you tried anything on it yet? No. Should we just have a go with some acetone first of all, just to try and remove some of this grease?
I don't think it's made any difference at all.
No. Absolutely nothing.
I mean, I did wonder about putting some bleach, but I don't know what will happen to the rest of the plastic.
The trouble is, it's quite difficult to control it, really, isn't it? We could just try it, perhaps on a little bit on the back and just see.
Yeah, that'd be good.
What happens?
If you tried it up there.
Yeah. Should we give it a go?
Yeah, go on then. Oh. Cleans up so well, doesn't it?
Really cleans up well, yeah, look at that.
I know.
It's a shame we can't do that on the other side.
Does it wash all the numerals off? Will you paint some on? Could we try the crack on the inside?
Yeah, well, that's kind of what I thought initially.
I'm a bit nervous. Do you know what? I think, actually, we're going to leave it.
Okay.
I'm just too nervous that it's going to actually end in tears.
Okay.
With glass harvested from his own salvaged pieces, Matt can begin rebuilding the windows of the stained glass theatre panels. First, he's creating the surround for the smaller panel completely from scratch.
One of the really satisfying parts is the glass cutting. So these are the salvage pieces. I've used the original windows glass as a template, and actually because the cutter, the wheel, isn't right on the edge, I have to basically go in 2 or 3 mil. So you can see there I've got a bit of a gap there. I'm going to use my straight edge to make sure it's all straight like that. And then I can cut, and then you can just go and break it, like that. At this stage here, you can see these are just pieces of glass that don't have any housing on them yet. So here you've got your lead knife to cut your lead, like this. Then you're going to use horseshoe nail. And these horseshoe nails are basically keeping it in place. So you start in the corner here, and then you work your way outwards.
Once all the glass is encased in new lead, the entire piece can be secured with solder.
It's looking really good.
Outside, metalworker Dom is tackling a cast iron device that's riddled with rust.
The shoe stretcher's had its bath overnight in the pink solution. Got it out this morning. I've just given it a quick dunk in a sort of hot soapy water just to scrub it and give it a good clean and remove all of the old grease and anything like that. That's penetrated in as much as it can. The first job I'm going to try and do is just to try and free up this heel part here because it's still impossible to turn. I'm going to warm up the block. So it will, as it gets hot, it will expand ever so slightly, tiny, tiny amount. Just expand a little bit just to try and break that rust joint. Okay, that should be enough. Let's have a look. This dial here will turn that, so that should start moving, hopefully. I've heated up in there. I'm just going to give it a little tap. I don't really want to be hitting it with a hammer too much. It's obviously fragile as anything. Just sometimes the shock of hitting it just frees up. It's just starting to move now. A little bit of oil. There we go. Yeah. That's it. I'm really pleased. It just shows that red potion did its job. It looked like this was almost ready for the scrap pile. It was so rusty, but it's well on the way now. A good place to get the rest of it freed up as well.
Meanwhile, Steve's managed to give the plastic dial on the propeller clock a gentle polish. Now he's got to get it ticking again.
I'm now just going to pop the new movement in. So this is just a simple quartz movement. Unfortunately, this fits in there just beautifully. I haven't had to do any cutting around at all. Just got to pop that centre nut in there. That just screws on. So all I need to do now is to make these hands fit onto the movement. The brass centre of this hand, which is called a collet, I need to modify that so that it fits the new movement. That means I've got to make the hole slightly bigger, so it just fits onto the movement friction tight. I'll just see if it fits onto the movement. No. You have to be really, really careful when opening the hole up because it's easy to go too far. It's almost there, not quite. So I need to just take the tiniest fraction off. And then it will be ready to go into the clock case.
But Will and Jay are still deciding on the best way to iron out the imperfections in the 100-year-old mahogany propeller.
You're polishing it now, aren't you?
Yeah, so you actually see all the lettering there now. So it's nice because it's sort of giving it a slight bit of depth.
Well, that's brought that right out.
So, I think you can see here, there's a chip on the base.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
So what I intend to do is fill that out and use a really thin layer of polish. So I can use some pigments in that layer of polish to disguise that fill.
OK, cool. You're doing good, mate.
Thanks, Jay.
Once the chip is filled, Will carefully blends in his repair until the damage is completely camouflaged. Matt is putting his all into restoring two cherished stained glass windows. Now assembled, he makes sure lead and glass are bonded together for years to come.
So this is the part I really enjoy. I put the cement over the window and then it sets and creates a watertight seal and also makes the window very rigid and strong. Big dollop around the edge. It does feel a bit naughty when you put all these on. You've got this nice, kind of crisp, clean-lined window, and then you're just putting all of this kind of like cake mix on top of it. I wouldn't eat this cake mix, though. And what you're looking to do is make sure that it goes underneath the lead. So a good way to do this, I was taught by a guy called Trev the Lead, and he said you go up like this, then you turn the piece 90 degrees, and you do it again, and then just do it until you're back at the beginning again. I've got the whiting here, which I'm just putting over the window, and what this does is it draws up the moisture from the cement. Just got to wait a little bit, and that's going to set.
Meanwhile, Dom's dismantling the cast iron shoe stretcher so that he can clean every individual component. But there's one stubborn bolt holding up the whole operation.
I've come so far. We're so close now to just getting it completely apart. I can't leave it. I've got to try and get it off. Oh, I don't know. Seems like it's moving. Yeah. There we go. That's really good.
The pieces are finally ready for a long overdue deep clean.
You can see some of the really old bits of pitting just from use, wear and tear. I think it'd be a shame to get rid of all of that history and patina there, so I'm just going to polish the surface and leave some of that. Obviously an old piece, so it's nice to keep some of the character in there. All the parts that you touch, I'm just going to try and buff them up to a mirror polish, which is as they would have been back in the day.
And Dom's finally settled on the colour for the finish.
So I've decided on painting the shoe stretcher red again, as opposed to the black that it originally was. Although it's not 100% accurate in a restoration sense, I just think it fits better with how she remembers it, and it makes it more individual to her. I'm using an enamel paint for painting metal parts. It's very strong, hard-wearing, super nice glossy paint, so it should last for years. I'm really glad that we went the extra mile and took the sidearms off with those pins. They were stubborn and difficult to get out, but this is allowing us to be able to get into all of these little nooks and crannies. It should all help to make it look really smart once it's all painted and finished.
The repair shop has also been breathing life back into another important piece of family history. Tom has returned to collect what he hopes will be a constant ticking reminder of his late grandfather's service and bravery.
Hi, Tom. How are you?
Good to see you.
You too.
Excited to be here.
Yeah, I'll show you one. I'll get your clock.
There we go.
Wow, that looks amazing. And it's saying about the right time as well.
It is. That was lucky.
Yeah.
So I've taken the old mechanism
Yes.
out. I've exchanged it for a battery quartz mechanism, so it's a lot safer now. The old mechanism was really quite dangerous. The dial, we've cleaned up the crack the best we can. So it's actually a plastic dial.
Is it? All right, didn't realise that.
So there's not a lot we could do
with it
apart from just clean it the way we have. And Will has polished the case up beautifully.
Yeah, it looks amazing.
And as you can see, the base doesn't fall off anymore.
That's great, yes.
So
wood looks beautiful.
Yeah, we're really pleased.
My dad will be very, very pleased.
Yes.
To have it going again. And
yes. And your grandfather's memories will be with this piece.
They will indeed, yes.
Thank you very much for bringing it in.
Well,
that
thank
was
you
a
for
real joy to work on.
all your work on it. It looks amazing.
Thank you.
It means a huge amount. I never actually met my grandfather whose plane the propeller is off, but it's our sort of one link with him. Hopefully it will stay in the family for a very, very long time to come.
After cleaning and painting all of the components of the ancient shoe stretcher, Dom is now painstakingly piecing them back together.
Because all of these parts have been stripped and dipped and blasted and everything else, all the moving parts are just dry. So as I assemble it, I'm just gonna keep greasing up the parts. The threads and the moving parts and the wheels will need a little bit of grease. So far, so good. No drama, no problems. I've got a couple of pins to put in here. And then, yeah, I'm almost there. I better get on and get it ready because she's coming down. Definitely looks different. I'm a bit anxious to see her reaction, actually.
The shoe stretcher from Maggie's parent shop had been rusting away in her garden shed for over 30 years. She's ready to be reunited with this treasured slice of family history.
Hello.
Hello.
How are we doing?
Fine, thank you. You?
Yeah, I'm very good.
Good to see you again.
So, Maggie, what kind of improvement would you like to see done here?
It would be very nice if the rust had gone, and even better if it worked.
OK. Should we let us see it?
Yeah, come on, let's
Don't
have a
tell
look.
me it's green.
Let us see it.
Oh, wow! I can't believe it, and it's red as well.
It's red, yeah.
Look at that, it's shiny. I can't believe it. How did you manage that?
It was
That's
a lot of work.
incredible. And all the lines on here that you've put on, and all the markings, absolutely brilliant.
character.
It looks lovely.
Good,
And
good.
where you've cleaned this all up, you can see all the marks around here.
Yeah.
It's amazing. Very well done.
Thank you.
It'll take you hours and hours.
Getting it apart was tricky. Yeah, it was a lot of work.
Yeah.
So when was the last time you saw this working then?
Well, I must have been somewhere about 15, I would think.
Right.
And I'm not going to say how long ago that was, but
No
it
problem.
was a very, very long time.
A couple of weeks ago, yeah?
Yeah.
Now, I had brought with me a pair of shoes. And so what you do, I want it to be stretched at the top here because it cuts into the foot there.
Oh,
So you're going to place it on the heel. Then you need to get...
Come forwards with that.
That comes forward.
Yeah.
Now you need to pull that back to make the shoe tight on.
Going back.
Keep going, yeah, keep going.
Cool.
That's it.
So now it's on there firm. Now you want to stretch this, so you're going to... Can you see how that's coming
Yeah.
open?
Yeah.
But I wouldn't do it more than that now. Leave it on for 2 days and just gradually stretch the leather out. You can't do it too quickly, otherwise you're going to either split the leather or get the top, the uppers, coming away from the bottoms, from the soles.
Oh, OK.
Looking at this now, it's just fantastic, and it brings back so many memories. I can almost see it sitting there beside my father as he was working.
Glad you're happy.
Yeah, very happy.
Good.
I'll be even happier when I can wear the shoes.
You can wear the shoes, yeah.
So where's this going to sit now? Where are you going to put this?
Well, it's not going in the shed.
Thank you.
And it's
Thank
not
you.
going to sit in the rain.
Good.
I've got a very large fireplace, and I shall put that beside the fire, and it won't look too stupid there.
No, it will look nice.
If I put it
Yeah.
in the middle of the dining room table, it might not look.
Yes, maybe not for the coffee table, no.
And it would, I think, it would be a good talking point.
Yeah.
And all my friends are going to come in with their shoes.
They're going to bring their
Get
shoes round.
stretched.
You'll be working again,
I
yeah.
shall have lots of tea parties. It's fantastic. I can't believe you've made it look like that. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank
That's
you.
absolutely brilliant. I really had grave doubts that anybody could get it to work, never mind get it to work and look so fantastic. I just think he's like a magician, really. And of course, the memories that go with it are very strong because it was just a part of everyday life for so many years. It's a great memento. Really, really pleased.
The Victorian theatre windows that Matt's been restoring are nearly done, but he needs Will to help him get them over the line.
Hey there, Will.
Hey, buddy.
All right. What do you think of these then? Looking a bit messy, isn't it?
It looks like a flock of pigeons have been hanging out on your stained glass.
It does. That's
It's
a good
filthy.
description. Well, this is pretty much the final bit. This is the cement. When I've cleaned it, it's going to be these nice crisp lines. So I just need to really concentrate on these to make them look really special. But we said we were going to do a frame.
A frame?
Yeah.
For
I've
both
already-
of them?
Yeah, yeah.
OK. You look like you've got a lot to do. I will help you out and I get onto those
Thanks so
frames.
much, Will.
Joining forces, Will and Matt put the finishing touches to the restored windows, including a final polish for the new section that Matt has built from scratch.
Just trying to clean out any joins, just making sure everything's looking extra crisp and extra nice. Thanks for helping, Will. Anne is going to be absolutely over the moon with this. It looks fantastic with the light behind it. So with the frame, it's going to look absolutely spectacular.
And just in time, Anne is back to see the theatre windows that are such a powerful reminder of her late husband.
I'm feeling quite nervous, actually. It really does mean a lot to me. They've been in a state of disrepair for so long, and there's a real connection between Sean and myself. I'm not quite sure what to expect.
Hi there, Anne.
Hello, Matt.
All right. Do you want to come round here with me?
Thank you. Oh, look.
All right, it's very exciting.
It is. This is wonderful.
Yeah, so you remember what they look like?
I do.
It was kind of the bare skeletons of
Yes.
a piece, really.
Yes,
Yeah?
and kind of dusty and a bit sad looking.
It was, wasn't it?
I'm going to close my eyes.
Okay, all right. So I'll just reveal it for you.
Right.
There you go.
That's fantastic. And the colours are just wonderful. I can't believe how much light is coming through, actually. It sparkles, it really, really does. It's beautiful, Matt. Thank
Yeah.
you very much indeed.
It's all right. And then the other one you brought in was just this central piece.
Yes.
And was in a bit more of a sorry state.
It was,
So
it was.
I'll show you what we've done with that one.
Okay.
So there you go.
That's amazing, Matt. That's amazing. Because you only had the central bit to work with.
Yeah, we did.
So what happened? So you've recreated all of that, haven't you? Around.
Yeah, I actually saved a couple of Victorian windows from going into a skip from a building site probably about 6 years ago. And I realised that they've got the same colour tints as these. So was able to basically
That's wonderful.
use original glass
Yeah.
that matches. So
How lucky is this?
I mean, what do you think it would have meant to your husband to have this kind of restored?
Oh, he'd
shining?
be over the moon. This is wonderful. I'm staggered, really, honestly.
I mean, the whole story is so captivating, you know, of them being saved and kind of the theatre coming back to your house.
I can't thank you enough. I can't thank you enough. They're going to be extremely special. My theatrical windows. It's just fantastic. I've got two beautiful pieces. They're full of life again. They'll bring good old Sean back, but in a very happy way, actually. And that's priceless. I can't quite believe it, honestly. It's lovely.
In the repair shop today, clockmaker Steve's expertise is called on to get a clock striking sweetly again.
That sounds awful.
While a beloved childhood toy gets a much-needed overhaul.
I've only got remnants to go by, so I'm really having to go freehand with this.
This morning, the repair shop has taken delivery of a mystery item.
This is something for
can't
me.
have a look yet. No, it is something for you.
me.
Well, you know, relax.
Something
What's wrong
for me.
with you?
It's the oldest piece that has ever come into the workshop, and furniture aficionado Will is itching to get his hands on the goods.
Seems quite small. Usually it's like a massive...
It's good
like
that
a
it's
massive
small so you
pain
can
in
get the
job.
job done and dusted. Yeah?
Are
We
you
can't
already
drag
giving me
this one
grief
out.
before I've even seen it?
Well, let's wait and see.
The proud owners are Nicola and Roger Mackay from Somerset.
Hello.
Hello.
How we doing? You all right?
Yes,
I'm Jay.
I'm Nikki.
All right, Nicky?
I'm Roger.
So, what do we have here then?
It's a desk.
Okay. You all right to take the cover off to have a look at?
Yeah, of course.
Wow. It's a lovely piece. It's a really nice piece. I presume it's early Georgian 1700s.
It's been in the family,
Right.
I am told, from new.
From new?
New. 300 years this has been
years.
in the family.
It's been passed down the female line, so it came to me from my mother, and to her from her mother,
And so on and so forth.
and so on back.
So, once it's been restored, who is this going to go to then?
We only had a son, so it will go to his elder daughter, our older granddaughter.
Oh, brilliant.
And her name's Charlotte.
How old is Charlotte now?
She'll be 9 next month,
Right.
so it'll be a long time, I hope, before she gets
Yeah,
it.
a very long time. Yeah.
But I'd like her to have it looking a little bit tidier than it does now.
Right.
The poor old thing has had all sorts of knocks, particularly to the veneer.
Yeah, you can see where the woodworm's been chewing away.
Everywhere there's little nicks and...
I'd love it to look like a cherished old lady, not like a brand new piece, because it's not, and it shouldn't look like that. But like it's been cared for, rather than knocked about.
A bit of TLC.
Yes.
Yes.
A bit of TLC.
But for 300 years old, this is done really well. Don't you think so, Will?
Seems to be structurally
I think
sound
yeah,
first.
I think so. It doesn't wobble anywhere or...
It's done really well, and it's really nice that it's a piece of furniture that's actually been used. I see so many pieces where everybody's afraid to touch it, and you can see ink stains and all sorts of scratches and everything else. I can see someone hasn't been using a coffee coaster. I'm not pointing any fingers, I'm just saying, you know.
Well, thank you for bringing it along. If you leave it with us, as soon as Will has worked his magic, we'll get back to you.
Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye. Oh, it's going to be fantastic. If the desk could only tell us who's done their homework on it or has drawn pictures on it. It's a piece that I hope will go through the family for many years to come.
This would be a nice job.
Nice, quick job, because it's a small desk. You can handle this, can't you?
I can handle this.
So, what are you going to do?
This is going to be my main problem here. The woodworm. I think I might actually replace that entire corner there.
Cool.
Give it a good old clean, then a polish, but not too shiny.
All right, so you can take this to your desk.
What, me?
Of course you can. Big boy like you.
There's a lot of work to do here.
This desk may have been made over 150 years before the light bulb was invented, but it's up to Will to get it shining again.
Lots of veneer missing, and lots of woodworm. So, yeah, I'm just trying to work out what my first move is.
Much of the furniture from this era was embellished with a wafer-thin layer of exotic wood, like mahogany and walnut. It's this decorative veneer that needs to be replaced.
The veneer is really thick in areas, so I'm not sure if I have anything thick enough in my box.
Even if Will does manage to find good match veneers, he can't just start sticking them straight onto the desk.
What you don't want to do is replace solid wood onto woodworm wood, because it's going to be far too soft for that solid wood to glue onto. So it's a case of just going around to test what's soft, what's rotten, what's chewed up, and what can and can't be used. So I actually use my fingernail just to tap around the edges of the veneer, and what you will hear is, I don't know if you can hear that, so that sound there, that would suggest that that piece of veneer is loose.
After treating and then filling wood rotted by woodworm, Will fits the new veneers. Now all he's got to do is keep them there while they dry.
It would be really hard to get a clamp on the end there. So I've held them in place with some wood glue and a bit of masking tape. So there's a lot of work to do here, but once I've finished, you won't see the patches that I've replaced.
Next, into the repair shop, Pam Edwards, with a jumbo challenge for the team, particularly for toy and teddy restoration duo, Julie and Amanda.
Hello. Hi, you must be Pam. I'm Julie. Hello, Julie. Oh, and here he is. I'm Amanda. Hello, Amanda. Hello. Isn't he gorgeous? Would you like to tell us a bit about him? My dad bought him for me when I was about 2 or 3, I understand. I'd never seen an elephant. We hadn't got television, and when my father brought him in, I said, "Oh, Daddy, what a big mouse." Oh, wow. Sorry.
Oh, that's wonderful.
And so, Pam, what memories do you have of him?
Loads. But I do remember on a Thursday afternoon when we went to tea at my Auntie Alice's, insisting on taking this with us. Her house was the other side of our small town, but I insisted on taking this, with my mother pulling, not really wanting to. But he's had such a rough time. You know, he's been played with outside, on his side, upside down.
From a sort of sentimental point of view, he is incredibly special for you.
He is indeed, because when I packed my mother's house up, that's when you start sorting through your childhood things, isn't it? Yeah. And although the dolls went, he didn't, you know. He's got most of his original features. I think possibly my mother did a recover job here.
Did he ever have ears when you had him?
He had ears when I had him. A couple of elephant ears.
Yes! Oh, that's amazing.
So you haven't got to make new ears.
No! Fantastic.
Which way round they go, I don't know.
Don't worry, we'll work it out.
Sort that out. Yeah. I've been afraid to have him restored. I thought he might end up looking too new.
Yes.
Just needs a bit of...
TLC.
Yes, he's very bald here because he's been sat on, hasn't he?
But that's not something that we worry about too much. We don't want to put new fur back on him because it wouldn't suit him in, you know, of his age. I think actually he's a little... Like you said, you had him as a child. Yeah. He's a little older, I think, about 1910, something like that. Thank you for leaving him with us. We will do our best to make a wonderful job of him for you, and you'll be proud of him.
Thank you very much indeed.
Bye-bye then. Don't worry, we'll look after him.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
I'm feeling quite emotional about it, remembering happy days when I played with the elephant.
Isn't he lovely? He is, and I can't wait to get started on him.
I think for his sake and mine, it would be wonderful to see him come to life again.
Let's get his ears back in place. Yeah, new eyes. Pair of tusks. Tusks, definitely tusks. And I think we need to check a little bit here what's going on, where he's been dragged along the floor. I think the frame's probably fine. My main concern is under here, whether this is kind of stuck to him. Yeah. Whether we're going to be able to remove that without causing him damage. That's something we're going to have to really look into. Yeah. We should give him a name. OK, what do you think? Let's call him Mouse. Oh, that's adorable. Come on, Mouse.
They've got a mammoth job on their hands, starting with removing the elephant's existing moth-eaten felt accessories.
I'll just show you this that I found. OK. He might have had a bell hanging down here. This thread suggesting it was there, and maybe something in the middle of his forehead. That'd be really good if we could find something. That'd look lovely,
I have
wouldn't
seen
it?
them.
The original saddle was stuck straight onto the elephant's back, and to remove it, they risk removing its fur too. So it's slow and meticulous work, picking it off thread by thread.
How are you getting on? Yeah, it's painstaking, but it's literally, wow, like you, tiny, tiny little nicks, you know, at a time, so as not to damage anything underneath there. And hopefully, once we get it all off and clean it, it'll give you a nice service to put the new saddle on. And there we go.
Ladies,
Hi, Will. Hi.
what is it?
This is Mouse.
It's a big mouse.
This is Mouse the elephant.
Oh, Mouse, the elephant. He's going to be a handsome chap when he's done.
Oh, yes.
Nice little wheels.
He's fabulous. We were going to ask you about the wheels, actually. We just wondered if maybe... Once he's done, we wondered if you might be able to perhaps oil the wheels.
I think I can help.
Brilliant.
Let me know when you're near the end, and I'll have a look at the wheels.
Yeah, fantastic. Thanks, Will. Bye.
Hidden in attics and cupboards across the country, Britain's dusty and dilapidated objects are waiting to be given new life by the repair shop experts. Meanwhile, the youngest member of the team is tackling the repair shop's oldest ever assignment, a 300-year-old desk. Having fallen foul of some very hungry woodworm, Will's had to completely rebuild one corner.
Up here was probably the worst part. That corner was just totally shredded by woodworm, so there's nothing left. And instead of using like a filler to pack it out and then shape it in, I thought it'd be really nice to use some solid walnut, glue it back on. So that's the new corner there, and that's the old one there. Would you mind giving me a hand?
No worries.
The table down there.
Okay.
That's it.
With a solid corner in place, Will now has to replicate the original shape, carving it by hand. Next, time to unveil his repaired veneers, which have been taped up to hold them in place.
So I've glued all the missing bits of veneer back, so I'm just checking the masking tape now to make sure everything's dried properly.
The aim is to make the veneer repairs invisible, so just one bit of wayward gluing could spell disaster.
That looks really good. That looks really good. It's all really solid, all really well glued on. Really happy so far. Really happy.
The replacement veneers now need to be color matched and blended into the 300-year-old piece, including that brand new corner.
Hey, Steve.
It's looking good.
Looking good.
You are an artist.
Stop it.
So how much more is there to do? Just this bit of a polish off? And then
Polish off, a wax, handles back on.
But I'll leave you to it.
Thanks a lot, Steve.
The next item to arrive at the workshop belongs to Robert and Tess Dew from Sussex.
Robert, very nice to meet you. Hi, Tessa. Hello, I'm Kirsten. And what have you brought for us?
We brought a French buhl clock.
Ah, you need to meet Steve. Steve?
This job calls for the expert eye and hands of resident horologist Steve.
Right, OK, let's have a look at this. It's rather nice.
It is. It's very nice.
So tell me, who did this belong to?
Originally, it was my grandmother's, and then when she died, my mother inherited it. And then when Mother died in 2000, I inherited it. And, I mean, Mother cherished it all her life. You know, it's one of her things that really meant a lot to her.
Right.
So, I mean, you know, I couldn't part with it.
This is a reproduction made in Victorian times of a Louis XVI clock. So what's your earliest memory of the clock?
I can remember as a small child when I used to go and visit Granny, but bearing in mind a very Victorian lady,
right,
where small children should be seen and not heard, being told to just sort of stand away and look at it, not to touch it in case you damage it. So consequently, I've always been a little bit wary of it. But I mean, it used to have a lovely chime to the effect of basically, obviously, chiming the hours, and then on the half, I think it possibly chimed on the half hour.
Just a single strike on the half, that's right. Has it been working all that time?
No. My mother did get it working in the mid-60s, but unfortunately, I think it got overwound. It's never worked since.
OK, people always think there's such thing as overwinding a clock, but there's not, unless you were to really force the last click out and break the mainspring. So whoever it was that wound it, they're off the hook. They haven't overwound it.
Oh, well, that's all right. That's a relief anyhow.
So there is some life there, which is good. If you'd like to leave it with us, I'll overhaul the movement, get it all looking absolutely beautiful for you. I will polish that up, and then I'll put a coating of shellac lacquer on it, and that'll just protect it.
Oh, like the nail varnish, shellac.
I don't know anything about nail varnish, sorry.
It's going to be lovely to have it back in pride of place again.
Excellent.
Lovely. And do you have grandchildren at all that perhaps come and stand? And
I'm afraid it's probably going to be very much a bit of sort of you can look but don't
touch.
Thank you very much for bringing it in.
Well, thank you. This means an awful lot to me, the clock, because, I mean, it's something, but as I say, I've grown up with all my life. It's going to be absolutely brilliant to have it again working and everything. It means too much to me.
So what a lovely clock. Isn't it pretty?
They are really nice clocks. Once I've polished all this up, it's going to look stunning.
Great.
Got to remove all these mounts and then polish up the brass work. And then lacquer it, and that'll look beautiful. I haven't taken the mechanism out yet, so I don't know if there are any major issues, but fingers crossed there won't be.
Lovely.
I'm going to do now is just pop the mechanism out.
With the clock job broken down into two parts, the mechanism and the outer case, Steve can turn his attention to the ornate marquetry, known as bullwork, which is achieved by layering and inlaying brass over tortoiseshell.
What I'm doing at the moment, I'm just taking the gilt mounts off of the case so that I can then get to the bullwork and do the repairs to it before I polish it up.
Bullwork was invented by André Charles Boulle, a cabinet maker in the court of Louis XVI, and was much mimicked by the craftsmen of the Victorian age.
These clocks were built beautifully. All this bullwork is absolutely superb. Late Victorian clocks were built at a time when the craftsmen were just amazing. I feel honoured that I'm working on bits that real craftsmen have worked on in the past.
It's all right for some taking a tea break.
Yeah, well, got to, haven't I? Done all the work.
What are you doing there then?
This brass work here has dulled down, and the whole thing should be shiny, and they look great when they're all done. This is the clock that goes in it.
Wow! Now look at that. Wow, that is heavy though, isn't it?
Yeah, there's a lot to it.
You need to do your magic on there as well, didn't you?
Yeah, the clock, I need to strip that down, give it a complete overhaul. Once I've done that, the movement will look great as well.
So you'll have this done by lunchtime, yeah? Do you reckon? You've got a lot to get on with.
I've got to my cup of tea.
I know, you've got to finish your tea. I'll go and make myself one.
Over on Amanda and Julie's workbench,
It's this fiddly bit.
they are getting to grips with a much-loved toy.
Now we've got them upside down, we can see really clearly where the tusks are going to fit.
Yeah. And I'm absolutely thrilled to see that remnant of felt.
Yes, so we know they were felt. The tusk. It's a trunk, not a tusk.
Not a tusk.
It's a tusk. I've been looking at it. It is quite complex. It's really intricate.
The detail's really good, actually.
Yeah, and this little bit here is amazing. So if I get on and do like the repairs, as it were, you can.
I'll do all the extra bits.
Okay.
Julie's task is to make faithful copies of the elephant's threadbare accessories,
There we go.
starting with the headdress. Meanwhile, Amanda's got her hands full with the elephant's rear end.
His tail's got to come off. It's been crudely stitched on from a previous repair, and this part of it here is really weak. So I've got to really, really carefully snip it to get it off, but it looked much better when I finished. There you go. There's this tail, and this is the piece that we need to repair.
There's a lot of sewing to do. Then after a good hoovering, the pamper sessions continue, reviving the elephant's fur.
The saddle, I've only got remnants to go by, so I'm really having to go freehand with this. And I'm using the same style, and hopefully the two will look quite good next to each other. And I'm really pleased with the coloration. I think we've managed to not have it looking too bright, too new. It's going to look really good when it's all put back together.
Amanda can now turn her attention to reconstructing the elephant's trunk.
This piece is going to slide on here, like so. So the inside here will be all red, and this part will be the rest of his trunk, and which kind of curls around where they catch their peanuts.
How we doing, ladies?
Hiya.
Oh, hi, Jay.
This is Mouse. Mouse the elephant.
Mouse the elephant?
Yes,
yeah?
yes.
OK.
That's his hat.
Really?
Yeah, Julie done a brilliant job on that.
Oh, this is the one you've made? This is not
Yeah, no, the original's here.
Oh, I'm with you. So you stitched all that?
Yeah,
I did.
Girl of many talents, didn't you? This will be on the head, and then what have you got on there, then? You've got, what is this, the saddle?
Yeah, so then you'll have a saddle. Voila.
Ah.
Ears will go back on. He's got new tusks. We've made him new tusks.
Yeah, you do need tusk on an elephant that's called Mouse, yeah. And the ears go in here, is
yeah.
that right?
Yeah.
OK.
So ears...
And you've made new ears for that, and then the tusk...
No, this was the original ear, but we've just relined them.
Relight. So that's the bit that you put on.
Yeah.
That's the. So that's the old bit.
Yeah.
And obviously it's like that, isn't it? The red.
No, the red goes to the front.
Is it? That way?
Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to hear in front of him.
So you lot are clever, aren't you? Oh, well. So what have you got left to do on this thing? You've got loads left?
We've got some filling. There's the odd darn to do on him.
OK. What about eyes? Has he got eyes?
Yeah, we've got his eyes already
Where's
here.
his eyes, then?
And they go in about here. Just pop it in.
I could pop it in?
You just poke
You
it.
trust me?
Just poke it in so you can see what he's going to look like.
Oh, cool. That looks smart now, doesn't it?
It brings his face
And,
alive,
let me
doesn't
get his
it?
ears. And you say the red goes on
Forward.
the outside?
Yeah,
like
yeah,
that?
yeah.
You sure?
Yes.
I'm not too sure about it.
Yeah, but he'd only be able to hear behind him, wouldn't he, if it was that way?
Lens from behind. So you can hear from behind, but I can't hear from... All right. I'll get you. I'm going to love you and leave you. I'm out of here.
All right. Cheers. Bye.
Having repaired 300 years' worth of wear and tear on the Georgian desk, it's time for Will to get the wood back to its former glory.
So I'm working on Nicola's desk. I'm just giving it a bit of a clean now. The surface is pretty dirty. People sort of think to clean a piece of furniture, all I need to do is sort of give it a dry wipe and then a wax over some beeswax. If you're not cleaning it properly, that wax will make a protective barrier over the dirt, and then you sort of get these layers and layers and layers of dirt, which is what you have here. You can see the before and after, and what a difference just cleaning it with this rag has made. And I'm not actually using an abrasive material, it's just a cloth with a bit of white spirit and a bit of turpentine. That's come up really well. Once it's polished, it's going to look wonderful. I'm sure Nicola's can be so pleased with this.
Steve's been renovating a Victorian buhl clock that hasn't ticked for over 15 years.
So I'm just going to take out these taper pins.
He's going to break the clock mechanism down to its hundreds of components. But this one isn't giving up the ghost that easily.
The last person to put this clock together must have been built like an athlete, because they screwed in all the screws, everything really, really tightly. And there we are. And that's come off sweetly. So this is the point where I take off parts one by one and check them through for any damage. And because they may have bent teeth, I have to check every single tooth of the clock to make sure that none of them are bent.
Just one tiny tooth can halt the whole mechanism.
You get quite used to doing this and identifying even the slightest bend in the teeth.
1 hour later, Steve hits the jackpot.
I've actually found a bent tooth. It would have had a major effect on the working of the strike mechanism. So that's brilliant that I found that, and I've just got to straighten it up, and that will help the mechanism hugely.
Troublesome cog fixed, Steve can begin to rebuild the hundreds of components.
I've just got to a point now where I can get the mechanism together. I've cleaned all the clock up, done it all by hand. I oil it, and then it should be absolutely fine then for a good 10 years. We try not to touch any of the parts by hand because the actual acids in your sweat can actually make an imprint into the brass after a while. It's just bad practice, really. We'll just wind up the actual ticking part of the mechanism. And all the wheels are turning nicely.
It's the first time this clock has ticked for over 15 years.
So that's all set up beautifully, so I can now proceed in getting the rest of the clock up together.
Bear repair team Julie and Amanda have had their hands full. restoring a 20th century toy back to its former glory.
Mind your fingers, because I'm coming right through.
But the end is in sight.
Ready? Yeah. Go. There we go.
However, the battered pull-along frame upon which Mouse is mounted may be more than these seamstresses' hands can handle.
I'll call Will about the wheels. Will? Will? Will?
That looks amazing.
Thank you.
That really looks amazing. And the tusks as well. That is incredible.
The wheel on that side, on Amanda's side, keeps popping off. Something to do with the metal?
Okay, well, if it's metal, I'd say Steve would be the man for that, as I'm the woodman. If Steve can get the wheel back on, I can wax it.
Fab.
And,
That's what we want.
and be like the cherry on the top of the elephant, whatever.
Okay.
It looks amazing.
And
though.
that'll be him finished then?
Yeah.
I heard my name.
Hello.
Steve.
Hi, Steve.
Ears of,
we need your
burning.
help.
Go on.
We've lost a wheel, basically. No, we haven't lost it. It's just come off.
Right.
But I think this needs to be flanged out here.
Sorry?
Flanged out.
Flange?
If we're going like that. Yeah.
Ah.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
Flanged out sounds good to me.
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe get a bit of oil in the wheels as well, and then I'll just wax them.
Okay. Will you make a really, really good job of them?
Really good job.
Yeah, really good, yeah.
One swift service later, and Mouse is roadworthy again. And with Pam the elephant's owner on her way to collect him, Amanda and Julie have got a final little surprise up their sleeve.
Jay,
Hello.
can you come over and see Mouse?
I see Mouse.
Yeah, before he goes home.
Have you sorted out his ears, though?
Have a look. See what you think. See if we were right.
Oh, I'm going to let you have it. You are right. You are right. It does look good.
Thank you.
No, it looks more than good. It looks amazing.
What about, is there any other detail that you particularly like about him?
All right, you're looking for a compliment.
Well, you know, just have a little look and see if there's anything.
Oh, wow. No, really, is that a peanut? It is a peanut, isn't it? You've got a peanut in him. All right, now that's a nice touch. He didn't have a peanut, though, did he?
No.
All right, now that is
Just a bit
cool.
of fun.
I do like that.
Let's hope the elephant's added accessories meet the approval of owner Pam,
Right at the front. Yeah, absolutely perfect.
who's arrived to be reunited with her childhood companion.
Ah,
Hello, it must be Pam.
hello.
You all right?
Yes, I'm fine, thank
All
you.
right, come along.
Hi, Pam. Welcome back. How are you?
I'm all right, thank you.
Good,
Getting
good.
a bit excited.
I was going to
and
say a bit excited, maybe a bit nervous.
hugely nervous. And
Oh, bless you.
what's under that cover?
I hope you're going to be really pleased. We're really excited about him and we're really pleased with how
Very quickly, and very hard, I'm sure.
You ready?
I think I'm ready, yes. Look at you. Look at you. Sorry. He's lovely. He's got tusks. He's got tusks. And he is.
Right.
He's wonderful.
Obviously, he's got some new eyes, but they're actually some vintage eyes.
Doesn't it give him character?
Yeah, as soon as you put those eyes in,
Yes.
he comes alive.
Looking at you.
And he's
Yeah.
just, I think everyone here has fallen in love with him.
You
And
can't have him.
he's going to be sorely missed as well, because he's just such a character.
Well, thank you for the tusks. He looks proud again, doesn't he?
And he's got a little something to take home with him.
You lucky elephant. I don't know what to say. I'm just overwhelmed. It's just so... It's beautiful.
Our pleasure.
Grand.
Really is.
He's
Very much so.
It's been a pleasure. Okay.
And for me too.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so
All right.
much. There you go. I could not believe what they'd done to him. They truly are wonderful women. I felt so sorry for him. Now seeing how wonderful he looks now, I feel sorry for how he was before. So he's just beautiful. He's still the 1910 elephant we think he is, but he's just glorious. He's been restored, but he hasn't been spoiled.
repair shop team take on and transform cherished possessions, great and small. And resident horologist Steve has been doing just that on a Victorian Boule clock. He's been working on the ornate case which has been dulled through years of dust and dirt.
So I've cleaned all this Boule work up with cotton wool and a brass cleaning fluid. I wasn't going to clean these mounts up at all, but I decided in the end I would because they looked a little dull, so I gave them a quick dip in a clock cleaning fluid, took them out, brushed them up, and I've lacquered the whole of the case now with a shellac-based lacquer. I don't want to break this glass because that's a real pain to get it cut the right size. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. They look absolutely stunning when they're done up. So I've just got to the final stage now. I've attached the dial and hands to the mechanism, so it's all ready just to pop into the clock. I really like this part. And I've just got to line up the movement. Going to just hang the pendulum on, see if it's ticking nice and evenly. Perfect. The pendulum will actually regulate the speed of the tick. That's why a pendulum is critical to a clock, because it actually does regulate the speed of the clock. So I've just got to pop the gong on now, make sure that's all set up, and then it's all done, apart from testing it.
The clock's been silent for decades, so it's crucial that the evocative sound of its strike is brought faithfully back to life.
That sounds awful. There's something vibrating. I'll have to suss why that's doing that. Just going to move the gong block slightly. Hopefully that's going to stop that noise from happening.
But time is ticking away for Steve. Owner Robert is on his way to collect his mother's cherished clock.
This is Tessa. How you doing, Tessa?
Hello,
You all right?
good.
Come for
Thank
your
you.
clock, right?
Yes.
In you come then.
Well done.
Steve, you got a clock?
I have.
Oh,
There we go. Right.
Do you remember what it looked like before?
it had lacked its lustre on the outside.
Right.
It wasn't working.
It wasn't working? OK. Let's have a look what you've done, Steve.
Oh, my God.
How's that?
Oh,
beautiful.
my goodness.
Hasn't it come up well?
That's exquisite.
Yeah.
I'm really, really pleased how it's come up.
Yeah. It's got a lovely shine to it.
It's wonderful. It must have taken you hours.
It took me a fair while.
It's absolutely fantastic. I've never known it looking so stunning, actually.
It's really brought the tortoiseshell out.
So what would Mum think of this now, then?
Mum would be absolutely lost for words completely. She'd have loved to have seen this.
Yeah. So the strike, that means it's going to make a noise?
It is.
Robert last heard this chime 20 years ago.
Oh, that's lovely. Oh.
Oh, it's got a lovely tone.
Ooh. Can we have a look at the back? And
Of course you can.
look at that.
My. Looks almost as if it's brand new, Steve. You're fantastic. I mean, you really, words can't say how pleased I am.
Do you know, it makes what I do so worthwhile when people like yourselves appreciate what I've done.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Right, and I'll leave you in the capable hands of Steve. I'm going to make sure he gets a biscuit, because he's done a brilliant job on this one. We've got to watch his waistline. Can't give him too many biscuits. All right? I'll see you before you go.
I'll just go and get the box for you.
Overwhelmed.
Totally. Steve's done an amazing job. Absolutely incredible. The clock has got a new life. So, we'll be so proud of it.
Thank you very much for bringing it in. That was a real pleasure to do. Don't go and drop it now, will you?
Be difficult.
Thanks to Steve's care and craftsmanship, this family heirloom has been rescued and preserved for years to come.
My thoughts are really how much Mother would appreciate how beautiful it looks, because, I mean, she would have never seen it like that in all her life, but she knew it.
It's brought back some lovely memories of Robert's mother. When the clock sits there and strikes again, obviously he's just going to rethink of her sitting near it.
To have it back and have it back so brilliantly working is just, as I said, phenomenal.
Steve's work may be done for the day, but Will's still toiling away on the 300-year-old desk.
That's looking good.
It's pretty good, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's ready to go. Nicholas will be here any minute.
What about the escutcheon that's hanging off there? Come on.
It's...
no excuses.
I just put it on the table that I can now see this. When it's on the floor, it's hard to see.
OK, I'll let you off then.
Hold on, let me get...
hurry up.
Get some pins.
With this treasured antique looking good as new again, the repair shop experts gather to admire Will's handiwork.
Hi, Will.
Hi.
Hi, Will. God, it's beautiful. What a gorgeous colour.
It's been a pleasure to work on, and to know that it's been in the family for 300 years. It's quite nice to keep it going for another 300 years.
Yes.
Very good.
I think that deserves a round of applause.
Yeah, a round of applause. It's normally Will that starts them off. So I'm going to start it off this time. So well done, Will. Well done. Well done. You've done good, but you missed a bit over there.
What?
All right, back to work.
It'll be very exciting and a little bit scary almost to see how it is now, because I've never seen it looking not exactly like new, but like it should. I wanted very much to pass it on to the next generation, looking loved rather than knocked about.
Hi.
Hello.
Lovely to see you again.
Nice to see you. How are you?
Nice to see you again.
Come in.
You ready for this?
Oh, yes. Excited. Yes.
In you go.
Oh, is that it, hiding under there?
Right.
You ready?
Yes, very excited.
So what was it like when you brought it in? Do you remember?
It was looking old.
It was looking old, yeah? So has it been a challenge?
Yes. So, do you know what? I really enjoyed working on this.
I just hope you've done everything that they wanted to do. Yeah. You sure they want to take you back to your bench?
No.
OK. Ready?
OK.
Wow. Oh, my goodness.
That's wonderful.
The colours, it's so much richer, so much deeper.
Yeah.
I don't believe it.
Yes. And the top was so dead, and you've got the colour back.
And I've replaced that corner with solid walnut.
I always wished as a child at school that I could do woodwork with the boys, not needlework with the girls.
So how does it feel to see this fully restored now?
I can't believe that it's the same desk. I can't get over how good it is, how good it feels.
I didn't sand it back or anything. I just gave it a really good clean. So even leaving some of these really old ring marks, it's actually all part of its character.
It's beautiful. You've done an amazing job. I can't tell you how pleased I am.
Well done, Will. Eh? So what would Mum think of it in its current state now, then?
I don't think she'd recognise it.
Your mother would be very proud of the fact that you've actually had this restored, and...
I hope she would.
Yeah.
I hope she would.
And most importantly, we will be passing it down the family in a better state than when it came to us.
Came to you.
So what I'll do is we'll get this wrapped up for you and get it sent to you.
Thank you ever so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
It's all Will. Will did all the work.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
The desk is, I'm amazed at how wonderfully it has come up. The result that Will managed to get is quite beyond what I'd ever imagined. The colour's quite transformed, all the nicks and the chips in the veneer are all gone, and the front corner that was so badly damaged, you'd never know anything had ever been wrong with it. I'm absolutely over the moon with it.
Our granddaughter Charlotte doesn't know too much about it at the moment. She's only 9, but as she gets older, we're sure that she'll come to appreciate the desk as the family heirloom that it is.
In the repair shop today, some unusual methods in the restoration of a piece of military history.
I think if we're going to try and clean it, let's go with something like a baby shampoo.
While horologist Steve turns his hand to repairing a rare antique clockwork toy.
The actual bottom jaw doesn't work at the moment, so I'm just going to hopefully pop out the unit. Feel like a veterinary surgeon doing this.
The first visitor to arrive at the repair shop is Amelia McNeely, carrying an item of huge sentimental value.
Hi.
Hello, how you doing?
Good.
You must be?
Amelia.
Amelia.
Nice
I'm
to
Jay.
meet- nice
You're
to
right.
meet- Yeah, good.
So what have we got in here then?
My granny's treasure chest. I am a bit embarrassed about the state of, but
Oh, this is definitely Will. Will, if you don't mind, sir, come and join us.
Will Kirk's woodwork expertise is required for this treasure chest, which holds cherished childhood keepsakes.
So when you say it's granny, how come you've got this? Oh, yeah, it does sound like there's lots of bits
of
in
treasure.
There.
Treasure in there.
Might be granny's gold in there.
my granny, when I was 7,
Okay.
gave it to me. It was her treasure chest she got when she was 7. My granny was very, very important to us. She came to live with us for a while. Her real name was Joan,
Right.
but everybody called her Poppy. And now I want to pass it on to my granddaughter. I've only got one granddaughter, 3 grandsons.
Right.
And she's 8, so I've missed a year.
So the current state that it's in, who caused this damage?
Well, I am a careful, and I was a careful child, but
Right.
we have moved lots and lots over the years. It's well loved.
Oh, bless it. So, Will.
I had the intake of breath.
It's not that bad, though, is it?
That's fine. So you said it's missing a leg, and we might have some
I think
pieces.
as a scroll.
Yeah, so we're
there's
missing the
some-
entire scroll there.
But in the top drawer, there are some bits that I have
Shall I have a little peek?
Yeah, go for it.
Oh, there's loads of stuff in there.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's treasure in there.
Treasure, yeah. Treasure.
So
who's that?
that's my grandfather, who was married to my granny. This, my sister made for me when I had chicken pox or something. My first party dress.
You wouldn't happen to have an entire missing scroll from there, would
No.
you? No.
I don't think so. No.
Okay, and that looks like
That might have been the
back
leg.
of one of the bracket feet. But I can actually see in here woodworm damage there, and so I wouldn't totally blame yourself or anybody else for it sort of breaking to pieces. So it is probably incredibly weak anyway. You can see all these holes in the end.
I am so pleased I found you that you might be able to. I know it won't be perfect, but if it could stand up straight,
That would help you.
and it'll last another generation.
Another generation, exactly.
To have that link with the past, going from granny to granny down to granddaughter.
So thank you for bringing it in.
Jay, thank you so much.
No, you're more than welcome.
Thank you for
I will.
coming.
Bless you. Thanks.
Thanks a lot.
Bye then.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
I suppose my guilty feeling is a little bit that I was given this very special thing, and I love it. I absolutely love it. I should have just treasured it more. How appropriate, it's a treasure chest. But I should have properly looked after it. Poppy Granny was a very, very dear granny to me, and to have that little bit that goes on would be great.
So,
What do you reckon?
it's a big job.
Look at the size of
It's
it.
a huge job.
How can you say that? Look at the size
It's a
of it.
small piece, but look at this damage. Massive crack here on the back there.
Okay.
That's missing. Problems with the drawers, no leg.
But you can deal with the crack. The crack is simple.
That's straightforward.
I would say this
I'd say
is
that,
probably the
yeah.
bit. So you've got to create a whole new one of those.
I don't know where that goes, does that?
I don't think that belongs there.
Anyway, lots of stuff to be thinking about.
Okay.
This is going to be a nice job.
This restoration is going to test all of Will's woodworking skills.
So this treasure chest is in a bit of a bad state. Almost looks like it's been dropped down the stairs. Whenever I look at it, it seems to be more damaged than first thought. The scroll on the left side had previously been broken and glued back. It's not a great job. However, the fact that they have glued on has probably prevented that from getting lost. So, you know, every cloud, I suppose. So we have a mixture of structural damage and cosmetic damage. We like the back of the drawer broken, drawer divider broken. There's a big split running down the side here. Yeah, it's in a bad state. So I'm gonna get some glue in there, clamp that up. Whilst that's drying, I can then start looking into that scroll because that's probably the first thing that I'm quite worried about and quite nervous to tackle.
Next at the repair shop, it's a family affair. Cousins Fiona Porter and Jeanette Scott have brought with them a highly unusual item from their childhood for the attention of clockwork expert Steve.
Right, what have we got in here?
A rabbit in a cabbage.
A rabbit in a cabbage. Right, now I have seen these rabbits before. I've never actually handled one.
Right.
So the rabbit comes out and turns its
A
head.
little bit, yes. It'll come out, turn its head a little bit. The music will play.
Oh, the music plays.
Yes,
Right, okay, so there's a musical box in there.
It's a musical rabbit. It looks one way, it looks the other. The ears do something, and it chews on its cabbage, and then
Right.
it goes back down.
Now, tell me about the history of this piece.
Well, it belonged to our grandmother, and I think when our mums were younger, they were allowed to play with it
Yeah.
when they were ill as a very special
Oh, I
treat.
see.
Yes.
So when was the last time you remember this being played with?
Well, I played with it in the 50s, maybe early 60s, and that's the last I saw of it.
Right, okay.
Then I was clearing my mother's bungalow after she'd moved into a care home, and to my amazement found the rabbit in the paper bag and was thrilled to find it.
That must have meant a lot to you.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, I was so excited when Fiona told me. I said, let's have a rabbit dinner, and we'll show my new granddaughter this wonderful piece of history from our family.
Oh,
and
right.
so we had a lovely meal, and we cleared the table, and we got the rabbit out of the bag. Hadn't seen it for years.
Yeah.
Wow, Fiona wound it up with great excitement, and it did absolutely nothing. Major anticlimax.
Steve's going to need help with this item.
Amanda, Julie.
Soft toy restorers Julie and Amanda are used to dealing with weird and wonderful toys.
We've been itching to come and have a look.
You've never asked.
So what do you think
Beautiful.
of this? Have you ever seen anything like this before?
No, we've heard of them, but we've never actually seen them.
So this looks in quite good condition.
Amazing.
What's this fur? Is it real fur?
Yeah,
It's probably rabbit.
Probably rabbit.
Oh, really?
It's probably rabbit, yeah. I'm guessing that's cabbage or lettuce or whatever in his mouth.
Yes.
I thought he got green tongue.
Yeah. He's very sick rabbit. Yeah.
This is going to be a very interesting job.
Yeah.
And I can't wait to get it going. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Right.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye now.
Bye, thank you.
So you need to know what's going on inside there. Oh, look!
I know. Yeah.
Look at
There's
that.
there's a string doing that.
Okay.
This is made of cardboard, look.
That's amazing. Yeah.
And I think, look.
is it
and
two
it's
parts?
It is in two parts. So this probably needs stripping off so that we can get this part off so I can get to the mechanism.
Okay.
'Cause I think that's the way it was constructed.
Come on then.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
Your desk or mine?
Yours?
Okay.
With dozens of cabbage leaves to unpick before Steve can sort out the rabbit's clockwork mechanism, Amanda and Julie set to work.
There's no easy way around this. We're just going to have to sit and gently pick. Yep. Okay, and hopefully by the time we finish, it's going to look more like a cabbage and less like a sprout. Okay.
The rabbit was a creation of the renowned French toy maker Roulet de Comte, dating back to the 1890s. Extremely rare and highly collectible, these delicate creatures are almost extinct. So Amanda and Julie are going to have to take great care with this one. Meanwhile, Will is working on securing the structure of the treasure chest, but accurately gluing the cracks is a painstaking operation.
So I could just use the glue bottle and squeeze it all in. However, using the piece of veneer to sort of work it into the cracks, you've got more control and less likely just to put too much glue in and end up with a bit of a sticky situation.
While it dries, Will clamps the pieces into place.
So I'm going to be very careful not to put too much pressure with the clamps because I know that the wood seems quite dry and quite brittle. The last thing that I need to do is be breaking anything and creating a bit more work for myself. So now that that's glued and clamped, it gives me enough time to think about how I'm going to tackle the top.
Next to arrive at the workshop is Paul Entwistle, clutching a tarnished treasure. A job for metalwork conservator Matthew Boltwood.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm Steve.
Hi, how do you do? I'm Paul.
Hello, Paul. I'm Matthew.
And Matthew, nice to see you.
Right, so what have we got?
I've got here a household cavalry helmet that belonged to, I believe, my great-grandfather. Now, I say that because initially I wasn't sure whether it was my grandfather's or my great-grandfather's. Both were in the 2nd Life Guards.
Oh, right, OK.
But on doing some research, I believe that the red cross on the front denotes officer. Now, my great-grandfather was an officer, where my grandfather wasn't, and that's what I'm basing that on.
OK, and what sort of age is that?
My great-grandfather enlisted in 1866, so 150 years.
Gosh.
Ago.
Can I have a look?
Yes, please do. As you can see, it's tired. It's a little bit worse for wear.
That's lovely, isn't it?
So much detail on it.
Yes.
You can remember this from quite an early age?
Oh, yes. I can remember it being displayed in my grandfather's house, but not being allowed to touch it. In actual fact, the family military history goes back before the helmet. And in actual fact, I'm the first of 5 generations that hasn't had a job in the military. But, you know, this being part of the family history is really, really important.
It's in quite poor condition.
It is.
How did it get like that?
Well, I believe that my aunt put it in the loft, and that's where it remained until she died in '86, and that's when it came to me.
Quite a damp loft?
It looks as though it was probably very damp, doesn't it?
Right. This is quite a mammoth task, isn't it?
There's quite a lot of work to do in this one. This is going to be an interesting object because the process will reveal more information.
OK.
And we'll all be learning as we go as to what kind of finish we can achieve on it, but it will definitely look better than this.
It would be lovely to see it bright and shiny as it was when it was worn, and I'm sure worn proudly, and it would take pride of place at home. And then be handed down to my son and hopefully future generations.
How old's your son? Is he likely to want to wear it?
No, he's 36.
Okay. He might want to wear it.
He might want to wear it.
Thank you very much for bringing it
That's
in.
lovely, thank you very much. Smashing, that's great. Bye-bye.
Gosh, that's a big job.
Yes.
Very, very excited and just can't wait to see it brought back to something like it was when it was worn proudly, you know, by my great-grandfather.
The Life Guards is one of the oldest regiments in the British Army. They also form part of the Household Cavalry and have been protecting the sovereign for over 3 centuries. This helmet would have been worn as part of their ceremonial uniform.
What's your first job?
First job is to very carefully separate some of these items, because the more we can take it apart, the further underneath some of these areas we can clean and work on, the better the end result will be.
There's quite a lot of leather work that needs doing.
There is. It's in quite a bad condition, really. There's a lot of fragile leather.
And you're going to use your best shampoo and I suggest your best conditioner as well?
Quite possibly, yes.
OK.
Definitely need to clean. It's full of bits and pieces.
The years in a damp attic have not been kind to the helmet.
Yes.
To have any chance of doing this piece justice, first Matt's going to have to strip it down completely.
And there we go. Now you can start to see what the original surface would have been like. It seems to be full of spider webs and old muck, but we're starting to get some of the silver and some of the original colouring. This is a beautiful thing.
Will's making a start on recreating the decorative scroll on top of the treasure chest. He's got to transform this solid square piece of wood into an elegant curve.
So now that I've got my centre points, I'm going to put the wood in the lathe and slowly start turning that shape that I need for the chop. So I'm slowly just taking off those sharp edges. So as you can see, the more that I take off, the more that the chisel is hitting those high edges and the wood's becoming more cylindrical. Yeah, that's absolutely perfect. So I've previously measured the width of the scroll on the top of the treasure chest with these calipers, and I'm using these now to make sure that I'm not taking off more wood than I need to. So you can see there that that's not going over, so there's still quite a high point there, so I need to remove a tiny bit more. I'm actually going to use this file just to start smoothing it down, because I think I'm pretty much near to the shape that I need it to be. And this should just take off any of those loose pieces of wood and start smoothing it out. Nearly there. But just at the end, I use some sandpaper, and then that gives you a really nice smooth finish. So that's nice and smooth, and it's the perfect surface for me to work out how I'm going to tackle that scroll shape on the edge.
But Will can't neglect the rest of the chest. The damaged legs also need his attention.
Woodworm are absolute pests. I could glue this back on, however, I mean, it's really pointless gluing a piece of sponge back onto solid wood. It's never going to stay on there. It's going to end up breaking off again. So what I might do is chop that off there and just replace anything that's completely broken and completely chewed up. So the next thing I need to do is to make a template, and I'm going to use this leg over here to start mapping it out. So I'm really pleased with that. That is a pretty decent fit. I'm going to get some glue in there, tape it up. I've got one more leg to do, so only halfway through my journey.
While the damaged leg dries, Will can return to the tricky scroll work. He runs a hole through the center with a pillar drill, then carefully cuts away one edge. Sanding gets the shape to pin-sharp accuracy with a smooth finish.
I'm really happy with that. That isn't actually too far off, is it?
Across the workshop, Steve's endeavouring to remove the clockwork toy rabbit from its cabbage home. Now the real challenge is about to begin, to bring this 120-year-old bunny back to life.
So how are you getting on with Fiona's rabbit, Steve?
Yeah, good. What I'm doing is I'm just going to remove this part of the shell so I can get to the mechanism.
So the mechanism's in there?
Yeah, absolutely.
This is real rabbit, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm just going to take the final bit off.
Oh.
There we go, and then we've got all the mechanism in there.
Oh, wow. OK.
Oh, that's great. I can get to it all now.
So what's next then, Steve?
I've just got to suss out exactly how it works and then why it's not working. And also the music box as well. I've got to make that work.
So just a few bits?
Just a few bits, yeah.
So if you and your little furry friend need any help, Just wiggle your nose, and I'll come along with a carrot for you.
All right, OK. Cheers, Jay.
No problem.
The rabbit released. There's another job for Amanda and Julie before Steve can start on the clockwork.
I can't get to the mechanism because the fur's on.
OK, I know what he's going to ask.
Can you defer it?
Yeah.
Or skin it?
Skin the rabbit.
Skin the rabbit.
Oh, mate, OK.
Is that all right?
Yeah, of
There's
course.
no way I can work on it until it's
We'll do our
skinned.
best.
Amanda and Julie's job is complicated by the network of strings attached to the mechanism.
So if I can just go a bit further on that side. I think when Steve said, could we get the fur off, I didn't realise there was going to be all this going on underneath. No. Oh, that's fantastic. Well done.
With the rabbit now undressed, Steve can put all his expertise to use on the clockwork mechanism.
I'm just going through it and seeing how it actually works. And it's quite a simple mechanism. You've got a lever that comes up and pushes the rabbit head up like that. And then when it gets to a certain point, it hits another part of the lever that turns its head, and then it falls back down. But whilst its head is up, you've got this lever here, which will make the ears go up and down and the mouth open and shut. There's a spring that's supposed to operate the mouth, so I probably have to replace that. Biggest difficulty is actually cleaning it without taking it apart. They weren't made to be repaired. They weren't made to be taken apart. But yeah, I'll get it done.
After taking his item apart, Matt has made a start on restoration. The lifeguard's helmet had been neglected for decades, and as a result, is extremely tarnished.
How are you getting on with it?
Having a lovely time. Started doing some of the trial cleanings, and it's definitely coming up as a brass. There's quite a heavy sort of corrosion on there.
There is, isn't there?
But it is a worked brass piece. It's really nice.
I don't know whether you want to use a clock cleaning fluid that I've got. It's for cleaning up brass, steel, and what have you, but it will bring up the brass bright, because I think that's several days' work doing all that.
Yeah, this is a new process on me. It'd be really good.
Yeah, OK, good.
However, before the ornate brass front plate can be treated with the stringent cleaning chemicals, one vulnerable feature is going to have to be preserved.
I'm going to need to separate the star with the enamel from the rest of the decorated plate. So to do this, I'm going to need to desolder it. My big concern here is dealing with enamel, which is, in this case, looks to be melted glass. I think where the solder joins are, we're far enough away from the enamel, still a little bit hair-raising. Ah, we've done it. We can put this whole piece in the clock cleaning solution to get it to look like the others.
With Steve overseeing Operation Cleanup, Matt can turn his attention to another part of the helmet that's in dire need of some grooming.
This is supposed to be a white horsehair plume that comes out the top of this helmet.
Yeah.
It wasn't looked after very well, and I'm quite concerned that if we wash it, we're going to lose quite a lot of it.
OK. I think if we're going to try and clean it, let's go with something like a baby shampoo. It was designed for hair.
Yes.
It's very mild. Let's see if we can get it a bit cleaner. So if we just do it very carefully. Certainly wouldn't want to wring it and squeeze it. Let's just sort of gently agitate it, really.
It's very fragile.
Leave it with me. I'll carry on with it.
Thank you. That's great. Thank you very much.
Bye.
Bye.
Next on his list is the helmet's shabby chin strap. And for that, he'll need saddlery expert Susie.
I was wondering if you'd be able to replace the leather along here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sure, yeah. And how quickly do you need it?
As soon as you can.
Right.
Matt can now give the grimiest part his full attention, the top section of the helmet. The decades in damp storage have left it smothered with green rust.
It takes quite a lot of effort and it is quite time consuming. I'm not sure that this is going to be abrasive enough. It is quite slow, this. But I can see in the oil slightly more of that green coming off.
As the dirty patina clears, it slowly reveals the metal beneath.
Once you cut through the green, we've actually got a silver surface underneath here. It's just a long process of cleaning now.
Back inside the repair shop, Will is nearing the end of his treasure chest renovation. He's working his way through the myriad of smaller jobs, like fixing the tiny drawers, before returning to the scroll on top of the chest.
I've glued this on, it's dried, it looks symmetrical. I'm just touching up a few little areas to make sure it looks perfect, being the perfectionist I am. It's actually been quite a fun project because not only does it incorporate some polishing, but also wood turning, a bit of carving. So there's different skill sets that have come together in order to get this looking the way that I want it to look. It's always nice when I get to mix things up a bit. The last thing I need to do is the colour match to match the other side, and I've been putting it off because I'm slightly dubious whether I can get the same colour match, but yeah, I'm about to give it a go. This black going on here now is starting to come together. It's only one thin coat of polish now. It definitely needs a few more to get that nice, smooth, even finish, and I can almost see the finish line.
Careful clean down and polish up of the surface, and the chest is a treasure once again.
What are you doing with Amelia's treasure chest? Is it done?
Amelia's treasure chest is done. That's a mouthful, isn't it?
It is a
Amelia's
mouthful.
Finished.
That is a pretty picture, though, isn't it?
So if you remember, that was missing.
Yes.
And two of the back legs were broken, so it's sort of leaning.
It is nice. And the drawers.
And the drawers all work and function properly.
And we have all of her bits, because I remember all of the drawers were kind of full with stuff, wasn't it?
Well, all of the drawers were full of Amelia's treasures, and I have put those in a very safe place. So
OK, cool. Well, you've done a brilliant job. Absolutely brilliant job.
Amelia had brought her treasure chest to the repair shop, as the years had left it in a rather sad condition.
The poor thing, its little drawers were collapsed and there was a leg missing and the hinges were off, so it would just be wonderful if it's usable now, the treasure chest. It would be just lovely to see it in a decent state. The treasure chest has got a lot of links to the past. I mean, nothing particularly valuable, but lovely things going back. So there's a whole family history attached to this treasure chest.
With over 100 years' worth of family treasures held in the chest, Amelia's hoping Will has secured its future for generations to come.
Oh. Hi, Will.
Hi, Amelia. Lovely to see you again.
Good to see you again. Oh, what a... It's like Christmas.
It's like Christmas.
I'm hoping.
Well, should we have a look and see if it's in a better place?
Don't yet.
Yeah.
Oof, that's terrific. Wow. You really want magic, haven't you? Oh, that's amazing. Oh, my hands are shaking. That's ridiculous. Oh, well, that's amazing. Thank you so much. You've done, that's just terrific. Thank you so much.
It's a real pleasure to work on, actually.
Oh, dear. Didn't think you would do this to me.
How would your grandmother feel, do you think, if she could see this back on 4 legs?
I'm hoping she wouldn't realise there'd been a stage in between. I know she was very much family orientated, so she would very much appreciate the fact that it's still here and it is going to go on through. Well, thank you. Really, really thank you.
It's a pleasure.
Bless you.
Thank you for coming down. It's over to you.
Oh, don't drop it.
Don't drop it.
Don't drop it.
Thanks a lot, Amelia.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Well, that was quite a surprise. I was taken aback at seeing it, that it stirred quite so much in me. And I think it's because it links right back to when you were little. I know that treasure chest meant a lot to my granny. She entrusted it to me, and to be able to get it back in one bit, to be able to hand on the treasure chest to Lilia, it's just amazing. And I didn't realise it would hit me in that way. Wonderful surprise, fantastic.
Over on Steve's workbench, he's grappling with a vintage toy rabbit that hasn't so much as twitched for years.
The actual bottom jaw doesn't work at the moment, so I'm just going to hopefully pop out the unit. I feel like a veterinary surgeon doing this. Right, that's good. That came out very easily. You see, this is the string that actually operates the bottom jaw. The spring here that's supposed to bring the jaw back to closed is absolutely rotten, as well as the metal bar that goes through it is very, very rusty. I think this rabbit has been somewhere really damp. It could have been left in a shed or garage for a long time, which probably explains the state of the leaves as well. I just need to pop a new bar on there and make a new spring up for it. I think I used that piece of brass to make the main rod, and then I've got a thin piece of brass rod there just to make up the new spring. It doesn't need to be that strong just to lift the jaw up again. There we go. Just need to pop that down in there, then this piece of brass would go through the spring, like so. That spring is working fine now.
While Steve fine-tunes the clockwork mechanism, Amanda and Julie are bringing life back to the dead cabbage leaves.
I'm really pleased with how the form of the crunkles is kind of coming back.
Yeah, each little pleat by hand.
I think the main thing is that when we do put it all back together again, they'll have a sort of perky look.
Yeah.
When we come to do the main leaves, that we might have to do as we're reassembling it.
Yeah.
To get the rabbit sprightly again, Steve's giving the 120-year-old clockwork a thorough clean.
I've just taken the mechanism out of the clock cleaning fluid now. I'm just using the paintbrush to try and get all the dirt off the parts. Clockmakers do like shiny parts.
With the mechanism moving freely again, the rabbit is well on the road to recovery.
How are you doing? How you getting on with my little furry friend then?
Look at this.
You're a clever bunny, ain't you?
So this little lever here,
right,
that's opening and shutting the mouth. Yeah.
Okay. What's this doing? Is that the head?
That's the head, yeah.
Okay.
And it comes up, has a look around, then goes up, and it starts eating and then goes down again.
All right. So where's the head, though?
Got it here.
Okay. It's got no ears, though. It's got some... Do that again.
You took your finger away then.
I don't want him biting me, do I? Okay.
Yeah, so there's two strings, one for the ears.
Yeah.
And one for the mouth. And then then this string at the front attaches to the front of there, and that actually tilts the head down. When it gets up to that level, it looks down like that.
Right.
So as soon as I attach this to there like that, then Julie and Amanda can then refur him.
Right.
and put the ears on, and then they can rebuild the cabbage.
Okay.
And then it's done.
Well done. I'm happy with that.
It's been all hands on deck in the restoration of the lifeguard's helmet.
I mean, look at that water. We've definitely taken some dirt out of it.
Susie is pushing ahead with creating a new leather strap for the brass chain.
Every link has to be sewn in place to hold it flat, and each one of these stitches is hidden under the link that's next to it. I think I've got it cracked, but when I come to do the next stitch, my eyes tend to go a little bit boggly, and that's a technical term, by the way, boggly eyes.
But with this military heirloom still looking dull and tarnished, there's hours of cleaning and polishing left to restore it to its full dress parade condition. Hoping to see his heirloom looking as it would have when his great-grandfather wore it, owner Paul has returned.
The helmet, when I brought it in, was in quite a poor state. It was in need of some real TLC. At the moment, I'm feeling like a young child on Christmas morning. Really, really excited. So, yeah, it really would mean the world to me.
Hello, Paul.
Hi, how are you?
Yeah, nice to see
Nice
you.
to see you again. Lovely to see you. Okay.
So are you looking forward to this?
Very much so, yeah.
Are you ready?
Yes. Wow. That's not the same helmet. That, I don't know what to say. That's magnificent. That's exactly as it would have been 150 years ago. I'm dumbstruck. I might try and wear it.
And when was the last time it was on display like this?
Oh, probably on Horse Guards Parade.
Oh, right.
I've had a little bit of help with this. Susie, our saddlery expert, has recrafted a new leather strap because that was a little bit beyond repair.
Yes. Do you know, I can't thank you guys enough. This is going to take me some time to get over this. Well, yeah. Can I?
Yep. And there was sort of decades of polish and dust and muck in the lettering obscuring it all. So
I
it's come up
suppose it
beautifully.
would have been cleaned by the man himself.
Oh, absolutely.
Would have had to have been cleaned.
Couldn't have gone on parade
by
with the dirty
by the man
hands.
himself.
Yeah, meticulously.
Yes. I wish my father was alive to see this. Amazing. Thank you very much. You guys have done such a fantastic job. You really have. Can I take it home?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's all yours, yeah.
I'm sure that my great-grandfather would be really pleased. I think that he would approve.
The 19th century toy rabbit is nearing completion.
Oh, have you finished it?
Just literally.
Just about, just
finishing
tweaking
it off. Just realised I've just got a little bit of glue there, but on the whole, it's all done.
That's looking absolutely fantastic. Well done. And it actually looks like a cabbage now.
Not a sprout.
Not a sprout.
Yeah.
Okay. Can I hold it tight so I can wind it up?
Yeah, we
the
put these
firm
little
bits.
supports in there as well so that it will hold its shape.
It's a great idea.
It gets me. great, isn't it?
It's working really well, isn't it?
Yeah,
really,
it is.
really well.
Great team effort. Yeah, definitely teamwork.
And the cabbage is fantastic. I'm really impressed. Really, really impressed.
Thank you. Yeah, we're really pleased.
It's time for this rare and extremely collectible bunny to be sent back home to owners Fiona and Jeanette. When they discovered the rabbit 6 years ago, they threw a party that went flat when he wouldn't come out to play. Today they're having a second and hopefully more successful party in his honour.
We'd like to share our repaired bunny with my granddaughter Freya. So she's never seen the bunny working and we can barely remember it. So we're hoping that our bunny sandwiches and our bunny cakes are going to help the bunny work with a bit of luck.
Looking forward to seeing the fruits of Steve, Julie and Amanda's labours is Jeanette's granddaughter Freya.
Oh, wow. He does look fluffier. Now, when you saw this last time, it didn't do anything. Shall we see what happens? Are you feeling excited?
Well done.
Oh, wow, look at that. Look what it's doing. Whoa, it shot back in really quickly. That's really clever, isn't it? Oh, he's having a look at you. How lovely that after all these years, he's back working again.
He's funny.
He's funny. He is funny, isn't he? Yeah, I think he's just brilliant. That was amazing. I was really impressed that that worked. I was a bit worried that, you know, something might happen and we'd get a rabbit back that was silent, but it was brilliant.
Yeah,
wound it up.
Really
and...
amazing. I never thought we'd get it working again, so it's absolutely amazing to have it back working.
No, it's excellent, and to see the look on Freya's face.
And it's
never seen
wonderful
it
to
work.
think that her great grandchildren will be able to play with it.
Yeah.
And enjoy it.
This place is filthy.
In the repair shop today, furniture restorers Will and Sonaz joined forces.
I'm Will.
Hello, Will. Nice to meet you.
Making big improvements to a very small chair.
So we've got creative freedom.
Yes, you have.
Yeah, exciting.
Yeah.
And clock expert Steve swaps time for money as he tackles a century-old cash register.
I've no idea where to start on this.
I thought as much.
But first into the repair shop, Richard and Leslie Bauer from Cornwall.
Hello.
Hello.
How are we doing?
Fine, thanks.
I'm Jay.
Jay, I'm Richard.
All right, Richard. How are we doing?
I'm very well, thank you.
So what have we got in the bag? What's that?
Three guesses.
Come on. What do you think?
Well, it's quite small. I would say it looks like a camera.
Yeah, it does indeed, doesn't it?
Is it a camera?
Shall I open it?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Whoa. Okay. Don't tell me this is a record player. It's a record player, isn't it?
Record player.
Oh, that is cool. Tim, you've got to see this. This is one for you, mate. Have a look at this.
Gramophone expert Tim Weeks has been hooked on classic record players since 1963, when his father bought him his first machine at a jumble sale.
It's a record player, but a portable one.
And you wind it up. Like that.
Yeah.
But when you put the record on, and I put this on here.
Right, to a halt.
Yeah.
If I might intervene at this point.
Please.
If I might
You're an
intervene.
expert.
This is called a Peter Pan. This particular model were made only in 1924. And almost certainly it'll have a Torrens Swiss motor in it.
Right.
With a single 2 centimetre spring, which has probably just about had it.
Yeah.
Because it's 95 years old, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes.
So how come you guys have got this? What's the history behind it?
It was given to me by my father.
Right.
And he told me stories about taking out on picnics.
OK.
He was courting my mother at the time, and he would play these records, perhaps some Ella Fitzgerald or something, on a portable record player. But I think it was given to him by my grandfather, his father.
OK.
He was a naval captain, so he would go from Liverpool down to Southampton, then down to Tenerife, and then the Ivory Coast on West Africa.
He had it, and then he passed it to your dad, and then your dad
yeah.
giving it to you?
Yeah, and now I've got we've got 2 daughters and 1 grandson. And so, obviously, when time's right,
yeah.
I'm just dying to pass it on. And it did work. I think our daughters might have had something to do with it.
It's always a little bit worrying when you hear that someone's children have been playing with things, because children can be remarkably destructive creatures.
So when was the last time you heard it playing, isn't it?
Oh.
Properly. Oh, probably
properly.
About 20 or 30 years ago.
Yes.
So what do you reckon, Tim? Could we sort this out?
If the motor's all there inside...
Maybe?
Yeah.
OK.
Yeah.
Well, what I'd say is...
75%.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing it in. And leave it with us.
OK.
We'll get it sorted.
Gonna happen.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
We've tried watchmakers or clockmakers here and there and showed it to them, and they go, oh, not for us. And it means a lot to me that you can actually pass something on like that and keep the magic going.
So, what's the big problem in it?
I don't know what condition that motor's going to be in. If some of the gears have been damaged, there's not a lot to play with.
The sign on the door says repair shop.
Yes.
Don't forget it. I'll take this over to your desk. All right? We could do it.
It's going to be done.
That's what I like to hear.
It's going to be done. I hope.
Tim's first task is to take the record player apart, starting with the sound box, which passes vibrations from the stylus to the horn.
Something very peculiar has been done to this. Someone seems to have put what looks like a cardboard or possibly it's felt washer in there. But if we take the whole thing out, we can see, possibly, what's inside there. We'll just plop that in there. So then we can lift that the whole diaphragm, stylus bar and needle holder away. And then let's see what's under here. Aha! Now, that's what you would expect to see. I don't know why somebody would have put that in there. If they were trying to sort of quieten the volume down, you would put, you'd jam something into the end of the horn, literally. And yes, that is where the expression, put a sock in it, comes from. Why somebody hid that behind this bit of stuff, goodness only knows. There's quite a lot to do, considering what a small box it's all in.
Next, Tim turns his attention to the motor that powers the turntable.
It shouldn't be making that clicking, churning noise, so that suggests there's something stuck inside there on one of the gears. What it is, well, we shall find out when we get it apart.
Some of the treasures that arrive at the repair shop may not be large of stature, but they hold decades of family history. Judy Ford from East Lothian has brought in one such item.
Hello.
Hi there.
Brought my chair.
Oh, lovely.
Thank you.
I think I know just the lady for this.
Good.
Sonaz?
This is a job for the Furniture Dream Team. Restorer Will Kirk and upholsterer Sonaz Noranvari.
So what have we got here? Child's rocking chair.
Child's rocking chair, yes, it's very old.
What's the story behind this chair?
That's been with me all my life. And my mum said she had it as a child as well, so it could be about 120 years old.
Right. Wow. Can you remember this from as a child?
Yes. I played with it, I rocked on it, I went over on it because it's not very stable.
Right.
And my daughters both used it.
Right.
And my grandchildren both used it.
So it's that 4 generations.
Wow.
But I'd like to pass it on to the 5th when my grandchildren have their kids.
Their kids.
Wow, that's incredible.
But at the moment, it's just scruffy and
not quite usable.
tatty and
It's a little bit
coming to pieces.
bit loose there.
It's been sitting in an airing cupboard now for, I would say, 30 years.
Did you say an airing cupboard?
Yeah.
Because looking at these joints here, I think that's where all of the glue looks like, well, I would have said dry, but there's no glue there to be dry. so that's why that's all popped out.
Put some padding on there to give it a bit more of a plumptious look for a start.
Plumptious.
Plumptious look.
Plumptious.
We love a bit of plumptiousness. The key really is what colour fabric.
Fabric, yeah.
Jazzy yellow
or some nice brown.
Not necessarily. No, I don't want brown. Something appropriate for children.
OK.
I don't mind.
You don't mind? So we've got creative freedom.
Yes, you have.
Yeah. Exciting.
Yeah.
Exciting indeed. Yeah. So Sonaz will do an amazing job on the upholstery side.
I'm sure you will.
And Will do an amazing job on the woodwork side, for sure.
And once this looks amazing, we will give you a call.
That's brilliant.
Thanks
Thank
for
you
coming
very
down.
much. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
Cheers. Bye-bye.
Love it. Love it.
It's great, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think Will and Sonas have actually got a big challenge because it's falling apart. It's great to think it's going to be restored so that my great-grandchildren can use it in the future.
It's a bit small for me. I kind of want to have a little sit down.
No, don't do that.
No?
No. It's coming apart already, though.
Joints are really bad.
Yeah.
Upholstery. Talk to me.
So, saggy bottom.
Yeah.
Never a good look.
No.
I think some webbing through the base, maybe 1 or 2 webs through the back. I need to strip this off so that you can get on with the woodwork side.
I think you should take it now before I try and sit on it.
Exactly.
And cause
So,
more damage.
without further ado,
Take it away. Cool. See you later.
right, I'm going to start with the back and see if I can wiggle these studs out. I am slightly worried about pinning back into the frame because it's particularly thin, these rails, and sometimes there's a risk that you can damage them. So I'm going to have to be extra specially careful.
Also treading carefully is gramophone expert Tim. He's taking apart the motor of the tiny antique record player.
Tricky little thing to get in here because there's so little room for manoeuvre. Ah, there we go. Let's lift the top off the motor and let us see what we've got inside here. All these gears, all these teeth will need cleaning up. It's just 90 years worth of grot, basically. Ah, now, you can probably see here is one old needle. You always find these inside the boxes of gramophones, and that, jammed against that, will have been probably what's making that strange scrunching, grinding noise as it was running round. So I'm glad we found that. And then what do we find in here? Oh yes, another needle. Not doing so badly so far. One thing you can't do, it's a mistake that people often make, is they put a lot of fresh oil on without cleaning all the old stuff off first. And that is basically like polishing a car without washing it first.
But it's not just the mechanism that isn't up to repair shop standard. The case needs some expert attention from master saddle maker Susie Fletcher.
Susie.
Yeah.
A favour.
Okay.
Well, you see the handle on this little Peter Pan gramophone?
Yeah.
It's broken.
Okay. How about if I make another handle, the same thickness of leather as this? I've got some black leather that I think will do the trick quite nicely.
That'll look lovely. You're a genius.
Well, I wouldn't go that far. I've used the old handle to give me a guide to making the pattern. So now I've finished creasing it, the next stage is to slide the tips underneath the brackets, which could be interesting. And there we have it.
Just about to come on to doing the mainspring now. There's a lot of very old grease in here that's gone pretty hard and thick, and it actually gums the spring up, and the speed will slow down, then suddenly speed up, and it just sounds awful. The major challenge with any of these things is not to get them to go round, it's to get it to do it at a steady 78 for 2.5 to 3 minutes.
Records produced between 1898 and the late 1950s had a playing speed of 78 revolutions per minute, so were commonly known as 78s.
This is the main spindle that the turntable sits on top of, so important we get this to turn nicely. I know Richard said he wants to pass it on to his grandson, who's 5. It's interesting to think, what will a young person these days make of it? I don't think they'll chuck out their MP3 player and listen to this instead, but I think there is a certain magic to something as physical, as mechanical as this. There we go. So, and lastly, of course, we need the governor. Oh, fiddlesticks. Right, we've got a problem. One of these governor springs, this bit here, is broken away.
Governors are the spinning weights that regulate the speed of the turntable. With one broken, Tim's got no way to keep it playing at 78 RPM.
Luckily, I have got an assortment of spare governor springs here. I bought these at an antique fair earlier this year. Bit of a nuisance, but better it's broken now than when we've got it all back together and we're trying to play records on it.
Next into the workshop, Judy Evans has a piece of history that's been part of her family business for 4 generations.
Right, what have we got?
I have my family's old cash register from 1913.
Oh, my word. Dom, can you give me a hand?
Judy's hoping that Steve and the repair shop team can get this old heavyweight back on its feet again.
Oh, blimey. Go on, here.
You wouldn't run away with that till, would you?
That's great.
I'll leave you with that.
Thanks, Dom. Appreciate that. Right, what have we got here, apart from, obviously, it's a till?
Yes, it's a cash register from my family business, which started in 1862.
Oh, right.
And this was purchased by my great-grandfather, Mr. George Williams.
So the business is still in...
It's still in our... Yes, I'm now running the shop as the great-great-granddaughter.
What a nice piece.
If you look inside the drawer here, take it out. So you look on the underside there. You can just about make up George Williams here, and 1913, and you read the guarantee for 2 years. And sadly, the guarantee has run out in 1915.
When was the last time this was used?
Well, my father thinks it was around 1965-ish.
Right.
I mean, my dad used to joke he didn't throw it out because he didn't think decimalisation was going to take off.
What memories does this bring back to you?
Well, it brings back memories, obviously, of the shop itself in the old times, but it's also memories of playing shop with my friends in the back in the stockroom, playing on the till, and you know, it'd just be so fantastic to have it actually operating again.
This is a great project, so thank you so much for bringing it in.
My pleasure, thank you.
You're welcome.
My family would be delighted to see it working again. It reminds me of my grandparents, great-grandparents, and to think that, you know, that was used by them every day. And lovely to feel that, you know, we can still have it there in the shop to feel and to touch and to appreciate.
The cash register was manufactured in America by the National Cash Register Corporation. Founded in 1884 in Ohio, they were the makers of the world's first mechanical cash register. By 1914, the company was producing over 100,000 a year, and it's still going strong today. But it's up to Steve to fix this 100-year-old model.
Steve, are we in the money yet? Must be payday.
Look at that down in there.
Whoa!
You see all the muck and grime?
Dirt in there, isn't it?
That's just years and years and years of dust and grime, isn't it?
That's what my toothbrush looks like. So what we're going to do, we're going to get it over?
Yeah, let's get the back off, shall we? Can you just hold that, because it's really heavy. You got it?
Yeah, I've got it. Here we go.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, look at that.
But that is some level of dirt.
Where'd that piece go, then? Oh, that must have been the other piece of glass that went across the top.
The top.
I've no idea where to start on this.
I thought as much, because normally you're right. I'll take that bit off, take that bit off.
I think the first thing we need to do is get a hoover.
All right, I'll get a hoover.
Okay.
There we are. Cool.
Do you know how to use it?
Of course I do. I clean up every night, mate. There we go, there we go. Oh, look at that.
You're enjoying that, aren't you?
I am as well. Look at that.
Oh, it looks so much better already, doesn't it?
No, it does.
It still doesn't work.
So what's the next stage? You've got to take this all apart, haven't you, really, haven't you?
I'm going to try and get into it somehow, but I don't want to take this apart because it's so complex. I can see if there's something obvious, like a piece of glass stuck in it, or a broken lever, or a broken spring, or something like that.
I'm with you.
But I'm definitely not going to take this all apart.
At some point, you're going to have to take it apart, Steve. I know you're scared of it a bit. You don't like me saying that, but I know you're scared of it. This beast has got the better of you.
No, it hasn't got the better of me.
You sure?
No, I'll sort it out.
And then we'll be in the money.
Right.
Ahoy!
On the opposite side of the workshop, the child's rocking chair has been stripped of its upholstery and passed over to wood expert Will.
It looks to be in relatively good condition. I think that the back here is just popping out there where the glue is dried and the joints have come away. But getting some glue in there, that should be quite a straightforward fix. It's notorious with chairs like this where there's so many joints involved that all it takes is for one or two of them to be slightly loose or the glue to be too dry, and then it sort of sets everything wobbling. So I've got a feeling if I can glue those two back there, it should actually pull everything back into place. So I'm going to give it a nice clean now and sort of see what I'm left with after. Not everybody really knows the best way to clean furniture as well, so a lot of cleaners melt the top surface of the polish to make it look cleaner, but what you're doing is actually removing what you really want to keep on there in order to protect the furniture.
The build-up of years of wax, polish and dirt, combined with the natural aging of the wood, gives this chair its patina, a rich, dark colour.
Sometimes just a really light clean with a bit of white spirit just to clear up any surface dirt is more than enough. All that needs to be done now is I need to get some glue into the wobbly joints up here and clamp that down. I'm really pleased with this. I love it.
Once the structure is secure, Will passes the chair back to Sonna's.
Thank you. Wow, that looks amazing.
Yeah?
Yeah, I love it.
It's been cleaned, it's been waxed, it's been glued, it's been buffed, and I haven't actually changed the original colour.
Yeah, love it. great. It feels nice as well.
I've also made sure that there's no wax residue in case it gets in the fabric, and I don't want you to be angry with me.
Good thinking, Batman. Yeah, no, that's great.
So my side of the deal is done.
Yeah, and you've done a great job. Thank you very much.
Over to you.
Thank you.
And I look forward to seeing the fabric.
Yes. Now I've got this chair back from Will, I can now get some upholstery on it, or get upholstering it rather. First step, black and white webbing on the seat base. And all I've got to do is web, I'd say 3 webs across there. A little bit tricky because it obviously wants to rock. That is ready to rock and roll. So I've got a bit of remnant 12-ounce hessian here to use up. So I'm going to put some polyester wadding on the base. Okay, so I have cut a few layers of wadding so that it builds up a really nice mini dome on the seat base to give it a bit of plumptuousness. And so even just looking at that now, I think that's going to work beautifully. Got my fabric here, lovely light colour fabric. I can see straight away that it does really bring out the lovely tones of brown in the woodwork, and Will's lovely work that he's done to clean this up has really made a difference. So this is not my final fix, this is just a temporary fix. Often your first anchoring tacks are too tight. You can see here, this staple is a little bit too tight. This is called a tack drag. You can tell that it's too tight because there's a bit of an arc in the weft of the fabric. The way that you remember what a weft and a weave is weft goes weft to white, and a weave goes up the roll. So as long as you remember weft to white, you won't get confused. So I think I need to get a little bit more tension through the front. But apart from that, it's looking quite good.
Horologist Steve has had to do some swatting up on the inner workings of the antique till, as it's a far cry from his usual clocks and watches.
I've gone online to see what problems there are with these national cash registers, and they've suggested that the problem is usually in the totalizer, which is a bit of mechanism here on the front. So I'm going to hopefully take this off. They say it's very, very simple. So very conscious that there may be springs. Oh, some spring went then. Oh, that's heavy. Wow, this is amazing. This is the totalizer. This will give them a total of the amount of money that's been put through the till in a day. Just pop this over here.
Once broken, these complicated mechanisms are often beyond repair. And the only way to get the till up and running is to remove the totalizer completely.
They say that this will jam it. Yes. That's brilliant. And one thing that isn't working is the till's supposed to fly out.
As Steve delves deeper into the till's workings, ceramics restorer Kirsten joins the investigation.
Hi, Steve.
Oh, yeah, you're right. This is like a detective sort of thing, really. Someone has tried, or someone has successfully broken into it at some point.
Really?
Because this unit here, you see it's supposed to have a loop over it.
Absolutely.
And that actually goes into the locking part of the till.
Right.
Right, and it's been forced, so it's actually broken that. So I need to repair that as well.
Goodness.
But not only that, they've actually tried putting a lever in. This is what I believe.
Right, OK, Detective Steve.
Bear with me. They put a lever in and they've actually broken the corner of that cast iron front off.
How fascinating.
Yeah.
Goodness me.
So, well, it is fascinating because I want you to. I'd like you to. I'm asking you to.
OK, are you begging me?
Yeah, I'm begging, all right,
Okay.
begging to actually make a new piece there.
OK, let's have a look then. Yeah, I'm sure that's fine. I've got a modelling material which would be fine for metal, and I could make up that corner. Yeah. Steve's asked me to have a look at this section from the cash register. Although I don't normally work on metal items, one of the fillers that I use, it's a 2-part epoxy, and it does actually cure really, really hard.
I've just cut this spring ready to make another spring for the till. Basically, it's a conical spring that when you press the buttons on the till, it pushes the drawer out. It's not the easiest of jobs making a conical shape because you start bending one area and it does affect the next area. So it is a matter of just working your way up the spring and getting a tighter and tighter circle until you've got the nice cone shape. It's not pretty, but it'll certainly work. Good. So those 2 springs there should shoot the till out when you press the keys.
Come with gifts.
Oh, well done. Okay. Oh, that's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Oh,
Thank you.
that's superb.
All right.
Yeah, I'll finish it off now.
Good. I look forward to seeing it.
I'm just going to see whether it actually fits into the till with the front on now and locks all right. And it does. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Cha-ching. That's all right. That works well. Good.
Meanwhile, Tim is still working on the 95-year-old Peter Pan gramophone. He's replaced the broken governor and has finished reassembling the motor.
The acid test now. Wind her up. And will it actually work? Oh, yes. She's turning, and the turntable, or the spider, there we go. Well, that looks pretty good. He's doing a nice, consistent speed.
Next, Tim needs to get the motor back into its case, which has been receiving the attentions of leather worker Susie.
Hello there. I got a present for you.
That is brilliant.
Well, thank you.
That is absolutely beautiful. That's much better than the original would have been when it was new.
Well, perhaps not, but I did clean this up a little bit because it was a bit dirty.
That handle, that is absolutely splendid. Oh, you are a genius.
Thank you very much.
Great,
We'll see you
Susan.
later.
Thank you so much. Now, all we've got to do is put the works in it.
As Tim tightens the remaining nuts and bolts, Richard and Leslie, the gramophone's owners, are en route back to the repair shop.
I'm very excited, actually. I'm absolutely looking forward to seeing what Tim has done to our gramophone.
OK. Keeping it real on the wheels of steel.
It means a lot family history-wise.
Yeah.
A lot of the people that listen to that gramophone have gone now.
There's a connection.
Yeah, it's a connection with something that's very precious to you.
Good afternoon, Richard.
Hello, Tim. Nice to see you again.
Good afternoon, Leslie.
Hi, Tim.
Well, how do you remember this last time you saw it?
Defunct. The springs had gone. It was looking a bit tatty, a bit used. Yeah, it wasn't looking very happy.
No. Well, I'll take the cover off.
Yeah.
You let me know if you can spot any changes.
Oh, my word.
Look at that.
Now, well, do you want to open it up and assemble
sure.
it?
OK. That's different.
That looks totally
And the
different.
needles there.
Still goes together in the same way.
Oh, yeah, it still goes together. But the sound box, you notice that.
Yeah.
It says Peter Pan. The reason you couldn't see that before is because it was completely obscured with that. Somebody carefully cut that and made a hole in the middle and then put it under the mica diaphragm.
Sort of dampen it down in some way, perhaps.
Well, it would completely stop it working altogether.
Honest guy, if it wasn't me.
I was hoping that you might be able to shed some light on why.
I know not.
That was done because it's a total mystery. As to what was inside, a lot of the problem was old gramophone needles that had fallen down inside and were sticking into the gear.
Really? Can't see that.
Now, we had to think about what you might like. And there we go. A little birdie told us you liked this one.
Right.
Well, it's one of your dad. Your dad liked it.
Oh, yes. Gonna take a sentimental journey.
Well done, Tim. Well done.
It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure if it makes
You're
you
a
happy,
remarkable man. A remarkable man.
Well, it beats going out and getting a proper job, doesn't it? So, how does it feel to hear Ella Fitzgerald singing
I'm over the
Sentimental
moon.
Journey?
I'm over the moon, and the Sentimental Journey is such an apt piece of music to play anyway, considering, you know, what this is all about. So.
It's remarkable that it's been able to be restored and we can listen to it again and we can pass it on to our grandson.
As long as you're happy.
Thank you very much.
A pleasure.
Bye-bye.
A pleasure.
Bye.
Safe journey.
Upholstery expert Sonaz is putting the finishing touches to the 100-year-old rocking chair with a colourful modern twist.
The challenge with these particular studs is that the colour is actually an enamelled colour finish. And I have got a nylon-tipped tack hammer, which will hopefully mean that I'm not going to scratch or dent the top surface of my stud. Whacking it in. Okay. Oops. That's how not to tack in a stud. As I hit the stud, I've really got to hit it square on the head of the actual dome. If I don't hit it square, then two things can happen. The pin could buckle, or the head could actually move off-centre. Hitting that pin in now, that stud in now, I can see that the head is moved. And that can be because maybe it's hit a really hard bit of wood on the inside or a knot. If I just gently keep tapping it, it will straighten up. So that's great. This sort of finessing work is all about getting the finish absolutely spot on. And it's quite crucial. And it makes a difference from something looking good to something looking great. Right. Last one on this front row. We're good.
Owner Judy has arrived to claim her family heirloom.
I'm really excited. I've only ever seen it as a scruffy rocking chair. So I'm really looking forward to seeing it, what they've been able to achieve.
Hi.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Nice to see you again.
And you.
So, can you remember what it used to look like?
Yeah, it was dirty and scruffy and a horrible gold cover when I brought it in.
Yeah. And you wanted it childlike and playful?
That's right. And I'm just hoping you and Will have worked miracles.
Ah, are you ready?
Yeah. Oh, lovely. Oh, lovely. They look like tiddlywinks, don't they?
Yeah, good.
That's lovely, natural colours. Thank you very, very much.
Pleasure. I've made you a little
Smashing.
extra something to go with it.
Oh, have you?
I have, which is just down here. Thought it was missing a cushion to go with it. So we've made you a little round cushion
That is
to
lovely
match
for a
it
little
all.
person.
Yeah.
That is lovely. I just love this chair.
Aww.
I really do. It's part of my life. It's fabulous, thank you. It's in a better condition than I ever remember it being in. It's just wonderful to get it back in a usable state. I'll find a little spot for it so I can be proud of it yet again.
Mechanical whiz Steve has finished work on his first ever cash register repair, and it's time for Foreman Jay's inspection.
How are we doing?
Yeah, all done.
Yeah? Is it working though? That's the main thing.
Yeah, it is, absolutely.
You've got a bit out the back there. You've missed a bit.
No, I've missed a big bit.
Okay.
This is the totalizer. I've taken that out.
You've taken the totalizer out?
Yeah, well, as soon as the totalizer becomes a problem, take it out. And basically, I've looked at it, and all of the fronts of these pieces of the totalizer, they're all deteriorating, they're all peeling off, and they're metal, and it's all got jammed up inside. So I've taken it out, I've cleaned up the mechanism.
So it does work, though, without that?
Yeah. Go on, have a go. 10 shillings and sixpence.
10 shillings?
Yeah.
That one?
No,
What?
that's just 10 shillings. You've missed out the 6.
What, you've got to press them both together?
Yeah.
10 shillings and sixpence?
Yep.
OK.
Cha-ching.
Cha-ching. I've got one for you. 2 fat ladies. 88. You don't know about that, do you? Oh, that is nice. No, you've done a good job. So even though it's the first time you've ever done a till...
Yeah.
You've done it all right?
Yeah, it's good. Yeah.
Oh, well done. You happy?
Yeah, really happy. I love this. Do you know what I love about this most?
What?
Shut your eyes.
That is nice.
Just that sound.
Yeah, that's the
Does that
sound of
take you
money,
back?
isn't it? That's the sound of
No,
money.
it just takes me back to my childhood.
This is going to look amazing in the shop, isn't it?
It's going to look brilliant.
The till is transported back home to the shop in Cheshire, where Judy's mum and dad, Derek and Megan, are reminiscing.
Called it Williams's since 1862. And we've run it 5 generations now, which Judy is the latest.
180, thank you very much. Thank you.
We always had it till there, and it was rather a nice thing to have.
I like the ching.
Went ping.
It's like open all hours, it really was.
Nice, that's 10. Thank you very much. Thanks. See you again.
It's a lovely old thing, you know, isn't it? Although it is American.
To celebrate its return, Judy has invited shop assistant Olive and Jean, who worked at the shop from the age of 14 until she retired.
Well, look what's back, everybody. Shall we take a look?
Let's have a look.
This old friend of the shop.
I named this till Tilly.
It's going to bring back a few memories, Jean, isn't it? The cash register is really important to me because it really gives me that connection with the past and with my great-grandfather. There we go. Oh, look at that.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, did you
That's
start,
fantastic. Oh, the corner's all fixed. Look, that's fantastic. So this was here when you came, Jean, was it?
Oh, yeah, that was definitely
Yeah.
it, yeah. Yes.
Shall we see if it can ring a new
Go on,
tune?
then, do. Go on. Oh,
Oh,
that's
there we go. Cha-ching.
it. Lovely ring, isn't it?
Music.
I know.
It's nice to have this back in the shop now.
Lovely, yeah.
And it'll be here for a good while longer, we hope.
We hope, yes. It will be nice for the customers to come in and they see it there and they say, oh, what a fantastic till. It just brings back memories and I'm glad it's able to be used again.
It's wonderful. I think it's actually working. Working better than it did when I was here.
In the repair shop today, Steve struggles to restore a steam car in honor of a 50-year friendship.
It's really turned into a much bigger job than I anticipated.
While Dom's skills are put to the test with some creative metalwork.
Kind of a bit of origami now. I just need to fold this along the lines into the shape that we want for the top of the lantern. Once you've folded it, there's no folding it back, so we've only got one chance.
Today in the workshop, a love story between two people and two bears.
Hello, nice to meet you.
Jill Preston has brought in two childhood treasures.
They are absolutely adorable and they look very comfortable in their little basket.
She's hoping toy restoration team Amanda and Julie can nurse these elderly bears back to health.
So this is little Ted. That's little Ted.
And who did he belong to?
He belonged to my husband, Edwin, who had him, I think, from the very beginning. He spent his early years on Tresco, where my husband lived for 5 years. We think he must be about 70 years old. And my husband used to hold him by the neck. So
we can see that.
Yeah.
But he's still smiling.
Yeah.
He doesn't mind at all.
No. And this one here, he lived with me all my life. I had him for as long as I can remember. I can't ever remember not having Big Ted, as we calling him now.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how did you meet your husband?
I was playing tennis with a friend of mine, and along came my husband-to-be and stole my tennis ball and ran off with it. And that is my first memory of him.
And how old were you then?
I was 15.
Gosh, so you met when you were 15?
Yeah, we were married for 44 years. Yeah,
that's lovely.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah. And he was the love of my life.
Oh, that's
lovely.
Oh, that's wonderful.
But 4 years ago, Edwin was diagnosed with cancer. His death giving an even greater meaning to the bears.
It's just this connection between teddy bears and our life, really.
That's lovely.
That's
so,
lovely.
in effect, these two kind of got married. When
They
you
did.
When you got married, they
did.
kind of united
Yeah,
together.
They did, absolutely.
So we're looking at a pair of 1940s.
They're
teddies, I would-
1940s, yeah.
Because
Yeah.
during the war, there weren't so many materials around to be used, so they used to take these shortcuts in making these fabric
see.
bodies
That's very
and
interesting.
just using the fur for
Yeah.
the hands, and
Yeah.
so it looked like he was
Yes.
dressed. And it's very, very well made.
This one is late 30s, early 40s, Chad Valley alpaca bear.
Is there anything that you particularly would like us to do? Is there anything, you know, that's special to you that you would like us to keep?
The squeaker doesn't work anymore.
Oh dear.
But I'm very happy to put them in your hands.
Absolutely.
Well, they're absolutely delightful and it will be an honour to work on them for you.
It's really kind of you. Thank you very much. I'm feeling sad and happy at the same time. They represent the life that we had together. And you know, better to have loved and lost than never to have loved at all, they say, and it's so true.
I think they're absolutely gorgeous and I love the story.
It's funny how you veered to little Ted, I veered to big
Isn't it
Ted. So I
strange?
think maybe that's how we'll keep it.
I think
yeah?
we will. I just see this lovely velvet suit that his body's made
Yeah.
of and think it'd be really lovely if we could replace it.
What are you going to do about this? Are you going to keep that? Are you going to put it back on him so it looks like him?
I'm going to take it off and not damage it when I take it off and consider it.
Okay.
I think it would be a nice touch. I'm guessing it would have been on there for some while. What about yours?
Big Ted. Look at him, poor thing.
He's adorable, isn't he?
Look, well, I think a definite new pair of eyes. New stuffing, the all-important squeak.
Yeah, obviously was important. She mentioned it, didn't she?
I think she'll be quite surprised how fluffy he becomes once we've cleaned him and worked on him. And that's it.
Brilliant.
With Edwin and Jill's story on their minds, Amanda and Julie set to work. The next item to arrive also holds fond memories. Sandy Powell needs help reviving a reminder of a close friend.
How you doing?
All right. Pleased to
all
meet
right?
you.
Likewise. In you come. Steve, mind joining me?
Hello, I'm Steve.
Hello, Steve. Pleased to meet you, Sandy.
Hi, Sandy.
So I want to take it out, yeah?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Oh,
what a great-looking piece. It is a steam car made by Maymod. How exciting. I like steam stuff. So, tell me a bit about it.
It was left to me by an old mate, Peter, who sadly passed away 7 years ago. I believe he got it from a car boot sale. I think he paid £1 for it, and I got a phone call after he passed away from a solicitor saying that Peter's left you this steam car. And I said, why? And thinking he was taking the mickey. Me and Peter were PT instructors in the Navy, and we qualified together in 1970. We played a lot of rugby together. He lived in Plymouth, and I'm in North Wales, and we always kept in touch. And whenever I went down the West Country, we always got together and reminisced and told stories.
So what kind of guy was Peter?
Peter was a man's man. He was the type of guy that when he walked in the room, people would go, who's that?
Okay.
And
my kind of guy.
He was, yeah. He was just a lovely, lovely man. And at the funeral, it was packed, and we were all sort of looking at each other, who's going to cry first. And when one cried, we all cried.
This piece will be a reminder of Peter.
Oh, absolutely.
What would you like me to do with it apart from get it going?
Just get it going. He always said, I'm going to get that car going. Never did.
Steve, can we do this? Can you fix this one?
Yeah, I think so. I don't want to do too much to the outside. I mean, I'll clean some of the rust off.
OK.
But I don't want to make it look brand new.
Sounds like an easy one for you then, Steve, eh?
We'll see.
OK. Sandy, thank you for bringing it in.
Thank you.
Leave it with us.
Thank you very
and
much.
we'll get it sorted, I think.
Thank you, Sandy.
Thank you very much. It would mean a lot to me and a lot to Peter. It put a smile on my face, and I have no doubt it'll probably put a big silly grin on his face as well.
So basically, it's just that. Pulleys.
Clean it
simple
up.
job.
Well, the piston there, that's all rusty.
OK.
I'll clean it up a little bit, not too much.
But not give it a bling?
No, definitely not a bling.
I'll leave you to it.
Maymod is a British company that has been making steam-powered model vehicles for over 70 years.
Can't take too much of the mechanics apart because it's all riveted together. So I'm going to clean it up the best I can.
The engine works by heating water to produce steam. As pressure builds up in the tank, it powers the piston, which in turn powers the wheels. But after many years of disuse, this example has ground to a halt.
I'm pretty sure that the safety valve is working on it, so that's one of my main concerns always with a steam toy. Sometimes these safety valves, they get seized up and it makes it really dangerous. The actual boiler could rupture and then hot water could spew out of it and obviously scald somebody. Yeah, that's working nicely.
Meanwhile, Amanda and Julie are carrying out drastic surgery, taking apart the two bears and revealing some interesting history as they go.
Somebody's already opened up this tunnel. There we go, it just popped now. Here's the squeaker that she misses. Here it is.
Yeah, well, we can see why that's not working anymore, can't we?
Look at it, it's full of stuffing. Someone's been in here already.
What's he got in there?
Well, there's a ball of wool.
Oh, there's another one.
Ready?
Yeah.
More wool. Oh my goodness, look at that. They've just put the whole ball, like a lump. How funny is that?
But this is probably all they had.
Yeah,
Yeah, definitely.
with.
You couldn't have gone down the shops and bought a bag of stuffing like we can do now.
Now it's little Ted's turn.
I'm glad we made the decision to replace pieces because it really wasn't until I got all the stuffing out. I could see
like a neck
exactly how thin that fabric really is. It's just not going to last. He's come to us at the right time.
Now the bears are in bits, it's time for a bath.
It's amazing, isn't it? Don't look dirty, but it's amazing. 70 years of dust and loving and all sorts. Look at the colour of my water. How's yours doing?
Mine looks like a really unpleasant cup of tea.
If we look, you can already see how much he's lightened. The fur is lightened up. So by the time we've got all that dirt out, it's going to look fab, isn't
And
it?
he's going to feel different as well.
Yeah. So we're good to go? Get the next lot of water?
That's it. Let me just check there isn't anything still. No, it's all gone.
Come on then, let's take it.
It takes 5 washes to get the Teds clean. Once dry, they can be rebuilt.
His body, we've managed to get a lovely match on the old gold. There's a little bit of a dilemma with his legs. His original green was a much brighter green, but in actual fact, what you would see is this much more worn olive-looking green. And we found that matching the fabric colour to that was much better. So important that we keep the character of little Ted in the way that Jill remembers him when Edwin was alive.
Although his body has been remade, Julie is keen to keep as much of the original little Ted as possible. So all of his old worn parts will be kept inside his tummy.
When he's finally finished and stuffed, the last thing I'll have to do is to re-add this little patch, and I think it would be a lovely touch.
The early bears were stuffed purely with wood wool. That was everything, head, body, limbs, and they were very firm, very hard, not very cuddly for children. And then they started to use later on kapok. It's a plant material, but it is really, really soft. You have to add a small bit at a time so I can get it in all the little bits.
With Big Ted's head whole again, next Amanda can sew on some new glass eyes.
So my needle goes in through the eye socket, like this. I've packed them quite firm, so it's a bit... I have to be quite firm with it. And I have to make sure I come out at the bottom of his head. So it's that. So I then just pull like this. So I can kind of adjust by pulling that string. I think the glass eyes Eddie would traditionally have had is really bringing his face to life again. Just show you. When his head goes on there, like so, and then his arms will be going here, like so. And you can see he's really coming together now.
Outside the barn, clockmaker Steve and metalworker Dom are awaiting the next repair.
Hello, I'm Steve.
Sheila, lovely
Hi,
to meet
Steve.
you.
Jeremy. Hi, Jeremy. Have you got something for us?
We do. Jeremy and Sheila Newcomb have brought their prized possession all the way from Newton Abbot in Devon.
Oh, gosh. OK. Cool.
Looking a bit sad.
Yes. Let's take it into the workshop and have a look at it, shall we? Shall I take this one?
It looks fragile. Yeah, shall I take that then?
Yeah. Oops.
It's falling apart before we get it in.
Exactly.
We better get it in quick.
After being stored in a shed for the last 3 years, Jeremy and Sheila are hoping that it's not too late to save this family heirloom.
I can see what it is. Tell us a bit about it.
Well, from my understanding, this is a Victorian lampstand at the top of it. I know that my father acquired it in 1964. He was in the process of arranging for the demolition of a large old pottery that was in the flatlands where we live. This lamppost was a feature outside these buildings. And he positioned this lampstand at the bottom of the garden, and it became a feature of the house then throughout the whole of my childhood, and right the way through to the time when we were married. And then in recent years, we've positioned the lamp standard now in our property.
So this has got a lot of meaning to you.
I suppose it has, because it's been something that's related to my family life through most of it. This lamp has always been part of it.
When was the last time you saw it working?
Probably around the 1990s.
And since then, it's just been derelict and slowly falling apart?
Well, it was always a feature in the property, but it wasn't operational. It was all together, but it was really fragile. So I took the elements apart, and I have all the elements with me, including the glass and the bits of the frame that are missing. The corrosion is so far gone that there are elements here that need to be completely replaced.
Absolutely. I think the best thing you did was take it down and save the pieces before it fell down.
I was all for getting a reproduction one to put on top of our empty lamppost.
No.
But I couldn't live with that.
Well done. What do you reckon then, Dom?
The main reason why the corrosion looks so bad is because it's so thin. It seems to be made of such thin material. It's so delicately made. You know, as soon as the coating, like the silvering or the final finish wears off, the actual steel just rotted away. Can I just ask you what colour you remember it being?
Well, my father had it painted white. I doubt if that was originally the colour of this sort of lamp. Yeah.
That's how you remember it.
That's how I remember it.
Yeah.
But in terms of the lamp, I'm entirely easy.
I think you've got your work cut out.
Yeah. Thank you so much for coming in.
We're pretty excited, I think, Shell, aren't we?
Yeah, I think so. Because we had it it was at the back of our wedding photographs, it would be lovely to have it completely finished.
I dream of seeing it in position and I switch the light on and it operates. That would just be fantastic.
Well, I reckon that's gone too far, hasn't it?
Saving all the best jobs for me, aren't you?
It's just absolutely falling to bits.
The damage is done. I mean, there's so much missing. I really need to look at it carefully and see how much we can actually save, because I just think even the bits that look like they're there are full of filler and silicone, and it's even worse than it looks, if you see what I mean.
You're going to have to renew all that.
Of course, yeah. This is all filler. Once we've sort of got rid of all of this, we'll see what's really under there.
Okay. So what colour are you going to paint it then?
I don't know.
Exciting job, though.
It's great.
When this is done, actually, this is going to look lovely.
I can't wait to get into it, get started and take it apart. It'll be really
nice.
Really good.
Yeah. Let me give you a hand over to your workstation.
Scrap pile. Yeah.
Scrap pile.
Thank you.
There you go.
While Dom starts work on the lamp, Steve returns to the restoration of the steam-powered toy car and improving the old and rusty bodywork.
I'm just taking small bits of wire wool, wrap it around a stick and pop a little bit of wax on it just to help the cleaning process. So this is just a wax furniture polish, and basically it helps stop any scratching of the wire wool. And it's a great technique for taking light rust off of items or verdigris or loose paint, and it cleans all sorts of things. You have to be a bit mindful of doing any damage. I'm going to repaint the panels that are poorest. Got a paint just the right colour. Once the paint's dry, I can then get all the mechanism back together, and the best part is obviously firing it up and making it work, hopefully.
With the bodywork refreshed, Steve can concentrate his efforts on getting the engine up and running again. And he thinks he's finally identified the issue.
I've actually taken off the piston. That's the piston there. And that's the thing that actually drives it, and that goes up and down like that and drives it. So I've polished it all up so it's nice and smooth now. Beforehand, it wouldn't move very well, so the steam car wouldn't have worked very well at all. It's really turned into a much bigger job than I anticipated.
Toy restoration experts Julie and Amanda are in the final stages of restoring the pair of teddy bears. And with owner Jill due back to collect them, Jay is checking up on progress.
So how are you getting... Ooh!
Coming along, isn't he?
He is coming along.
Does that look a bit more recognisable as a bear?
It does look, yeah.
But you can help me with the next bit.
What, are you going to stuff him now, yeah?
Well, I'm going to stuff him. I've made a start. I've just started putting a layer of capework in, and you can see he's only got a little body.
Yeah.
Into that body we need to put this.
And this is...
This is his original trouser leg.
Yeah.
And the other one's inside there, and his original arms and body are all in that little parcel. So you've not got a lot of space.
No. My fingers, God blimey.
There you go. So it's in. But we do want him to have a more of a teddy, roundy tummy. So
Well, he's got a six-pack. That's all right, isn't it?
Not very cuddly, though.
All right.
But if we gently push a little bit of capework in and around
Yeah.
that little parcel of fabric, with a little bit of tweaking and working, we can get him looking like he's a... Do you want to have a
proper
go?
bit.
I'll
He
come
needs
squidgy
quite a bit,
again.
though, doesn't he?
He will need quite a bit.
Well, how's Big Ted getting on anyway?
So he's going to have a layer of that in his tummy first.
OK, wood wool.
And one thing that's really important for Jill, he got his squeak back.
OK, cool.
I'd like to have putting it in.
Putting this in?
Yeah.
Yes, please. So you got this on there.
Yep.
Got that there.
Yep.
And you got a bit of this on there.
No, that's going to be behind it.
This way, round there.
Yeah. Pop that in.
So that's facing the belly.
That's right. He's going to make lots of noise while you're doing this.
I never get any work done.
Is that small enough?
Yeah, that's fine. Tuck that right down in his bottom.
OK.
That bit's nice and firm so he can sit properly.
You had 6 hands, didn't you?
Yeah.
OK.
Yeah. So you can kind of see now that he's starting to take shape. He's not quite holding his... Can you see, as I sit him, he starts to wrinkle there?
Yeah.
Yeah, we need to stop that, because this has been going on for too long, and that's what's caused that bald patch there.
So you're going to get
Yeah.
his tummy as firm as his legs?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, just got to keep working on it.
Because Jill's coming in a little bit later on, so, I'm going to go.
OK.
All right, leave you to it.
See ya.
Bye.
Big Ted and Little Ted were the respective childhood companions of Jill and her late husband, Edwin, who were married for nearly 50 years. Jill's hoping the repair shop has managed to preserve the memories they hold.
I'm very excited, actually. Can't wait to see these two bears again. Hello again.
How are we doing, Jill?
I'm fine, thank you.
Good.
How are you? I hardly slept last night. It was like a child with a birthday party
Bless.
today.
How do you remember them when you brought them in to us?
Very tatty. 2 different eyes on my teddy. Stretched neck on little Ted.
Right.
Very sad, poor little things.
Are you ready?
I am.
You sure?
Yep. Oh my goodness! Oh, I can't believe it. It's just amazing. Oh.
You can pick them up.
Oh.
Oh, bless you.
Oh, I'd be silly.
Not being silly at all.
Silly at all.
I'm just so happy that you're so pleased.
Oh. What an amazing job. I think Ed would have been so proud.
Yeah.
It's absolutely lovely. Thank you so much. If he saw his teddy, oh my goodness. He would be very emotional like me, I think.
That's good.
Oh.
Looking at them now, where does it take you back to?
I think when I was probably about 5.
OK.
In a freezing cold bedroom, getting dressed in bed in the morning, and a warm teddy bear in bed with me.
Bless.
Oh. You're such clever ladies.
Thank you.
They are, aren't
It's
they?
an absolute pleasure.
Can't tell you, I've just wanted, I mean, obviously this one spent longer with me. I've just wanted so long to have him repaired and renovated, and it's like a dream come true. It's lovely.
Fabulous.
Pop them in there, then.
There they go. I feel a very lucky person today.
Good.
I was a little bit worried because I didn't want them to look sort of overdone up and like new, but they look amazing because they look their age, but they're absolutely beautiful. I will always make sure that they stay together because I think that's the way it should be.
In the metal workshop, Dom is breaking down the Victorian lamp so he can work out exactly which pieces can be salvaged and which will have to be scrapped.
And this is what we needed.
He's also uncovering more of the lantern's history.
It's great, you can even see the old bits of paint in there, see what used to be green. There you go, so that's all that's left of the original structure. Got quite a lot of work to do on that.
How we doing, Dom?
Hey, Jay.
Got you a cup of tea there,
Oh,
mate.
blimey, thank you very much.
So?
Well needed.
So don't you ever get scared of something like this that you've never worked on before? Like, oh, you've got to fix this, you've got to repair it.
Yeah, I mean, I've never fixed one of these before specifically, but it's when you break it down to its individual bits, it all starts making sense. The most worrying thing is really keeping it all square, because there's very little now keeping it all together, so
Right. So how do you do that? How do you keep it square then? Like this?
Lots of measuring,
right.
making jigs, making templates, making sort of framing to hold it. Sometimes we'd even weld on bar to support it.
No, that's good, man. I
Extra
like that.
bits like that.
Well, you've got to watch yourself. There's a lot of sharp bits on it, so take your time
Yeah,
with
it's,
doing all of that.
Be careful.
Yeah, because there's tetanus. Is your tetanus up to date?
Yeah, I'm fully up to date. Yeah,
That's all right then. That's all right. See you later.
Thanks, Jay. I'm going to start with this top perimeter that's missing. I've got half of one bit there and a little bit of one left over here. This is very, very thin steel, and the water's got in and it's just completely rotten. Want to keep as much as I can of the original structure and the original piece to keep, you know, as it should be, but this is so far gone, the best thing to do would be to just make a new section. I'm going to make that all out of new mild steel. As I've been dissecting this and sort of unsoldering joints and sort of working, you kind of get in the mind of the guys that built these in the first place. It would have all been handmade and all hand soldered. There's really slight sort of differences between one side to the next, and it's really nice working on not handmade old stuff like this.
While Dom recreates the handmade metal frame, to fill in the gaps he's calling on the help of resident stained glass expert Matt Nichols.
Hey there, Dom.
Matt, hey,
all right.
how's it going?
Yeah, not too bad. I heard you needed some glass cutting.
I do, if we've got time. So
Yeah,
I just
I
need
think
to
so.
make this look like this, if that's okay.
Yeah, well, I'll do my best.
Yeah.
See if I can do that. So I'll use the edge that's already straight. Cut as accurate as possible on the inside of the pen line. Because
Right,
obviously
okay.
you're dealing with just a couple of millimetres, aren't you? So
Because, yeah, I
just
don't
got to really
have
try and make
it's
that
quite a
accurate.
tight fit.
Okay, so starting at the top. So the way to do it, thumb either side like that, hold it, and then just pull down and pull away.
And it's just that?
Yeah,
Pulling it
just
sort of
like
apart, yeah?
And move your hands apart. That's it. That's it. Nice.
Like that?
Yeah, and then down and away. Wow.
Nice.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
All right.
Yeah.
It's a great skill to have, and you know, just
Definitely.
cutting straight lines.
So useful.
It's not that difficult.
Yeah.
Okay, moment of truth.
Go on then. Yeah.
You got that there. You know what? I think that's bang on, isn't it? That's pretty good. Great.
3 more to go. Brilliant.
Lovely.
Thank you very much.
All right.
So I'm working on the top part of the lantern now. This is probably the most rotten piece from the whole lantern. As you can see, there's really very little left. This is obviously too far gone. The only real solution, I think, is to just make a new one.
To recreate the top of the lantern, Dom first makes a paper template.
That all looks okay. I'm happy with that.
He then uses it to mark up the steel sheet before cutting it out.
It's kind of a bit of origami now. I just need to fold this along the lines into the shape that we want for the top of the lantern. The actual machine is really straightforward. It's just got almost some jaws that grab and clamp the metal, and then a flap at the front which folds it up. So once you've folded it, it's done. There's no folding it back, so we've only got one chance. There you go, you can see it's one really nice, straight, even, on the line. Looks ideal. That's perfect. You can see there, it fits really nicely all the way around. So just got one more of those to make for this side. I'm really pleased with that. Great, that's ready for paint now. I've been thinking a lot about the paint as I've been stripping it back and looking around. It's been a lot of different colours. There's greens and blacks and greys. It's obviously had quite a life. But I know from what Jeremy says that there are pictures of his family standing in front of this. So I really hope that by painting it white, it's going to bring back some of the old memories of all the old times for Jeremy.
Back inside, Mechanical Whiz Steve has been rebooting an old toy steam car. He's reconditioned the engine, touched up the paintwork, and finally, it's ready for a test drive. And there's someone who's more than happy to help take it for a spin.
You ready to test it?
Yeah, I'm going to fire it up. Being able to locate a burner tray.
So what are those?
They're burning blocks.
Okay.
It saves putting methylated spirits into these things, so pop that in there. All right. And then it's just waiting for it to heat up and boil up, but it should be quite quick.
You can hear it cooking, though.
Yeah. Either that or the paint's bubbling off.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Ahoy.
You ready? You ready to catch it?
Are you ready? There we go. Look at that, he's on a roll, he's on a roll.
Oh, it is. There we go.
Keep him going. And let him stop. Oh, that's cool. Oh. Come on, son. Come on, don't be shy. There we go. It needs a driver in there, doesn't it?
So that works, right?
It works perfect.
So I'm pretty pleased with that.
Pretty pleased? Come on, man. It's more than pretty pleased. You've got it working, and it looks the business. You've really done a good paint job on this, haven't you?
Thank you. Yeah, do you know what? I had just the right paint for it, which was absolutely lucky.
So you didn't paint the wheels, though? What happened there? You ran out?
No. I wanted to leave it sort of looking a bit old.
No, you've done a blinding job. It looks amazing. Sandy's going to be... I think he's going to be enjoying this. Do we have to give it to him straight away?
Sandy is back to see the car that he's been so determined to restore in memory of his old friend Peter.
Hi, Sandy. How are you?
Hello, Steve. Nice to see you again.
You too. Come to the table.
Thanks a lot.
Right. It's been an interesting job to work on.
I bet it has.
Let's have a look at it, shall we?
Oh, wow. Is that the same car?
Yep.
That's wonderful, isn't it? Crikey. Didn't expect that. So what was the tricky part?
I guess the tricky part was making sure that the piston was all working smoothly. That was quite tight and rough.
Right.
I've taken it all apart, cleaned it all up and smoothed it off.
Yeah.
Put some new bands on the pulleys there. We've cleaned all the rust off of here and put some polish on it, and I've painted the rest of it.
It's really good, isn't it? Can we see it moving?
Oh, you want it working?
Yeah.
I'll just light it up. It takes a little while to heat up.
Now it's going to go sliding along there, is it?
Well, not like that, but it chugs along.
All right.
Let me just come to the end here. There we are.
Wonderful.
We've had great fun with it.
I bet you have, yeah. Yeah.
What will Peter be thinking now, do you think?
Well, he's up there looking down, and he'll have a big silly smile on his face, because he's that sort of guy.
Yep.
If he was here now, he'd be running around, shaking everybody's hand. It's a memorial, really. It's a good memory of a good mate.
Absolutely.
I'll pass it on to my grandkids and keep it within the family.
OK, good. We'll let it cool down.
OK.
Then I get it all boxed up, ready for you to take home.
Thank you very much.
You're very, very welcome.
OK. The car was in a pretty poor state. To see what he's done to the bodywork, I'm really, really impressed. He's done a cracking job. It just leaves a good memory of a good mate. If Peter was looking down now, he'd probably be saying, hey, job well done, sunshine.
There's just one project left to finish. Out in the metal workshop, Dom's in the final stages of overhauling the Victorian lantern.
I'm just about to put the first piece of glass into the frame now. I've obviously done a lot of mocking up and testing and checking, but it's a little bit nerve-wracking, and I'm crossing my fingers that they're going to fit. First thing I'm going to do is put a nice bit of glazing silicone around. There's a nice bed for it to sit in. Originally, when this was new, the glass would have been held in with a putty. Obviously, technology's come on a long way, and modern silicons and adhesives are just so much better. This is going to hold the glass in and keep the water out. It's a tricky part of the build because it's obviously a very old frame. I've straightened it up and got it back into a solid shape, but there's no room for error with glass because it's perfectly flat. I mean, if these uprights start wandering around and sort of veering off and are not quite straight, it's going to cause problems with gaps between the metal and the glass and things like that. So this is a real test of the previous work that we've done. I've got 2 more pieces in the door, fingers crossed that they're all going to go in as well as that first one has. OK, that's the last piece in. Fantastic that they're all fit really, really nicely. Brilliant. I love this bulb. I decided to get a kind of oversized, really old traditional filament bulb. The proportions of it just fit so well with this beautiful size of the lantern. I can't wait to see Jeremy's reaction when this is back in pride of place in his garden.
Jeremy and Sheila came to the workshop with just a broken, rusted frame. 100 years had left the lantern no longer fit for purpose. But after hours of careful reconstruction, the heirloom that's been a landmark for so many family events is being returned to light up their lives once again.
I can remember the lamppost from when I was 11 years old, something like that, which I think was when my father acquired it. When there were family photographs taken, then the lamppost always seemed to feature in it. So, yeah, it has lots of fond memories. It's a lovely one of you.
I think it's quite important for him as a family memento to see it restored and not scrapped. There we are, 33 years ago. Well, where did the hair go? I wonder if it's going to be as good.
At this stage, I don't know what to expect. We dream of it being able to be used and to be properly repaired for years to come.
Wow.
What about this, Sheila?
It's big.
It's exciting. Oh, wow. Look at that. Well, that exceeds my expectations.
That is stunning, isn't it? That is wonderful. I love it. Absolutely love it.
I would not have believed it, would you?
I think it's amazing.
A lot of this is the original metalwork that he's carefully prepared and extended.
I can't believe he's fixed those bits that were completely in pieces.
I absolutely love it.
Yes, your dad would be amazed. I don't think it's ever been this good, has it? It's never been this good.
Oh, Dad'd be chuffed. He'd be pleased that we've taken the trouble to inherit something that he started, and put it back in good order for many years to come. I feel a great deal of satisfaction. It's a job done. It's something that's been finished that was unfinished before. Should we do it?
Looks good, doesn't it? Let's just hope it works. Wow.
Oh, wow.
That is great.
Oh, it's superb.
That's lovely, isn't it? I'm delighted that it's turned out so well, and I think it's wonderful. Love it.
We're really pleased. Well, cheers, darling.
Here's your dad.
In the repair shop today, a 20th century masterpiece in need of a conservator's masterclass.
The only way I can tell there's a tear is when I look at the back here and I see that.
And a 1940s tricycle that needs a bit of brute force.
What on earth are you doing?
We're bending it straight.
Bending it straight, nice, OK.
Right, are we all on it? Right. Oh, blimey, right.
No, it's not moving.
First to arrive at the repair shop today is Sue Woods, laden with a well-weathered reminder of days gone by.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm Steve.
I'm Sue. Nice to meet you.
She's putting all her trust in clockmaker Steve Fletcher.
What have we got in here?
We have got my grandparents' clock. It was a wedding present in 1917, so
let's
it's
have a
100
look.
years old.
Ooh, any more bits?
More bits.
This is an interesting looking clock. It's not often that we get the three different dials on here, the clock, the thermometer and the barometer. Tell me a bit about the clock.
Well, this was my paternal grandparents' wedding gift from the church in Glasgow where they went. We lived with her because she'd rented the house before my parents bought it, and I spent an awful lot of time with her. Went everywhere with her. This was always in the middle of the mantelpiece, and sitting in Grandma's front room was one of those big memories. Grandma became ill. She ended up with dementia, so she went into hospital, and eventually the living room got cleared, and after that I don't know what happened. I thought it just got packed up, put away somewhere. About 40 years later, I found it in my dad's shed. I don't know what happened, but he'd obviously tried to resolve the problem and not got very far.
When you found it, what were your feelings?
I'm sorry to say I cried, actually, because it was really upsetting. I know my dad would have tried to do his best, but I wonder if he got it in this state and he was a bit embarrassed to bring it back out again, but couldn't bear to part with it.
I'm going to have a quick look at some of the things that might be wrong then. This looks in pretty poor condition. So this would have had an enamel dial, a white enamel dial. We've got all the pieces of wood here, have we? So good, that fits nicely, and that fits there. And have you got the piece for...
No, we're missing that one piece.
Oh, that's such a shame. I've got a lot of work to do to the clock. But I'll see what I can do on that.
Brilliant, that would be wonderful.
OK, thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Bye.
Bye now.
My grandmother was really proud of that clock. It had been a present from the church, and obviously to her it showed how much they thought of her. And she loved it. She really did take care of it, so it would be so nice to have it back in working order.
Once he gets the clock back to his bench, The full extent of the job ahead begins to dawn on Steve.
We've got the barometer. I need to replace the glass, the hand and the outer bezel. I've got the thermometer. I hope the tube is all right. The scale isn't. The scale has completely deteriorated. The clock is a massive job.
With so many components needing to be replaced, Steve's drawing on some old reserves.
I have literally tens of thousands of old parts that I've collected over my 45 years of doing clock repairs. I've got this old clock here, and because the dial is missing as well, I'm hoping that this dial will fit. I quite often see a clock in the charity shop and pick it up just to have as spares. So it's day now, and I'm going to take the movement out. So this seems really quite drastic, but I think this is the only way of doing it. There we are. We have a dial that fits nicely in there now.
Next, into the repair shop, Barbara Reeve is bringing a treasured work of art that's had an unfortunate accident. She's hoping that painting conservator Lucia Scalisi can bring it back to life.
Hello. Hello. Nice to meet you.
I'm Lucia.
I'm Barbara.
Hello, Barbara.
This is the painting.
Oh. Oh, wow. Oh, it's
beautiful, isn't it? Yes.
Beautiful painting.
Yes.
This is lovely.
Isn't it just?
Yes.
It's Caputo.
Oh, and it's signed, it's dated.
Yes.
Well, Caputo is an Italian, Neapolitan, I think, or that area of Italy. But I know that he lived and worked in Paris, hence this
did he?
scene.
Right.
Yeah, for a long time. And it's quite a romantic picture. It's very beautiful.
Yes. I presume this is the Seine running through here, and that's the other side, the embankment, yes.
Well, how did this come into your family or into your possession?
Well, it belonged to my great-great-aunt, originally. She bought it when she was living in Paris.
When, do you know? Did she buy it from the artist,
I think it would be around this time, because shortly after that she came to London and lived in London.
So she could have bought it directly from the artist?
I think she probably did, yes.
So it's been in your family basically since its inception?
Yes.
Yeah.
And it came down through my grandmother and my father to me. And it has very special memories for me because my grandmother brought me up for the first 13 years of my life. So it really is special to me.
It's beautiful.
Yes, it is, isn't it?
What has happened?
Well, unfortunately, it was my fault. My father was moving and he decided to downsize. So he said I could have this painting. So we wrapped it up and put it on one side, and we were wrapping some other things. And I leant forward, and I knew I was not holding my balance, and I put my hand.
Oh, so that's...
And I felt something, and I thought, oh, my goodness me.
Did this happen recently? Because it looks recent.
Oh, yes, within about the last 3 months.
Oh, how heartbreaking.
Yes. In a sense, this painting has been in my life, on and off. More or less all my life, you see. And it would be wonderful to have it restored, absolutely.
I'm thrilled. I'll be really thrilled to work on this.
Oh, thank you
really
so
beautiful.
much. I look forward to seeing it repaired.
Good,
Thank you very much.
My pleasure.
Thank you, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
It was such an awful moment, you know. My father had had it for many years, and the day I get it, I damage it, which is terrible. To have the painting restored will be wonderful because I want to be able to pass that on to the next generation when it's time.
Ulisse Caputo was an Italian artist based in Paris at the turn of the 20th century. Famous for his landscapes and elegant female portraits, his rich palette and bold use of light and colour brought him international recognition.
So subject matter-wise, it's an absolute delight. Central Paris, winter. There's men in the corner here sweeping snow. It's a really lovely subject. But what I can see as a conservator and what I'm looking for is how the artist painted it. But the figure of this woman, which is a really beautiful S-curved shape to get you focusing on that, she's very thinly painted. And what happens when the paint is squeezed out of the tube and the artist wants to use it thinly?
Sometimes they over-thin it, and when it dries, it cracks. So these are drying cracks. That's a technical problem, and there's nothing, you know, it's not bad, it's just an issue, but it's secure. I don't have to work on that. It's absolutely fine. There are fingerprints in the paintwork, and these must be the artist's fingerprints. There's actually a couple on her face, and certainly in her garments. And I'm wondering if he modelled this figure with his fingers before he sketched, you know, he sort of sketched it in with his fingers as to where he was going to place her, and then painted it. It's very unusual to have fingerprints like that. But yeah, it's an absolute delightful painting, and I can't wait to get started. But the priority is to get this tear repaired.
Steve is attempting to breathe new life into a 100-year-old barometer clock that's seriously under the weather. He's making headway with the mechanisms, but the damaged mahogany case is going to need the expert eye of woodworker Will.
Hey. Is it a clock?
It's a clock, it's a barometer and thermometer.
3 in 1.
Absolutely.
Right.
So, I've got this bit.
Okay.
I've got this bit here.
Right.
But I haven't got that bit.
Oh, I thought you just wanted me to stick those two pieces
no,
on.
Sorry.
So what you're missing from there is pretty much that, but there.
Exactly.
Leave it with me.
Excellent. Thank you.
That's right, Steve.
With so much to do on this job, Foreman Jay ensures things keep ticking over.
So you get on with Sue's clock barometer then?
Yeah, all right. I'm just going to check if the barometer is actually working. There's a vacuum chamber in here, that shiny circular thing.
Yeah.
When the pressure is high, you know, the air pressure is high,
yeah.
It forces it down, and basically that pushes this lever down, and it turns the hand one way or the other.
Turns it to where it needs to go on here, whether it's sunny, clear, dry, and rain.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how are you going to test it?
Basically, I'm going to increase the air pressure. I'm going to pop it in here. I'm going to seal it. So I'm going to push on there and see if the hand moves at all.
Move a little bit. I mean, a little bit. You see it?
It's not turning enough. It is turning a little bit.
Yeah.
I think the best thing is if I strip it down, clean it, and then test it again.
Okay. Cool.
Over on the woodwork bench, Will is forging ahead with the clock's casing.
So what I have here is a piece of mahogany that I've actually cut to the same width as this piece I'm trying to match it to. And with my carving chisels, I'm just starting to shape it up. So now I have roughly the right shape that I need. I'm going to stick that on the side, and once that's dried, then I can use a chisel to blend that in further, because even though that looks like a perfect match, it probably needs a little bit of tweaking once it's on there.
Tasks are steadily being ticked off this mammoth to-do list.
Steve has replaced the original thermometer scale with this lovely ceramic plate. The original must have fit in there perfectly, whereas this replacement is slightly too wide. So what I need to do now is slightly widen the wood on the inside with a chisel. I want it to fit quite snug, but not too snug, because I don't want any extra pressure on the ceramic. Right, this should fit now. Ah, perfect. Absolutely perfect. And that's one step closer to finishing the barometer clock.
While some of the items that pass through the doors of the repair shop have met with unfortunate accidents, others arrive simply suffering from the ravages of time and years of use. The next arrival is a prime example. A battered old childhood favourite belonging to Caroline Sambrook Hurst.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm Steve.
Hello, I'm Caroline.
Hi. I'm Eric.
Hello, Eric.
And we've got your tricycle here.
I see you have.
Caroline's brought in her three-wheeler for the attention of Steve and vintage bike expert Eric van Bommel.
Bit of a classic, I see. What can you tell us about it?
Well, Christmas morning, 1954 is the first time I remember it, and there was this Christmas present for me, and looking a little better than this it does at the moment. Yeah. It has been well used, but not all by me. My parents had a farm and riding school, so I could ride it round the farm, and then we'd go down the village with my brother. You could put things in the boot, and it had my toys in here, and even the pet dog could go in there, the terrier, not with the lid shut. And what you could do, another child could sit on it and hold on to there.
Ah, is that why there's slightly dented
Probably.
here? So this has got a lot of memories for you, hasn't it?
It certainly has.
So how come you've kept it for such a long time?
It's been kept so long because it has gone through the family, all through different stages.
Looking at it, I'm pretty sure this is a Triang, which is a famous British brand. And this was made in the late 40s, I think.
Yeah.
And it would have been one of their bigger selling models back then.
Really?
On the internet, they're very rare, and people have mentioned that they had them, but they've never kept them, so this is quite special.
It is special, yeah.
What are your plans with it?
Well, what I'd really like to be able to do is have Thomas, my grandson, be able to have the bike to ride, and that would be great fun.
I will definitely try our best for this. It will be a pleasure to work on it.
Thank you.
Leave it with us, and we'll see what we can do.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Bye-bye now.
Thomas, who's 5, has tried to ride the tricycle, and it's so difficult. The pedals won't go round, and he tries, he's so hard to try and get it going. And to see his face as if he could get on that tricycle now and then actually pedal it and go somewhere on it, marvellous.
So, Eric, what are the main areas that you've got to repair on this?
All right. Obviously, it's quite usable, but cosmetically, it's extremely tired. So it involves a strip down, complete disassembly. We'll clean up the frame, we'll repaint the frame. Following that, we'll rebuild the wheels with nice, clean spokes. And lastly, probably the most difficult job is trying to repair this beautiful little boot on the back here.
Okay.
New hinges, replacement hinges, panel beating, and paint it back to the original cream. The inside we'll do as well, get it all painted up, and then we should have it looking absolutely sparkling.
OK, let's get it over to your bench.
All right, yeah.
Oh, you can manage it.
Oh, easy, easy.
See you later.
See ya, thanks.
Eric has 35 years' experience of fixing up broken-down bikes. He's plied his trade in his native New Zealand, the United States, and now here in the UK. But restoring this beaten-up old trike is still going to be an uphill struggle. First, Eric has to break it down into its component parts with some gentle persuasion.
It's relatively delicate, but in some parts it's as good as the same strength as when it was new. And here we go. Beautiful, look at that. Lovely. All right. Oh, it's a bit dark and murky in here. It's not going to be easy because it's very, very rusty. The last wiggle. Yeah, left and right, back. And here we go. Lovely.
Meanwhile, Lucia is starting her repair of the painting by early 20th century artist Ulisse Caputo. There's a tear running through this Parisian scene, and before Lucia can begin on the artwork, she first must fix the damaged area of canvas.
I've got my adhesive in here. It's isinglass, which is a fish glue, and this is acid-free tissue, and I'm just going to position it along the edge of the tear, and this will hold all those little fractured flakes of paint because I want really to put as little of my work onto this painting as I can. With all these things, it really is less is more because I have to take this off afterwards, and if I put absolutely loads on, it's just going to take more getting off. So that will do for that. That will hold it all in place. It will dry in a short while, and then I'm going to do a moisture treatment on the back.
Once the glue is dry, Lucia uses a heated spatula to remove moisture from the back of the painting and flatten any loose threads. Then she applies a heat-sealed adhesive to stop it fraying.
I use silicone release paper on top of it so it doesn't stick to anything, and the painting sat on release paper as well. And then the heat will activate the adhesive and attach the whole thing to the canvas. And if I show you what it looks like from the front, but it's all quite flat now. So that's the tear from the front. It's nice and flat and it's held in place. So I'm going to start the cleaning. I'm going to do a surface clean first and then start to remove the varnish. It's basically taking off years of dirt, in this case probably the best part of 100 years of dirt and a discoloured varnish. So then we're down to the natural colour, but it's always a little bit dried out, so it needs a varnish back on the surface. And you'll see as I'm brushing it out that the colours become saturated by the varnish and it becomes much more readable. I mean, it's just lovely.
Once the varnish is dry, Lucia can start to disguise her repair.
I'm using an acrylic filler. It's ready-made. I like it because it's very quick and easy to use and I can rub it down easily afterwards. This first layer I'm putting on, I'm actually just pushing it into the weave to close the weave up. And then what I'll do is put another layer on when that's dry, just to build up. I mean, we're talking about microns here, just to build the surface up so that it's more or less the same level as the paint layer, and then I can retouch it. In crude terms, it is a bit like doing a filling as you would in your DIY situations at home. So I'm making sure that this filler is right up to the edges, joining with the paint layer. So I'm really pleased with the way it's going so far.
A broken-down barometer clock has brought Steve and Will together on a very complicated rescue mission. Steve is overhauling the barometer, thermometer and clock, while Will mends the marred mahogany casing.
Cool. Doesn't that look good?
Yeah? That.
Ooh, that is
nice and smart.
Lovely, 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 lovely.
That's the moulding that I replaced.
Go on, show me the other one. Okay.
Yeah? What do you mean? Right, you're going to take it from there and put it on there.
That is a cracking job. Lovely.
So that's my part done.
Good.
Now over to you.
I know. Thank you.
That's right, Steve.
Cheers.
Next on Steve's long to-do list is to restart the clock mechanism, which hasn't ticked for decades.
This, all being well, should tick when I wind it up. This is the moment of truth. There we are, ticking straight away. Beautiful. I've done this all my life and come to this moment so many times, and it still gives me such satisfaction when I put the key in, turn it, and it starts ticking straight away like that.
At the back of the workshop, bike expert Eric has taken apart the broken-down child's trike. He's now trying to reinvent its tired old wheels.
I'll take the tyres and tubes off, cut the spokes out, and I'll get the rims repainted and back into the traditional red. But I think we'll have a good bike by the end of it all.
Eric has enlisted the help of metal expert Dominic Chenier. But the bike's battered old boot may be beyond even his skills.
It's in a really bad way. The more I look at it, the more damaged bits I can see. It's obviously been used a lot. It's split and cracked, dented. So I'm going to have to cut a lot of this out and remake sort of new patch-up repair panels to put in there. Bash this top around and try and get that into somewhere near straight again. There's a lot of work to do on this.
Daunted but not defeated, Dom sets to work cutting away any perished metal.
I've managed to drill out the spot welds around this lip at the edge, which has meant this has come out in one piece, which is great because it's allowed me to template from nice fresh steel. So now I can just put this new piece back in. So it's pretty much now it's ready to weld.
Now the trike is in pieces, Eric takes it off-site to a specialist spray painter to restore it back to its original colour.
Hey, Curtis. All right, got a classic early 1950s tricycle here. I need it all sandblasted and brought back to the original colours. Got lovely, no problem.
First, the old paint is sandblasted off. Before the parts are sprayed the appropriate vintage shades.
They look amazing, Curtis. Thank you very much. No worries. Cheers.
Back at the repair shop, Lucia has fixed the tear in the painting. Now she must match the colours of the original artist's palette to blend in her repair.
Now I know from experience what the artist has used in this painting. So all the colours that are in the woman's garments, the alizarin crimson, the Prussian blue, the yellow ochres, all these colours are then diffused out into the background, or the other way around. They've actually been brought into her figure because she's painted on top of this landscape. So the whole landscape was painted first and she's on top.
Lucia first applies watercolour to create the base layer.
I've done a little bit of reconstruction in the tree because the branch, a section through the trunk was missing and some of the branches were missing, so I've just sort of worked them up.
For the final finish, she's using a complex palette of acrylic paints.
Looks quite pale, but when I put it on top of this watercolour, it will take on the undercolour to a certain extent. And I can see just doing this, it's a little bit too blue, but it's getting there.
After many long hours of labour, the once dilapidated barometer clock is finally ready for reassembly. With parts cannibalised from donor clocks, Steve begins by rehousing the gauges, starting with the barometer.
I'm just about to put this unit in. I've had to modify it. I've cut a slither off of it because I've managed to find a new bezel and glass to go on that. And that goes on really well now. But the original setup, the dial was connected somehow to the bezel itself. I've made a modification. I put these claws in, and these claws actually correspond to some pads that I've made in the back there, and you can see it sits nice and neatly there. Just for fun, I put the repair shop on there. I probably won't tell Sue, but it'll be interesting to the next clockmaker who opens it up and sees it. And you quite often find clocks with little messages from the last clockmaker. You'll often get a message saying, beware of this clock, it's been nothing but a problem.
But this clock's problems are almost over. All that remains is for Steve to make a few final adjustments to the mechanisms.
So, Steve, we're at a crucial stage here?
We are. You know the barometer you helped me with testing?
Yeah.
That is in there. Now, I found a nice old hand. That came off of an old barometer.
Cool.
So, I'm just going to find out what the pressure is. It's 30.05.
All right, so you've just set it to that.
I have. So it's pointing to fair at the moment, and it's good weather today. So
all right.
Yeah, it's correct today. But you might have it pointing over to fair, and it might be raining. So it's, you can't look at this and put your washing out and think it's going to be fine.
Is it any good then?
Yeah, no, it's handy. It gives you an idea.
Handy.
Yeah, it gives you an idea. Believe me.
For me, what I'll do is I'll just look out the window before I hang out my smalls.
Yeah.
The barometer clock arrived in a sorry state, frozen in time for over 40 years. Its owner, Sue, has returned in the hope that waiting for her is a beloved old friend, come rain or shine.
Hello, Sue, how are you?
Steve, how are you doing?
It's nice to
I'm
see
good.
you again.
Hi.
What have you got for me?
Yeah, right, I'll just get something for you. Right. So, under here, I have your clock.
Clock.
Can you hear anything?
Oh my God. Ticks.
Right, I'm going to uncover it, let you have a look at it in its full splendour.
Oh my God. Oh, that's brilliant. I don't believe that. That is absolutely fantastic. You are a genius. What does he manage to do there?
Yes, Will's done a lovely job with the case.
Good, isn't it? It's a long while since I've seen it like this. If you didn't know better, you'd think you'd nipped out and got another one. It's so good. I mean, that's the thing, you know, that's how Granny would have seen it when she got it.
Yes. You can see the mechanism
Good grief.
ticking away beautifully there.
It's unbelievable.
And keeping good time as well.
Excellent. Granny would be most pleased about that. You've had it, you will get hugged.
Bless you.
Thank you so much. It's absolutely brilliant. Oh. Where's the woodwork man? Is he around?
Will, would you like to pop over here?
Sounds like I'm in trouble for something.
No, you're not in trouble. It's wonderful. You've done a wonderful job on the woodwork on it. Thank you ever so much. Thank you. All right.
I'll get it all wrapped up safely for you, and you can take it home and get it onto your mantelpiece.
We'll do that. Can't believe that Steve's done such a fantastic job on the clock. I was absolutely shocked. Rigid, it's brilliant. It was like being about 5 or 6 again, standing looking at the clock on the mantelpiece, checking the time and the weather so we could go out somewhere. My grandmother would be absolutely ecstatic. She'd be really, really pleased that it's been repaired to such a brilliant standard.
Outside in the metalwork area, Dom is making headway with a vintage tricycle's boot.
So this is coming on really well now. I've got the new repair panels that I've made, the floor and this front piece here are now in, ground back and looking really good. It's starting to look a lot more solid than it did. There's a good few dents in this front panel and this top piece was all dented. I've been going around with various different hammers, depending on what I'm doing to get into different areas. There's different heads and then with different dollies, which are these, which you would use on the other side of the metal as the hammer. Different shapes, depending on the curve of what you're trying to beat. So I'm just working around now, trying to get this nice and smooth again. But on the whole, it's looking an awful lot better. I'm really happy. I just need to tackle this lid now, which looks like it's gonna fit quite well.
With all of the components freshly painted and back in the workshop, Eric can now get on with the job of putting the tricycle back together again.
This is one of the more critical parts of the entire reassembly. Little bearings, a bit of grease, making sure everything fits back into space. The bearings help with the steering. They make it all nice and smooth and controllable at speed. So we'll just slowly and gently, without losing anything, insert the bearings into here. Whoa, yes. Put the top cap on, screw it all down, all the while keeping the grease from being shaken. So I'll just adjust this up, see if everything's nice and snug. Oh dear. As you can see here, it's got a big gap in the fork and the bearings are exposed. Not a good sign.
Before he can continue the rebuild, Eric's going to need some help straightening out the bent steering post.
Hi, Steve. I wonder if I've got a bit of a problem. I wonder if you could help me with it.
Okay.
As you can see, that is not straight.
Wow, that is really bent.
That is a common fault with old bicycles. They've ridden into a wall at some stage, probably several stages.
Was there a lot of riding into walls?
There's a lot of 10 speeds and tricycles, that's the way they stopped in the old days. So we've got to get that trued up so the bearings work, the steering works, and we can stop safely once again.
Okay. Let's put it in the vise over there.
Yeah, okay.
A bit of brute force may be the answer, or it could spell disaster.
Gently, gently, gently. Right, so that's it, and you have to...
You tell me when.
Okay.
It's not moving at all.
It did.
Oh, did it?
Yeah, I think so, yeah, it looked like.
I think it's going to need both of us. Right, okay. Ready?
Yeah.
Crikey.
Oh my God. What on earth are you doing?
We're bending it straight.
Bending it straight, nice, okay. Can I help? Do you need to hold the bench or something?
Or push from the other side.
Push, yeah.
Push it, yeah.
Yeah. Right, are we all on it? Right.
Oh, no, it's not moving.
I think you need to heat it up.
It runs the risk of the paint, but...
Let's give it one more go.
Go on, one more go.
Okay, are we all on it? Right.
Yeah.
Oh,
that was, yeah.
That moved.
I think we've fixed it, boys. Yeah.
And not a scratch on the paint.
No scratch, no, and no paint. Yeah.
Thank goodness.
Yeah, beers are on me.
Yay.
Great. Remember that.
Cold one.
Lucia has been painstakingly restoring Barbara's great-great-aunt Annie's painting. The canvas had a rip running through it and was in need of some delicate repair work.
Looks like you've almost finished Barbara's painting.
I have nearly finished. A little bit more varnishing I've got to do. I don't know if you remember the tear that was in it, but I did the tear repair, so that's quite neat.
So what's left to do?
I need to put another spray coat of varnish on it and just sort of bring that tear up a little bit because it's still a little bit matte in parts.
The only way I can tell there's a tear is when I look at the back here and I see that. But this is clean. It looks beautiful.
Good.
Barbara's returning to the repair shop to see if the accidental damage she inflicted on her precious painting has now been made good.
How nice to see you again.
Nice to see you. Welcome back. Lovely to see you.
Yes.
This is Jay.
You're right.
Yes, pleased to meet you.
Likewise.
Yes. So, I'm so excited.
Well,
I've got my fingers crossed.
Yes. You ready?
Yes. Wow, look at that. You cannot see a thing.
Well, that is the idea.
Amazing, isn't it? Oh, what a wonderful job you've done.
I'm glad you like it. I think that because the damage has been repaired, your eye is not going to immediately go to that area anymore. It was very dominating, wasn't it?
Absolutely. And you've cleaned it for me.
Yeah, it cleaned really quite well, so you're really seeing its true colours now, which were lost.
They're beautiful, aren't they? I can't believe it. And you can see so much on here. You could never see the shape of this woman properly before, could you? And the colours are just so vibrant on there. And there's so much more detail, and the shading and the colouring is beautiful.
And also the movement in her clothes is just beautiful.
Oh, it is. And actually now, before this scarf merged right in, and you couldn't see the shape of her so much.
That's
could you?
right.
So that's really come out now. And this must be how she saw it. Well, you know, that's really, it really is emotional, that is, yes. It's absolutely amazing, and I can't thank you enough. It is beautiful. My father will be delighted as well to see it like this. He's 95 now, so, you know, and he's never seen it like this. He's never seen it like this. It's a great relief that it's been repaired, believe you me. I mean, I don't think I would ever have been allowed to forget it by my father if it hadn't been restored. And I just love this picture, and it's just so many memories of when I was younger. Yes, and it just connects me straight back. Absolutely.
Well, thank you for bringing it in.
Thank you ever so much, and thank you so much for what you have done for me.
My pleasure, Barbara.
Wonderful.
And it's great to hear the story as well.
Thank you, yes, I love it. I'm absolutely ecstatic about having this picture back and in the condition it's in. It's wonderful to see. It's beyond all my dreams, that is. I'm very relieved because I know my father will forgive me now, especially as it looks so wonderful now. He'll be delighted. He might even thank me for doing it. You never know.
Bike expert Eric is putting the finishing touches to the vintage tricycle.
So here we have the boot, reconditioned, repainted, panel beated. Now it looks beautiful like new now. So we'll just fix it with the old original fittings. Hopefully it goes in together. Quite fiddly, actually. But we're getting there. Got ourselves a nice British-made saddle. Very, very traditional, the way all saddles were made back up until about the 60s. Starting to look really cool. Hi, Steve.
Whoa, that's looking fantastic.
It is. It's a massive labour of love, but it's looking very, very tidy.
That's incredible, isn't it?
So, the red rims are a nice bit.
The red rims are great, absolutely great. Nice saddle.
Yeah, the class. That's very, very class, yeah. So.
And these forks, the straightening of it worked all right?
The straightening worked fine, by the look of it. It's there, it's vibration free, it's nice and tight, nice and safe. The brakes work. Squeeze the lever. There we are.
Excellent. I think you've done an absolutely fantastic job.
Thank you. Yes, thank you very much.
Really well done.
After 64 years, the wheels were in danger of coming off this tired old trike. But a bespoke restoration means it's ready for another generation. In Stratford-upon-Avon, its owner Caroline is awaiting a first look at the three-wheeler with her grandchildren, Thomas and Keisha.
If I could see the tricycle restored, it would be absolutely amazing. I'd be really thrilled.
How did it look like when you were a child?
Well, when I was a child, it was just all lovely and gleaming, cream and red and chrome. It had shiny bits on it. It'd be great to be able to see a grandchild ride it and be able to ride it properly.
I'd feel a bit excited to ride it.
I don't know. What's it going to be like? Look what I found. What do you think of this? What do you think's inside here? I think we better get the covers off, don't you?
Yeah.
Come on then. Oh, could you? Look at this. Oh my goodness me. Ooh, look at that, look at that, look at that. Fantastic. How much can you remember what it was like before?
Oh, dirty.
Look at this.
That's a bit cleaner. I didn't expect this.
Got a new thing in there. Look how beautiful it is now. How beautifully painted. That is absolutely lovely.
I love it.
Yes. I was just overwhelmed. I wouldn't have thought it was possible to make it look so good and so rideable again. You're going to try it? See what you think. Put your feet on the pedals. Right, off you pedal. Come on. Here you go. That's brilliant. It was amazing. It was the tricycle again. I would never have thought that I would have seen my grandchildren playing with one of my toys. That is just such an astounding feeling. It makes you feel really sort of warm and fuzzy inside.
In the repair shop today, Kirsten is tested by some vibrant ceramics.
The difficult thing about this is that there are just millions and millions of different colours. They sort of flow from light to dark that you have to mimic, so it is quite challenging.
While Dom uncovers a glittering piece of history.
See that sparkling there? I think that looks to me like gold leaf. I was not expecting to find that. Real shock to find that under there.
first, Philip Edwards has brought a favourite childhood toy to the repair shop.
Hello, you must be Philip.
Hi.
I'm Steve.
Hi, Steve. Pleased to meet you.
Come on,
You're
bring
going
it
to
on.
fix my spaceship.
A spaceship?
A spaceship.
Never repaired a spaceship before.
Well, if you can repair a spaceship, you can repair anything, okay?
Steve Fletcher is the repair shop's clock expert. But today, he'll have to set his sights a little higher.
This spaceship, I must have bought it around about the Christmas of 1963. I'd just been given quite a lot of money from aunts and uncles. It was burning a hole in my pocket, and my grandmother decided to take me shopping to spend the money. So we went to probably the tiniest department store in the world, which was in the village of Ferndale in the Rhondda Valley. And there was a man with a table, and that's all he was selling was these. As soon as I saw it, my jaw hit the floor. I had to have it. It's really amazing.
So, there's no batteries in it?
No.
And I'm just wondering, would you
work.
pull a string or...?
No. There was a cranking handle, which sadly is no longer there. I blame my brother for that. Okay? You put the cranking handle in there and you just turn it.
Yeah. When it slowly builds
and
up the speed.
it would slowly build up the speed, and the note of a motor would slowly rise. It's a gyroscope.
Yeah.
And when the gyroscope is spinning, it'll just stay there. So it needs a new handle, so it's not going anywhere.
Okay. Was this one of your favourite toys?
This was my favourite toy, without any shadow of a doubt, you know. Had lots and lots of other things, but this was a great toy when it was raining. And believe me, in the Rhondda Valley in South Wales, it rains an awful lot.
It'll bring back some memories of your grandmother as
Fond memories. My grandmother, my childhood, all of my friends that shared moments with this toy. It had a sound, and I'd love to hear that sound one more time.
Okay.
I really would. It's sort of a humming, whirring sound.
Yeah. I'd love to get it working.
Yeah.
And I'll probably play with it for a bit as well. Just
I'll let you.
Thank you very much for bringing it in. I'll do my best for you.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you.
Good luck. Feeling very, very excited. It was probably my most important toy. The one thing I do want to do is show it to my 3 grandchildren. Just seeing them smile would just mean so much to me. And I just love to share that moment with them.
I'm really looking forward to doing this job, taking this spaceship apart and making it work again. I think once it's working, it's going to be really good fun.
The spaceship was manufactured by American toy maker Louis Marks and Company, once one of the largest toy companies in the world. It's powered by a gyroscope, a metal disc mounted on a pivot. When the spaceship's mechanism is wound up, the force generated holds it upright, like a space-age spinning top.
The first thing I'm going to do is actually take this main mechanism out, and I'm hoping it's going to come out sort of relatively easy. I'm really hoping that the quality of the wheels is just good enough to repair, because they're not meant to last a long time, and not like say in a clock that they last for hundreds of years. So I'm hoping that's just going to push through now. Ooh. Someone has attempted to rebuild this. I think Phil has attempted to rebuild this without any success. So I think probably the best thing that I can do is to actually make a whole new unit here, which is one of the main bearings of the gyro, which is obviously broken. When this gyro is spinning, there's a fair amount of energy there. So whatever I put into there, whatever bearing I make up for there has got to be quite tough and take a fair bit of vibration. So I think what I'm going to do is I'll probably make a brass plate to go on here.
Is it wood? Is it in a wooden case?
Another new arrival at the repair shop.
Hello.
Hi, I'm Steve.
Hello, I'm Lyndon.
Lyndon.
Margaret.
Margaret.
Hi, I'm Kirsten.
Hello, Kirsten.
You got something for us?
Yes, we have a Majolica vase.
Yeah,
Would you like to,
I might be your lady.
Margaret and Lyndon Reardon have come from Wales with a treasured piece of pottery.
It's a Mallorca wine jar.
What's a Mallorca?
Mallorca.
Mallorca.
Originally like an Italian style, so it's basically an earthenware with a sort of quite transparent sort of glaze over it. I actually love Mallorca. So.
There should be a box in there as well.
It is bold and striking. I think it's beautiful.
That's a beauty.
What was this used for? Because it's got holes in the top on the lid, as if it...
Well, that's why I think
it's
it's called a wine jar, I think, for the fumes from the wine to come out. That's what I assume. My father was an avid auction goer.
Ah, OK.
So we're not too sure where he bought it. We have a suspicion that it might have been a manor house in Crickhowell, but we can't be sure. It was always in my parents' house. And my brothers are responsible for this damage.
I was going to say.
Playing cricket.
Oh, golly, OK.
So we have the angel's or cherub's head.
Oh, right, great. Look at that. Lovely.
And then
a few little bits as well.
I think I'm responsible for the most recent damage, as a picture fell off the wall and hit the rim and the top.
Oh, gosh.
And I was really upset about it, and I determined to keep the bits and maybe one day get it restored. I didn't know what to do, but I wouldn't have thrown them out.
I'm quite relieved that you haven't tried to stick it, if that doesn't sound awful, because so often, most of my time is spent trying to undo people's repairs to kind of
try again.
Improve on them.
It's the memory of my parents, you know, and my dad particularly.
Yeah.
And what will you do with it once it's home and...
It'll have pride of place in our house.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's not going back onto the dodgy
No,
picture.
it's definitely not.
No pictures above it at all. Right, if you'd like to leave it with us, Kirsten will crack on and restore it.
I will do, yes. It'll be an absolute
Thank you so
pleasure.
much.
Yeah,
Thanks for
lovely.
bringing it in.
Thanks.
Thank
Thank
you.
you very much.
Bye-bye now.
Bye-bye. I'm feeling very happy.
Yeah, I'm feeling good.
I think it's something that I should have done a long time ago. So I'm so pleased that it's going to be repaired and take pride of place in the house.
What an extraordinary piece.
I love it. I think it's just an absolute joy, really, isn't it? The colours, the glaze, the lovely sort of fern decoration.
Yeah, I love the ferns. So is it going to be an easy piece to do?
No, it's not easy in the sense that you've got this sort of glaze that you've got on here with the sort of gloopy glaze, the translucency is technically quite sort of difficult to mimic, but it's going to be a really lovely piece to work on. I look forward to getting started.
Shall I carry it over for you?
Shall I take that?
No,
Would you?
I'll take it.
No, it's fine.
No, it's all right. Go on then.
Honestly, if you could take the other bits, I'd be very grateful. Thanks, Steve.
Mallorca pottery was named after the island of Majorca, where it originated in the 14th century. It's since been reproduced all over Europe and is typified by its flamboyant designs and bright colours.
So it is surprisingly heavy, this piece, and that's without any wine in it. Yeah, I'm just guessing, actually, if you filled this up with wine and you tried to lift it, to pour it, you'd struggle, to be honest. It'd be rather lovely if it was filled with wine, but I think after a few glasses it might be quite difficult to manoeuvre. Possibly one of the things that I actually love about it the most, which is this sort of drippy, slightly translucent glaze, is possibly going to be the thing that's going to give me the most problems. To mimic this glaze is quite difficult. I know from pieces I've done in the past it's quite challenging. So for me, I think that, whilst I love it, is going to be quite tricky. Right, so this has been stuck by someone in the past. It looks like it's been stuck with an old sort of animal adhesive, that sort of very yellowy orange colour. I think I'm going to make a start by applying some paint stripper, which sounds really dramatic. It's completely safe to use on this type of glazed material. I'm hoping that it will start to soften this old adhesive. to wrap it up. And I'm just going to leave that like that now for probably a couple of hours and then go back to it and just see whether it's working into the joints and the pieces starting to loosen up.
Across the workshop, Steve's beginning to rebuild the grounded 1960s toy spaceship. He's creating a new brass unit to house the internal fittings.
So the plate that I've just made up, I'm going to turn a big hole just to take the this unit here that I made up earlier. So they'll sit down in there like that, and I'll bolt it on there. So I'm just going to put some soft solder around that as well, just to hold it tight. Just doing a belt and braces really, because it's going to take quite a lot of pressure once the actual disc is flying around at a rate of knots. Obviously, I want it to last. I don't want it to fall apart 5 minutes after doing this.
Next on Steve's list are the cogs that power the gyroscope. They haven't worked for over 50 years, and he's going to need some help to get them spinning again.
How we doing? All right?
Yeah, not too bad. I've had a few issues.
Okay.
This is the wheel that runs into that worn wheel, and you can see it's all damaged on the teeth.
Yeah, I can see that.
You're just saying that, aren't you?
No, I can see a little bit of damage. Where's my favourite tool? Eyeglass.
Have a look at the tops of those teeth. They're all sort of bent over.
Yep, I see that. That one's almost gone. So as it's bent over,
yep,
then it won't catch on to there, is that right?
Exactly. So what I'm going to do is, because it's a real soft alloy metal, I'm going to bend it back and reshape it. But I need an extra bit of help. So basically, what I want you to do, hold the hammer. I want you to hit the top of this.
Yeah.
Right. So when I nod my head, you hit it, all right?
Hit that, not your head.
No, not my head. Okay, go. That's nice pressure, actually. Go on, and again.
Oh, I see what we're doing.
You're pushing it back.
And then making it a bit longer.
Yeah, okay, go. And again. Yeah.
Again?
Yeah. That's working really well. Go on. You're enjoying that, aren't you?
I am enjoying this.
Go on.
So how come you wouldn't just make a new one of these?
Because it's a soft alloy, and I think I can repair this anyway. Go on.
Philip has set you a challenge, hasn't he?
He has. And again.
Because he said that if you could fix this...
And again.
You could fix anything.
He did, yeah.
So if we get this fixed, I can get more work in. Is that cool?
Yeah.
With the teeth back in shape, Steve's next job is to make a new pivot to help turn the gyroscope inside the spaceship.
So I'm turning it down in the in my little watchmaker's lathe here. Basically, you take off little slithers of metal each time. You push the graver over it. This is the graver, which is a cutting tool. And I'm doing it very much by eye at the moment. When I get down to a point where I think I'm almost at the right diameter, I'll start measuring it a bit more. Quite enjoy using a watchmaker's lathe. It's quite satisfying when you're taking small amounts off. The pivot's 3.15 millimeters. I'm at 3.93 at the moment, so a little way to go. It's always frustrating when you take too much off. Like my grandfather said, there's no putting on file. So I'm really hoping this is going to work. I know how much this means to Philip, and I want to get it going for me as well, because I think this is going to be good fun to play with, being a big kid and all that.
Afternoon, Trevor.
Next to arrive is publican Trevor Summerhill from Chester with a huge challenge.
Right.
One pub frame that's been through the wars.
Yeah, I can see that.
He's hatched a plan to surprise an old friend, but needs the help of metal expert Dominic Chenier.
So, what have we got? This is a sign from the ship Victory. It's a pub in Chester. It was built, far as we know, early 1800s. Recently knocked down to build a new bus station.
Oh, no.
So, unfortunately, it's another pub that's gone. It was run by the last landlord, Joe Gilday. Known Joe for a long time.
Joe's the landlord. Used to.
He was the
Excellent.
landlord.
I see.
Yeah. Until obviously it was demolished. It was known as a small pub with a big heart because he raised over £100,000 for local charity.
£100,000?
Yes. The sign was given to him when he retired, but he moved into a flat, nowhere to keep it.
What, this humongous thing?
Yeah, can't just hang it off the wall, unfortunately. So I volunteered to actually buy it off him to keep it at my pub, because I've got a pub just down the road.
Right.
I'd like to have that sign kept at the pub so Joe could at least see that there's something kept now that pub is gone.
Does Joe know that you're having this restored?
He only thinks I'm putting a lick of paint on it.
A lick of paint in it? I think it's going to take a bit more of a lick of paint to get this up to standard.
Well, 2 licks.
2 licks of paint. Well, Dom, Mr. Metal.
Yeah, the steelwork seems to have lasted much better than the painted piece. I mean,
Yes.
This is all in really, really good condition. I know it looks rough with all the layers of paint, but it's structurally sound.
Yes, there's nothing missing.
No, it's all there. We just need to strip it all back and make it look nice again. I think that'd be really nice, wouldn't it, to redo it?
We better let Dom get stuck in.
Right,
Thanks for bringing it down. Don't worry, we've got it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Cheers, bye-bye.
We'll get it apart, strip it all down.
Lovely.
No
You've got
worries.
lots of sandblasting or sanding.
We need to strip all this back, exactly, yeah.
I'm saying we. I'm not... This is a bit out of my polishing and carving.
Don't worry, I'll do this.
When the pub sign is finished and it's back where it belongs up in the air, it's going to mean a lot to Joe. And I think there'll be tears on the day. I'm sure there will. Whether it be him or maybe even me.
Dom wastes no time in getting the 150-year-old sign out to his bench, where he can get better acquainted with his latest project.
As I'm flaking off this paint, I'm just having a look to try and see. There's so many layers of paint here. It's crazy, and it's hidden all of this old detail that I'm trying my best to just uncover and piece together and work out how it would have originally looked. See that sparkling there? I think that looks to me like gold leaf. I was not expecting to find that. Real shock to find that under there. So you can see quite clearly here, someone's painted it yellow over the top. You can see it's over the top of the gold leaf. I'd imagine the gold leaf got deteriorated, flaked off in places and was looking tatty. Someone's tried to sort of make do and mend, just paint it yellow to try and smarten it up, but they maybe, couldn't afford to do the real gold leaf. And you can see the sort of remains of it under there, just underneath. Gold is as shiny as it would have been when they first put it on, and it really, really lovely. So I'm just going to now work out, basically sort of methodically scrape back and work back and over the whole thing and see which bits would have been gold. It wouldn't have all been gold. There seems to be just little highlights. It's amazing. I really just can't wait to start putting the gold back on. It's going to look really good.
Foreman Jay is checking up on Dom's progress.
You love it out here, didn't you? Always making a mess. Yeah, it's going well.
I know. I'm sorry.
What's this?
Look, isn't it amazing? All this here.
Was that gold leaf?
Yeah.
So what, is it covered all over and it can't be, is
No,
it?
that's why I'm scraping it all back now and making a mess, because I want to see which bits were gold. They've just picked out little highlights, little details.
So would that be worth, like, preserving, or what?
There's not enough there. There's too many layers of paint on top of it, and there's not enough there left to warrant trying to preserve it.
That gives us reference for when we redesign it.
Exactly. I'm going to document all of this now, take notes and pictures, because once this has been sandblasted, which is the next step, all of this is gone.
But this gold leaf is a nice touch, isn't it?
I think it'd be really smart to put it back on.
Okay.
for this.
I know
Big
what the next question.
Yeah.
I know. All right. You want me to dig deep? Yeah.
It's not cheap.
Yeah, I know it's not. Well, we've got to do a proper job, innit?
I know.
All right, I'll get you some
It's
gold
worth
leaf.
it.
Yeah,
Honestly,
I'll get you
it's
some.
worth it.
No problem. I'll get you some gold leaf.
Ceramics restorer Kirsten is fixing a prized Maiolica wine jug. But before she can begin the repairs, she must first undo the previous attempts.
I'm at the stage with the Maiolica vase now where I'm trying to remove the old glue and the previous restoration. Looking at this and seeing that it's starting to bubble up means that the adhesive has softened, which is a really good sign. I'm going to see if this might move. This one piece.
All traces of the old discolored adhesive must be removed. Then Kirsten can give the entire piece a much-needed clean in preparation for gluing.
So with the Maiolica, I've got some quite large pieces, but I've also got some quite tiny sort of shards that Margaret brought along with her. I mean, I've literally got some sort of crumbles, some tiny little crumbly bits here. So I'm going to have to work out where those all go and try and fit them back together. So that's going to be quite tricky.
How are we doing?
Hi, Jay.
All right?
Yeah, good, thank you.
You've not done it
Yeah.
yet? Of course not. So how are you getting on? Because the head is still missing, I can see.
Yep, that's right. No, it's going really well. I've given it a clean and I've prepared all the surfaces for sticking. And then I've got to fill all the cracks where I've stuck it.
All right.
Make up any missing areas, which there are going to be a few.
Okay.
And then the painting, which is...
Matching up the colours?
Yeah. And in fact, whilst I absolutely love the glaze on this, I love that all those colours, it is going to be really, really tricky
It
to...
is, isn't it?
Yeah. You know, you can see you're not just making up one colour, you're making the blues, the greens, and then it sort of goes into the ochres. I'm kind of bracing myself.
But you can do it, though.
It's not just straightforward. It is going to be tricky, but I'm up for the challenge.
Okay.
So,
Sounds like you've got a lot of work.
Yeah. Thanks, Jay.
Okay. Right.
While the glue on the lid cures, Kirsten can turn her attention to the cherub, who was knocked for 6 over 60 years ago.
And that one I'm happy with.
Meanwhile, Steve is giving the 1960s spaceship a full MOT. He's putting all of the components back in place.
That's actually worked a lot better than I thought it would. That is good. Excellent.
Foreman Jay is attending the maiden flight.
So pop that on. Hopefully it's going to work. Fingers crossed.
No, not at all. It's going to work.
So what I've done is I've drilled around the edge so that I can actually put some little bolts through.
So all we're doing is just going to see if it's working.
Yeah.
This is not it permanently closed, is it?
No, absolutely not.
I'm excited, mate. I'm excited. I want to see this go.
Well, I don't know whether it's going to go or not yet.
It's going to go, mate.
So that's the winding hole there.
All right, yep.
Okay.
You got the key? Is that the key?
No, this is the key.
Steve's made a crank for the spaceship, replacing the one Phil's brother lost many years ago.
Don't look like that.
That sounds good to me.
Yeah.
Sounds like it's going to take off.
Oh, my goodness.
You got it going, man.
Feel that. Move it around. Twist it around, twist it.
Whoa, what is that?
That's a gyroscopic effect. It sort of tries to fight you turning it.
Now that It's spooky. It feels like there's someone in there and they're just... That is...
Trying to fight against
That is the weirdest thing ever.
That's the most amazing thing about a gyroscope. There's gyroscopes in all sorts of things, in aeroplanes, in boats, and all sorts of things, to keep things sort of level and not so that it won't twist.
All right, so as I'm trying to twist it, it's balancing out to keep it straight.
Yeah. And don't ask me about the physics of it. I just know that it does that.
I like that. That is... I would just have that just for doing that. The bottom line is, you got it working. So he's going to be over the moon.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm...
No pun intended. You didn't get it. Over the moon?
Sorry, well, you know, I've come down to earth now. We've got it going. So
OK.
I'm going to finish it off, put all the bolts in, and close it all properly, and then it's good.
That I love that. Good on you. Well done.
The spaceship was bought new in 1963 by proud owner Phil. Now he's back at the workshop to see if it's working again.
I can't wait to find out how it's worked out. And I can't wait to see exactly how the repair has been achieved. If I could hear that gyro wheel just turn one more time, that would be enough for me, I think. It would be nice to see it work just once.
Hi, Philip. How are you doing?
I'm doing very well, thanks.
Good.
You're going to surprise me, are you?
I hope so. Would you like to open it up and have a look?
It's all put back together again. Now, that's something I can remember, that knocking noise.
OK.
And I think that's a good noise.
OK.
That is a good noise.
I'm glad it was making that knocking noise before.
Can I... Oh, you've made me a cranking handle.
I have, yes.
Excellent, because without that, it's not... Spaceships are useless without cranking handles.
Oh, absolutely.
Hear that noise? Now, you see, you think you've fixed my spaceship, but you've done more than that, because you've given me a time machine, because that's just taken me back 50 years. Thanks ever so much. That is just brilliant. That really has taken me back. Thanks ever so much. It's wonderful. I hope you make a note of this on the front of your shop. Right. Clock repairs plus spaceships. How many people can make that claim?
I don't think many, actually.
It's worth thinking about, isn't it? Worth thinking about.
Thank you so much for bringing it in. It's given me a lot of pleasure.
You're thanking me?
Yes.
Oh, man, no, it's got to be the other way round.
Well, let's get it all packed up now.
OK, thanks very much.
Then you can wend your way and get it home and play with it at home.
That's brilliant. Thanks very much.
You're very, very welcome.
When I opened the box, it did take me back 50 years. Just to hear it whirring and throbbing again, it means so much to me. It was like being reunited with a long-lost friend. Getting a spaceship home is going to be very, very easy indeed, because we just crank it up, get inside, off we go. We'll be back in Cardiff in about 2 minutes, 30 seconds.
Dom is working on the pub side. The bracket has been stripped and sent away to be powder-coated for a hard-wearing finish. Now Dom must call on his sign-writing skills to recreate the artwork from scratch. First, he preps a piece of oak.
The next thing to do is to draw on this lovely mural. I'm going to pull out as many elements of this as I can, keeping as much of this character from the original artist. I'm going to trace across these pieces and use a traditional technique called pouncing, which is drawing onto a piece of paper, then perforating that piece of paper. I'll then lay that in position, and then you push chalk through the holes with a pounce pad. So this is full of chalk, which is just being pushed through, full of a powder. And that should have left us accurate copy of the original just onto the nice new oak board. You can see there all of the really small, where all the individual dots are, it's just left little bits of the powder. And then it's just a case of just joining the dots. That looks good. Pouncing is a very good way of transferring information. I've got two sides that need to be exactly the same, so by having essentially a template, I can just transfer that information onto the other side. So now I've got the template, the pattern basically all drawn out really accurately. Next part is to try and match the paint. And if you actually look closely, there's quite a lot of sort of darker shading, and there's a few different tones in there. I'm really happy with the colour match, which is the important thing. So now it's just a case of getting this base layer on and then just working on top with some shadows, some highlights, and just making sure that all three sails are consistent and accurate to the original painting. I find it really calming, really quite therapeutic, really. I kind of lose track of time just sitting. I could spend hours and hours just working around. Nice and calming.
Once both sides of the oak bear the ship design, next comes the trickiest part, the lettering. One slip could spell disaster.
This isn't necessarily a font you can just go on the internet and type in. It's all hand drawn and hand done. So, and I think that's part of the charm of the sign, which hopefully we're putting back into this. It's looking very good. I'm really pleased. Yeah, just have to do it all again on the other side, unfortunately.
Back inside the workshop, Kirsten is being tested by the extravagant Maiolica wine jug. She's going to have to use a box of tricks to make all those telltale signs of repair disappear.
I find that you can really make up most of the colours from this small palette here. I've got a brown and I've got just a touch of orange because this sort of ochre brown here has some orange in it. It's really just a question of moving around and tweaking the colours little by little and then finding the appropriate place to paint. I'm just going to go for this ochre area now. That looks like it's got a tiny bit of green in it to me. The difficult thing about this is that, as you can see, there are just millions and millions of different colours. They sort of flow from light to dark. And you've got these sort of drips as well that you have to mimic. So it is quite challenging. Now just doing like the sort of final details. And here I can see on the other side there's a sort of pooling of blue glaze. So I'm going to sort of do that on here, just to try and blend my repair in with the original. Here's hoping it's dry in time.
Margaret and Lyndon are eager to see if Kirsten has managed to mend the many breaks their precious piece had suffered.
I'm hoping to see the vase as it should be. As my brothers broke it, I think possibly before I was born or when I was very, very young. So I've never seen it whole. I really hope I don't get too emotional when I see it. It's really exciting, but it will bring back a lot of memories.
Oh, look, here they come, Jake.
Oh.
Hello.
How are we doing?
Fine, thank you.
You okay? Good. Right. Hello there. Very good. Come on this way.
Hello. I'm feeling really excited. I am.
So what you're hoping to see underneath here?
Perfection.
Oh, no.
You're always
I
at
do my
perfection.
best. I do my best. Absolutely, yeah.
Are you going to take it off or?
Shall I?
Yes, please. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Right, you ready?
fantastic.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Oh, it looks like new.
Yes.
I don't know what to say. It's lovely. Thank you so much. That is beautiful.
Oh, you're very, very welcome.
I can't even see where it came off. Oh. No, it's unbelievable. I can't believe anyone could do that. That's fantastic.
Thank you.
Yeah, incredible.
Amazing.
Is there any more damage that you remember that was on there?
I think, of course, the head.
Right.
It is that one.
Is it?
Yes. Yeah.
Well, I can't tell.
He's getting the glasses out now.
Oh, scrutiny.
Not at all. Fantastic.
You just wouldn't know. You just wouldn't know, would you?
Like, it had a special corner in my home, my family home, and my dad bought it, so it is very special to me.
So where's it going to be now? Is it going to...
I have no idea, but it'll have to be somewhere very safe. No pictures above it.
No, or cricket bats or balls.
I'm so pleased to see the vase looking as it should. Seeing the vase whole, and it just brings back so many memories of my childhood and my old family home. I lost my dad quite early, so my mother has looked after the vase all these years, and I inherited it when she passed. And now it's my turn to look after it and keep it safe.
The old pub sign in need of rescue has become a real labour of love for Dom. The steel bracket that displays the Victory ship is almost ready, and he's going the extra mile with the finishing touches.
So now all the steelwork of the sign is back from being powder coated. It's time to put the gold leaf on. We've actually got 24 karat real gold leaf. It's just a case of laying that over the top and just gently pressing it down. It's great. There we go. I really think this bit of gold detail is really going to make it jump out. It's going to look really good. I think it's going to be a big surprise for Trevor as well. Great, that's it. Finally, all finished.
Hey.
Give us a hand quickly. Thank you.
Oh, that's really heavy.
I know, it's...
That looks great, Dom. Brilliant. Ladies and gents, Dom has finished the pub sign. Do you want to come over and have a look?
You can see at the bottom. Yeah.
Oh, that's beautiful.
It kind of makes it...
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow. I love the gilding, actually.
Yeah, blood.
Yeah.
It's incredible. Yeah. You've done a terrific job. Yeah.
Thank you.
Now it's ready to be returned to its custodian, Trevor, the mastermind behind the sign's secret restoration, which is a surprise for the old landlord of the Victory ship.
So I got up this morning, we're feeling very apprehensive, as a matter of fact, and also excited about seeing the sign. We've got no idea what it's going to look like, and we just can't wait to open up and have a look at it.
God.
Wow, will you look at
Amazing.
that?
I love how they've done the letters.
Oh, the lettering.
Yeah.
It's this gold here. That looks fantastic. It's going to make Joe so happy
Yeah.
when he turns up
When
and
he
sees
comes
this.
and sees it.
So grateful to the lads who did it. They've done a cracking job.
The sign was from a much-loved local that sadly no longer stands. Instead, it will hang proudly in the garden of Trevor's pub to keep the memory alive. And the guest of honour today is the Victory ship's long-serving landlord, Joe Gilday.
I don't know why I'm here, because I really don't know what's going on.
He's going to be very surprised and very, very happy.
Getting a season ticket for Liverpool.
Joe.
All right, mate.
How are we doing? How are you?
The motley
Great to
crew.
see you. Right, Joe. If you'd like to pull the honourable cloth. There you go. There you go. What do you think? What do you think?
Absolutely amazing.
No, they've done a fantastic job.
Yeah, quite emotional. That's amazing. Very, very proud that someone would do that for us. I feel very, very emotional about the whole thing because by that sign, the ship Victory will live on. That's a piece of history.
Well, the day's been fantastic. Joe turning up and seeing the sign when he was only expecting it to have a quick repaint is over the moon. He is so happy. We will keep that memory of that pub going while we are here, and that sign will be up there for everybody. They'll be able to come in, see the sign, swap the old tales, made up that we've managed to keep something of the pub. Very, very happy.
In the repair shop today, Susie and Jay become rather attached to a leather writing case.
If you could hold it, that'd be
Yeah.
super. Just
No,
fine.
not
Yeah,
there.
yeah, not there.
Otherwise, I'll be stuck to it.
You'll be stuck to it forever. You'll be carrying this case for the rest of your life.
Right, let's see if she'll have it.
While gramophone expert Tim has his patience tested.
It's not perfect.
First to arrive is Carol New from Dorset. She has a fragile family heirloom needing the attention of silversmith Brenton West.
Hi.
Hello, Brenton.
You must be Carol. Nice
Yes,
to meet
nice
you.
to meet you.
Right, what have you brought me?
Well, I brought in this mirror, which
Okay.
has been in our family for some time, but has a sad corner to it.
Oh dear. Okay.
It's got teeth missing. It belonged to my great-aunt.
How did she come across this mirror?
She was in service when she was a young girl. It was part of the family she worked for.
Okay.
The lady of the house it belonged to. Sadly, she passed away.
Okay.
And then her husband actually married my Aunt Emily.
Okay.
So therefore, when he passed away, it was all hers. And this silver collection then went to my mother. Sadly, it was a collection of silver, and this is the only remaining piece because my mother was burgled and all the smaller items were taken.
And what, they didn't
So-
take this because it was broken,
No,
or
it was too big to put in the
Swag
bag.
and the little piece of damage on that? Do you know how that happened?
No idea. Nobody seems to know.
So as far as you know, since it's been in your family, it's always had.
It's always had that piece missing, so...
Okay.
And on the back, it will stand.
Okay, so it goes on the dressing
But
table
it's
or something.
broken, you see.
Oh.
So I think that was silver-plated, that hinge.
Okay. It is a lot of work because it's very fancy. Basically, I need to copy another corner, make all of those little pieces, and put them in the right place there.
That would be lovely.
If I can.
Well,
Otherwise, I'll just paint that corner silver and it'll be all right, won't it?
No, it won't.
Okay. Leave it with me and I'll see what I can do.
Yeah, well, I really know it'll be in safe hands with you.
thank
you. My mother, she's 98 and she hasn't really seen that mirror for 3 years because she's living in care now. I'm looking forward to taking it into her and showing her the results. The thought of seeing it again will give her great pleasure.
Outside, Brenton is hatching a plan to mend the much-loved mirror.
So tell me you have figured out how to fix Carol's mirror.
I have figured it out. I'm just
Okay,
working out
cool.
how I'm going to make all these pieces because I've got to copy that corner.
Well, I'm going to throw a bit of a spanner in your
Go on,
works,
then.
but these are not identical, are they? They're all different.
That helps me a lot, doesn't it?
So, as the corners are not the same,
Yeah.
how are you going to do that?
Right, well, what I've got to do, first of all, is this is a repeating pattern up here, so I've got to work out exactly what part of that pattern it is. Because I'm going to make basically 2 pieces that go into this corner and pin it onto here. I'm going to use very thin silver, and I'm going to chase them
Chase them.
Chase them.
And that means what? It doesn't mean running around,
so
does
get,
it?
Let me show you how it works on a bit of copper.
On that, will that do?
Yeah, that'll do, lovely. So if you go and you tap it, and when you take it off and turn it over, it's raised up.
The technique of chasing metal to create intricate designs has been around since the 3rd century BC.
You're moving it up and down.
Yeah. You turn that over, you've got a raised bit there.
You've done this before, haven't you?
I've got an award for doing this.
That's what I like to hear.
Before Brenton applies the ancient metalwork technique to a new piece of silver, he's using some modern technology to create a template for the missing detail.
I took photographs of the repeating pattern, so that repeats, repeats, and repeats again, and I joined them together in photo editing software. So I'm just tracing that, so I can then transfer it onto my piece of silver, ready to start the chasing process.
Next to arrive is Michael Quirk and his daughter Mary. They have a treasured piece of family history that has sat silent on a shelf for over 50 years.
Good afternoon to you, by the way. I'm Tim. Well, I can guess it's a phonograph. What's the story behind it?
Well, you know what, you've seen one before, haven't you?
Oh,
I dare say, yes.
I have seen one before.
One or two, maybe, yeah?
Yes.
Tim Weeks has dedicated many decades to repairing all manner of music-making machines.
What's the story behind this? Have you had this for long?
I got it about 1967 or 68.
Oh, yeah? Oh, well, you didn't buy it new, then?
No. My mother's sister lived in what you call Balleragh, a small town, market town in Balleragh. And the back end of the last century, I suppose, this thing used to have that playing. That was their music, them days. Consequently, her husband died in 65, and she said, would you like this? I said, yes, I would, I'd love it. So I brought her back to England with me, and put it up on the shelf.
Oh, yeah.
Thought no more about it until a couple of years ago. And then I thought, I'll have to try maybe someday get this thing repaired.
Oh, here you are. This is an Edison Gem phonograph. The model started in about 1897. Do you remember actually hearing this played?
I did. I heard it once. I was very, very young. I'd say I was about 7 or 8 years of age, something like that. And I heard it once. She had it working then. My aunt was very musical. My mother was as well. The two of them, one would be playing the melodeon, another one playing the fiddle, or they'd have this on or something, you know. And
when you just turn up,
yeah.
You know, there wasn't anyone would just turn up even late at night, midnight or anything. It just
so people would be dancing.
Yeah, dancing
to the sort of world.
Yeah. I would love, for the want of a word, nostalgic, I suppose, is it? I'd love to get it going, to listen to it again.
If it's possible,
yeah.
I'll get it going. Until I actually take it apart and find out what's happened inside, it's impossible to say for certain.
There's no harm in having a look on it, is it?
There's never any harm in having a look.
No. I'll go as far as saying that if it was fixed again, I wouldn't think much of walking from Oxford back down here for it. You know, it means that much to me.
Well, that is quite a challenge, and I'll take the challenge. So if you go home and polish your walking boots up, I'll see what I can do with this, all right?
Thanks very much.
Cheers. Lovely to meet you.
See you later on.
Lovely to meet you.
Tell me you've got a tune out of this. Have you?
We will get a tune out of it.
Okay.
We will get a tune out of it, but not immediately.
All right.
Phonographs, which is what this is, an Edison phonograph.
Yeah.
This is the first form of record player.
Oh, is it?
Yes. This one probably dates from about 1906, maybe 1908.
Yeah.
The way it stores the music, unlike a flat disc, is you've got this cylinder and the groove, whereas on a flat disc it would sort of run into a spiral in the middle.
Yeah.
Here it sort of runs all around the edge.
So what you got to do now then, Tim?
Well, there are a number of faults that Edison phonographs are prone to.
Yeah.
And this one has got just about all of them. The major problem is that if you go to wind it up,
that's not moving.
The handle flies back and smacks you across the knuckles. So we've got to take the motor out, sort out the spring. This, which is the reproducer, should be sliding along that bar up and down, up and down, up and down. At the moment, you can't even...
That move now.
Can't even shift it.
So the reproducer actually plays the record then?
Yes, the reproducer plays the record by using a diamond stylus. And can you see that thing there? That is the diamond stylus.
OK. So who was the first person that figured out to use a diamond?
Well, Edison.
Oh, was he?
Thomas Edison, when he invented the whole process. He was one of the people you'd like to have at your fantasy dinner party, of everyone you'd ever like to meet.
He's a clever guy. I'm impressed. I'll be even more impressed when you get that done. I'll leave you to it. But thank you for the history lesson.
Cheers,
right.
Jay. Right.
Next to arrive at the repair shop are Sally and David Taylor.
Hello there.
Hello.
I'm Susie.
They're hoping that leather expert Susie Fletcher can return a cherished possession to its former glory.
It looks like a briefcase.
It's a little writing case, but unfortunately it's a bit worn. I had all my papers and envelopes in when I went away to boarding school, and it was given to me by my grandfather as a sort of good luck present.
And how long ago would that have been?
That was 1962. I remember going to see him before I went to school, and I was a bit I didn't know what was happening, you know, so it was a bit sort of traumatic. But he said he had a present for me and gave me this lovely, it was beautiful then, lovely little writing case. We weren't allowed to ring home, and so letters were the main form of communication.
Did you get homesick at all?
Yes, I mean, I think when you're nearly 12 and you're sent away from home, you do.
That makes me feel so sad.
I know. So it does mean a lot to me in that respect, because I had letters, I probably kept them under here, that my grandparents wrote to me, or my parents wrote to me.
It obviously brings back memories from, you know, her earlier days in life, so she'd really like to get it done up.
Excellent.
It would be lovely to have it done up.
Yes. Well, it's going to be a wonderful job to work on.
I'd like it renovated as much as possible, and sort of restoring this sad bit here that's falling out.
Your handle, clearly.
The handle looks a bit...
It's a little tired, isn't
unreliable, doesn't it, really?
Yeah.
It'd just been lovely to use it again. I mean, I use emails, but it's also nice to receive a letter, isn't it?
It's lovely. It really is lovely to get a letter.
But no, I would definitely fill it up and, you know, use it again. And, you know, it might even fit an iPad in there.
I can't believe you said that.
I know, I'll take it back.
Well, I look forward to getting started on it. So I'll be in touch once it's ready for you to come and collect.
Thank you, wonderful. Thank you very
Sally.
much, Susie.
So lovely to meet you.
And you.
Lovely to meet you too, David. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
It has a couple of things that really need major attention. The first being the underside panel here is coming off. The other thing that is very tired is the handle. So the main area that's concerning me at the moment is this large bare section here. But I do have the leather that's just peeled back. Provided I don't pull that off, I think I'll be able to piece it back and then cover this with a leather corner that will glue over the three sides. And the first thing I need to do is to glue down this panel here. This type of leather is what they call a leather cloth. It's so fine that if you're a little heavy-handed, you could quite easily tear it. It's just one of those processes. You just take your time. Don't be in a rush. Now I can flip it over. Just need to let it sit for a few moments and let it glue properly. So far, so good.
Out in the metal workshop, Brenton is preparing the new metal for the silver mirror, ready to start recreating the intricate pattern using the ancient craft of chasing.
So this is my pitch bowl. This is quite a specialised item. It's used for chasing and repoussé. It holds the metal where you want it. It's like a good glue, which is only held by heat, and it has enough give for the silver to become indented on it, but it doesn't crack. Warm this up a bit, so I'm just going to put that on there. I'm going to heat that up a little bit, just so that it sticks to the pitch, because if it's cold, it won't stick to the pitch very well. So I've decided to stick my tracing on top of the piece of silver. The most important thing, I've got to be really, really accurate with this. So there's a small selection of chasing tools that I've got here. Some of these I made, some of these I was given by Chasing Tutor about 40 years ago. That one there is for doing curves. That one there is for doing the lines. Basically, if you haven't got a tool that would make a particular profile or a particular shape, then you make one. It just takes time and patience. If you put a little bit of pressure as you're tapping it, people have been doing this sort of technique for thousands of years. If you look at Inca gold and Colombian gold, this is a method that people have been doing probably as long as there's been metal and people working on it. So you can see my marks on there. So this is the back, and these lines now give me a guide to where to punch from behind. Quite simply, inside the lines. It's a bit like painting by numbers, tapping by lines, I like to call it. It's very therapeutic. I can just sit here and get lost in the tapping, and it's just satisfying to watch it appear. And every time you turn it over, you get the reverse of what you've made.
At Susie's bench, she's getting to grips with one of the trickiest parts of the writing case restoration.
Sometimes you're able to recover the original handle, but in this instance, I don't feel it's worth trying to save this one. So I'm just going to remove it. So now I've got the handle off. I'm now starting on the new handle here. This leather body is all going to be hidden because I'm going to cover it with pigskin. Just need to fully glue all the little corners and edges here. The important thing is to make sure I've got it right down into these joining edges. Glue onto the pigskin. Now I'm going to flip it over, and now I'm just going to use my bone to highlight the spine.
As well as the shape of the handle, Susie must also match the colour of the old leather, which inside the barn has been proving problematic.
Indoor light can cast all sorts of different shadows and shades, and as time was going on, it was going from this blue down to more of a green, then to a blacky blue. So I decided, come outside, natural light, I can see exactly the colour that it is. I have been dyeing the discs to make the coverings for the corner. It's a little frustrating because I've got one that's actually come out a really close match to it. But do you think I could emulate it on the others? Not a chance. So I'm thinking that I shall apply some stain and just see if that gives me the different depth of colour that I'm trying to achieve here. So much better. Yes. Really happy with that. The effect is so much better. Fingers crossed. I think it's going to turn out quite nice.
Once back inside, Jay's keen to see if Susie's made any headway.
Hello.
So how's this writing case?
Where I'm at is the corners of the cases are worn out.
Yeah.
I think it'd be really nice to repair the corners using the leather discs. The first thing I do is to put a slit in it to allow me to wrap around that corner.
So in upholstery, what we would do is cut that bit off, like cut a little triangle so that sits a little bit better.
It is another way of doing it. I like the fact that I've got some extra material to work with that's going to strengthen the base to the sides because it's going to have some weight on it.
Yeah.
I've got this one that's, I think it's going to be tacky enough. If you could hold it, that'd be super. Just fine. Yeah, not there.
Otherwise, I'll be stuck to it.
You'll be stuck to it forever. You'll be carrying this case for the rest of your life.
Yeah, she can't have me. It's not going to happen.
Okay, so here we go. You got a one-shot deal at this because it's contact cement. Ready?
Yes.
You sure?
I am.
Okay. And really, I know you would like to be doing this one.
I just want to stick it on and just like fold it in.
Slap it on, get it done.
Yeah.
All right. Don't rush me. Just going to pull it down here. It's lovely.
So now we have to wait for that to become tacky.
Yeah.
To do that side.
Yeah.
Turn it over, and then repeat the process 8 times.
8 times.
Wow. All right. I think I've got some emails to send. I'll leave it to it.
Okay. Thanks so much.
Gramophone specialist Tim Weeks has taken on an early phonograph designed by Thomas Edison. It hasn't made a sound for over 80 years, and it's looking like this job could be an uphill struggle.
We take the motor out and we can see more clearly what the actual problem is in here. Well, there's the ratchet spring, so we've got a broken end there and the other broken end of it there, so I think that tells us quite a lot about what we need to know. The job of this is that it stops, as you're winding the spring up, the whole function of this ratchet is to stop the spring, the handle, just sort of flying back as you wind it up and smacking you across the knuckles. Oh, hang on, there's another problem. See that gear there? That should not be loose, that should be fixed solidly onto that shaft.
Luckily, on hand for a second opinion is the repair shop clockwork expert.
Steve, here's one. You may have some views on this. You see how it's meant to wind up by turning that, and then the ratchet goes in there.
Oh, right,
and,
okay.
and obviously this ratchet springs loose. But for the life of me, I can't see how it would ever have worked. You got any thought?
At the moment, it doesn't make sense.
No.
So when you wind it up, what actually turns?
The handle is turning against that there.
Yeah. Do you know what? I don't know.
Oh, right.
So usually things just make immediate sense to me, and this one doesn't. Do you think someone has had a look at this and played with it and tried to get it going?
Yeah, I think that's what's happened. You see, look, somebody's had a bash at filing it. Can you see there's some some stripes across there? Somebody's been in there. No.
Okay, I'll wait until you've taken it apart, then I'll have another look.
So a previous repair attempt may be the culprit.
Right. Now we've got to try and either get a new one of these wheels cut or see if I can just find a spare part somewhere that should go in there and hasn't been messed around with.
It's not long before Tim lays his hands on a clue. which may solve the mystery of the malfunctioning ratchet.
Well,
you got another one?
Yes. I've got another one from my commodious collection of spare parts.
Oh, it's the wrong way round.
Yeah. Someone's put it on backwards, haven't they? But what is interesting, why I've bothered to even bring this over and show it to you, is you can see that little slit in the end where there must have been a spring.
Same as that one.
Fixed in there and that. So that is meant to be there, but not flapping around like that, it isn't.
Can you hold that
yep.
and hold it tight onto the plate?
Yes.
I'm going to turn that so it would work like that.
Oh, yeah.
Do you want to push that and we'll get a centre pop?
There we go. Let's make them up.
OK, so I'm going to drill in there and put a pin in.
You're a hero.
Now the odds of hearing this 100-year-old phonograph play a tune are finally beginning to improve. And Tim can start to free up the rest of the mechanism.
What we've got here is, it's a combination of old grease and dust, cat hair, anything else that's floating around, and it goos together and it sets like fudge, where it should be smoothing the passage of the feed screw turning there and this sliding along there. It has the opposite effect. It basically gums it all together and stops it going anywhere. 80 years worth of neglect removed in a few seconds. There we are. So that's got that moving smoothly along there again. We're making progress. We're making progress. We are going to get there.
Outside, Brenton is creating an intricate piece of metalwork for a much-loved mirror. He's finished chasing the design into the new silver, but he still has some complex shaping work ahead of him.
It fits quite nicely, and now I've just got to cut around the outside and the little pierced holes so that they match the holes that we've got here. All of these little cuts here have to be cut out of that. I've got a piercing saw, which is a jeweller's saw for making holes and for really fine cutting, and I've got a 6-0 blade, which is sort of like a hair. They're really, really thin. The saw cuts on the downward stroke and you just let it follow the line. You just guide it gently. Any forcing and the blade will snap because the blades are so thin. A little bit of silver that dropped on the floor, I'll be picking that up and that goes into my scrap pot. And every year I take all my scrap, weigh it in, I give it into the silver scrap merchants in London, and it buys me a cup of tea at Christmas.
Tim and Steve have joined forces to take on a phonograph that refuses to play a note. Clockmaker Steve has been putting all his clockwork knowledge to use on the troublesome ratchet.
Oh. Ah.
Music to your ears?
Music, music.
There will be soon.
You are a prince among antique restorers. Do you know that? Oh, that is beautiful.
Is that all right?
Yes. That's what we require. That's what's supposed to be happening.
I'll listen out for the music.
Listen out for it. You'll hear it. Hey, thank you. Right, now, to business.
Now, Tim just needs to put the machine back together.
One of these jobs that basically needs 3 hands. Hold on, what's going on there? Ah. Now. There. Should I get that out of there then? There. Now. Right. We've got the motor back in. Bit of a fiddle, but we've done it. We've wound it up, and it's staying wound up thanks to Steve's new ratchet. So, what remains is the acid test. Put the reproducer in. Put a cylinder on. See if it goes.
It's not perfect. There's still some adjustment to be done, but frankly, I'm relieved it goes at all.
Leather specialist Susie is also in sight of the finishing line, with her restoration of the 1960s writing case. After touching up the last few frayed edges with acrylic paint, her final job is to finish fitting the new handle.
As I'm putting the stitches in, it's pulling the leather down around the spine and making it stand out really proud, which is a really nice effect. So I'm now at the point where I'm going to mount the handle onto the case. And the first thing I need to do is just to thread the D through the loop that I made here. Just need to get my pliers and squeeze the two ends together. And there we have it. That's one handle mounted. I'm very happy with it. I'm hoping that Sally will be very happy with the overall effect.
Sally is back to see the case that holds so many memories of her school days and of her grandfather.
Hello, Sally.
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm very well, thank you.
It's good to see you again, Sally.
Susie.
Nice.
How you doing, David? Hi there. You all right?
We won't hold you in suspense any longer.
Oh, good.
So you ready to see it?
I am.
Okay.
Oh,
Wow.
gosh. Oh, Susie, that's fantastic. Thank you so much. Look at the handle and everything kind of touches.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. I promised I wouldn't say wow, but that is really amazing. Oh, you're so clever. Thank
She is,
you
isn't
so much. That's wonderful.
I was working on it. It reminded me of Paddington Bear's case, you know, because it's little, isn't it? But the old handle was so broken that we couldn't just recover it. So I had to remake the whole thing from the base up. Managed to put your leather corners on because they were all, if you remember, just completely
dreadful.
blown out.
That's such a good idea. I never thought of that, the corners. So lovely.
The other challenge that I had was the colour match.
Yes.
Because this case, I swear, is a chameleon. Every time I thought I got the colour match right,
Yeah.
it changed.
Whether it's chameleon or not, it's perfect.
Are you going to reunite the bits and pieces?
I've got the things to go in.
I've got things to go in there.
Are you serious?
I found the diary, the little address book, which goes there.
Oh, that's perfect.
I also found a letter from my grandfather to the school. And in there he says, thank you for the letter that I wrote to him. Which proves I used it.
You did, at least once.
It says, my dear Sally, Granny and I would like to thank you for your letter and kind wishes. Glad you are working with your lessons and doing well. And still smiling. Love from both of us, affectionately, Grandpa.
Oh, that's so sweet.
Yes, I know.
So this case now, what are you going to do with it? Are you going to write or are you going to put a tablet in there?
No, I'm certainly not putting a tablet in there,
Thank
Jay.
you. Right.
No, I'm going to take it home and fill it full of envelopes and stamps and writing paper and a pen.
And maybe we might receive a letter?
Well, you might do.
If we're lucky.
There's a good chance.
Right. We'll let you be on your travels then.
Oh,
And
go out
enjoy,
like
yeah.
Paddington Bear. Yes. Thank you very
Thank
much
you.
indeed. Thank you. Thank you so
David,
much,
thank you.
Susie.
Thank you.
You're very welcome,
Really,
Sally.
really
It was a
pleased. Thank you
pleasure.
very
Thank
much.
you.
I can't believe that Susie's made such a fantastic job. The writing case looks like new. Really, really pleased. And then added to the fact I found the little letter. It was quite emotional because I could almost hear him saying those words. You know, it meant quite a lot to me.
Silversmith Brenton has spent many hours recreating the missing corner for the silver mirror. But he's not finished yet.
Obviously, this is a solid piece of silver, and we need the holes so that the blue velvet shows through. So I'm just putting the blade through a hole in the silver so I can cut this diamond-shaped hole out of this little bit of lattice work. I've got to do that with all of these holes, and then I can fit that onto the mirror. OK, so I'm just going to try this piece in that I've made. It's slightly larger than it needs to be, and I'm going to put it underneath the original silver, which is quite firm on here. I've been fiddling with it all afternoon, and it should just slip underneath, and like that. And that's the new corner in. I'd say that's pretty much indistinguishable from the original.
After creating a perfect finish for the front and a final fix for the loose hinge on the back, this treasured looking glass is ready to be returned to owner Carol.
Hi, Carol.
Nice to see you again.
How are you? All right?
How did
All right.
you get on?
It's been very challenging.
Was it?
Very
I'm
challenging.
not surprised. Yes, it's a difficult task.
It was very difficult.
Yes.
But do you want to have a look?
I'm dying to have a look.
OK.
Oh, my God. That is absolutely marvellous, Brenton. Well done.
What?
It's taken my breath away. Do you know, this is like Christmas for me.
Brilliant. I'm glad that stirs that emotion in you.
Well, you know, it's whole again, isn't it? You know, pardon the pun, you can't see the join, can you?
Not meant to.
It's amazing. I really do appreciate it. Well, you just don't get things like that these days. It's a great piece of history, isn't it? I just can't wait to show my mother.
What do you think she'll think of it?
It will bring back so many memories when she actually sees it again. She really will be thrilled.
For decades, the mirror had been an ornate jigsaw puzzle with a missing piece. Now it's whole again and ready to be restored to pride of place.
I am absolutely delighted. It is fantastic. I mean, you really can't tell. It's been such a beautiful job, and Brenton's so talented. I'm just thrilled to bits. And I feel I've done something good for the past and the future, really, by getting it mended.
Gramophone guru Tim Weeks is attempting to restore the voice of a treasured phonograph from the turn of the last century. He spent days grappling with it, and though there have been many bumps on its road to recovery, after some further fine-tuning, Tim's on the home straight.
Right, let's see if she'll have it.
Moment of truth.
Ooh. Well,
that is great, isn't it?
really good. This was entertainment in 19...
Well, I was about to say, is this what music was like in the olden days?
It's just a lovely, lovely piece of equipment. Very, very clever.
It's the origin of recorded sound, so...
John, Michael is going to be so happy with this.
He is going to be absolutely made up.
There is a bit of fine-tuning to do to it yet before it goes back to him. But if he's not heard this go since he was 8 years old...
Yeah. Oh, well done you. That is fantastic.
I thought, what do we do now? Go down the pub, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Good.
See you later.
Michael Quirk inherited the phonograph from his aunt in the 1960s. It evokes many memories of his boyhood back in rural Ireland. Now his long wait to hear it play again is over. Tim is personally delivering this labour of love.
Well, I'm feeling very pleased to have actually got this to to work properly. It was a bit of a fiddle. I've given it a few final tweaks and a bit of fine-tuning. Now I'm happy it's actually running as it should do.
Hello, Tim. Hello, Tim. Been waiting for this minute, Tim, for a long time, yes.
When you left this with me at the repair shop, you said if we could get it going again, you'd walk all the way down there to get it. I've had a look at the weather forecast and I didn't think I'd make you walk all that way.
There we are.
Great.
It takes a lot of winding, doesn't it, eh?
Well, yeah, it's a brand new spring in here now, of course. And of course, the horn pops on there. And the most important bit is to put a cylinder on. We've tried to come up with an appropriate tune for you. So.
What do you think?
That's great, Tim. Unbelievable, isn't it, eh?
Feel free to join in.
Yes, lovely, isn't it, eh? God, I remember the sound and everything as if...
Yeah, been a while.
Yes, know it now.
Yeah. But I can nearly see it sitting on the table at home with my aunt. No, it's beautiful. Lovely.
What's it like to hear that again after all these years?
Honest with you, I didn't think it could be done.
Oh.
And it brings back some memories, Tim. It does, yes.
Everything can be done. Everything can be done with a little bit of thought and a bit of elbow grease.
It's a family treasure.
It is, yes.
There's a few cylinders there. You can have a recital and invite your friends round.
That's great, Tim. Great. I do appreciate, Tim, what you've done. You never know what it means to me, Tim.
Oh, it's a pleasure. It's a pleasure, Mike.
It's great.
It's a pleasure.
Thank you very
Mary.
much.
Good to meet you.
For me, it was great to see that we've done it, that I've helped him succeed in something he's had on his mind for a long time. I was pleased, relieved, delighted.
It means an awful lot to me to have that working and bring back memories of my family, plus the fact that I can pass it on to my daughter, who I know is treasured. And hopefully it'll be there for generations to come, for other people to get as much pleasure as I got out of it today.